Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto-verse reacts to What If Naruto had powers of Glitchtale and went back in Multiverse time movie. Before we start, please go support Liton493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The cast of The Last Reset arrives at a room to react to the future of their timeline. This will happen right at the beginning of the episode Konoha no Sato. Chapter 0. There was a movie theater which was empty. Then some lights appeared. When they faded, the entire cast of The Last Reset could be seen. Minato. Where are we? Kushina. I don't know, Minato. Menma, who was far away, decided to stay put. He wasn't going to approach his former family or the others. He only trusted Hiruzen, since he was the only one who had helped him, even though he didn't need it and they shouldn't have. Just then, a screen appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Screen. Hello Konoha, you were brought here to react to the future. That surprised everyone. Jiraiya. So we'll see the future and the savior of the shinobi world. Screen. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the Uzumaki Namikaze family began to celebrate, knowing that Mito would be the savior of the shinobi world. They all sat down to watch the screen. Then the title of the story they were about to see appeared on it. The Last Reset. Prologue. Everyone was curious about the title that appeared on the screen, while a hooded figure became somewhat rigid. Hooded figure. This can't be happening, we're going to react to the future of this timeline. This could cause an alternate timeline, but on the other hand, this could help me learn more about what will happen in the future. Without further ado, the hooded figure focused his attention on the screen. This would help him in the upcoming confrontations, though he already knew that. The screen lit up, displaying the chapter title. Prologue. Nobody knew what it meant except for one person, but they decided to look. After a hard-fought battle against ex-Gangster, Naruto War Dreamer managed to defeat him, but at a cost of two things. 1. He lost his mortality due to the many resets and powers he had acquired, and the second, he lost his life. Everyone fell silent. They had just learned that Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had defeated someone called ex-Gangster, and that thanks to that he had achieved immortality, but had lost his life. Mito. Are we seriously going to react to that useless Naruto? We need to see me, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha. Sasuke. You wish. We need to react to me, an elite Uchiha. But they felt great pressure telling them to keep quiet. Now Naruto finds himself in a dark place, in nowhere, in limbo. Naruto. Finally I can rest in peace. I'm afraid not yet, young Naruto. Upon hearing that, Naruto turns around to find two women and one man. Naruto. On guard, who are you? Superscript 1, calm down, little Naruto, let me introduce myself, I'm Kami. Superscript 2, I am a Shinigami. Superscript 3, and I am a Madara. Everyone was surprised to see that Naruto had three deities in front of him, making a tomato and an emo jealous. Naruto was surprised to see three deities in front of him, but he was confused when he remembered something. Naruto. What do you mean by saying I won't rest in peace yet? Amaterasu. You see, young Naruto, it's not your time to go to the afterlife yet. Unfortunately, you must perform another reset. That left Naruto speechless. Naruto. Incredulous, what? What do you mean I have to do another reset? Kami. As you heard, little Naruto, it's not yet time for you to go to the afterlife. Naruto. No. Angry, is this some kind of bucking joke? Are you telling me I can't rest in peace just to do another reset? Crying with helplessness was all my effort and suffering not worth a damn. Naruto starts hitting the ground, trying to vent his frustration. Nobody said anything, well, nothing until Mito. Arrogantly, ha. Can't he do one of those stupid resets? Ha, he's just useless. Minato. Screen, what's this about a reset? Everyone's heads glowed, revealing the nature of Naruto's ancient curse. They all fell silent, horrified to learn the truth about what Noir had endured. Shinigami. We understand that you want to rest in peace, but it's not time yet, you have to do one last reset. Upon hearing that, Naruto looks up to see the three deities. Naruto. What? Amaterasu. As you heard, young Naruto, we know you couldn't live well with the constant reminder that you have a curse, so we decided to return you using a reset. You will reset to live a new, more peaceful life, as well as train your new power. Naruto. New power. Kami. You see, little Naruto, by constantly fighting in all your resets and acquiring new abilities and more power, you reach the level of a celestial, a being that is much more powerful than a primordial. Naruto was surprised. Everyone in the room was equally surprised. This meant that Naruto was extremely powerful. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized that the prophecy wasn't about Mito, but about Naruto, and thus he felt even more strongly that they had to find him. Naruto. Does that mean I'm immortal? Amaterasu. That's right, young Naruto. Naruto remained silent, processing everything. Naruto. Sigh, I understand, if there's no other way. Shinigami. By the way, Naruto, she heard the whole conversation, and that's because we're in your subconscious from the past, but speaking from limbo. Naruto didn't know who she was talking about until it clicked in his mind. Naruto. Don't mess around. Everyone was curious to know who they were talking about, but Mito and Menma had a slight idea. Hami. That's right, little Naruto, there was no other way. Naruto let out an angry growl when a button appeared in front of him. When they saw the button, everyone was curious. Upon seeing the button, Naruto inhaled and exhaled. Naruto. Okay, here we go one last time. With that, Naruto presses the button and reset. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone intrigued. Hooded figure. This will be problematic. The reset. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the next episode, while Menma felt admiration for her brother. Now she understood his disappearance, and now more than ever, she longed to become stronger. Just then, the screen lit up. The reset. Everyone paid attention when they saw the title. A small hut could be seen on a hill. Everyone was confused when they saw the hut, but only a few people knew who it belonged to. But we'll focus on what's inside. Inside, we could see a malnourished 6-year-old boy in worn clothes, covered in superficial wounds and blood. Everyone, especially the Uzumaki Namikaze family, was frozen in shock at the sight of the boy, while the boy's acquaintances watched with anger. They hated seeing him like that. This child was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, but the child prefers to be called Naruto Noir Dreamer. Upon hearing the surnames Kushina and Minato, they felt sad to see how Naruto did not accept both of their surnames. The child wakes up with wide eyes and begins to groan in pain. Naruto. In pain, damn, how I hate this part about resets. Hooded figure. Those resets are definitely very painful. Naruto decides to sit down, still on his bed, which was a simple nest made of straw. Ahem. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Naruto became serious and entered his subconscious. Naruto's subconscious. Once inside, Naruto finds a drain with a large grate. From the darkness emerges a large 9-tailed fox. All the civilians were shocked to see Naruto standing in front of Kyuubi. This told them that Kyuubi and Naruto were very different beings. Naruto. Mockingly, well, look who I'm looking at, if it isn't that cheap boar, serious, what do you want, Kyuubi? Kyuubi. To talk. Naruto. Well, I have nothing to talk to you about. Kyuubi. You see, Naruto. Naruto. Annoyed, you better shut your mouth, you cheap boar, because I don't want to talk to you. Don't think I've forgotten that in all those old resets and past lives you always betrayed me. Kyuubi. I know, and I want to apologize. Naruto. You, apologize. Ha. If that were true, the whole Underverse would be alive, but it's not, everyone is dead, I'm the only one left. Kyuubi remained silent because it was true, he had received the memories of his past lives thanks to the resets and knew that he had lived through Naruto. Kyuubi. I just want to apologize. Naruto. Ugh, I don't want your apology. Your apology won't bring back the Underverse. With that, Naruto withdraws from his mental space, leaving a defeated Kyuubi behind. Everyone had witnessed the interaction between Naruto and Kyuubi and was surprised at how Naruto had the courage to stand up to Kyuubi, though they only assumed that after the resets. Meanwhile, the Biju, who had seen it all from their seals, were astonished to see Kyuubi's sadness upon hearing Naruto's words. Now, more than ever, they wanted to know the truth and what else Naruto was hiding. In reality, Naruto had emerged from his subconscious in anger. Naruto. How dare that cheap boar apologize. Naruto calms down and gets out of bed, feeling sore. Naruto. I seriously hate this part of the reset. With that, Naruto heads to the bathroom. Upon arriving, he takes off his clothes and turns on the tap, letting the water run. Naruto. I'm really grateful for having created that system of pipes and filter to bring water from the river to bathe in, it took time, but it works. Everyone was surprised to learn that fact about Naruto. It meant that the Uzumaki was someone very intelligent. With that, Naruto begins to bathe, cleaning his wounds. Naruto. The bad thing about the reset is that it always reduces my power and regeneration, but everything will be alright. That caught everyone's attention, and those who hated him thought they could use that to their advantage. With that, he finishes his bath. Naruto dries himself and decides to leave. But before doing so, he glances at his reflection in the mirror and turns to look at himself. Naruto is a little surprised to see the change. He still looks the same, but with slight alterations. Naruto. Wow, I've really changed. Everyone nodded in surprise at the change. Naruto decides to ignore that and starts packing his things into a duffel bag. Kyuubi. What are you doing? Naruto. Serious, none of your business, you cheap boar. With that, she finishes packing her backpack, which only needed a few things since there weren't that many. Upon hearing that he didn't have that many things, Minato and Kushina felt bad knowing that they had neglected Naruto so much. Now with his backpack, Naruto takes it to leave the hut. Naruto. Looking at the sky and the stars, it's 1 AM, the Anbu have their 30-minute break at this time, so I only have that time to say goodbye. Without saying anything else, Naruto leaves his home grounds to head towards the Sarutobi compound. Everyone saw Hiruzen. Minato. Somewhat annoyed, did you know, third. Hiruzen nods. Jiraiya. Agitated, and why didn't you say so, sensei? Hiruzen. Serious, he didn't have to. Kushina. Of course he did, he's my son. Hiruzen. HMPH, if he heard you, he'd be angry that you're calling him son. Kushina turned to look away. She didn't believe her son would do that. Sarutobi enclosure. Upon arriving at the compound, Naruto entered very quietly and went to a particular room. He knocked gently so as not to attract attention. The door opened, revealing an elderly man in pajamas. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen. Naruto, what are you doing here at this hour? Naruto. Serious, I have something to tell you, he. For some reason, everyone except Hiruzen felt something when they saw Naruto's serious expression. It might have seemed endearing, but it also made them feel small. For some reason, Hiruzen felt that what his grandson figure was about to tell him was very important. With that, they both entered the room. Hiruzen. Well, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Naruto. Serious, I want you to look me in the eyes. Naruto's eyes changed to a blue Sharingan. Without waiting another minute, Naruto puts Hiruzen in a Jinjutsu where he shows him the truth. Everyone saw Naruto's Jinjutsu and was surprised by the truth, although they felt that Noir was hiding more things. When the Jinjutsu ended, Hiruzen touched his head due to the excess of information. Hiruzen. Wow, this is a lot to process. Naruto. Nods, that's right, Jiji. That's why I'm letting you know I'm leaving the village to train my new power, but don't worry, I'll be back. Hiruzen nodded and went to a chest. Kushina, Minato, and Jiraiya were relieved to learn that Naruto was coming back. Menma was happy because he wanted to make amends with his brother, but Mito was angry because she felt that Naruto's power belonged to her. Upon opening it, he returns to Naruto with some scrolls, some full and some empty. Hiruzen. Showing the scrolls, I know you probably know many techniques, but if you want to practice them you didn't have time to train and write them down, you can do it here on these scrolls. Naruto. Taking the scrolls, thanks, he. Naruto puts the scrolls in his backpack. Naruto. Well, Jiji, see you in a few years. Hiruzen smiles sadly and hugs Naruto. When they separate, Naruto gives Hiruzen some envelopes. Naruto. I suppose you already know what they are, right? Hiruzen nodded to take the envelopes. With that, Naruto left the Sarutobi compound. Naruto walked for a long time until he reached a mansion. He could see and hear the celebration of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Menma Uzumaki Namikaze's 7th birthday, the heroes of Konoha. Naruto could see and hear his former friends speaking ill of him and saying they preferred Menma. Naruto. Miles per hour, when they find out that Menma could never use chakra and that he required the help of the other half of Kyuubi. That surprised everyone. Naruto already knew about Menma's condition. Menma was grateful. If Naruto helped him, he'd surely remain arrogant. Without saying a word, he started walking towards the exit, ignoring everything. When he arrived, Naruto just turned to look at Konoha. Naruto. It'll be a great few years. Kyuubi. I know you don't want to hear it, but, well, happy birthday. Naruto. TSK, I don't want to hear it, Kyuubi. Without saying anything, Naruto leaves the village, only to return 7 years later. The screen went black as Kyuubi sighed sadly. He wanted to get a little closer to Naruto, but he couldn't, not even a little bit. Izushiagakur no Sado. Everyone was talking about what they would do when Naruto returned when the screen lit up. Izushiagakur no Sado. Everyone was surprised. That meant Naruto was heading towards Yuzu. Naruto could be seen walking along a path. Naruto. Very well, if I continue like this I will reach Nami no Kuni, and from there I can take a ship. Naruto continued walking until he reached Nami no Kuni. Upon arriving, he decides to enter by walking through the water. Everyone was surprised to see how well Naruto controlled his chakra at such a young age. Mito watched this with envy, feeling that she should have known this before he did. Upon reaching the shore, he began to walk stealthily. It wasn't yet time for the country's residents to encounter him. He continued walking until he reached a boatyard. Naruto looked around, noticing that no one was there. Without waiting another minute, Naruto took a boat and set sail. Kyuubi. Do you realize you stole a boat? Naruto. Sailing, do you realize I don't give a shit about your opinion? Kyuubi. I was just saying. Naruto. Sailing, you better shut up, I want to concentrate. Kyuubi stopped trying to talk to Naruto, who continued sailing. Everyone fell silent at the sight. It was clear Naruto wanted nothing to do with Kyuubi. Mito's Kyuubi saw this and was annoyed. According to her, Naruto should be honored to speak with the great Kyuubi, but seeing his other half's attitude, she found it curious. Kyuubi M. What's so special about him that makes you act like this? Kyuubi M equals Kyuubi to Mito. He then reaches a barrier of swirling water. Without saying a word, Naruto cuts himself, letting a little blood fall into the swirls, causing them to dissipate. Naruto then passes through as the swirls reform. He walks on and sees a large gate bearing the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto then cuts himself again to knock on the door and channel chakra. Instantly, the door opens, revealing the interior of Yuzashiogakur no Sato. Kushina felt deep sadness upon seeing her old home destroyed. Menma and Mito felt it too, but Mito dismissed it. Sadness wouldn't help her. Menma, on the other hand, wanted to connect more deeply with his ancestors, so he decided to explore. Naruto. Wow, the Uzumakis didn't go down without a fight, that's admirable. Naruto walked until he reached the center. With that, he performed a jutsu. Naruto. Taju. Shadow clones. That said, 10 clones make their appearance. They were not illusions, they were physical clones. The most experienced were stunned to see Naruto perform the shadow clones. Mito gritted her teeth. She didn't know that jutsu at her age and felt it was unfair that a useless person knew a high-level jutsu before her. Naruto. Alright, I want you to search the surrounding area, clear the rubble and find a place to spend the night. I'll go see the Uzukage Tower. The clones nodded and took off as Naruto began walking towards the Uzukage Tower. Hori Uzukage. Naruto had arrived at the Uzukage Tower to practice hand seals. Naruto. Katenalas de Fuego. Having said that, wings made of fire sprouted from his back so he could take flight to the balcony. Everyone was surprised to see this new Katen jutsu, as none of them had ever seen it before. The Katen users felt jealous, but understood that he created it during the resets, except for one. Sasuke felt that Naruto didn't deserve that jutsu, and that only he should possess it. Upon reaching the balcony, Naruto climbs down, deactivating the jutsu. Without further ado, Naruto enters the office by breaking the window. He then begins to explore the office before going to the desk and adding chakra. Naruto. He's still here. The wall opens, revealing a secret room. Without saying a word, Naruto enters the room. Kyuubi. I don't think you should come in. Naruto. Somewhat angry you shut your mouth. Everyone jumped when they heard Naruto scream. Kyuubi M. Annoyed, you should be proud that my other half spoke to you. Kyuubi stops talking, and Naruto just continues on his way until he reaches a large library. Naruto. With a small smile the great library of Yuzu is still as big as I remember it. That shocked everyone. Naruto had already been to Yuzu in the old resets. With that, Naruto begins to take all the books and start stacking them on top of an open and extended storage roll. 30 minutes later. After emptying the shelves, he sealed the books in the rolls, noticing that he had filled 3. Naruto. Miles per hour, it's still the same amount of rolls I need to store the books. With that, he takes the 3 rolls and leaves the library, which is currently empty. Upon reaching the office, he closes the door. Naruto. Well, it's time to find that book. Everyone became curious when they heard about a book. Naruto goes to a painting to remove it and notices a safe. Upon seeing it, Naruto makes the combinations hoping they will be the same. Naruto. 20, 0, 10, 0, 30, 0, 90. There was a click and Naruto celebrated a little upon learning that the password was the same. Kushina thought it was endearing to see Naruto acting like that. Upon opening it, she finds 3 books. Naruto. That's strange, it's always been 1. That piqued everyone's curiosity, while a hooded figure watched everything intently. Naruto takes the red book, seeing the symbol and name of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki Namikaze family were shocked to see the book. It contained the list of members of the Uzumaki clan. Upon opening the book, he noticed the names of those who remained. Kushina Uzumaki. Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto Noir Dreamer Uzumaki. Harem Uzumaki. Nagato Uzumaki. Naruto just stared at the names, noticing that his name appeared with the surname Uzumaki at the end. Naruto. Sigh, so you still consider me part of the Uzumaki clan? Well, if that's how life is, That upset Mito. According to her, Naruto doesn't deserve to be from the Uzumaki clan, nor does he deserve that power, only she does. Naruto puts the book down on the desk to pick up the other books. Upon seeing them, he's surprised to find they are the books of the Dreamer clan and the Noir clan. Then he sees a note. Note. Young Naruto, we know you will try to recreate the Noir and Dreamer clans, so we gave you a little help. Sincerely, Shinigami, Kami, and Amaterasu. Naruto could only manage a small smile. Everyone was shocked. Naruto now belonged to 2 clans, the Noir clan and the Dreamer clan. Naruto puts the books next to the Uzumaki clan book before going out onto the balcony to look at the horizon. Naruto. It will be a long time, but I will try to master all this power that I now possess. This turns off the screen when menus appear in everyone's hands. Screen. Let's take a break, you can have whatever you want to eat. Everyone nods to start ordering. Training Part 1. Everyone was enjoying their meal when the screen lit up. Training Part 1. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid close attention while the hooded figure clenched his fists. Here's a summary of Naruto's training. Some were annoyed to see that it would only be a summary, but they had to accept it. Hooded figure. Damn, they're going to find out. First year. In his first year, Naruto decided to regain his physical fitness, so he did 500 squats, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and ran 10 times around the entire village. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's training, but certain people in green spandex looked at it with stars in their eyes. Another thing is that Naruto decided to make some colorful books with the elemental kanji. These were books where he wrote down some techniques he remembered. Suiton. Appear. Auri. Buten. Brayton. Close. Mighten. Beteriton. Basuton. Ubuton. Ambiton. Everyone was shocked. They had believed there were 5 primary elements, but now they knew there were actually 11. The power-hungry wanted those books to learn those jutsu. He also decided to compete against the Gamma Sennin in the creation of books, so using the Gate of Babylon, he took out of his space-time pocket several books that he wrote in his past lives. He managed to position himself among the top 3, more specifically in second place, only surpassed by Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin. Everyone was shocked, but especially Jiraiya, who now knew who his rival was. Jiraiya. That boy fills me with pride. Second year. This year Naruto decided to start training in all types of taijutsu that he remembered from his past lives, including karate, boxing, taekwondo, and more styles. Those taijutsu users were amazed and wished they could learn those styles. Obviously first they would have to gain Naruto's trust. This year Naruto also trained his Bukijutsu, weapon techniques, which included Jutsu, BM techniques, Kinjutsu, sword techniques, Kikjutsu, bow techniques, Shuriken Jutsu, shuriken techniques, Kamijutsu, scythe techniques, Knifejutsu, knife techniques, Ransejutsu, spear techniques, and Onijutsu, axe techniques. Everyone was amazed at the sheer number of weapon-based fighting styles Naruto knew. Those who craved power were gritting their teeth, including Sasuke and Mito. Third year. This year Naruto trained in Jinjutsu, managing to create and recover all of its ranks, although it was easier for him when he used his fear trait. Nobody understood the fear trait, but the fact that he knew Jinjutsu surprised them even more. That meant Naruto knew all the ninja branches. Naruto also trained his ninjutsu, which included elemental ninjutsu, in which he used all the techniques he had stored in his books and in the scrolls given to him by Hiruzen, in addition to creating a new book for sub-element techniques. Knowing that there was a new book and that it was about sub-elemental techniques made the power-hungry want that book. Biram Ninjutsu, ninja medical techniques, although he didn't particularly like this branch, he knew it would be very useful, so he trained so much, and thanks to his memories of past lives, he managed to obtain the Byakume no In. Everyone, but especially Tsunade, was shocked. Naruto could also use Iram Ninjutsu. Juken Ninjutsu, space-time techniques, where he was able to master and evolve the Hiraishin, now having 3 types of Hiraishin. Normal Hiraishin, which is used with a 3-pointed kunai. Aerial Hiraishin, which is used with special sei. And the terrestrial Hiraishin, which is used with knives. Training Part 2. Everyone was nearly having a heart attack because Naruto had learned so many incredibly overpowered things. Then the screen lit up. Training Part 2. Seeing that, everyone paid attention to find out the end of Naruto's training. We continue where we left off in Part 1. Fourth year. This year Naruto trained his Genjutsu, proving to be a prodigy and greatly impressing Kyuubi, who felt guilty for trying to stagnate his progress and not exploiting his potential in his past lives, and also became upset when she saw that Naruto did not want her to help him with Genjutsu. Kushina was surprised to learn that Naruto was a prodigy in Genjutsu. On the other hand, the Biju and Kyuubi M were still confused and puzzled by Kyuubi's attitude. They didn't know what was so special about this human. Naruto also managed to create Genjutsu to eliminate Juinjutsu, cursed seal techniques. He knew that Orochimaru would make his moves, so he prepared himself. Upon hearing that, Anko placed her hand on the cursed seal that Orochimaru had placed on her. Anko. With a smile, little god. On the other hand, those who tried to remove that seal were shocked to learn that Naruto managed to do something they couldn't. Among the types of Genjutsu that Naruto practiced were Kekai Ninjutsu, ninja barrier techniques, this type of Genjutsu being very resistant, and Jabakijutsu, kanji techniques, a more advanced type of Genjutsu. That caught the attention of those users of Genjutsu. Naruto proved to be a natural prodigy. This year Naruto also decided to train in Senjutsu, managing to recover his old Senjutsu techniques. Kurai Senjutsu, Dark Sage techniques, where Naruto enters Sage mode using the negative energy of nature, which allows him to make more destructive attacks. Tenma Senjutsu, Light Sage techniques, where Naruto enters Sage mode using the positive energy of nature, which allows him to improve healing. And Onmon Senjutsu, Yin Yang Sage techniques, where Naruto combines Kurai Senjutsu and Tenma Senjutsu, obtaining immense power. Jiraiya and Minato were stunned. Naruto possessed 3 types of Senjutsu, and from what they could see, they were superior to the Senjutsu of the Toads. This year Naruto trained the powers he obtained in his past lives, with the Absolute Solver being the one he uses the most and has the best control over. Upon hearing about past lives, everyone wondered what other power he had gained, but they also became curious about this Absolute Solver. Naruto also trained with his soul magic, mastering all its traits, the strongest being fear, hate, and determination. Although Naruto was surprised to see his soul magic change from blue to gray, this indicated to him that his power was superior to that of others. Everyone became curious upon learning about soul magic, but something told them it was a very powerful energy. 6th year. This year, Naruto decided to perfect everything he had trained in over the previous 5 years. He also trained in 2 arts known only to him. Debutijutsu, dual weapon techniques, where he practiced using 2 weapons he possessed or summoned, thanks to his unique traits, whether they were the same weapons or different ones. And Jukujutsu, fire weapon techniques, where he used the weapons he possessed, usually the brave gun. Everyone was surprised to learn that Naruto created 2 types of fights. 7th year. This year he trained his divine power and the state he lacked, in addition to trying to combine his abilities with his divine power, achieving unimaginable strength. His body was still weak from the old war against X-Geister, and because he had the body of a mortal, but that didn't mean he was weak. He was stronger than a cage, but he decided to seal and hide his true power. He didn't trust anyone, only himself and a few people who, thanks to the memories of this timeline, he knew could be trusted, but it wasn't the right time yet. Everyone fell silent. Naruto was literally stronger than a cage. Mito was fuming, since the useless guy was stronger than her, a thought shared by Sasuke. He not only decided to train his divine power, but also went to test it against his body, and that was only possible if he faced enemies, so he became a mercenary with the name Seinen. The shinobi were in shock. They had heard of Seinen, but now they knew his identity. Hooded figure. Damn, they've already discovered him. Present. At this moment, a 13-year-old Naruto was seen packing his things. Naruto had decided to change his clothes and appearance. Everyone had to admit that Naruto looked good. On the other hand, Minato and Kushina saw their son's new appearance. Naruto. Alright, that's all, it's time to go back to Konoha. He said, grabbing his backpack and a hood to start walking. He didn't have to worry about hearing Kyuubi all the time since he had modified the seal and wouldn't have to hear the voice of the 9-tailed fox all the time. This was seen by all the Jinchuriki, some of whom requested that seal. Naruto looked at his tie and smiled. Naruto. I really missed you a lot, Akumu. Then the tie separates to reveal a pink and black sphere. Ira Akumu. Everyone looked at Akumu with curiosity. Naruto remembers how during his training a mass had emerged from his chest revealing Akumu with his new appearance. At that moment Naruto knew that not only he but also Akumu had increased in power and evolved. Now they understood a little. Akumu was part of Naruto, but knowing that it had also evolved in power made them somewhat nervous. Naruto. Bueno Akumu, Vamos a Konoha. Akumu simply reverts to its Tai form and attaches itself to Naruto's chest. With that, the Noir leaves Uzushi Agakure no Sado and begins its journey toward the Hidden Leaf Village. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone somewhat excited about Naruto's arrival in Konoha. Years go by in Konoha. Everyone was talking about Naruto's training. It was clear the boy was far superior to all of them, which annoyed Sasuke and Mito. Kiba wanted to get angry, but he couldn't. He was facing a true alpha. That frustrated him, but it also excited him to train and, at least, give Naruto a fight. Menma shared that thought. Just then, the screen lit up. Years pass in Konoha. Here I will tell you what happened in Konoha after Naruto left. This made Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya nervous. If Naruto found out what had happened, he would hate them. Luckily, he wasn't there, right? Meanwhile, a hooded figure watched with some interest. In the first year after Naruto left, Hiruzen was the only person Naruto trusted in this timeline. Tuchi. Bam. And Anko Mitarashi. When the 3 of them learned the truth and why Naruto wouldn't appear, they were saddened but nodded. Their little god needed to train, so they made a pact not to say anything. Minato saw those mentioned. Minato. Angry, why didn't you tell us? Anko. Serious, he has our trust and we would never take advantage of it, Hokage-sama. He is our little god. Hinata looked at that angrily, but he would deal with it. 3 years passed, and no one seemed to notice Naruto's absence until the incident occurred. Menma, in a moment of carelessness, ended up with a rocket exploding very close to his eyes. The hooded figure sighed somewhat in frustration. Kiba heard this and found the reaction curious. Seeing this, Kushina and Minato tried to ask Naruto for help so that Menma could regain his sight, but Naruto wasn't there. Both adults tried to find War, only to learn that he hadn't been seen for 3 years, but they also discovered that Menma couldn't use chakra and only used it thanks to the other half of Kyuubi that resided inside him, so seeing that their son was almost blind and unable to use chakra, they left him to his fate while they removed the Kyuubi from him to give it to Mito. That day Menma began to be seen as the black sheep of the village. He was no longer Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, now he was just Menma, the outcast of Konoha. Upon seeing this, the hooded figure was surprised but angered. Although he knew that Menma had been arrogant before, that didn't give Kushina and Minato the right to do that. Mito, having possessed Kyuubi and being recognized even more as a goddess, became increasingly arrogant while Menma was mistreated. It was then that Menma realized the constant suffering Naruto endured. Menma had nothing left. Chakra, eyesight, friends, nothing. Even his girlfriend Hinata left him, deeming him useless. Menma fell into a deep depression because of it. Menma nodded in agreement with that. Menma. Although everything hurt, it helped me to know my path. Everyone heard that, but some ignored it because they felt he was still useless. Meanwhile, Minato sent all his ninjas to find Naruto's whereabouts because he wanted to train him due to the prophecy Jiraiya told him. That shocked Mito. Wasn't she the girl from the prophecy? If so, it was unheard of. She's a goddess, not that useless Naruto. Hooded figure. MPH, what hypocrites. Thus continued the next 4 years as they tried to find Naruto without any success. Tired of everything they did to him, Menma decided to start training. He had finally understood. His arrogance, his lust for power, his stupidity had led him to where he was now. But if it hadn't been for those things, he would have remained a fool. So he decided to train to try and prove to everyone that he could be a ninja using only taijutsu. And so he decided to persevere. Everyone said nothing, it was something Menma said, but when they heard the word persevere something told them that it was a very powerful word. Hooded figure. Seeing Menma's soul, MMH, so perseverance, huh? Well, show me how persevering you are, Menma. And so it continued, Minato and Kushina trying to find Naruto, Mito rejoicing in her fame, and Menma training, trying to prove his change, and that he could become someone strong. That turns the screen off. Naruto Information Part 1. Everyone was silent after witnessing everything that had happened in Konoha, grateful that Naruto wasn't there. A hooded figure watched everything from a distance. Then the screen lit up. Naruto Information Part 1. Here is some information about Naruto. This caught the attention of everyone who decided to look at the information, especially Mito and Sasuke, who wanted to see if they could find something to get rid of Naruto. Me from the studio. Number. Naruto War Dreamer. Age. 13 years. Gender. Male. Race. Half human, half god, half monster. Everyone knew it would be quick, but they were surprised to see that Naruto was of 3 races. Human, god, and monster. Alma. Traits. Determination, patience, courage, integrity, perseverance, justice, kindness, hatred, fear, protection, heroism, willpower, creativity, purity. Everyone found Naruto's soul curious, but they felt that the soul gave off a lot of power, making the power hungry want it for themselves. Energies. Divine, chakra, soul magic. That was mentally noted by everyone, causing many to want to give up their daughters to have more powerful shinobi. Affiliations. Here is in Sarutobi, Anko Mitarashi, Tsuchiya, Akumu, an extension of him. Many thought they could use the first 4 to have Naruto under their thumb. On the other hand, Sasuke and Mito planned to take Akumu from Naruto in order to, according to them, claim the power that was rightfully theirs. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXX. ATK. XXXXXXXXX. Def. XXXXXXXXX. Pekkei Adaptation. Upon seeing the statistics, they didn't understand, but seeing that Naruto possessed a Kekkei Genkai only fueled the power hungry, making them want to use him even more as a sperm bank. The screen goes black, leaving many with these thoughts. Hanahagakur no Sato. Everyone was processing the information about Naruto. Some wanted him as a semen carrier, others wanted his power. A hooded figure watched the entire interaction cautiously. Then the screen lit up. Hanahagakur no Sato. That caught everyone's attention. Naruto will probably arrive at the village in that chapter. In Konoha, also known as the Leaf Village, a meeting was being held at the Hokage Tower. Tori Hokage. In the Hokage's office were Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Jiraiya the Seiga Sennin. Why here's in Sarutobi. Jiraiya. Wait, that's right before we got here. That surprised everyone, so they decided to watch. Now they would see what the future held for them. Minato. Have you found him, sensei? Jiraiya. I'm sorry, Minato, but I haven't had any leads on him. Kushina. Worried it's been 4 years since we learned he wasn't here. Where could he be? Hiruzen. With a chibi face, what hypocrites. The hooded figure snorted with laughter at the sight of Hiruzen's chibi face. Some people heard him and wondered who he was. Konoha entrance. At the entrance to Konoha, an encapsulated figure could be seen walking. Ironically Konoha hasn't changed, that was to be expected. Upon hearing the hooded figure's tone, many became annoyed, but others realized something. The hooded figure in the room was the same one appearing on the screen. Was this hooded figure relevant? But he began walking until he reached the entrance, only to find the guards asleep. Without saying a word, the hooded figure continued walking. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he attracted a lot of attention. Annoyed, this is really getting on my nerves. But he continues walking until he reaches the Hokage Tower. Everyone watched the hooded figure intently. Something told them he was very important. Upon arrival, he enters and meets the receptionist. Receptionist. Yes. What do you want, young man? I've come to speak with the Hokage. The receptionist nodded and headed towards the Hokage's office, the hooded figure following her. The receptionist entered the office when the hooded figure jumped. Startled, what is this energy? It's strong, very strong. It can rival my current power without the seals. I have to be careful. That caught everyone's attention, but especially the hooded figures. Hooded figure. If that's true, I need to be careful. At that moment, the receptionist came out and told him he could come in. The hooded man nodded and entered the office as the receptionist left. Everyone looked at the hooded man, but only one person recognized him. Minato. Yes. What do you want, young man? Removing his hood, I came to join the shinobi ranks at someone's request. With that, the hooded figure reveals his identity as Naruto. Everyone in the room was shocked to see the identity of the hooded figure. Hooded. I guess I don't have to hide it anymore. Everyone saw the hooded figure remove his disguise, revealing Naruto. Everyone was even more shocked. Upon seeing him, there were several reactions. Minato and Kushina cried tears of joy at seeing their son, Jiraiya was relieved to see his godson, and Hiruzen was smiling at the sight of his grandson. The first three were surprised to see his change but dismissed it. Kushina. Trying to hug Naruto, hello son. But Naruto dodges it. Kushina was shocked to see that. Kushina was also shocked, as she had tried to do the same thing and obtained the same result. Naruto. Serious, I only came to join the shinobi ranks, nothing more. Jiraiya. Serious, hey kid, let your mother give you a hug. You have no idea how worried she is about you. Naruto. Worried about me? When has she ever been worried about me? All I remember about her is that she used to hit me for no reason and then leave me to my own devices. That made Kushina sad and annoyed Minato. Minato. Annoyed, listen, kid, apologize to your mother now. Naruto. Serious, I don't have a mother, I never did. That left everyone speechless while Kushina was about to burst into tears. The same thing was happening in the room, while many thought that Naruto was insensitive. Naruto. Very well, if you're not going to give me permission to join your ranks, then I'm leaving. Naruto started walking to the door to grab the doorknob. That startled Minato and Kushina. Minato. Wait. Naruto simply turned to look at Minato with his albino eyes. Minato simply handed him the papers. Minato. Room 301. Naruto takes the papers. Naruto. Thank you, Hokage-sama. But he leaves, leaving the office in silence. Minato saw Naruto, who was serious. Minato. You wouldn't do that, would you, Naruto? Naruto. Serious, try me. Minato just swallowed hard. Hiruzen let out a small laugh, drawing everyone's attention. Kushina. What's so funny, old man? Hiruzen. Ah, nothing, it's nothing. I'd better go and watch the exams, but something tells me they'll be entertaining. Without saying anything else, Hiruzen leaves the office, seen by everyone. Hiruzen. I agree with my counterpart. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that. Academia Ninja. Naruto was seen entering the building. Once inside, Naruto began walking to room 301. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and was heard by a man. It was Iruka Yamino. Iruka. Yes. What do you want, young man? Naruto. Handing him the paper, I've come to join the ranks. Iruka nods, takes the paper, and enters the room where all the children were chatting. Iruka. Headstrong jutsu silence everyone. Naruto, from outside, couldn't help but smile at the amusement, but he was still nervous. He had continued to feel that powerful energy. Naruto was the same as his counterpart but was also curious about the energy. Naruto is suddenly pulled from his thoughts and enters the classroom. Upon seeing him, everyone's eyes turn to him. Iruka. Please introduce yourself. Naruto. Nods. My name is Naruto Noir Dreamer. Upon hearing the name, everyone was surprised as it was the name of the Hokage's lost son. Naruto growled angrily. Naruto. Growling. I'm not the Hokage's son, I'm not, I wasn't, and I never will be. Minato felt sad but got angry when he saw that Naruto was being rebellious. Then someone gets up. Myth. Smiling arrogantly, but look who we have here, it's none other than my useless brother. But Naruto doesn't even flinch, making Mito angry. Myth. Annoyed. Hey, you useless idiot, I'm talking to you. But once again Naruto doesn't even flinch. Mito began to growl angrily, glaring at Naruto, who remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina felt ashamed to see Mito acting this way. Iruka. Silence. Go sit down please. Naruto nodded and started walking, causing someone to step in front of him. That someone was Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke. Arrogantly. I see we have a useless one, I'll help you with something, get out of here before you are humiliated by me, an elite Uchiha. That makes their fangirls sigh like lovesick girls. Naruto. Frustrated stupid fangirls. The whisper had been heard by the fangirls who felt offended. But Naruto says nothing and walks past him. This makes the Uchiha angry and he lunges at Noir, who simply dodges, allowing the Uchiha to walk right past him, then grabs his arm and throws him to the ground. Naruto. Serious, you say you're an elite Uchiha? Ugh, stupid. Naruto simply walked past them and went to sit in the last seat. Everyone stared at him since he had defeated the last Uchiha with great ease. Everyone was equally shocked to see how easily Naruto had defeated Sasuke. Sasuke watched this with anger, glaring at Naruto with hatred. Naruto. Alright, let's finish this up so we can start investigating what that energy I felt was. That turns the screen off. Genin Exam Part 1. Everyone was watching Naruto, who was sitting with a serious expression. Just moments ago, Mito and Sasuke had tried to put him in his place, only to end up on all fours, and oddly enough, Naruto had his feet tucked behind him. Mito and Sasuke glared at Naruto with hatred, but then he pulled his legs back. Naruto. Let's get started, I want to know what the future holds. Everyone had to agree with Noir as Mito and Sasuke retreated to their seats, still glaring at Naruto. Then the screen lit up. Genin Exam Part 1. This was seen by everyone, so they paid close attention and excited the future ninjas, although Menma felt somewhat bad because he knew they wouldn't let him be a ninja, although something told him that he could. The entire room was silent as they watched Noir, who was just staring out the window. Naruto. This is starting to annoy me. Let's finish this exam. I need to research that energy. Naruto nodded, knowing that if it was true about that energy, he needed to investigate it thoroughly. The others just watched Naruto intently. At that moment, Haruka and a Jonin named Mizuki arrive. Naruto glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He could sense the hatred in that Jonin's soul, and that hatred was directed towards him. That surprised everyone, while the aforementioned person remained static. Menma. Curious, can you see other people's souls? Naruto nodded without saying anything. Naruto just remained silent as he looked at everyone, noticing that they were the same as in the same timelines, but he felt that something was different. Kyuubi. He's my other half. Naruto. Somewhat angry. What the hell are you talking about? Kyuubi. I know you don't want to hear it, but I have to tell you that my other half is no longer in Menma, now it's in Mito. Naruto, for the first time in this timeline, decides to listen to Kyuubi and investigates Mito from afar. Naruto. MMH, first time you haven't lied, you cheap boar. Kyuubi, from behind the seal, let out a big sigh. Since they arrived in Uzumaki, she had tried everything to at least gain a little of Naruto's trust, but nothing worked. He didn't want to trust her, which made her sad and made her tell him to his face how stupid he was. The interaction was witnessed by everyone, who were still surprised by Kyuubi's behavior. The Biju and Kyuubi watched with curiosity. Since their arrival, they had noticed Kyuubi acting strangely, and they wanted to know more. Outside, Naruto sees Mizuki giving him an exam, where he notices that he has a genjutsu. Mizuki was startled to see that they had revealed their plan. Naruto. Jokingly, genjutsu, even in this timeline you're trying to sabotage me, you idiot. Naruto dispels the genjutsu to begin the exam. Naruto. Expressionless, I seriously still can't believe this stupid exam is just as easy as in previous timelines. Everyone felt offended upon hearing Naruto's thoughts, especially Haruka. Only about 3 more minutes passed and Naruto got up to go to Haruka. Mito. Hahaha, looks like the useless one gave up. Naruto. For your information, I'm already done. Naruto gives his exam to Iruka, who checks it. Iruka. Surprised, that's right, everything is fine, in fact it's an excellent grade. That surprised everyone, while an emo and a tomato watched it with hatred. Everyone was equally surprised to learn Naruto's rating, and Sasuke and Mito were annoyed by how they were mentioned. On the other hand, Menma stared at Naruto. Menma. Wow, I didn't know he was actually very intelligent, and I was like an idiot thinking that studying was absurd, in the end I realized that it wasn't like that. With that, he continues with his exam while Naruto goes out to the courtyard. Naruto was intrigued by Menma's thoughts. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina watched Menma, wondering if abandoning him had been the right thing to do. Mito, however, glared at Naruto and Menma with jealousy and anger. They were both proving themselves more intelligent than her, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha. Academy courtyard. All the leaders of Konoha's most important clans, along with the Hokage and his wife, the third Hokage, and the three elders, were waiting for the future ninja. Suddenly, they all saw a black-haired boy with brown streaks emerge. They all recognized him, as the Hokage had told them. It was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the long-lost son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. This angered Naruto even more, and he slowly unleashed his divine power. Everyone was surprised and stunned by the dreamer's outpouring of power. Everyone watched as Naruto sat down under a tree, closed his eyes, and tried to rest. Tucci. It's because of the constant resets, isn't it, Naruto? Naruto. That's right, Tucci, it's not just physical exhaustion, it's also mental and spiritual. Everyone heard that and understood a little, although others didn't give a damn. Time skip. All the other students were leaving to find Naruto asleep. Seeing this, Menma calmly approached him. Menma. Poking Naruto's cheek. Hey, wake up Naruto. Naruto wakes up to see Menma in front of him. Naruto. What do you want? Menma. With a small smile, let's move on to the next phase of the Genin exam. Naruto found the kindness with which Menma spoke to him very strange. Menma felt ashamed by what his other versions did in the old resets. Without saying another word, Naruto gets up and they both start walking towards where the rest of the children were. Iruka. Very well, now we're going to do kunai and shuriken throwing. Without saying anything else, everyone starts taking the kunai and shuriken to throw them. Kunai shuriken. Results for women. Ino Yamanaka. 7/7. Hinata Hyuga. 9/9. Sakura Haruno. 6/6. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. 9/9. Civilians. 6/6. Men's results. Hiba Inuzuka. 7/6. Shino Aburam. 8/8. Shikamaru Nara. 6/7 plus a problematic one. Toji Akimichi. 7/7. Menma. 9/9. That surprised Minato and Kushina. Sasuke Uchiha. 9/9. Everyone saw the boys' results, but now they were wondering about Naruto's result, although Kushina and Minato were the same as their counterparts on Menma's side. All of Sasuke's fangirls start to adore him, while the Uchiha looks at the Noir with an arrogant smile. Sasuke. Overcome that useless. Naruto gets up to grab the kunai and shuriken, but sees that they're dull. He doesn't care and throws them at the target. Naruto Noir Dreamer. 10/10. Everyone was stunned to see how Naruto, even with his blunt weapons, managed to hit a perfect note. Sasuke watched with hatred. This caused Sasuke's fangirls to start accusing him of cheating, while he glared at Naruto with hatred. Civilians. 6/6. Iruka steps in front of the group. Iruka. Very well, now you will have to do the 3 jutsus of the academy, you can do another jutsu if you want. Everyone performed the 3 jutsus. Transformation, substitution, and cloning, except for one, Menma, who was mocked by everyone while Naruto watched. Menma knew that would happen, so she was about to resign herself to being a ninja. Naruto. Wait a minute, I know of a guy named Mito Guy who can only use Taijutsu. If he's a ninja, why can't Menma be one? That left everyone speechless, and they had no choice but to agree with him. Menma. Looking at Naruto. Thank you. Naruto just nodded since he saw there was no point in being mean to him, but he wasn't going to get too comfortable. Menma thanked Naruto, who nodded, thinking the same as his counterpart. Perhaps in this timeline Menma is different, but he wasn't going to be trusted. Iruka. If you like, you can do some extra jutsu. Some step forward to perform those jutsus, among them was Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto, everyone was filled with curiosity. Ino Yamanaka. Mind Transfer Jutsu. Hinata Hyuga. Byakugan. Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Rasengan. Mito via Naruto. Myth. Arrogantly get over that, you useless thing. Kushina and Minato were filled with embarrassment while Mito smiled arrogantly. Hiba Inuzuka. Gatsuka. Shino Aburam. Insect Clone. Shikamaru Nara. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Doji Akimichi. Body Expansion Jutsu. Sasuke Uchiha. Kaiten Gran Bola de Fuego. Upon seeing the destruction, Sasuke sees the dreamer. Sasuke. With an arrogant smile, ha. Top that, you useless idiot. The Uchiha retreats while his fangirls praise him. Sasuke smiled arrogantly. Iruka. Naruto War Dreamer. Upon hearing the name Minato, Kushina felt their heart shrink as they watched the boy approach the front. Minato and Kushina were just like their counterparts. Naruto was left thinking. Mito. Arrogantly, what's wrong, useless? Don't you have any special jutsu? Ha. That's to be expected from a useless person like you. Sasuke. Arrogantly, ha. I agree with the dope. Naruto. Nah, I'm thinking about which jutsu to use. Snaps his fingers, I know. Naruto raises his hand. Naruto. Suit and granola. Then, behind Naruto, a large amount of water gathers and he moves his hand forward. The water shifts, creating a huge wave that destroys the test dummies. That silenced the entire room. Naruto didn't need hand seals to perform that jutsu. Everyone was stunned to see a genin perform a jutsu with monstrous chakra control and without even needing hand seals. This was viewed with covetousness by the Hokage's advisors, while it was watched with envy by an emo, a dog, and a tomato. Naruto glanced seriously at those named on the screen. Kiba understood his counterpart. He too felt jealous, but now he knew how Naruto could do that. Mito and Sasuke glared at Naruto with hatred for being able to do that when they couldn't. Iruka. In shock, incredible. In the Hokage box. The Hokage, along with his wife, the Gama Sennin, and the third Hokage, were in shock. Well, the last one wasn't. Jiraiya. Wow, he has monstrous chakra control. Minato Kushina. Yes. But both were very sad because they saw that Naruto was a prodigy and they abandoned him. Hiruzen. With a small smile, wow, Naruto, I see you're very strong. Well, that was to be expected since you are, literally, a god. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in silence due to Naruto's tremendous chakra control. Genin Exam Part 2. Everyone was trying to calm down after what they'd seen, besides eating. Many were looking at Naruto as if he were a piece of meat. Naruto had his eyes closed. He wanted to rest for a while. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention as Naruto opened his eyes. Genin Exam Part 2. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention. After Naruto's demonstration, everyone was seen standing in front of Iruka. Iruka. Okay, now it's time for fights between the men and the women. Everyone. Yes. Author's note. I will only include the results of the fights, but I will narrate some of them. When they saw the note, everyone was surprised but understood. Women's fights. Round 1. Ino vs Hinata equals Hinata. Sakura vs Civil equals Sakura, penis. Myth vs Civil equals myth. Civil vs Civil equals civil. Women's fights. Round 2. Hinata vs Sakura equals Hinata. Myth vs Civil equals myth. Women's fights. Final round. Hinata vs Mito equals Mito, with difficulty. Everyone saw the results and knew perfectly well that Mito would win. Mito simply reveled in his arrogance upon seeing that he had won. Iruka. Very well, now let's go for the men. Men's fights. Round 1. Army vs civilian equals army. Shino vs civil equals Shino. Shikamaru vs civil equals Shikamaru. Choji vs civil equals Choji. Sasuke vs civil equals Sasuke. Menma vs civil equals Menma. Naruto vs civilian equals Naruto. Civil vs civil equals civil. Men's fights. Round 2. Kiba vs Shino equals Shino, Kiba trusts me. Shikamaru vs Choji equals Choji, Shikamaru si Rindio. Sasuke vs Menma. Watching the fight, most people already considered Sasuke the winner. They were both facing each other, looking into each other's eyes. Menma was serious, while Sasuke had an arrogant smile. Sasuke. I'll make it easy for you, give up now because someone who can't use chakra like you will never be able to beat me, an elite Uchiha. Sasuke's fangirls began to praise him while Menma remained serious. Naruto watched this with curiosity. Naruto. In previous timelines Menma wasn't calculating, he was someone who didn't care about anything and would rush into battle, even knowing the enemy was stronger than him. I guess he's waiting, sees Menma's soul. Menma's soul is one of perseverance. That explains his attitude. Very well Menma, show me how persevering you are. Everyone saw that and was surprised. Menma had a soul of perseverance. They didn't know what it meant, but something told them that Menma was stronger than Sasuke. At that moment, Iruka starts the match. Sasuke confidently lunges towards Menma, who was waiting calmly. Menma. Serious, Sasuke thinks that because he's an Uchiha he can beat anyone, but that's not the case. Menma nodded at that thought. Being very close, Menma stepped aside, allowing Sasuke to pass by. Menma took advantage of this, moving his foot upwards, causing Sasuke to lose his balance and fall face first to the ground. Seeing this, Menma grabbed the Uchiha by the ankle and began to spin him around. As the spin ended, Menma released Sasuke, sending him flying to the other side of the platform. Sasuke recovered in midair and landed on his feet. Sasuke glared at Menma with anger, convinced that a useless man couldn't beat him. Blinded by rage, Sasuke lunged at Menma, who calmly awaited him. Sasuke leaped to try and strike Menma, but Menma was already anticipating it. Menma jumped and delivered a spinning kick, hitting Sasuke directly and sending him flying off the platform, knocking him unconscious. Everyone watching the fight, even Naruto, was surprised. Menma beat Sasuke. Everyone was surprised to see how the outcast of Konoha had beaten the last Uchiha. In the Hokage box. The Hokage, his wife, and Jiraiya were in shock as they watched the useless Menma defeat the last Uchiha. Hiruzen. Well, so he finally got it. That caught the attention of the three of them. Jiraiya. What are you talking about, sensei? Hiruzen. What I mean is that I've known for a while that Menma trained a lot and I see that it paid off. In fact, if Menma decides to train with Mido Guy, he will become very strong, I think stronger than Mido. That shocked the three of them as Minato and Kushina watched Menma. This also shocked Kushina, Minato, and Jiraiya. Mido viewed it with hatred since, according to her, the useless Menma couldn't possibly be better than her. On the platform. Iruka decided to continue the fights without Sasuke on the platform. Naruto vs civilian equals Naruto. Men's fights. Round 3. Shino vs Choji equals Shino, left him without chakra. Naruto vs Menma. That fight caught everyone's attention. Naruto. Sees Menma, show me how persevering you are, Menma. Menma looked at Naruto, smiled and nodded. He might not win, but he wouldn't give up. They were facing each other and Menma knew he couldn't beat Naruto. Something told him so. Naruto, on the other hand, was looking at Menma with a calculating expression. Naruto. In this timeline, Menma has new tricks up his sleeve. I see he trained much better than in the previous resets. I shouldn't get too confident. At that point, Iruka starts the fight by making neither of them move. That left everyone in suspense while Menma and Naruto knew what they were doing. Menma looked at Naruto seriously, while Naruto looked at Menma with a calculating gaze. Then they both assumed fighting stances. Everyone paid attention when they saw that. Neither of them made any movement for 1 minute before launching themselves at each other, their forearms colliding. Imagine that Sasuke is Menma and that he and Naruto are 13 years old. They looked at each other and jumped back. They stared at each other seriously and launched themselves forward again. They began throwing punches, which the other blocked. Menma spun around on the ground, trying to throw Naruto, but Naruto jumped. Taking advantage of this, Menma propelled himself upward using his hands, causing Naruto to cross his arms and block the attack. Naruto. He is stronger in the other timelines. Naruto falls near the edge thanks to Menma's push. As he falls, Naruto jumps again while Menma repeats the action. But the viewers. Everyone was shocked to see how evenly matched Menma and Naruto were, causing the jealousy of a tomato and the anger of an emo. Everyone in the room was just like their counterparts, even Sasuke and Mido had the same feeling as on screen. In the fight. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Naruto decides to assume a new pose. Imagine it's Naruto. Everyone found Naruto's new pose curious. Already in the Naruto stance, he launches himself at Menma, who tries to block Naruto's attacks since they were more fluid. Menma. Damn, that's tough, it was to be expected from my brother. I'm really sorry for what I did to you, but I assure you I'll try to earn your forgiveness. Maybe we won't be family again, but we can be friends. Naruto glanced sideways at Menma. Maybe he should give him that chance. Menma begins to back away as Naruto's attacks are faster and force him back, but that doesn't stop Naruto. Menma kicks Naruto in the head, but Naruto blocks the attack, spins around, and throws Menma toward the center of the platform. Menma struggles to his feet. Naruto. He's very persistent. Menma. I won't give up. But the viewers. Everyone was astonished to see Menma, the outcast of Konoha, giving Naruto, the Hokage's son, a run for his money. Minato and Kushina were amazed at how strong and skilled their children were. Naruto and Menma rolled their eyes at what Kushina and Minato were thinking. Naruto Menma. What hypocrites. In the fight. Naruto was calm while Menma was breathing heavily as he watched Naruto. Naruto. Serious, you know something, Menma. When I came back, I thought you hadn't trained, but I was wrong. You showed me that you're strong. Smiles a little I admit it, you're strong. Even without chakra, you showed that you can overcome anything. Keep it up. Menma felt a warmth upon hearing that. After discovering that he couldn't use chakra, that half of Kyuubi would be taken from him, that he would be treated very badly, and that he would have to start training, he wanted someone to tell him that. Now he has fulfilled that dream and he rises with even more strength. Naruto smiles slightly at Menma, who smiles back. Menma assumed a fighting stance, followed by Naruto. Once in position, they launched themselves forward, resuming their fight. They exchanged punches and kicks, which were blocked. Menma attempted a somersault, trying to land a blow on Naruto's head, but Naruto grabbed his leg and slammed Menma to the ground. This caused Menma to groan in pain and he wrapped his legs around Naruto's arm. Naruto. What a great strategy Menma, not only have you become stronger, but you've also become more strategic. Naruto nodded with a small smile. Menma was proud of his progress and didn't intend to let Naruto down. Naruto began swinging his arm up and down, causing Menma to hit the ground. Even so, Menma didn't give up and persevered. Naruto. He is persistent. In a moment of inattention, Menma manages to land a punch on Naruto's face, momentarily distracting him. Menma takes advantage of this to break free and kick Naruto away. They stared directly at each other. Naruto. Serious last blow. Everyone paid attention when they heard that. Menma nodded, gathering all the strength he had left in one hand. He knew he couldn't win, but in the end, he proved he could be strong. With that, they both lunged, striking each other in the face simultaneously. Imagine that instead of Goku and Vegeta, it's Naruto and Menma. They both remained like that for a while until Menma fell backward to the ground. Iruka. Surprised the winner is Naruto War Dreamer. Everyone was fascinated by the fight between Menma and Naruto. On the other hand, Mito and Sasuke watched with great anger, since the useless ones had proven to be better than them, something they couldn't accept. Everyone was still surprised as Naruto shook Menma's hand. Naruto. Good job. Menma smiles slightly, takes Naruto's hand, and helps him to his feet. With that, they both leave the platform, making way for the final round. Ends fights. Final round. Shino vs Naruto equals Naruto. Shino's insects did nothing. Shino said nothing. He expected that. After the rounds, Iruka gives the verdict. Iruka. Well, this year's rookies are Mito Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto War Dreamer. They both approach to take a black ninja headband, while Naruto ignores the Uchiha fangirls, screaming that he cheated. Naruto. Annoyed stupid fangirls. Mito puts the headband on her forehead, while Naruto puts it on his arm. Mito. Arrogantly miles per hour, you were lucky, but you won't be as strong as me, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha. Naruto just ignored her, which made her angry. Mito also got angry when he saw Naruto's audacity. Before doing anything, Iruka speaks. Iruka. Very well, come tomorrow at 7 AM to receive your equipment, you may leave. With that, everyone returned to their homes. Minato and Kushina wanted to go get Naruto so he could stay at their house, but Naruto had disappeared. Menma, on the other hand, had vanished from the start with his headband and wouldn't reappear until the next day. That turns off the screen, making everyone stretch and relax. Saving the Forbidden Royo. Everyone was resting, wondering what would happen in the next chapter. Naruto was meditating, trying to calm down, as being constantly surrounded by everyone was stressing him out. Suddenly, the screen lit up. Saving the Forbidden Royo. That caught everyone's attention, while Mizuki became nervous, very nervous. It was night and Naruto was outside his hut. He had first gone to Ichiraku to eat some ramen. She might have known how to eat other kinds of food, but she adored the ramen those cooks made, and while she ate, she chatted with Tucci, Am, Hiruzen, and Anko, and also introduced Akumu. After that, she returned to her hut because she wanted to rest. Minato and Kushina now knew where Naruto would go when he arrived in Konoha. Naruto, on the other hand, saw this and knew what not to do so he wouldn't see Kushina and Minato. At this moment Naruto was looking at the stars when he felt a presence pass near the grounds of his hut. Naruto. Alright, it's time. Mizuki is stealing the forbidden scroll. I wouldn't do anything if it weren't for the fact that the scroll contains the Ito Tensei technique. Sigh, this is going to be a bit troublesome. Without further ado, Naruto started running towards the exit of his hut's grounds. That shocked everyone. Mizuki was a traitor. Mizuki saw this with hatred. His plans had been ruined because of the demon. In the forest. A silhouette could be seen leaping between the trees with something on its back. That someone was Mizuki with the forbidden Royo. Mizuki was frustrated because the demon had taken away the title from Uchiha-sama. Sasuke nodded, knowing the Rookie of the Year title was rightfully his. Naruto, on the other hand, simply rolled his eyes at Mizuki's thought. Mizuki was about to continue jumping when someone intercepted him. It was Iruka. Iruka. Mizuki, why are you doing this? Mizuki. For power, Iruka. I won't get the power I desire here, and only with Orochimaru-sama can I find it. Iruka. Gets into a fighting stance, not if I stop him. Mizuki. Evilly let's see what you can do. Mizuki confidently drops the scroll on the ground and lunges towards Iruka. Naruto knew immediately what his future self was going to do. From among the trees a shadow crawled, its wide eyes shining in the darkness, but strangely, it had a tail with a strange stinger. The shadow decides to approach a place near the Forbidden Grove. That caught everyone's attention, and they all felt a chill. On the other hand, Naruto, Hiruzen, Anko, Tucci, and Am smiled a little since they knew who it was, but the last two had to admit that it scared them a bit. In the fight, Iruka and Mizuki were seen fighting, but the traitorous ninja had the advantage over Iruka. Mizuki. Mockingly you've become weaker teaching those brats. Iruka takes a large shuriken from his back, now prepare to die. He was about to throw the shuriken when he dodged something. Looking at what he had dodged, he saw that it was a yellow liquid. The liquid had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Mizuki had to start spinning the shuriken to block more of the yellow liquid. The liquid stopped being launched, causing Mizuki to stop spinning the shuriken. Upon seeing the shuriken, she and Iruka were shocked to find it missing parts and lacking traces of the yellow liquid. That had shocked everyone. It seemed that the liquid was a type of corrosive substance. Mizuki throws away the remains of the shuriken to look into the darkness. Mizuki. Get out of there, coward. The silhouette emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing white and its tail illuminating a strange yellow light. Mizuki and Iruka realized the silhouette was near the forbidden scroll. Seeing this, Mizuki rushed toward the scroll, but the silhouette sprayed more of the yellow liquid, forcing Mizuki to dodge. The silhouette retracted its tail, closing in and revealing Naruto. Everyone saw it, some surprised to see that the owner of the tail was Naruto. Mizuki, on the other hand, watched with hatred. Mizuki. With hatred grr, damn demon. Naruto. Mockingly. Tell me something I don't know, you idiot. Mizuki just growled, glaring at Naruto. What she didn't know was that something was happening beneath her feet. Naruto. With some mockery, hello Mizuki-sensei. Mizuki throws his other shuriken at Naruto, who easily catches it with his fingers. This shocked both ninjas. Everyone in the room was stunned to see how easily Naruto stopped the giant shuriken with his fingers. Kyuubi saw this and analyzed the situation, thinking that Naruto was a better Jinchuriki than Mito. At that moment, Naruto's right eye changes to that of the Absolute Solver. Upon seeing Naruto's eye, many thought it was some kind of ninjutsu, but then they remembered the training and discovered that the symbol Naruto had in his eye was that of the Absolute Solver. Naruto levitates the shuriken using the solver symbol to begin spinning it using a new symbol of the Absolute Solver. Naruto throws the shuriken at Mizuki, who luckily dodges it. But both ninjas noticed that Naruto had thrown the shuriken with such force that it pierced several trees, splitting them in the process. This left both ninjas stunned, and they looked in awe at Naruto, who seemed unfazed. Everyone in the room turned pale. Naruto was on another level. Mito and Sasuke watched with anger and hatred, believing that power belonged to them. Kyuubi was considering transferring his power into Naruto to make him his Jinchuriki, but he would first have to fuse with his other half. Mizuki. Fearfully listen, we can make a deal. Naruto. Heh, a deal with a traitor. Not in your wildest dreams. Mizuki drew a kunai and lunged at Naruto. Naruto remained calm, dodging Mizuki's attack and sending him flying past. Naruto grabbed Mizuki's leg and slammed him to the ground. Mizuki began to get up when Naruto raised his hand, causing blue bones to pierce him. Mizuki saw that and felt nothing. Mizuki, seeing that, was filled with arrogance, realizing that those bones did nothing to his other self. Mizuki. Arrogantly ha, is this the best you've got? Mizuki tried to move but felt pain, a very intense pain. Mizuki. Og, what the heck? What is this? Naruto. I shouldn't but I will, these are blue bones, if you move you'll hurt yourself. Mizuki just growled at Naruto. Mizuki saw that and growled at Naruto, how much he hated the demon. Naruto takes ninja wire to begin tying up Mizuki. Once the traitorous ninja is bound, Noir heads towards the Forbidden Kingdom. Naruto. Alright, now let's just wait for the Anbu who are about to arrive. At that moment, the Anbu arrive along with Hiruzen and Minato. Everyone, except for his acquaintances, was surprised to see that Naruto was a censor. Naruto goes to Hiruzen and gives him the Forbidden Scroll. Naruto. Here is the Forbidden Scroll, which was stolen by the traitorous ninja named Mizuki. Hiruzen. Taking the scroll, thank you very much, Naruto. Naruto nods and jumps back. Hiruzen. Very well, Anbu, take the traitor and bring him to Ibiki. The Anbu nod to take Mizuki away. Seeing that his plans were about to fall apart, Mizuki lunged at Naruto, but was stopped by something. Turning around, he saw it was a skeletal hand with a light blue center and a light blue aura. The strange thing was that a light blue ribbon was coming out of the hand. Everyone saw Naruto with his hand outstretched. He was the one who had summoned it and was controlling the hand. Naruto. Serious, what do you want me to do, Gigi? Hiruzen. Keep it like this until we finish the chapter. Naruto nods to give the order to the hand to keep Mizuki tied up, who only looked at Naruto with hatred. Hiruzen and Minato approach Iruka, who was already standing. Minato. What happened, Iruka? But that, Iruka begins to explain what happened. Elsewhere. The portal opens in a forest. A silhouette emerges from that portal. The only thing that could be seen of that silhouette were its eyes, which were red. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone wondering whose eyes were those. But something told them it was someone strong. The teams. At that moment, everyone was seen eating and relaxing. Then the screen lit up. The teams. Everyone paid attention, knowing it would be a quiet affair. It was a new day and all the new shinobi of Konoha were beginning to arrive at the Ninja Academy, but something was happening inside the academy itself. Ninja Academy. All the aspiring ninjas could be seen entering the hall. In the last row sat Naruto, looking out the window. Worry was etched in Naruto's eyes. Naruto. Worried, last night when I got home after what happened with Mizuki, I felt that powerful energy. When they finish giving me the equipment, I'm going to investigate. That caught everyone's attention, but especially those with a hunger for power. Naruto, on the other hand, watched with interest. If that was the case, he should be careful. Just then, he felt someone watching him. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sasuke glaring at him with hatred for taking away the title that rightfully belonged to him. Naruto just sighed inwardly and continued staring out the window. In the room, Naruto also sighed inwardly. Just then, he sensed presences rushing into the classroom. Knowing who it was, he covered his ears. Everyone looked at him strangely, but then they realized why. Sakura and Ino had arrived, shouting about who had won and who would sit next to Sasuke. That's when they all understood why Naruto had done what they did, well they had to endure the intense pain caused by the girl's screams. Naruto smiled, amused, since he would do the same. On the other hand, the others grimaced. How they hated it when those two arrived shouting. After everything calmed down, Iruka arrived to start giving a speech, which Naruto completely ignored. He had heard that same speech for over 300,000 years straight and was fed up. Iruka looked slightly annoyed at Naruto, but said nothing since the screen had already explained why he was being ignored. Meanwhile, the other kids watched with a touch of pity. Enduring the same thing for over 300,000 years must have been torture for the Noir. Iruka. Very well, now the teams. Team 1. Civilians. Team 2. Civilians. Team 3. Civilians. Team 4. Civilians. Team 5. Civilians. Team 6. Civilians. Iruka. Team 7 will be something special since it's made up of 5 genin. Kiba. Angry, why does that team have to be 5 and the rest have to be 3? Iruka. If you have a problem with that, tell the Hokage. Kiba just remained silent. Iruka. Alright, Team 7 consists of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Menma, and Naruto Noir Dreamer. Their senseis are Kakashi Haddock and Kushina Uzumaki. Sakura. Did you see that, you pig? Love always wins. Iruka. Angrily silence. Sakura can only manage to remain silent. Naruto. Tired that Banshee being the same. Iruka. Team 8 consists of Shino Aburam, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga, their sensei is Kurama Yuhi. The men on the team said nothing, but Hinata felt somewhat annoyed. Ever since she left Menma for being useless and since Naruto returned, her gaze had been fixed on Naruto. For her, he was the most worthy of being with her. Naruto. Curious, why do I have this feeling I want to rip Hyuga's head off? Although I wouldn't mind. Naruto nodded at that thought. On the other hand, Hinata's father looked annoyed. Iruka. Team 9 in circulation. Team 10 consists of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Their sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Ino sighed in defeat, Shikamaru just blurted out troublesome, and Choji was just eating. Iruka. Well, I'm leaving, stay here until your respective senseis arrive. With that, Iruka leaves the classroom. 2 hours later. Several hours have passed and only Team 7 remained in the classroom, each doing different things. Menma was in his notebook doing something, Sasuke was thinking about his revenge, Sakura was gazing adoringly at Sasuke, Mito was desperate for the senseis to arrive, and Naruto was asleep. Everyone saw Naruto, who seemed to be just sleeping. Shikamaru. Looking at his former friend, if you want, we could watch the clouds and rest. Naruto. Serious, no, thanks. Shikamaru just sighed in defeat. Ever since it was discovered that Menma couldn't use chakra, he had regretted it a lot and tried to become friends with Naruto again. Mito. Annoyed, I'm fed up. How can they leave me waiting, the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha? You know what? Smiles maliciously, I'm going to play a trick on you. With that, he gets up and goes to the blackboard to pick up the eraser and head towards the door. Menma. I recommend you don't. Mito. Shut up, you useless idiot. With that, she places the eraser above the door. Mito steps back as the door opens, causing the eraser to fall on the victim. Mito just starts laughing loudly as Naruto wakes up to see the scene. Myth Uzumaki Namikaze. Upon hearing the scream, Mito stops laughing to see that the victim was Kushina who was dragging Kakashi. Upon seeing the woman, Mito becomes a little nervous but then reverts to her arrogant attitude. Mito. Arrogant ugh, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been late. Kushina. Annoyed I'm your mother. Mito. Arrogant and I'm the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha, so accept what I said or get lost. Everyone in the room was shocked to see Mito's extreme arrogance. That shocked everyone, but especially Kushina, who just slapped Mito. Kushina. Just come to the rooftop. Kushina and Kakashi retreat in a cloud of smoke, leaving everyone in silence. Naruto. That was to be expected. Mito merely touched her cheek with a ghostly pain to look at Kushina with hatred. At that moment, Mito regains consciousness and becomes angry. Myth. Angry how dare she hit me, her superior. Grrr, I'm going to show that stupid woman who I am. With that, she leaves, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, leaving Naruto and Menma behind. Menma. I knew Mito was arrogant, but that's going too far. Naruto. Raising an eyebrow, why are you saying that? Menma. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to talk to you for a bit. Naruto. I see we'd better hurry before those three get to the rooftop. Naruto simply grabs Menma by the shoulder and they both disappear in a shunshin of darkness. Many were surprised to see them both leave in an elemental shunshin, making the power-hungry want that technique for themselves. On the rooftop. Kakashi was reading an orange book while Kushina looked at her hand, still unable to believe what she had done. Kushina was the same, she still couldn't believe that her other self had done that. Suddenly, darkness appeared before them and Naruto and Menma emerged from it. They realized it was a shunshin of the Mighten element. Menma. That was weird. Naruto. You get used to it. With that, they both sat down while the two adults watched the children. 2 minutes later, the door opened, revealing Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura. Upon seeing the two girls, Mito and Sasuke were filled with hatred, seeing how some useless kids had arrived before them. Naruto and Menma just rolled their eyes in annoyance. The three of them decide to sit down with Mito and Sasuke, away from Menma and Naruto. Kakashi. Alright, now that you're all here, introduce yourselves. Sakura. How do we do that? Kakashi. Just say your names, likes, dislikes, and dreams. Sakura. Could you give us an example? Naruto. I hope this is over soon. I need to investigate that energy. Naruto nodded. If that energy was there back then, he should investigate it thoroughly. Kakashi. Bored well, my name is Kakashi Haddock. I don't want to say what I like, I don't want to say what I dislike either, and my dream I haven't thought about it. All the gen in Naruto. With a bead of sweat, he only told us his name. Naruto. Even in this timeline, he's still the same boring guy he always is. Kakashi just looked at Naruto with some annoyance. Kushina sighed. Kushina. Well, my name is Kushina Uzumaki, my likes are spending time with my family, my dislikes are a certain orange book. Kakashi puts away his book and my dream is for my family to be complete. She had said the last part sadly, looking at Naruto who ignored her. She didn't see Menma because she didn't consider him worthy of being in the Uzumaki clan, only Naruto and Mito, although she was reconsidering with the latter. Naruto just looked at Kushina with disappointment. Menma had ignored that. He no longer cared about the clan. He only wanted Naruto's approval and he had already obtained it. That was more than enough for him to be happy. Mito was annoyed to see Kushina reconsidering having her as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina. Okay, points at Sakura, you start. Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno, my likes are looks at Sasuke, my dislikes are Inapig, and my dream is looks at Sasuke. Kakashi. Kushina. Annoyed, great, a fangirl. Sakura got a little angry. Kakashi. Points at Sasuke, now you, emo. Sasuke. Gloomily, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have few likes, many dislikes, and my dream is to kill someone. Kushina. Great, an emo avenger, points at Mito, now you. Sasuke got angry. Mito. Arrogantly, my name is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. I like ramen. Looks at Naruto, I dislike those who don't know their place. Arrogantly, and I've already fulfilled my dream. To be the shinobi goddess. Kakashi. Great, a spoiled brat. Mito viewed that with hatred. Kushina could only feel embarrassed by Mito's attitude and wondered what she and Minato had done wrong. Kushina. Points at Menma with a disdainful look, now you. Menma. My name is Menma, I like training, I dislike a certain family, and my dream, well, I've already fulfilled it, and glances at Naruto, it was to be recognized by someone. Kushina didn't care. To her, Menma was just useless and only became a ninja because of Naruto. If he helped them get closer to Naruto, then they would take advantage of it. Menma. Don't even think I'll help you get close to Naruto. Minato. Serious, if you don't, I won't let you be a ninja. Menma. Serious, I don't care. Minato looked at that angrily. On the other hand, Naruto just gave Menma a thumbs up, making him smile slightly. Kakashi. Points at Naruto. Now you. Naruto. My name is Naruto Noir Dreamer. That makes Kushina sad. I like training that catches Menma and Kushina's attention. I dislike traitors, and my dream is something personal. Kushina. Okay, now I know how to approach my son. Naruto. Heh, even if you know that I won't come near you. Kushina just looked at him somewhat angrily. To her, Naruto was being rebellious. Kakashi. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow at 5 AM. Sakura. What for? Kakashi. To give you a test and see if you're worthy of being ninjas or not. Sakura. But we're already ninjas, we already graduated. Naruto. We only graduated with a theory, the test will be to see if we're capable of being ninjas. Kushina. Smiling what Naruto said. Naruto rolled his eyes, knowing Kushina's intentions in doing that. Kakashi. Well, if that's all, I'll see you tomorrow at training ground number 7. Oh, and I recommend you don't eat breakfast or you might throw up. With that, Kakashi and Kushina disappear in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Naruto gets up. Naruto. I'm leaving. With that, he leaps away to disappear from his team's sight. Training camp number 7. Naruto had arrived at the training field to look towards a certain place. Everyone wondered why Naruto was there, but he had an idea. Naruto starts walking deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, he encounters someone. It was Doll Last Chance. Naruto was shocked to see Doll, while the rest were curious. Naruto was shocked to see the worker drone. Naruto. It can't be. Both worker drone and semi-human looked at each other, one analytical and the other surprised. The screen goes black, leaving everyone in doubt, but Naruto is shocked to see a worker drone. Something tells him this worker drone is different and not just because of its clothing. Fighting crossover. Made in collaboration with. Everyone was resting, some lost in thought, others plotting to use Noir as a sperm receptacle, among other things. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Fighting crossover. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. He felt it was related to that title. Forest. Training camp number 7. Both Doll and Naruto would be surprised as they sensed such a high presence and a hidden power from each other. That had caught everyone's attention, while Naruto watched it with great interest. Naruto. So you're the one who gave off that powerful presence, huh, Doll? Minato. Looking at Naruto. Do you know her? Naruto didn't respond angrily to Minato because he was unaware that Naruto had lived through multiple timelines and that in one of them, he had met Doll. On the other hand, Naruto was analytical. He felt that it was Doll, but at the same time, he wasn't. Doll. Damn, what is this presence I feel in that boy? It's quite powerful, she would say in her thoughts. Are you good or bad? Be honest. Naruto. What a silly question. Tell me, what are you doing here and how did you enter this training forest? Doll. To be honest, I don't even know how I got here. All I can tell you is that my portal malfunctioned and for some strange reason, I ended up here by accident. Naruto. What portal are you talking about? Everyone remembered the portal from the previous chapter and deduced that it was that one. Meanwhile, Naruto had already planned to search for that portal in case Doll arrived in this underverse. Others shared Naruto's thoughts, but only to make Doll their weapon. Doll. Yes, I don't think I should have mentioned that, but well, I won't bother you anymore and I'll leave here, I have a world to visit, she said to open another portal. But at that moment he had to easily dodge a yellow liquid, causing the portal to close. When he turned around he would see Naruto with a murder drone tail. Everyone saw what Naruto would look like with a murder drone's tail and had to admit that he looked good, although some did so reluctantly. Doll. How come you have that tail of a murder drone? Only they can possess that tail, unless never mind, hey kid, just let me go. What do you want from me so badly? Just let me, he said, opening the portal again. Naruto wanted to know more about this doll, and to make sure she answered his questions, he blocked the doll's ability to create portals to other worlds and AUs with his soul magic chains and the absolute solver. That surprised everyone since they hadn't expected Naruto to do that. Naruto was still analyzing everything. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, but if he wanted answers, it was the only way. Doll. What, how did you do it? To hell with it, if you don't want me to beat you up, then let me go, but if you keep this up, I have no choice but to fight. But since you blocked my ability to create portals, I will also block one of your abilities, and what better than your absolute solver? He said, before blocking the absolute solver with his codes. Everyone was surprised, but Naruto dismissed it. Naruto was surprised, but he didn't care. Naruto. Show me your full power, you damn killer worker drone. That caught everyone's attention. What do you mean worker drone kills? At that moment, Geister and Chara appeared behind Doll, and since Chara is a ghost and the other cannot be seen, much less Doll, Naruto could neither see nor hear them. Naruto was surprised to see Geister and Chara, but he was also excited to see Chara. She was his idol. Geister? This kid is really stubborn and an idiot. Naruto had an eye twitch. Chara. Come on, Doll, show him what you're capable of, besides, he already has some pretty huge stats. LV. ATK. F. Everyone was surprised to see Doll's statistics. Naruto looked at Doll's stats and was surprised by the amount of stats he had, then showed his own. LVXXXXXXXXX. ATKXXXXXXXXX. FXXXXXXXXX. Everyone in the room was still surprised by Naruto's statistics. All. What, how does he have such a high level, attack and defense? It's impossible for him to get there so easily. I think I'll have to be more careful with this kid, she thought to herself. Look kid, I'm the good one. I could also see in your eyes that you have good intentions and you're not evil, so why do you want to fight me? What did I do to make you decide to attack me? Everyone had that same doubt, but Naruto already had an idea. Naruto. Nothing, but I want to further develop my hidden potential. No one in my world is strong enough for me to progress, and that's why I decided you will be my greatest opponent. I know you possess considerable power. I should even say that with that power you could easily destroy this planet. Naruto nodded, while the others were surprised and terrified to learn that Doll was as powerful as he was. Meanwhile, the power-hungry among them saw Doll as a piece of meat, eager to have her under their control. Sasuke and Mito clenched their fists in anger, knowing that Doll could give Naruto a fight and that he considered them weak. Doll. You know, even if you want that, I'm not interested in fighting with someone who has good intentions, and what hurts me the most is hurting someone good. Naruto. I know, but I want to do this so that when I complete my great hidden power to 100%, I will use it to protect others in the future. Doll. Wow, we both have that goal. I also want to become more, and that's why I go from world to world or AU, to exterminate and keep the experience, and also to protect each world or AU from villainy or an extreme threat. Okay, if that's what you want, I'll gladly give you the pleasure of fighting me. But are you sure about fighting here? It doesn't seem like a safe place to unleash our full potential. We could even hurt someone if we fought. Naruto understood and, although it pained him, he would have to use one of the extinct AUs, but he wondered which one his other self chose. Naruto would understand and then create a portal, which took them to a different place. A desolate place with no life, no vegetation, nothing, just rocks and destroyed buildings and rubble. Naruto. Welcome to what's left of Glitchtale. This impacted Naruto, Glitchtale, the AU he came from, whom he saw as a mother figure during one of his resets. On the other hand, Kushina felt some anger. She didn't know why, but seeing that AU had angered her. All. Very well, get ready. Because now. It's coming. The most epic fight anyone has ever done, he said, before showing you Geister and Chara appearing as a ghost and as a being that cannot be seen. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering and eager to know what the fight between Naruto and Doll would be like. Naruto vs. Doll Part 1. Made in collaboration with. Everyone watched intently as Naruto and Doll found themselves in the old Glitchtale, Naruto paying the most attention. Then the screen lit up. Naruto vs. Doll Part 1. That caught everyone's attention, but they were surprised to see that it was only Part 1. That meant it was going to get more interesting later. In Glitchtale you could see how the AU was destroyed, lifeless, without vegetation, without anything. It hurt Naruto to see Glitchtale like this, but he had to be strong. His friends from the Underverse wouldn't have wanted to see him give up, so he wouldn't give up. In one part of the ancient city, Doll, Last Chance and Naruto Noir, Dreamer stared at each other. They had both decided to fight to test their strength, and what better opponent than someone with immense power. For Doll, this would be an interesting experience, while for Naruto, it would serve him well in the future, strengthening his body and allowing him to withstand more of his power. That caught everyone's attention. Couldn't his body handle all his power? That was very curious, but the power-hungry thought of taking that power away from him and giving it to someone more prepared. Naruto. Ready, Doll. Doll. Nods ready. They locked eyes and lunged at each other. Their forearms collided, kicking up a cloud of dust. They separated and began exchanging punches and kicks, which were blocked by both of them. As they fought, Naruto sensed something: two presences. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. It seems that the future counterpart of Noir had already noticed the presence of Geister and Chara. Naruto separates himself, remaining somewhat distant from Doll. Naruto. Smiling, let's make this more fun, Doll. Naruto summons chains made of soul magic in two specific locations. The chains coil as if they were binding someone, only to reveal Chara and Geister bound together. Chara. But what? All was also impressed to see Geister and Chara bound with soul magic chains. Naruto. Much better, now we can fight without interruptions. Chara. Watch out, doll. All turned to look at Naruto only to be met with a fist. The fist struck Doll in the face, sending her flying several meters from her previous position. Everyone, except Naruto, was surprised and scared to see Naruto's strength. Naruto simply makes his murder drone wings appear and flies off towards Doll's new position. Upon seeing the wings, many thought they could also be used as weapons, which led many to want Naruto as their weapon. Elsewhere. A building was visible, but right on the first floor something crashed, leaving a large hole. Doll emerged from the hole, touching her cheek. Doll. In pain. Ouch, that hurt, she's very strong. Many winced in pain as they felt the phantom pain. Then he sees a shadow approaching. As the shadow falls, it reveals itself to be Naruto with the wings of a murder drone. Doll. Surprised, how did you get those wings? Naruto. Putting away the wings, let's just say that due to a curse, I reset so many times that in one of my timelines, I was a murder drone. Doll. I see, no wonder he has so much power. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Mito and Sasuke's. Naruto. Alright, let's start the fight, but first. Naruto makes enhanced seals. Naruto. Release oppression and gravity seals. With that, the seals are released, leaving Naruto with a lighter body. That left everyone speechless. Naruto always had gravity and suppression seals, which meant he hadn't yet shown his full power. Naruto. Alright, let's begin. All nodded, becoming serious and assuming a fighting stance. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXX. ATK. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Def. XXXXXXXXX. Susilos esse han liberato, ten caudado. All the skeleton. Level. HP. ATK. Def. She will not give any chances to miserable beings. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto and Doll's stats. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at them with curiosity but also paid attention to everything. All watched Naruto, beads of sweat dripping down her face. She wasn't sure if she could handle this new opponent and was nervous, but something told her not to get overconfident. They faced each other, ready to launch themselves into the fight. Upon hearing the song, everyone agreed that it was very good. Even Naruto was nodding his head to the rhythm. Naruto threw a punch, which Doll dodged. Doll then launched an attack, but Naruto dodged Doll's fist. Naruto spun around on the ground, trying to knock Doll down, but she jumped. Taking advantage of this, Naruto quickly got up and punched the worker drone in the stomach, causing her to spit out some oil. Doll also used the opportunity to grab Naruto's wrist, spin him around, and strike him on the head. Everyone was surprised to see the exchange of movements, but the Taijutsu users were watching it very closely. Naruto used the momentum from the blow to roll away from Doll, who falls to the ground. Naruto. That hurt. Then he realized what he thought. The blow hurt. Whenever he was hit by his enemies, he felt nothing. But this Doll made him feel pain. He wasn't a masochist or anything, but being able to feel pain filled him with a great joy. It meant he could still feel pain. Naruto was surprised but smiled. He could still feel pain, and that pleased him. Naruto smiled slightly as he stood up to see Doll, who was already standing. Doll. What if we raise the level? Naruto smiled, then became serious and summoned a Geister Blaster. Upon seeing this, Doll summons his own Geister Blaster. Both launched their attacks while vying for position to see who could gain more ground. Everyone was amazed by the Geister Blasters and fascinated by the fight. Mito and Sasuke, on the other hand, watched with anger, believing that power belonged to them. The force of the shot was so great that it caused an explosion that sent both opponents flying. They both got up to look at each other, somewhat shaken, but able to continue. Naruto summoned a giant knife and lunged at Doll. Upon seeing this, Doll summons his trident to launch himself in the same direction. Sparks flew back and forth, neither side giving an inch. Everyone was fascinated by the fight, but Kushina was worried about her son. While attacking, they also blocked, dodged, counterattacked, and/or received damage from the enemy. Naruto decided to start using his ninja skills by summoning several earth spikes, which Doll dodged. Doll. Damn, this is getting more complicated, but the good thing is that my stamina is increasing more and more. Naruto paid too much attention to that. Doll begins summoning and launching bones, which are countered by Naruto's. Naruto then begins using Inkuten Miiten and Shidoten attacks. Everyone was astonished to see how Naruto controlled ink, darkness, and shadows. The latter was what shocked the Nara clan the most. The council members already wanted to use Naruto as their semen carrier so they could have his offspring as weapons. This started to complicate the fight for Doll, as he had to dodge those elemental attacks, Naruto's slashes, and the occasional blow from Noir. Without a doubt, this opponent was a tough nut to crack. Naruto. Smiling amusedly, did you think I'd let myself be defeated so easily? The only good thing he got out of it was that his stamina increased. Then Naruto transformed his large knife into one of pure determination and slashed at Doll, who took the full force of the blow. Doll felt her life force drop considerably, as it wasn't just a cut. Literally, Doll felt her body being split and her life force plummeting. Everyone saw that, and many wanted to force Naruto to teach them how to create that knife. Upon sensing this, Doll jumped back a few meters while kneeling and touching her chest. Doll then made a button appear. Naruto was surprised to see that Doll possessed the item button, while the rest were curious to see the button. It was almost like the reset button. Upon touching it, a sweet appears for her to eat and regain life. That surprised everyone, many of whom wanted that button for themselves. Now alive again, he resumed fighting Naruto, who had transformed his knife back into a normal one, and they continued fighting. Sparks began to fly as their knives and tridents clashed. Both were determined to win. Although they both remembered it was just a training fight, that didn't stop them from having fun. Naruto nodded with a small smile. Meanwhile, Mido Guy, Rock Lee, and Menma were considering challenging Naruto to a friendly match. All decided to use his purple bones to throw them at Naruto. Naruto sensed that those bones were special, so he began to dodge them, although some managed to hit him. Naruto had also felt the same as his counterpart. Naruto saw that he was having difficulty, so he activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That surprised everyone, but Sasuke the most. Sasuke. Angry, how do you have my cleansed Jutsu, you damn dope. Naruto. Serious, I'm not obligated to say anything. Sasuke. Of course you're obligated to tell me. Naruto. Behind him, just shut up already. Naruto simply knocked Sasuke unconscious, leaving him on the ground as he sat down where he had been. Everyone was shocked. Not even the most experienced had ever seen Naruto move. With his jutsu now activated, he began dodging the bones, though several managed to hit him. Naruto didn't say so, but each time a bone struck him, he felt excruciating pain. It was as if that limb or that area were being pierced. Naruto took note of that. Then something surprised both Doll and Naruto. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. 999,999,999. ATK. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. F. XXXXXXXXXX. You managed to lower his HP, but be careful, he won't be overconfident anymore. For the first time since the reset, Naruto saw his HP drop. Everyone was shocked. Doll managed to lower Naruto's HP, while Naruto was surprised but also serious and making plans to avoid those bones at all costs, just in case he encountered Doll. But that didn't scare him. It only made him more serious. Doll had managed to lower his HP. He couldn't let his guard down anymore. Naruto began to concentrate until he reached his limit and passed through his kindness limiter, then entered a new form. Imagine it's Naruto. Many found Naruto's clothes funny, while Kushina looked at him with tenderness. All looked at that curiously, but was shocked to see how Naruto's stats had changed. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. XXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. ATK. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. F. XXXXXXXXXX. His kindness helped him live longer, now he will be harder to beat. Upon seeing Naruto's new stats, everyone was shocked. This appearance helped him recover and considerably increase his HP. Naruto returned to his base form so that his knife could change to a purple one. With that, he launched himself at Doll, who was dodging and countering using a purple bone. This time, Doll began to have an even harder time as Naruto was no longer overconfident and his attacks were becoming faster and more accurate. That made everyone make a mental note to try not to lower Naruto's HP too much with just one well-aimed hit. Doll managed to get far enough away from Naruto, but that was exactly what he wanted. Without a word, Naruto summoned normal and red bones, piercing Doll. Doll felt her life force draining away, so when the bones disappeared, she quickly decided to use the item button. Naruto knew immediately what his counterpart was going to do. Upon seeing that, Naruto transformed his knife into one of willpower. Naruto had seen before that doll's soul was full of determination, so he used the soul trait stronger than determination, willpower. That caught everyone's attention. Willpower was stronger than determination, and that made the power-hungry want to possess a soul of willpower. Doll was about to use the item button when Naruto appeared in front of her too. Slash. Naruto had destroyed the item button, and not only that, he had left Doll with a large wound. Doll was simply in shock. The screen goes black, leaving everyone in shock at what Naruto did. Naruto vs. Doll Part 2. Made in collaboration with. Everyone was silent after what they saw on the screen, while Naruto watched everything intently. Then the screen lit up. Naruto vs. Doll Part 2. Everyone paid too much attention to what was going to happen. In Glitchtale, a fight was taking place, the fight between Naruto Noir Dreamer and Doll Last Chance. But something had happened. At that moment, Doll was in shock at what she was seeing. The item button was broken in front of her, she had a large wound, and right in front of her was Naruto with his willpower knife. Everyone was confused by the song, but something told them it was going to get very interesting. The memories started coming back when he fought against Player, that being had controlled Chara and forced him to control Frisk. Doll began to back away, touching her wound. Naruto was surprised to see that information about Chara and Frisk, but when he saw Doll back away, he knew this was going to get interesting. Seeing that, Naruto thought he had gone too far, but he soon fell silent and stepped back as Doll's power began to rise considerably. Everyone felt Doll's increased power, causing the power-hungry to want her as a weapon, others wanted that power for themselves, a few were worried about Naruto, but only 4 people had confidence in him. Naruto saw Doll start to sprout wings and a tail, and also make a purple trident appear. He also saw how Doll's statistics changed. Doll the skeleton. Level. HP. ATK. F. He won't play with you anymore. Naruto's eyes snapped open, but he remained serious, anticipating what was to come. Meanwhile, the others were fearful of Doll's stat increase. Upon seeing more of Doll's new stats, Naruto was surprised, but snapped out of his shock when Doll attacked him with his purple trident. Naruto swiftly dodged, grateful that he still had the Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan activated. Kushina sighed in relief as she watched her son dodge the attack. Sasuke was furious because Naruto had the Sharingan. All. Serious, I'm not going to play anymore. Naruto became serious since he wasn't going to play either. Everyone paid close attention when they saw Naruto become serious. They locked eyes, and then Doll lunged at Naruto with her trident, but Naruto blocked the attack with his knife. The force of the impact was so great that Naruto was sent flying several meters. As he got back to his feet, Naruto dodged an attack from Doll and launched a determined slash, which was blocked by the drone. That surprised everyone, but it also thrilled them. But Geister and Chara. They were both still bound when they felt Doll's power increase. They looked at each other, nodded, and began to amplify their own powers as the chains started to break. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Something told him the fight would be a little more difficult. With Naruto and Doll. Naruto was having trouble as Doll had increased his power. Naruto used his murder drone tail to try and stab Doll, but something stopped him. It was a floating hand. Naruto was surprised to see a hand, and then that same hand used its tail to send him flying. Naruto was also surprised, but he put that aside to concentrate on the screen. Naruto recovers mid-air, landing on his feet to see Doll, who is now very close to him. Naruto quickly activates Kamui, causing Doll's trident to pass right through him, as if he were a ghost. That surprised everyone, while Sasuke and Mito watched with hatred, but for some reason Mito began to worry about Naruto. Naruto gets into a fighting stance to summon a sword of willpower. That caught everyone's attention, but especially those who wanted that power. Now wielding his sword and giant knife, he lunged at Doll, and the two began a battle where sparks flew from the clash of sword and knife against trident. Not only that, Naruto was forced to dodge Doll's attacks constantly. Naruto. This is getting complicated, alright, let's raise the level. Everyone paid attention when they heard Naruto's thoughts. Doll launches her floating hands when they are hit by something. Upon closer inspection, other floating hands appeared. These were coming from Naruto. Naruto got into a fighting stance as the 14 hands began to float around him. That shocked everyone, not because of the hands themselves, but because of the number of them. Doll also took a fighting stance, his 8 hands floating around him. Naruto knew he couldn't handle this form, so he concentrated hard enough to assume a new one. His Seraphim state. Many began to mock Naruto's new appearance, but. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. HP. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X F X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. He entered its Seraphim form, be careful. Upon seeing Naruto's stats in Seraphim mode, everyone was surprised and scared. In his new form, he takes a fighting stance to transform his giant knife into a sword of determination. Naruto and Doll looked into each other's eyes before launching themselves at each other, resuming their fight. Everyone saw Naruto. Menma. Can you turn the knife into a sword? Naruto nods without taking his eyes off the screen. Elsewhere. In the distance, a portal opened and a demon-like child emerged, carrying what appeared to be Chara. The child's name was Evil. Upon seeing Evil Naruto, he was shocked but denied it. He sensed the energies of X-Tail and knew that everyone in that AU was already dead. Both had appeared to watch the fight between Naruto and Doll from afar. Chara. Why are they fighting? Evil. Serious, I don't know, but I sense a great power emanating from both of them. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. In the fight, neither Naruto nor Doll would give an inch. Each fought using their swords or tridents, their hands trying to force the other to lose ground, only to be held back by the others. But there was something. Doll was slightly superior to Naruto, yet Naruto was too determined to let himself be defeated. That surprised everyone, while Naruto made a mental note to train even more. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness from War, the worker drone buried her trident in his abdomen, and, using immense force, Doll launched Naruto far away. Kushina. Worried Naruto. Naruto was thrown so far that he collided with Chara and Evil. When he got up, Naruto was a little surprised to see Chara, but he was shocked to see Evil. Naruto began to remember his friends from X-Tail before the war against X-Geister. That made everyone a little sad. It seems that it still haunts Naruto, while the aforementioned understood his other self. Naruto set that aside, gripping his swords tightly and launching himself into battle. Doll returned to the fight and both began slashing wildly, causing widespread destruction. Naruto transformed one of his floating hands into a hand of patience. Everyone who saw that hand remembered when Naruto used it here in Mizuki, now they will see how he uses it in combat. Once he had it, he began to generate several ropes which grabbed large pieces of rubble to throw them and try to damage Doll, who was covering himself with his own hands and trident. Many gave their approval upon seeing those movements. They met and began attacking each other, clashing swords against tridents and causing much destruction. They then laid down their weapons and began fighting hand to hand, dodging, blocking, deflecting, and absorbing each blow. The jutsu users were excited to see hand-to-hand combat. They both reached an old building and began to wreak havoc with their constant blows and attacks. Doll summoned his bones, prompting Naruto to do the same, resulting in a clash of bones against bones. Naruto decided to take advantage of the limited space and began to summon orange bones that started spinning around the room. All instantly understood what Naruto was doing. Many were confused about what those orange bones were doing. They both continued fighting, thrusting through the bones and avoiding standing still to prevent injury from the bones. Everyone was surprised to learn that if you stayed still, those bones would hurt you. Naruto used his two floating hands to generate a Rasengan. That surprised everyone, but especially the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Naruto knew the Rasengan even though they hadn't taught it to him. Naruto used the chakra sphere to appear behind Doll and strike the worker drone with the Rasengan. The impact of the chakra sphere was so powerful that it sent Doll flying, as the Rasengan had also been formed using soul magic. Many winced in pain, as they couldn't imagine what the impact of the Rasengan felt like, especially since it was also made of soul magic. Doll. She had fallen very close to Geister and Chara. Geister? Worried granddaughter, are you alright? Everyone was surprised to learn that Geister was Doll's grandfather. Then they all received flashbacks to Doll's life and understood. Doll. In pain, yes, ouch, it's a tough nut to crack. At that moment, Naruto fell very close to Doll, his arms crossed behind him, each holding a sword. One of determination and the other of willpower. Doll turned to look at him, surprised. Naruto. This ends now. With that, he makes two cuts, leaving Doll with a large X-shaped wound. Geister Chara. Worried and in shock Doll. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone with a mental image of what Naruto did. Naruto vs. Doll Part 3. Made in collaboration with. Everyone was staring at the screen while they ate, trying to calm their nerves. Then the screen lit up. Naruto vs. Doll Part 3. Everyone was paying close attention to see how the fight between the semi-human and the worker drone was unfolding. Doll, Geister, and Chara were in shock. Naruto had inflicted a severe wound on Doll. Doll's stats had dropped considerably due to the attack. Doll the skeleton. Level. HP. 999,999,999. ATK. F. He won't play with you anymore. Everyone was surprised to see that. Doll's stats were now dropping. Kushina felt a great sense of pride seeing how her son had managed to lower Doll's stats. Doll was shocked to see his stats. Then Geister and Chara broke free to attack Naruto, who barely managed to dodge their attacks. Kushina sighed in relief as she watched Naruto dodge the attack. Mito didn't know why she felt relieved to see Naruto dodge both opponents. Chara. Listen, kid, you surprised us, but it's time to go. Doll. No. Geister. But Doll. Doll. I still can. I won't stop. I can keep fighting. Naruto. Are you sure? I don't want to force you. Naruto nodded. He wasn't going to force anyone to fight. Doll. Determined, very confident. Naruto. Very well, show me what you've got, Doll the skeleton. Doll nods, then the pressure becomes much stronger. Everyone began to feel the pressure that was being generated by Doll. But Chara and Evil and Chara saw the fight and decided to leave. They shouldn't be there. But Naruto and Doll. Naruto saw how Doll's appearance had changed exponentially. Naruto saw that seriously, but decided not to be left behind and increased his power, ending up in a new form. Many were struck by Naruto's new form. They felt it commanded respect and unleashed too much power. In their new forms, they both saw each other and were no longer going to hold back. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. HP. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. ATK. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. F. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. Estado Shogun. All the skeleton. Level. Air. HP. Air. ATK. Air. F. Air. Everyone was stunned. Their stats were unreal. Those power-hungry wanted that power for themselves, or they wanted Naruto and Doll as weapons, even as sperm sacs and incubators. Many were even licking their lips at the thought of such immense power. Once both had transformed into their new forms, they launched themselves at the attack with all their might. As they fought, they both began to fly. Everyone was surprised to see them fly without wings. In the air, they both threw punches and kicks, which were dodged, deflected, or blocked by the other. Naruto moved far enough away to begin materializing several Rasengans around him, each representing one of the 11 primary elements. Naruto. Rasengan Bomber. Everyone who knew the Rasengan was shocked. Naruto had just created a technique using the Rasengan itself. Many power-hungry individuals wanted that technique for themselves. With that, he begins launching Rasengans, which Doll dodges and blocks using a bone. Seeing this, Naruto teleports behind Doll and, using a giant knife of determination, slashes him. Upon striking, Naruto is surprised to see that Doll's health hasn't decreased at all. Everyone was surprised to see that. Naruto watched with a calculating look, thinking about what to do and what not to do when he and Doll met in the future. Doll took advantage of this to strike Naruto, who fell directly to the ground. Doll descended slightly and, along with Chara, began throwing knives. Naruto summoned 2 giant knives of determination to begin blocking as many knives as he could. Many were concerned when they saw how Naruto was blocking Doll and Chara's knives as best he could. Geister moved his hand, beginning to unleash the hands of determination, courage, justice, and perseverance, which began to use their abilities against Naruto, who struggled to dodge the attacks and retaliate against Doll, who was no less formidable. Using the hands of courage and justice, Doll began firing and charging small wide orbs around Noir. Nobody knew what that ability was about except Naruto, who understood what his other self was going to do. Upon seeing this, Naruto summons a hand and then closes it as the shots hit and the pellets explode. Everyone was surprised by the explosions, but few were worried about Naruto. As the smoke cleared, Naruto was seen with one hand in front of him. It was the hand of protection. Everyone was surprised to see that protection was a trait, but many appreciated Naruto's quick reaction. Naruto makes his hand disappear and launches himself at Doll, who copies his actions along with Geister and Chara. They begin exchanging blows, but now Geister and Chara are attacking, making it a 3 versus 1 situation. But that doesn't matter to Naruto. He has faced several armies in his past lives. Even so, it's difficult because he's getting tired, as his mortal body can't handle much power. But he won't back down. He is determined to continue. Upon hearing the information about Naruto's fights, everyone was surprised. Naruto? Mockingly. Many believed he was arrogant, but there was the proof. Naruto had faced opponents stronger than them, and several at once. But that didn't stop him from being very excited. He was fighting against Chara Dreamer, his idol. Upon hearing that Chara was Naruto's idol, everyone turned to look at him, but he could only look away. Meanwhile, many felt hurt that Naruto didn't consider them his idol. Naruto moves far enough away to summon his determination knives and begin throwing them. Upon seeing this, Chara moves her hand, throwing her own knives which collide with Naruto's. Many were fascinated by the knife throwing, but especially Tenten, who was an expert in long-range attacks. Seeing this, Naruto summoned his swords of determination and willpower to attack Doll, who summoned her trident, thus beginning a new weapons battle. Naruto decided to extend her murder drone tail to start launching her nanobits at Doll, who dodged them. She knew that these nanobits were very dangerous to metals, and unfortunately, she was made of metal. Now everyone knew that the yellow liquid was nanobits and that they were very corrosive to metals. Now they knew not to use it against Naruto, not to use his tail. Taking advantage of this, Naruto kicked Doll, sending her to the ground. Geister and Chara began attacking Naruto, who dodged as best he could. He knew he couldn't hurt them, but that didn't mean he shouldn't dodge. That had caught everyone's attention. It seemed that Geister and Chara could cause problems for Naruto. They both managed to draw Naruto far enough away for Doll to return to Geister and Chara. Doll and Naruto stared at each other, breathing heavily. Naruto? What if we use our best abilities, Doll? Doll? Are you sure? Naruto? Absolutely sure. Show me your most powerful ability, Doll. Doll nods and begins to rise, followed by Geister and Chara. That caught everyone's attention, but they were paying too much attention. It was time to see Naruto and Doll's most powerful abilities. Many were making mental notes to avoid or try to recreate those abilities. Without thinking, Naruto climbed onto the rubble of the buildings. It was a good thing he did, because the ground began to crack, sending fragments flying into the air. Naruto watched intently, then saw a strange symbol descend from the sky. Unconsciously, Naruto charged soul magic of creativity into his hands. Everyone was surprised to see the symbol. Naruto, seeing how his other self unconsciously used creativity soul magic, realized it was a very powerful technique. With that, the symbol began to charge its power and started firing, causing Naruto to dodge the attack. Naruto watched as the attack disintegrated the building he was standing in. That left everyone speechless. That technique was a Z-Rankura Kinjutsu, forbidden techniques. Another attack was towards Naruto, who dodged it again, but this time he used his hands to retain some of the attack thanks to the soul magic of creativity. Naruto. With burning in his hands, damn, that was painful, now I understand why it's his most powerful ability. Kushina. If you know that's his most powerful technique, why did you do that? Naruto. Serious, I think I know why, so just keep watching. Kushina reluctantly did it. Naruto decided to keep dodging and save some of the attack with creativity soul magic, in addition to using the Hakai Hanagen and throwing the bones at the symbol, causing explosions. Now they understood why Naruto was putting his hands on the attack, but upon hearing the Hakai Hanagen, everyone was surprised to see how he turned bones into explosives, making many power-hungry individuals want that technique. At one point, Naruto recovered the Absolute Solver, causing the Noir to channel all the power he held in one hand of creativity. Everyone looked closely at the hand of creativity. Naruto activates his Absolute Solver to launch his Hakai Hanagen attacks, but this time the bones pierce through a symbol of Naruto's Absolute Solver. Many wondered why Naruto did that, but he already knew what was about to happen. While Naruto dodged the symbol's attack, he used the hand of creativity to store some of the attack while launching Hakai Hanagen attacks which pierced the elemental mode of the Absolute Solver, making the bones not only explosive but also charged with one of the 11 primary elements randomly. That surprised everyone, while many wanted those skills for themselves. Sasuke. Jealously, that power must be mine. Naruto began to worry as he was running out of high ground. He reached the last building, standing directly in front of the symbol. The symbol began charging its final attack, while Naruto summoned another hand of creativity. Naruto brought his two hands together, forming a cross, as the symbol finished charging its attack. Both the symbol and Naruto then launched their attacks, which collided with each other. Everyone watched in fascination as both branches of government commissioned the event. The symbol and the Noir began to exert much more force, and then, from the point of collision, a great explosion was caused that sent Naruto flying and destroyed everything in its path. Everyone was in shock. They had seen the power of the technique and categorized it as a kenjutsu. The symbol, upon seeing that, began to rise as it disappeared. After the dust settled, Doll fell back into his base form while Naruto arrived, also in his base form. But the screen turns off, leaving everyone with a mental note not to try to replicate that, even though many wanted that ability for themselves. Naruto vs Doll Part Final. Made in collaboration with. Everyone was calm and eating, as they were hungry. Many viewed Naruto, who was meditating, as a piece of meat. They wanted to turn him into a weapon. But they all agreed on one thing. They all thought the battle between Naruto and Doll was over. Just then, the screen lit up. Naruto vs Doll Part Final. Upon reading the title, everyone was shocked. There was still one more part, so everyone decided to pay attention. Doll and Naruto were seen kneeling, breathing heavily and looking into each other's eyes. Both had already returned to their base form and were tired. Doll. You know what? I wanted to use some human souls I have stored in my inventory, but I'm really tired. Naruto. Me too, smiles a little he, it's the first time after several resets that I've gotten tired, thank you Doll the skeleton. Doll. With a small smile no problem. Upon hearing the conversation, many wondered what human souls were, but upon learning that it was the first time Naruto had ever gotten tired, everyone was shocked. Naruto saw Doll. He had discovered that she was not the Doll he met in his old reset, where he embodied a murder drone named V. Nobody knew who V was, but something told them she was a woman, and if that was the case, many would take the opportunity to make fun of Naruto. Naruto. Wouldn't you like to know what it feels like to fight using the 7 human souls? Doll. I would, but I don't have enough strength to withstand that power. Naruto. Don't worry, I've got that sorted. He pulls out a storage roll from his back to get food. Many viewed the storage roll with curiosity because it had colors unlike the other storage rolls. Having the food in hand, he throws something to Doll, who catches it. They both begin to eat until they regain HP and energy. Seeing this, Doll takes the 7 human souls from his inventory. Everyone who didn't know watched the human souls with curiosity. Naruto saw that those souls possessed more power than they appeared to. Upon seeing them, Naruto felt that those souls were charged with more power, so he wasn't going to trust them. Doll absorbed the souls, then wings and a multicolored aura appeared around her as the worker drone's body changed colors. Seeing this, Naruto knew that his current mortal body couldn't withstand that power, but he filled himself with determination and began to concentrate all his power, causing his body to begin to crack until it exploded. From Naruto's old body, the same Naruto had emerged, but in a new form, his divine state. Everyone saw Naruto and Doll's new appearances and could feel that they exuded a lot of power, although many found Naruto's appearance amusing. Naruto Noir Dreamer. Level. HP. ATK. F. Doll the Skeleton. Level. Air. HP. Air. ATK. Air. F. Air. Upon seeing Naruto and Doll's stats, everyone was terrified. They seemed limitless. They even saw that in his divine state, Naruto possessed infinite power. Seeing this, many wanted to possess him as a weapon or as a mere semen sack. The Biju were astonished by what they witnessed, and Kyuubi M considered abandoning Mito, joining Naruto, and fusing with his other half. In their new forms, they both launched themselves at each other, creating a large crater and flying off in opposite directions. When they saw the crater, everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and then launched themselves at full speed again, generating shockwaves with each blow they made. They both knew they wouldn't last long in that state, one because she barely used it and the other because of his mortal body, but that didn't mean they weren't going to fight. Upon hearing that information, everyone made a mental note not to underestimate Naruto and Doll. On the other hand, all the power-hungry individuals viewed it with lust, thinking of stealing their power when they were weak. As they fought, they both remembered their friends. Doll remembered his friends and family from the underground, while Naruto remembered his deceased friends and the last 4 people he had left in this final reset. Everyone watched with curiosity, but Anko, Hiruzen, Tucci, and Am smiled, flattered. Minato and Kushina watched angrily. In their eyes, only they could be the most important people to Naruto. They both moved away so Doll could summon her trident, while Naruto decided to use his faithful companion Akumu. Akumu appeared and transformed into a scythe, which Naruto then took up. Everyone was surprised to see Akumu turn into a scythe, but something told them that Naruto with a scythe was serious. They were both floating, facing each other, when they lunged at one another, sparks flying from the clash of scythe and trident. They began to fight recklessly, causing widespread destruction across the globe. Upon seeing the destruction, many were stunned by the tremendous power of both, making the power-hungry even more eager to use them as weapons or to seize their power. At one point, they were both above the clouds, staring into each other's eyes. Doll began launching his purple bones while Naruto used his Rasengan bomber technique, causing the projectiles to collide with the bones and create small explosions. As the small clouds of smoke dissipated, they launched themselves at each other again, generating sparks from the constant clash of trident and scythe and dispersing the clouds. Naruto moved his hand, summoning a dragon made of clouds that struck Doll directly, sending him reeling backward. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto form a cloud dragon. They didn't even know what other elements Naruto could control. Naruto appears above her and slashes with his scythe, sending her crashing to the ground. Naruto falls hard and Doll gets up and they both look at each other. Naruto. I can't endure this form any longer because of my current body. Doll. Me neither. Naruto. Last blow. Doll. Nods last blow. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention. It was the final blow. Doll begins to charge all his strength into one of his hands, while Naruto generates a Rasengan with soul magic of determination. Upon hearing how Naruto formed the Rasengan, many wanted to know that technique, especially Sasuke and Mito who looked with envy at the tremendous power of the Noir. Both launched themselves at full speed to impact their techniques, generating a huge explosion. Upon seeing the explosion, many swallowed hard. They didn't want to be within range of that blast. 30 minutes later. Naruto was seen waking up in his base form. When he turned around, he saw the doll was waking up too. Naruto. My body hurts. Doll. Me too. They both start laughing, then stand up and look each other in the eyes. Naruto. Thank you. Doll. Why? Naruto. For the fight, for helping me strengthen my body, for not being like another doll I met. Everyone saw the scene and knew that this was truly the end. Doll gets a little sad. Doll. I have to leave, I don't belong here. Naruto. I know, but let me give you something. Doll was curious when Naruto gave her something. Doll looked at the object with great curiosity. Everyone looked at the object with great curiosity. Naruto. It looks like a simple radio, but it's a communicator. With this, you can contact me. Doll. Putting the communicator in her inventory. I see, thank you. They both look at each other to shake hands. Naruto. See you later, Doll the skeleton. Doll. Of course, Naruto Noir Dreamer. With that, they both create a portal and withdraw. Everyone sighed when they saw that the fight was over. What they didn't know was that the power residue had formed a crack. It was a singularity. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone confused but Naruto terrified. The fight had formed a singularity. The bell test. Everyone was eating snacks to calm their nerves after Naruto's fight. Naruto was making plans, figuring out what to do and what not to do if he ran into Doll. Then the screen lit up. The bell test. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention. Now the missions would begin after finishing that test. It was a new day in Konoha, the birds were singing and the flowers were blooming, but we will focus on another place. Many people liked the intro. Naruto's Choza. In that simple hut, Naruto could be seen lying on his straw bed, trying to recover from his fight against Doll. Naruto. Ugh, that fight was tough, that worker drone was a tough nut to crack, or in this case a tough nut. Many broke out in a sweat at the joke, but others let out a small laugh as they found it funny. Naruto decided to stop joking around and got up, cracking his bones. He created a clone to make breakfast while he went to take a bath. You must be pretty stupid not to eat breakfast when it was clearly advised not to, especially since the teachers were going to be very late. Mito Sasuke Sakura. What could she have meant? Time skip. Naruto was seen arriving at training ground number 7 with Menma. They had met along the way and decided to go together. After all, they were going to the same place. The Redeed had been very clever to wake up later and have breakfast, although Naruto saw him walking with an apple, but something is better than nothing. Naruto gave Menma a thumbs up and Menma smiled. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina were increasingly wondering if abandoning Menma had been a good idea. Then they both arrived at the meeting place. Upon arriving, they saw Mito sitting down, Sasuke plotting his revenge, and Sakura doing what a fangirl would do. Praising the Uchiha. Just then, the trio noticed the presence of Noir and Menma. Sakura. Angry you're late. Of course, all they both heard was a scream with the tone of a rusty horn. Upon hearing Sakura's scream from the screen, many covered their ears, while Sakura was annoyed to see that they said her voice was like that of a rusty horn. Thanks to his ability to manipulate hate magic, Naruto managed to heal his ears, but Menma suffered the most because when he was blind for a moment, his hearing became sharper and was like a radar, so the red-haired boy covered his ears with a grimace of pain. Menma was just like her counterpart. Mito. Mockingly, what's wrong? Do your ears hurt? Menma. Of course they hurt because that bitch Sakura screamed, in fact, her scream sounded like a rusty horn. Naruto. I can confirm. Sakura got angry when she heard that and glared angrily at Naruto and Menma. Sakura grew angry and tried to attack them, but they both dodged her with ease, not even making the slightest effort. After a few minutes, Sakura grew tired of it and glared at them angrily. Many Kunoichi said that if Sakura continued like this she would only end up dying, which scared Sakura. Menma went to the base of a tree to calm his ears, while Naruto was on a tree branch with his eyes closed. Time skip. Sasuke, Mito, and Sakura looked tired of waiting while Naruto meditated, and Menma was already calmer because of what he heard. Many raised an eyebrow when they saw Naruto meditating. To them it was absurd, but others understood. At that moment the senseis arrive, causing Menma to cover his ears. Sakura. You're late. And once again the cry of the rusty bugle was present. Many covered their ears and thought about ripping out Sakura's vocal cords. Kakashi. Smiling sorry for the delay, a black cat ran in front of me and I had to take the long way around. Menma Mito Sasuke Sakura. What a lame excuse. Naruto. That stupid excuse again. But the truth was, they were both trying to find Naruto's house, but they couldn't. For some reason, Naruto felt an urge to rip Kushina's soul out and Kakashi sent a barely perceptible chill through them. Naruto also had those urges, causing the same chill in Kushina and Kakashi. Kushina. Putting aside the shiver well, now let's do the test. Kushina and Kakashi take out some bells. Kakashi. They'll have to take these bells away from us. Naruto felt a drop of sweat form. He didn't even know why he had come since he knew perfectly well the test and its meaning. That shocked Kakashi and Kushina. Naruto was always one step ahead of everyone. Sakura. But sensei, there are only 4 bells. Kushina. Exactly, there are only 4 bells because only 4 will be able to pass. That scared everyone, but Naruto was normal. He already knew where this was going. In the room, the members who confirmed Team 7 had the same reactions. Kakashi. That's right, only 4 of you will be able to pass, and you only have until 4 p.m. At that moment, Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura's stomachs began to rumble. Since they didn't hear Naruto and Menma's stomachs rumble, everyone looked at them. Kushina. Half feigning anger, did you guys have breakfast? She wasn't angry with Naruto, she was angry with Menma because Kushina had planned to kick him off the team. Naruto looked at Kushina with disappointment. She felt pain, but she believed it was for the best for everyone. How wrong she was. Naruto. You guys recommended we not eat breakfast, you never said we shouldn't eat breakfast. Menma. Besides, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. They both nodded, but Kushina was annoyed to learn that the useless Menma had discovered the deception. Menma said nothing. That reaction was expected. Naruto glanced sideways at Menma. He knew the redeed was very different from his alternate timeline versions, so he was increasingly certain to give him a chance, but it would only be one. That surprised everyone, but especially Menma, who just smiled gratefully. Kakashi. Takes out a stopwatch. Well, the test starts now. With that, he starts the timer while everyone except Mito goes to hide. Many were confused when they saw that Mito wasn't hiding, but one person knew it could happen. Kushina. Aren't you going to hide? Mito. Arrogantly PFFT, of course not, I'm going to show them why I'm the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha, besides getting revenge for you daring to hit me in the face, I'm your superior. With that, Mito lashed out at Kushina, who watched with sadness and disappointment. Her daughter was very arrogant. Kushina was also disappointed by Mito's attitude. With Naruto. Noir was leaning against a tree watching the fight between Mito and Kushina, although it was more of a humiliation towards Mito. That annoyed Mito. Naruto was waiting. He had sent clones after Sasuke, Sakura, and Menma some time ago, and now he was waiting. Suddenly, memories of the clones flooded back to him. Naruto. So only Menma accepted. This alternate timeline is very interesting. Naruto nodded, agreeing that it was true. That alternate timeline was interesting. With that, he stays in his position until Menma arrives. Menma. I'm here. Naruto nodded to sit down and start a plan. They both knew that the goal of this test was teamwork. That impacted the rest of the future members of Team 7. The test was teamwork. Time skip. Kushina and Kakashi were standing still. They had previously defeated Mito, who was tied up, and then gone after Sasuke and Sakura, who were also defeated, although Sasuke put up more of a fight and Sakura was easily defeated. The 3 mentioned were in shock upon learning that they had been defeated. Kakashi was curiously reading a book he had found that morning, called Adventure in a Digital Circus. He was reading it because it was for children, but something told him it was also for adults, and he was right. Naruto. Surprised that's my book. That shocked everyone, Adventure in the Digital Circus was from Naruto. Kushina was somewhat uneasy. Since the start of the test, she hadn't found Naruto. To her, he was her son, and Menma was just an outcast. Then Menma appeared, making Kushina angry. She wanted Naruto to appear, not Menma. Naruto and Menma rolled their eyes as they sighed. They were getting tired of it. Kushina. Angry, what are you doing here, Menma? Menma says nothing and charges at the senseis with kunai in hand. Kushina draws her sword. At this moment, if she manages to kill him, it will be better for everyone. Menma was shocked. She never thought Kushina had those thoughts. Naruto. Well, I'll just say that I'm very disappointed in Kushina. Kushina felt a great pain in her chest when she heard Naruto say those words. But that, Kushina lunged at Menma with murderous intent. Kakashi witnessed this and dodged an attack. Upon seeing the attacker, he was shocked to discover it was Menma. Everything then made sense. The Menma Kushina was fighting was Naruto. That shocked everyone, but especially Kushina, who felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her as she had bad thoughts about her son. Kakashi had to put the book away to dodge a slash from Menma who was using a Chokin. Kakashi takes out a kunai to start fighting Menma. That surprised everyone. Menma knew how to use the Chokin. On the other hand, Menma knew the weapon belonged to Naruto since he wasn't one to carry large weapons openly. With Kushina and Menma. Menma was dodging, blocking and attacking Kushina's attacks as she tried to kill him. To her, Menma was useless and should never have been born. Menma felt a slight pain in his chest when he heard what Kushina was thinking, but he didn't care anymore. He would become stronger on his own. Menma had a calculating look on his face as he stopped and let Kushina stab him in the shoulder. Kushina smiled as a cloud of smoke enveloped Menma, revealing that it had been Naruto all along. Seeing this, Kushina was filled with horror at the thought of what had harmed her son. Kushina was filled with terror at the sight. She didn't want to hurt Naruto, but it seems that in the end she always ends up hurting him. Naruto. Ugh, I knew you hated me a lot, but to hate Menma who didn't ask for what he has. Ugh, you disappoint me. The last thing had hurt Kushina a lot. She had disappointed her son. Kushina was devastated. Just one chapter was enough and she had already disappointed Naruto too much. Naruto simply draws his sword to move his hand backward. Naruto. Wind release. Great gale. With that, he moves his hand forward to throw Kushina away and rush into the fight between Menma and Kakashi. Nobody said anything, but Minato was trying to calm Kushina, who looked like a zombie. With Menma and Kakashi. Menma was having trouble. They had already switched from Bukijutsu to Taijutsu. Kakashi was trying to strike Menma, who was dodging as best he could, but just as Kakashi was about to hit Menma, Naruto blocked the blow. Taking advantage of this, Menma punched Kakashi in the stomach, who stumbled back slightly so Naruto could sweep him off his feet, but Menma seized the opportunity and snatched the bells from Kakashi. At that moment, the timer beeped, signaling that time was up. Everyone was surprised by the good synchronization of Naruto and Menma as they bumped fists. Naruto would definitely give Menma a chance. Time skip. After several minutes, the five were seen gathered in front of the senseis. Kakashi. None of them got a bell. Menma. Actually. With that, Naruto and Menma show off the bells. Kushina. Surprised, when did that happen? Naruto. The moment you were distracted and I went to help Menma, I took the chains. Menma. And in Kakashi-sensei's case, it was when Naruto swept him off his feet and that's when I took the opportunity to steal the bells. That surprised everyone, but Mito smiled arrogantly. Mito. But they failed because the senseis said we had to do it alone. Naruto. Kid, they never said that, besides, the goal of this test is teamwork. That shocked everyone. The three genin, except for Menma and Naruto, remembered when Naruto told them to team up and they refused. Nobody said anything, but the trio felt great embarrassment at seeing that. On the other hand, Kakashi and Kushina were surprised, but Kushina was nervous since both had discovered the objective, while she only wanted to reprimand Menma. Kakashi. Okay, so what will you do now? Both leave the bells in front of Sakura, Sasuke, and Mito. Menma. In my case, I know they won't let me be a genin, so I'm out. Naruto. I could, but I don't feel like it. Besides, I knew they'd do to Menma what he said, so I'd better save myself the trouble and leave. That surprised everyone, but Menma felt a warmth since Naruto was on his side, although he was confused when he felt his cheeks burn a little. That shocked everyone, but especially Kushina. Her plan was going down the drain, and only because they had discovered it. Kushina. Desperate, you're right. The real objective of the test was teamwork, you figured it out, and even knowing what would happen you didn't abandon your teammates, so everyone passes. The boys, except for Naruto, celebrated, but then Mito and Sasuke realized something. They wouldn't have achieved this if it weren't for Naruto and Menma. This clearly angered them both. Naruto and Menma just rolled their eyes and sighed in annoyance. Kakashi. Well, remember this, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, you may leave. With that, everyone left to begin their missions the next day, although Naruto had some ideas about what missions they would do. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone with the thought that Kushina was a very corrupt woman, although they already expected it. After all, it was Menma. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 1. Everyone was sitting, relaxing after what had just happened, but Kushina was especially shaken by what her other self had done. Then the screen lit up. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially Naruto, since that meant he could save 2 people. It was a new day in Konoha, and at this moment a mission was being carried out, the mission to capture Tora the cat, the terror of the genin. Upon hearing that, many elders offered their condolences to Team 7, while everyone except Naruto felt a chill run down the spines of those mentioned. Then Tora's mission. The entire Team 7 was seen carrying out the mission, but something was strange, Tora was fighting with ninjutsu. Yep, Tora the cat had learned to use ninjutsu. Upon learning that Tora now knew ninjutsu, many experienced individuals viewed this with terror. Mito. Wounded and glaring at Tora, how did this stupid cat learn ninjutsu? Kushina. Wounded, I don't know, Tora didn't even use ninjutsu before. On the other hand, Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura were seen equally injured, while Menma only had a few scratches and Naruto was as if nothing had happened. Seeing how Team 7 had ended up, many felt sorry for them, but they were surprised to see that Menma didn't have many injuries and Naruto was as if nothing had happened. Tora. Meow meow yay, foam. Equals translation. For some reason everyone, except Naruto and Menma, got angry. Upon hearing Tora call them all bucking faggots, the future Team 7, Menma, Naruto and Menma became angry. With hatred, that damn cat, when I get here I'm going to kill it. Naruto looked at it seriously, but in his mind he was laughing because he had taught Tora ninjutsu just for fun. Flashback. Naruto and Tora were seen in a field with a human training the cat. The Noir was grateful for having created the Dobutin and thus being able to understand animals. End of flashback. Upon learning this and seeing the memory, all the experienced ones saw Naruto. Experienced. In terror. Why? Naruto. Unfazed for fun, like my other self said. All the experienced ones saw Naruto as if he were a monster for teaching ninjutsu to the terror of the genin. Naruto just gave a small, amused smile as Mito lunged forward, catching Tora and causing the cat to start scratching her face. Mito began to whine, then looked at Menma and smiled wickedly. Throwing Tora at Menma, catch him. Mito expected Menma to end up like her, but she was shocked to see Menma gently pick up Tora and begin stroking his ear. Everyone except Naruto was stunned to see Tora so calm. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was equally shocked to see how calmly the genin terror was interacting with Menma. Experienced. Shouting. Naruto. With a neutral face, well, we have Tora now, let's go finish the mission. Everyone nodded to leave, even though 5 of the team members were badly injured. Menma and Naruto bumped fists, while those who were injured either surrendered or watched with anger-hatred. Tori Hokage. At the Hokage Tower, everyone was watching in disbelief as Tora the cat was as if nothing was wrong in Menma's arms and sometimes in Naruto's arms. The experienced ones. In shock, how is that demon cat so calm with those two? Naruto and Menma. Mockingly jealous. The experienced ones said nothing, they were still in shock at seeing the terror of the genin calm with Naruto and Menma. With that, Tora's owner appeared and smothered him in a hug. Seeing this, Menma and Naruto decided to intervene and explain how to make sure Tora never left again. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shigini put their advice into practice, seeing that it was true. Mrs. Shigini left, but not before thanking them and asking for a bonus for Naruto and Menma for their help, which, of course, annoyed Mito and Sasuke. This also annoyed Mito and Sasuke, while Menma and Naruto smiled at what their other selves had done. Minato. Well, we have missions like babysitting, painting walls. Mito. No. I don't want those kinds of missions. I want a mission befitting my level as a shinobi goddess. Upon hearing Mito speak arrogantly, both Minato and Kushina felt disappointed. Upon learning that Minato and Kushina were disappointed in her, Mito became angry as she believed they should be proud to train the shinobi goddess and princess of Konoha. Kakashi. Do you know something, sensei? I think she's right. They'll need experience on the battlefield. Minato. I suppose you're right, Kakashi. Upon hearing that, Mito and Sasuke smiled arrogantly, while Sakura was undecided and Menma and Naruto remained calm. Minato. How come you're all so calm? Menma. Because it was about time we had a real mission. Naruto. And because I already experienced it in the old resets. Nobody said anything in response to both of their answers. Minato. Well, let the customer in. As he said that, an Anbu emerged and after a few minutes, an old man with a strong scent of alcohol appeared next to a bottle of the liquid. It was Tazuna. Upon seeing Tazuna, Naruto knew immediately it was time to begin the Nami no Kuni mission. Naruto. Serious, alright, now the Nami no Kuni mission begins. I'll try to save Haku and Zabuza. They don't deserve to die because they're good people. I just hope things don't get too complicated in this reset. Upon hearing Naruto's thoughts, everyone looked at him, while Naruto remained serious and hopeful that it would be achieved. Tazuna. Are these really the ninjas who are going to protect me? That girl looks like a spoiled tomato, that boy looks like an emo with a duck butt, I don't know if that banshee board is a boy or a girl, and the other two do look like ninjas. That clearly annoyed Sasuke, Mito, and Sakura, while Naruto and Menma were normal. The comment had also angered Sasuke, Mito, and Sakura. Kakashi. Don't worry, Mr. Tazuna, you'll also be protected by two Jonin. Tazuna. I hope so. I want to get home in one piece. Kushina. Well, go get ready and I'll see you at the entrance in 1 hour. Everyone nodded as Menma vanished quickly and Naruto transformed into an elemental lightning Shunshin. This surprised everyone. Tazuna. I was right, those two do look like ninjas. Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura leave, angry at being humiliated by two useless people. Naruto and Menma sighed in annoyance as they rolled their eyes. 1 hour later. All the genin were seen with Tazuna at the entrance when they saw Kakashi and Kushina arrive. Kakashi. Waving yo. Sakura. You're finally early, sensei. Kushina. Yes, now I want you to show your equipment. With that, all the genin, except Naruto, show their backpacks. Kushina. And your equipment. Naruto only showed the back of his hip so everyone could see a roll. Upon understanding what Naruto did, many experienced people were speechless, but then they remembered that Naruto was a master of Kenjutsu, so they associated it with that. Myth. Arrogant, that's just a stupid load of crap. Upon hearing that, many Kin masters, especially Kushina, glared angrily at Mito, who felt a little nervous but did not show it. Kushina. Annoyed, it's not a stupid roll, Mito, it's a storage roll. Kakashi. Smiling, that's right, very clever of you, Naruto. That way you reduce your luggage and nothing limits you. Mito growled as she glared at Naruto with hatred. Naruto didn't even flinch at what happened on the screen. After checking everyone else's luggage, where they all saw that Menma was better prepared, which annoyed Kushina, they all set off to begin the mission. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering if Naruto will achieve what he wanted. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 2. Everyone was in the living room eating, relaxing, or planning their next moves to try and gain control of the Noir Dreamer. Speaking of him, the boy was chatting with Menma. The Noir had decided to give the Uzumaki one last chance, and of course, Menma wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by, at least he was going to try to befriend Naruto. Just then, the screen lit up. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 2. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention. Suddenly, lights appeared. It was Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami. The three were confused until a flash of light passed over their heads, explaining what they were doing there and what they had seen. The three nodded and sat down, but Inari was looking at Naruto and Menma. The boy thought he could understand them. Team 7 and Tazuna were seen walking towards Nami no Kuni. Mito was observing everything as if nothing were amiss, Sasuke was contemplating his revenge, Sakura was captivated by Sasuke, Tazuna was drinking, and the Jonin, along with Naruto and Menma, were keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Everyone saw that it was nothing out of the ordinary, but several experienced people gave Naruto and Menma the thumbs up for looking around, well, only Menma since Naruto already knew about that. They would continue like this if it weren't for Kakashi, Kushina, Naruto and Menma noticing something. A puddle of water. Menma. A puddle of water when it hasn't rained for days is a trap. Naruto. Bored, why am I not surprised? They crossed to the other side of the puddle when the demon brothers appeared and killed Kushina and Kakashi using their chains. Some said nothing, but others were frightened to see Kushina and Kakashi die. Tazuna became nervous, as did Tsunami and Inari. Upon seeing this, Mito, Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna were terrified, while Naruto remained normal and Menma was somewhat nervous. Mito. Calmly, it's clear Menma is nervous, but it looks like he'll fight even with that. Kurenai. But it's also clear Naruto is calm, maybe because of the resets. Gozu. Maliciously, well, look what we have here, just a few brats and the old man. Maizu. Maliciously, let's finish them off. With that, Gozu and Maizu throw their chains towards the group. Tazuna felt that he was going to die, but he also felt that he wouldn't. Upon seeing that, Naruto takes out his Chocotin to repel a chain, while Menma does the same with a kunai. Tazuna and his family were relieved as Inari watched the duo. Maybe it wasn't so bad to trust some ninjas. Naruto glanced sideways at Menma, who did the same, nodding in agreement. Naruto gave Menma the Chocotin as Menma headed towards the demon brothers. Seeing this, Naruto pulled a strange object from his travel scroll. It was Crescent Rose in its compact mode. That piqued everyone's curiosity, but Tenten looked at Crescent Rose with even more curiosity. Something told her it wasn't just an ordinary object. Naruto, nostalgically it's been a while since I used you Crescent Rose. Just then, Naruto heard a small growl coming from his tie. Naruto. Relax Akumu, don't be jealous. Crescent Rose may be one of my favorite weapons, but you're my partner, don't forget that. Many found the conversation strange, but others felt a touch of tenderness when they saw that Akumu was jealous. Without further ado, Naruto transforms Crescent Rose into its rifle mode. With that, Naruto aims at Mizu and then fires. Upon seeing Crescent Rose's rifle mode, many were curious, but when they saw it fire, they were astonished until they remembered one of Naruto's mastered arts, Jikijutsu, or firearm techniques. Now they were witnessing that art in action. The greedy wanted Crescent Rose for their own purposes, while Sasuke and Mito felt jealous seeing Naruto with Crescent Rose, as they too desired that weapon. Everyone saw something hit Mizu, leaving him in pain. Naruto. Serious, dusts are only deadly against Grim, but if used correctly they can knock people out of combat. That caught everyone's attention, except Naruto's, as they wondered what a dust and a Grim were. Mizu stood up to see Naruto with Crescent Rose. Mizu. Angry you damn brat. With that, he launched himself towards Naruto, who changed Crescent Rose into its sword mode. That surprised everyone and fascinated Tenten. Without hesitation, Naruto charged at Mizu, beginning a sword fight. As they battled, Naruto glanced at Menma, who was having some trouble since Gozu was more experienced, but he seemed capable of handling the situation. Naruto continued his fight against Mizu. Everyone saw that what Menma said was true. For some reason, Menma felt that by not helping him, Naruto was telling him that he trusted him. On Menma. The boy had a tough time because it was obvious that Gozu was more experienced, but Menma compensated for his lack of experience with his calculating mind. He knew perfectly well that it wasn't all about power, it was also about being intelligent and knowing how to use everything to his advantage. Naruto. What you lack in strength you make up for with intelligence, smiles a little. Well done Menma. Menma felt good hearing that, and she didn't know why she felt a slight burning sensation in her cheeks. Mito saw this and didn't know why she was jealous, but she dismissed it. Gozu. Miles per hour, you're a good kid, but not good enough. Gozu began launching more attacks, making it increasingly difficult for Menma. Gozu was about to deliver a fatal blow to Menma when the Nukenin was struck by his partner. Menma witnessed this as Naruto positioned himself beside him. Naruto. With a small smile. Not bad, Menma. Menma smiled back. Naruto nodded, while Menma seemed happy. Kushina and Minato saw this and thought they could use Menma to get closer to Naruto. How naive they were. Then they saw the demon brothers rise and lunge at Menma and Naruto. They would have succeeded if Naruto hadn't quickly switched Crescent Rose to rifle mode and fired 2 dust blasts at the attackers, hitting them square in the face and knocking them unconscious. Izuna calmed down upon seeing those Nukenin out of action, while Tsunami looked gratefully at Naruto and Menma. Naruto. Serious, come out already. This confused everyone when they saw Kakashi and Kushina emerge from the bushes. That shocked both the non-ninjas and the genin, both of whom were always alive. Kakashi. Before you criticize us, there was a reason. Most likely, we wanted to see the abilities of our genin, and if we saw that things were getting complicated, we were going to act. They all nodded, but they were still somewhat annoyed. Kakashi. Well done, Naruto and Menma. Kushina. With a forced smile. Yes, well done, damn Menma. Why don't you just die already? Upon hearing Kushina's thoughts, many mothers glared at her, while Tsunami felt like punching the tomato-headed girl in the face. Naruto sighed and shook his head in disappointment, making Kushina sad. At that moment, Kakashi heads towards Mito, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi. Serious as for you, we are very disappointed. You had to attack and protect Mr. Tazuna. In this world, it's kill or be killed. That embarrassed all 3 of them. That also embarrassed those named, but Naruto couldn't help but remember Flowey. That flower had said those same words to him in one of his previous resets. At that moment, Menma returns the chocolate to Naruto. Menma. Here, I'll give it back. Naruto. Looking at the chocolate. You know what? Keep it. That surprised everyone, but especially Menma. The same reactions occurred in the room. Menma. Surprised what? But why? Naruto. You've proven to be someone I can trust, and I see you're very good with the chocolate, so I'm giving you my own chocolate. Take good care of it. Smiles a little brother. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's words, but Menma shed a small tear when he heard Naruto call him little brother after so many years. Everyone in the room fell silent at what they saw. Naruto saw Menma. Naruto. Don't disappoint me. Smiles a little brother. Menma shed a few tears, then smiled gratefully. Naruto had his smile to get serious and return Crescent Rose to its compact mode to put it on his back. Naruto. Serious, alright, let's continue. Kakashi. Wait, the demon brothers were here, we need to know why. With that, Kakashi asks Tazuna the truth about the mission. Tazuna sighed. He knew the truth would come out sooner or later. Everyone in the room understood Tazuna somewhat, but this was now a B-rank mission, almost A rank, and only Kushina, Kakashi, and Naruto had enough experience to complete it. Kushina. Serious, this is serious, this mission is rank B, almost rank A, you are not ready yet, we will return to Konoha. She and Kakashi started walking with the genin, excluding Naruto and Menma. Some experienced people understood, but Tazuna's family felt their hope slipping away, but when they saw Naruto and Menma still there, they were surprised. Upon noticing this, both genin turned to look at the boys. Kakashi. What's wrong with you? We have to get back to Konoha. You won't be able to handle this mission. Naruto. Serious PFFT, I don't give a damn. I won't let a village suffer because of some damn tycoon, so I'll continue. Menma. Serious, I'm with him. I won't let anything happen to those innocent people. Kakashi. Serious, we're serious. You're not ready. Naruto. Menma. I don't give a damn. That left the entire Team 7 speechless. That silenced everyone in the room, while Tazuna's family looked at them with hope, while Inari thought that not all ninjas were the same and also knew that they had suffered more than he had. Tazuna. Thank you so much, kids. I don't know how to thank you. Naruto. Only by doing one thing. Tazuna. Anything. Menma. Finish the bridge and save your village. Tazuna was surprised by Menma's words, while Naruto nodded in agreement with what the Retit had said. But also surprised Tazuna's family. He was only asking them to finish the bridge. That made them smile, knowing that neither of them wanted anything, they just wanted to save the village. The rest of Team 7 watched it just so the genin could look at each other and sigh. Kushina. Resigned. Okay, let's continue. Without further ado, Team 7 and Tazuna resumed their journey to Nami no Kuni. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next, while Tazuna and Tsunami thanked Naruto and Menma profusely, who were somewhat nervous and uncomfortable with the acknowledgements. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 3. Everyone was resting after what had happened in the previous chapter. Some had even gotten up to stretch, including Naruto. Then the screen lit up. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 3. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention, but then they saw Zabuza Mamachi and an Anbu appear. Many assumed a fighting stance upon seeing Zabuza, but were quickly returned to their seats. Zabuza and the Anbu received all the information and went to sit down, while Zabuza glanced sideways at Naruto as he obtained the information. Team 7 and Tazuna were seen walking through the forest. They arrived at a lake and met a boatman. Boatman. Happy. Tazuna, hello friend. Tazuna. Hello friend, we want you to take us to the other side. The ferryman nodded for Tazuna and all the shinobi to board the boat. As they crossed the lake, the shinobi saw a large, unfinished bridge. All the genin, except Naruto, were amazed by the bridge, while some cursed that Team 7 had a good mission. While the shinobi admired the bridge, Naruto took some rare crystals out of his travel scroll. These were dust crystals that he uses to be able to fire using his crescent rows in rifle mode. Upon seeing the dust, the power-hungry wanted them for themselves, although others saw them as jewels. Seeing that no one was watching, Naruto put the crystals in his pants. But there was something Naruto didn't notice. The dust crystals he had stored were enhanced and could be used to kill living beings in addition to the Grim. That left everyone silent while Naruto slapped his head. Naruto. Indifferent, well, it might do. Everyone saw him with a drop of sweat on their brow, but they said nothing. With that, they continued sailing until they reached the other side of the lake. The shinobi and Tazuna got out of the boat and then the boatman left as the shinobi and Tazuna set off to continue their mission. The group was walking while some of them kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Naruto. Haku's rabbit should appear now. Upon hearing Naruto's thought, everyone paid attention, while the Anbu was slightly surprised. And sure enough, when a noise was heard from one of the bushes, Mito threw a kunai at it. Upon checking, they all saw a white rabbit trembling with fear. Myth. Annoyed, he's just a stupid rabbit, but oh well, smiles evilly, at least we have food. Naruto frowned. He knew that rabbit and the thought of Mito bothered him. Upon seeing what Mito had done, the Anbu let out a small squeal, but upon hearing what Mito said, both the Anbu and Naruto became annoyed. Kakashi. Suspiciously, a white rabbit when it's not winter. At that moment, Menma's ear moved, detecting a noise. When Menma's ear twitched, most people were surprised, as it meant he had detected a sound. Kushina and Minato were particularly amazed at Menma's highly developed hearing. Menma. Everyone on the ground. Upon hearing that cry, many obeyed, but others had to be thrown to the ground. When they looked up, they saw a large sword embedded in a tree. And Kubikurum. Upon seeing Kubikurum, many were startled, but those hungry for power looked at the sword with desire. Upon seeing the sword, Naruto became serious. Naruto. Serious, here you come, Zabuza. Upon hearing the thought, Zabuza was slightly surprised to see Naruto, who was just looking at the screen. Zabuza. This kid. If it's true about the resets, I shouldn't trust him. At that moment, a man stands on the handle of Kubikurum. Ira Zabuza Mamachi. Kakashi. Serious Zabuza Mamachi, Nukanin of Kurigakure no Sato and also known as the Kurigakure no Kijin. Zabuza. Ironic well, look who we have here, if it isn't Kakashi Haddock or Sharingan no Kakashi and Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Akai Chishio no Habanero. Kushina. Serious everyone cover for Lord Tazuna, that's an order. Everyone obeyed the order, although two did so reluctantly. Zabuza. Mockingly, do you really think those brats can protect that old man? Falls to the ground to pick up Kubikurum and make hand seals concealment in the mist. With that, a dense fog appears, greatly limiting everyone's visibility. Upon seeing the jutsu, many genin were terrified at the thought of their end, while Naruto remained serious. That no longer frightened him. Upon seeing this, Naruto applies chakra to his eyes, which transform into a Byakugan, but in red. Of course, to prevent anyone from noticing, he applied a small genjutsu to his eyes to make them look like his normal eyes. When everyone saw that Naruto possessed a Byakugan, especially the Hyuga clan, they were shocked, though they found its red color curious. Hinata's father, Hiashi, observed this seriously but said nothing. If he could arrange for Naruto to marry Hinata, the Hyuga clan would have a very powerful lineage. For some reason, Naruto felt he should distance himself from the Hyuga clan. All the other genin were nervous, but Menma tried to remain calm while paying attention to any sounds. Kakashi. Uncovering his eye, stay calm, we're here. Sasuke was shocked to see that Kakashi's eye was a Sharingan. Sasuke was also shocked to see Kakashi have a Sharingan, but he was also angry that someone else had his eyes. From within the mist, everyone began to feel a murderous instinct, causing several genin to panic. Mito was about to take her own life when Naruto stopped her. Mito looked at Naruto in surprise, as the noir didn't seem intimidated by Zabuza's murderous instinct. Everyone, absolutely everyone, except Naruto, was surprised to see that Naruto was not intimidated by the killing instinct, although many attributed it to the resets. Naruto. Serious, get ready, here it comes. At that moment, Menma's ear moved to draw his chakra men block an attack alongside Kakashi, who had also sensed it, and together they stopped Zabuza's attack. Zabuza. Not bad kid. Zabuza nodded in response to what his counterpart had said. But then Kakashi appeared behind him and stabbed him in the throat. This shocked everyone except Naruto, but they all saw Zabuza turn into water, revealing that he was a water clone. In the room, all the genin had the same reaction. Behind them appeared Zabuza, who slashed Kakashi, but not before the Konohinen pushed Menma aside, avoiding the attack. Everyone saw the Kakashi in front of them turn into water. Zabuza had to dodge an attack from Kushina. Kakashi reappeared, and then he and Kushina charged at Zabuza, who did the same. The genin and Tazuna watched the fight as best they could, since there was still a lot of fog. Sakura. I can't see very well. Naruto. Calmly, I can. Menma. Seriously, I can't, but I can tell where they are by the sound. That surprised everyone except Naruto, who learned that Menma could predict movements with his hearing. Naruto. Echolocation, a good way to know where Menma is. Menma smiled, flattered. Menma smiled, equally flattered, upon hearing Naruto say those words, even there in the room. After a while they saw how Zabuza had trapped Kushina and Kakashi in a water prison. Seeing this, many people, especially Minato, became worried about them. Kushina. Damn it. Kakashi. Go and save the client. Naruto. Taking crescent rows, I don't think we can do it. Menma. Serious and drawing his chalk at me, he's right. Zabuza. Mockingly, you're all very brave, brats, makes hand seals, but let's see what you can do. With that, water clones of Zabuza appear, causing Menma to prepare and Naruto to transform Crescent Rose into its sword mode. Upon seeing Crescent Rose switch to her sword mode, Zabuza felt drawn to it. It looked like a very good weapon. But before doing anything, Mito runs towards the clones. Myth. Arrogantly, I'll take care of them. Mito jumped towards the clones, but one hit her with the flat part of Kubikurum, causing her to crash into a tree and knocking her out of the fight. Menma. With a chibi face, there's no doubt she's stupid. Everyone except the Uzumaki Namikaze family nodded at Menma's thought, while Naruto couldn't help but remember Cell. Naruto. Curious, why do I feel like Menma made a reference to Cell when I was playing as Son Goku? Serious, alright, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. Menma, you and I will take care of Zabuza's clones with Kinjutsu. Sasuke, you'll back us up with Kaiten Jutsu. Sakura, you'll protect Mr. Tazuna and Mito. All the experienced ones gave their approval to Naruto's quick plan. That showed he was a born leader. Sakura. Angrily, who put you in charge? Sasuke-kun's plans would be better. Naruto. In a grave voice, be quiet, Haruno. We're not in the village. We're on a mission where the slightest mistake could cost us all our lives. Sakura was startled by the scream and could only nod. Everyone in the room jumped at Naruto's scream, which sounded like an adult's. Meanwhile, the genin, even the most experienced, felt small in comparison to Naruto's shout. Without another word, Naruto and Menma charged at the clones with swords and chakram, respectively, while being supported by Sasuke, who used Kaiten Jutsu, though the Uchiha did so reluctantly. Zabuza's clones were able to repel and dodge the three genin's attacks thanks to their experience, but it seemed curious to him that Naruto had more experience than the rest of them all. He could even be sure that the Noir knew how they were going to attack, including him. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Zabuza's. Naruto was the most experienced of them all, and it was obvious. Menma. The Uzumaki continued fighting with his chakram and the help of Sasuke's Kaiten Jutsu against Zabuza. The boy knew he couldn't do much against him, but he tried to compensate for that with his calculating mind. Zabuza had to admit that Menma was good, he just lacked experience. Suddenly, Zabuza struck Menma with the flat end of Kubikurabjm, sending the boy flying. Menma managed to recover as best he could, but something had happened. Something had emerged from his eyes. Menma struggled to his feet and tried to see Zabuza, only to find his vision blurred. Menma. Damn, I lost my contact lenses. Upon hearing that, everyone who knew him was surprised to learn that Menma wore contact lenses. Zabuza lunges at Menma, but Menma, having enhanced hearing, manages to dodge. Menma. Serious, alright Menma, you've done this before, but now I'm in a confrontation, don't miss a sound Menma. With that, he began to dodge and counterattack, using even the smallest sounds around him. Zabuza. Like the brat said, it's a good idea to use echolocation to find out where your enemies are. Menma smiled, flattered by what Zabuza had said. With myth. She was waking up to see what was next to Tazuna and Sakura. Mito. What happened? Sakura. You were knocked out by an attack and I'm protecting you. Mito was surprised to see the trio of genin fighting Zabuza. Seeing Naruto and Menma fight well against the Nukenin filled Mito with rage at how those useless kids were outclassing her. Mito was just like her counterpart, while Naruto and Menma sighed in annoyance. In a fit of rage, Mito charges into battle, Sakura trying to stop her. As she nears a clone, Mito leaps forward, screaming. Hearing the scream, the clone turns and then. Slash. Everything fell silent. Team 7, including Naruto and Tazuna, were surprised, horrified, and in shock. Naruto. Surprised, this wasn't supposed to happen, it was just a wound and nothing more, not this. Naruto's thought alerted everyone, absolutely everyone. What everyone saw was Mito being pierced by Kubikurabjm. Upon seeing the scene, everyone reacted the same way as those on screen. Mito was in shock, seeing herself like that. Was she going to die? That terrified her. Kushina stifled a scream of terror. Naruto shared his thoughts. This shouldn't be happening. Mito's eyes were wide open, witnessing what was happening, and she began to spit blood. Zabuza made a single, swift movement, throwing a dying Mito toward a tree, causing her to fall to the ground as a pool of blood formed beneath her. Naruto became serious, creating a clone while summoning three of his hands. The hand of protection, the hand of kindness. And that of purity. That surprised everyone, as many thought they were some kind of Kekkei Genkai. In the room they understood the reactions of those on the screen, it seemed like a Kekkei Genkai, although the color of the hands caught their attention. Naruto. Serious alright, you guys protect Mito and heal her while the clone protects the group, I'll take care of Zabuza. The clone nodded to stay, while the hands raised a thumb to go towards Mito and begin to heal, stabilize and protect her. Everyone was surprised to hear Naruto say that. Despite everything, he was going to save Mito. Mito couldn't help but shed a tear. She treated him badly, and yet he was still going to save her. That, for the first time, touched her, though she wondered why her cheeks were burning a little. Kushina. Worried, what are you saying, Naruto? Zabuza is very strong and he could hurt you. But Naruto ignored it and continued advancing while deactivating his Byakugan. If he was going to fight Zabuza, it would only be with swords. Naruto. Serious, I am a swordsman, I must have honor. Zabuza just smiled at what Naruto said. They would make great Kenjutsu friends. Zabuza's clones rushed towards Naruto, but with a swift movement he finished them all off, leaving everyone surprised. Everyone was surprised to see the scene. Naruto defeated the clones with great ease. Naruto's eye changed to that of the absolute solver, raising his hand and causing several pieces of earth to rise, further surprising everyone who thought it was another Kekkei Genkai. Upon seeing the absolute solver, everyone paid closer attention. In Naruto's hand, the symbol of the solver changed to show a new one. That symbol had caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power-hungry. Everyone watched as the pieces of earth transformed into larger earth shurikens. Now everyone knew that this mode of the absolute solver allowed Naruto to change the shape of things at will. The hand symbol changed again, revealing to everyone how the shurikens began to spin with such force that the wind was visible. Without hesitation, Naruto launched the shurikens, causing Zabuza to dodge the attack, freeing Kakashi and Kushina, who fell into the water. Zabuza could only thank his instincts, as he saw that the shurikens had traveled with such power that they had even split a large section of the water. That made everyone pale, but especially Zabuza. Now he knew that Naruto was not someone to be underestimated. Naruto made Crescent Rose go into compact mode to put it on his back while he deactivated the absolute solver. Naruto. You know what, Zabuza? Let's even this out. That confused everyone but caught Zabuza's attention. With that, from his travel royo he pulls out a sword. Along with 2 discs, the wildcard disc. And the lion disc. Once that was ready, Naruto inserted the black disc into the sword's groove by the hilt, then rotated the disc, causing everyone to see the sword transform into a much larger one. It was a special weapon called Fire Smasher. Everyone saw that Fire Smasher had a slot for another disc, and that's where Naruto put the red disc. Naruto. With a small smile, alright Zabuza, let's begin. And now they saw what Naruto meant by evening things up. He had summoned his Fire Smasher. Zabuza watched with excitement, while Naruto watched with a small smile. Of course, the gun enthusiasts looked at Fire Smasher with enthusiasm, while the power-hungry wanted the weapon for themselves. Zabuza chuckled briefly before wielding Kubikurubuchim and lunging at Naruto, who did the same. Both were on the water, beginning a battle between Kubikurubuchim and Fire Smasher, sparks flying from the clash. That excited everyone as Naruto and Zabuza looked at each other with challenge and excitement. Zabuza. Brat, when we're done with this, let's fight with the weapons that appear on the screen. Naruto. Done. The senseis had come out of the water just to see the fierce fight between Naruto and Zabuza. Kakashi. Surprised it can't be, he's giving Zabuza a fight. The others were surprised, but Sasuke viewed it with hatred. Sasuke. That power and those weapons must be mine, yes, they will be mine, one way or another I will take all of that from that damn useless person. And Naruto had to let out a sigh of annoyance at what Sasuke had thought. But Naruto and Zabuza. They were both standing a little ways away from each other on the water with the tips of their weapons touching the water. They both looked at each other, with Zabuza somewhat agitated and Naruto normal. Zabuza. You're good, brat. Naruto. Heh, you too, Zabuza, but let's raise the level. With that, everyone saw Fire Smasher burst into flames, leaving everyone shocked. That shocked everyone as Zabuza laughed with excitement. Naruto smiled with excitement at the sight. Zabuza always gave him a real adrenaline rush. Naruto lunged at Zabuza, who began blocking and counterattacking, leaving them nearly evenly matched, though Naruto held a slight advantage. Zabuza blocked Naruto's attacks while trying to avoid being burned. Naruto was pleased. He knew this was the last reset he would experience, and he was going to make the most of it by fighting Zabuza, his best friend in Kenjutsu. He wished Zabuza would remember those brief moments from the previous resets, but this time, Naruto would save him from death. Upon hearing the last words, everyone fell silent while Zabuza stared at Naruto. Zabuza. Do you really want to save me, brat? Naruto simply nodded, while Zabuza just smiled a little. He was already starting to like the boy. Naruto walked away to remove the red disc and take an orange one out of his travel scroll. It was the beetle disc. Everyone was left wondering what Naruto would do with the beetle disc. Naruto inserted the disc into the slot so everyone could see that Fire Smasher was bursting into flames, but a much more intense one. Seeing the fire intensify, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry wanted that disc for their own purposes. Naruto. Alright Zabuza, I hope you can withstand my Fire Smasher attack with the beetle disc. Zabuza. I don't know what that is, but go ahead. Naruto smiled and began to spin Fire Smasher, generating a small whirlwind of fire around him, while of course preventing Fire Smasher from turning into a cannon. Everyone watched closely what Naruto was doing, especially Zabuza. Naruto began spinning Fire Smasher further, then launched his attack at Zabuza along with some water. Seeing this, Zabuza shielded himself with Kubikurubuchim to receive Naruto's attack, noticing that it was an extremely powerful strike that sent him crashing into a tree, leaving him somewhat wet and with minor burns. Everyone fell silent at the result of Naruto's attack, while Zabuza made a mental note not to receive that attack. It was clear that it left him badly injured. Zabuza raised his head slightly, watching as Naruto approached him while dragging Fire Smasher. Zabuza. In pain, damn, that was a strong attack. Suddenly, Senbon needles pierce Zabuza's neck. An Anbu then appears. Naruto. Haku. Upon seeing the scene and hearing Naruto's thoughts, everyone looked at the Anbu who sees everyone. Anbu? I will not remove my mask for the time being. Many frowned but reluctantly agreed, while Naruto just glanced sideways at the Anbu, now known as Haku. Anbu? Thank you very much for tiring him out. I've been chasing him for a long time. Now I'll take my leave. Kakashi. Approaching. Wait, I'd like to check his pulse first. The Anbu nodded for Kakashi to check Zabuza's pulse, finding that he had none. Kakashi. Done, thanks. The Anbu nods to leave with the corpse of Zabuza and Kubikura. Upon seeing the scene, the experienced ones knew that the Anbu and Zabuza were working together. Kakashi. Very well, now. But he falls unconscious to the ground, alarming the genin, except for Naruto and Tazuna. Naruto. Indifferent. Well, what can you do? With that, Fire Smasher reverts to his sword form while Naruto retrieves the discs. Naruto then stores everything in his travel scroll, intending to use Kakashi as a sack of potatoes. Everyone was left with a drop of sweat after seeing what Naruto had done. Kakashi. At least be a little gentle, right Naruto? Naruto just gestured that he didn't care. Naruto. To Kushina, I recommend you go get your daughter. Upon hearing this, Kushina runs towards Mito, only to find her inside a cyan dome with 3 hands floating around her. The dome then vanishes, followed by the 3 hands. Seeing this, Kushina approaches Mito, who is unconscious, to check on her. She notices that her breathing and heart rate are very slow, but enough to keep her alive. Upon hearing this, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief while Mito stared at Naruto. He could have left her, but he hadn't. She didn't know why, but it made her feel ungrateful and like a bad person. Kushina sighed with relief as she took her daughter in her arms and looked at Naruto. Kushina. Grateful. Thank you for saving your sister. Naruto. Serious, you're wrong, she's not my sister, she's told me that all along, but she's my teammate and I'm not one to abandon my teammates. Upon hearing that, Kushina became sad, while Mito no longer knew what to think. Kushina sighed sadly as Naruto looked at Tazuna. Naruto. Is your house nearby, Mr. Tazuna? Although I already know where it is, but oh well. Tazuna. Yes, follow me. With that, they begin walking towards Tazuna's house with a worn-out Kakashi and an unconscious Mito. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone with many thoughts, especially Mito. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 4. Everyone was relaxing in the living room, including Zabuza and Naruto, who had just finished their brief encounter between Kubikura and Fire Smasher. They were all resting, watching Zabuza and Naruto, already drenched in sweat, though Naruto didn't really need it that much, but oh well. Then the screen lit up. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 4. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, although something told them it would be a rather short chapter, but oh well, they would still watch it. The group of ninjas and Tazuna were seen walking through Nami no Kuni, taking in the state of the place. It was clear they were living in extreme poverty. Naruto watched this with anger. It was always the same in every reset, but since this was the last one, he wouldn't have to see Nami no Kuni in that condition again. Upon hearing this, they saw Naruto with his fists tightly clenched, releasing a small amount of his divine power, which began to frighten them. Inari remained silent, listening to Naruto's thoughts, and felt that he always managed to save his village. She hoped that this latest reset would be no different. They continued walking until they reached a specific house. Upon seeing the house, Naruto, without anyone noticing, amplified his sensory range, finding that inside the residence there was a presence he knew perfectly. Naruto. Something sad, Tsunami. Tsunami pays attention to Naruto's thoughts. Naruto remembers that Tsunami was one of the few people who supported him when he was betrayed during his resets, and sadly she was always killed, but this time it will be different, very different. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent to look at Naruto. Tazuna. Who are the ones who murdered my daughter in the resets? Naruto. Cuida en silencio por un tiempo has to responder. Naruto. Konoha. That silenced the entire room once more, while the Konoha players couldn't believe what they had heard. Without further ado, they decided to continue watching the screen, but now with Naruto's words etched in their minds. Tazuna approaches the door to knock. I'm coming. Naruto tried to hold back his tears as he heard that sweet voice again, the one that always calmed him down when he was betrayed in his past resets. Many were already beginning to feel sorry for Naruto, while Tazuna and his family looked at Naruto, were they very important to him? Then the door opens, revealing a woman. Naruto had to restrain himself too much to keep from jumping up and hugging her. Tsunami got up to approach Naruto and hug him, which Noir reciprocated. But he had to snap out of his thoughts when he heard Tsunami speak. Tsunami. Hugging Tazuna. I'm so glad you're back safe, Dad. Tazuna. I'm glad to be back too, but that was thanks to these ninjas. Sees Team 7. This is my daughter, Tsunami. Tsunami. Bowing. Nice to meet you, I'm Tsunami. Kushina. Nice to meet you, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura. Sakura Haruno. Menma. Menma, just Menma, he. Naruto. Naruto Noir Dreamer, nice to meet you. Of course, saying that had hurt him, since he wanted to speak normally but refrained from doing so. Tsunami. Smiling. Don't worry Naruto, now you can do it. Naruto smiled slightly and began to speak to her. Everyone felt as if Naruto and Tsunami were old friends, or in this case, had known each other for many lifetimes. Naruto. Control yourself, Naruto, don't let your emotions control you, just stay calm. One question, don't you have anywhere to let our companions rest? Tsunami. Ah, yes, follow me. With that, Team 7 enters Tizuna's house where Tsunami leads Kushina and Naruto to a room where they leave Mito and Kakashi. Upon going downstairs, they see the other 3 genin sitting, but Naruto notices something about Menma. Naruto. Sitting down. What's wrong, Menma? Menma. Oh, nothing. Naruto. Tell me. Menma. Well, it's just that when we were fighting Zabuza I lost my contact lenses and now my vision is blurry. Everyone was surprised to learn that Menma wore contact lenses. Upon hearing that, Sasuke and Sakura were surprised, while Kushina thought that would be a good excuse to remove Menma from the shinobi ranks. This disappointed Naruto, while the mothers viewed Kushina negatively. She was not worthy of being a mother. Naruto. I see, well, I have the solution. Upon hearing this, the rest of Team 7 looked at him with doubt, but Kushina hoped that solution wouldn't work on Menma. Naruto simply extended his travel scroll slightly to pull out a pair of glasses. Once Naruto has them, he passes them to Menma, who takes them. Naruto. Here, use them, and don't ask where I got them. Menma nods and puts on her glasses. Naruto. They look good on you. Menma smiled a little, but with a tiny blush. Nobody saw Menma blush on the screen because everyone was watching Naruto give the same glasses to the redeed. Naruto. They look good on you. Menma just smiles. Then a child arrives. Upon seeing him, Naruto recognized him. It was Inari. Inari. Blank stare. Who are you? Tsunami. They're the ninjas who protected your grandfather. Inari. Get out of here, Gato will kill you. With that, he withdrew, leaving the shinobi in silence. Naruto just sighed inwardly. It saddened him to see Inari with that look. Inari looked at Naruto in surprise. Now he knew that Naruto had suffered too much. Naruto. Alright, we're tired and need to sleep, so here's what we'll do. Kushina-sensei and Sakura will sleep in one room, Sasuke and Menma in another, and I'll stay with the injured. Sakura. Angrily. And who made you team leader? Sasuke-kun is a better leader than you. But she fell when she saw Naruto glaring at her. Upon seeing that look, everyone in the room shuddered, as it frightened them greatly. Without further ado, and with Tizuna's permission, Team 7 went to their rooms to rest. With Naruto. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall and his eyes closed. Naruto. Serious, I have a feeling things will get more complicated at the end of this mission. Without further ado, he settled down to rest. The screen goes black with everyone wondering what would complicate the completion of the mission, although Naruto already had an idea. The Singularity. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 5. Everyone seemed to be resting or lost in thought. Mito had been staring at Naruto for a long time, wondering if he'd really been that stupid. Meanwhile, Naruto was chatting with Menma about things related to the resets, like food, drinks, and funny moments. Naruto even showed off his knowledge of beverages, and of course, he proved it by making a delicious drink with simple ingredients. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 5. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention, but something told Naruto that there would be some sentimentality involved. It was morning and in the room where the wounded were, Naruto could be seen doing something in a molkajit. When everyone saw the molkajit, they found the object curious, but when they saw how Naruto used it, they deduced that it was used to make something edible. Next to him were some bullets. In the early morning he discovered that the dust he had taken out were special dust, and he wasn't going to waste them, so he spent his time making bullets, grateful for the knowledge he had acquired in Remnant. Everyone, especially the power-hungry, looked at the bullets with curiosity and wanted to know how the dust was used in those objects. Naruto continued until he heard a groan. Turning around, he saw it was Mito, who was slowly getting up, looking pale from blood loss. Naruto. Returning to the molkajit. You're finally awake. Mito. Ah, what happened? Naruto. Because you were stupid, you threw yourself at Zabuza, who knocked you out, but satisfied with that, you did it again and ended up on the verge of death. Upon hearing that, memories of the previous day flooded back to Mito, leaving her terrified at the thought that she might have died. The veterans didn't say anything to Mito, as that reaction was normal. Meanwhile, Kyuubi M saw this and thought it best to go with Naruto. He would be a better Jinchuriki than Mito. For some reason, Naruto felt an urge to rip the Kyuubi soul out of Mito. At that moment, Naruto pours the contents of the molkajit into a wooden bowl to approach Mito. Seeing this, Mito was about to say something, but Naruto didn't give her a chance. He grabbed her head and forced her to swallow the contents of the container. The reaction was immediate, and now Mito was trying to stop Naruto as she swallowed the contents. Seeing that, everyone rolled their eyes while Mito touched her mouth. Something told her she wasn't going to like the taste. When Naruto finishes, they separate, leaving Mito with a bad taste in her mouth. Mito. With his tongue sticking out, what the hell was that stuff? Naruto. Putting his things away, it's a paste that will help you recover lost blood. Mito remained silent as she watched Naruto, who had helped her again. This made her lower her head, somewhat embarrassed, but with an imperceptible blush. Upon hearing what Naruto said, the medical ninjas wanted to ask him for the prescription, while Mito blushed slightly when she saw that Naruto had helped her again. Naruto finishes packing his things into his travel scroll, puts the scroll at his back waist, and takes Mito bridal style. Upon seeing that, Mito blushed deeply because she hadn't expected it. Mito. Blushing W, what are you doing? Naruto. Helping you down, you might do things to me, but you're still, unfortunately, my partner and I have to take care of you, and you can get up now, Haddock. Upon hearing that, Mito looked towards where Kakashi was to see him getting up. Kakashi, smiling, good morning Naruto. Naruto. Good morning, now get up, I know you're feeling better. Kakashi just chuckled a little as he stood up using crutches that Naruto had left beside him. Kakashi could only silently thank Naruto for the crutches. Without further ado, they both begin walking out of the room with Mito still in Naruto's arms. Ground floor. The rest of Team 7 were in the living room waiting for Naruto when they heard footsteps. Turning around, they saw Naruto coming downstairs with Mito in his arms and Kakashi coming down on crutches. Menma didn't know why, but seeing Mito in Naruto's arms bothered him. Seeing Menma's reaction, everyone was confused, especially when they saw Menma frowning in the living room. But Mito realized something. Myth. Surprised, did Menma fall in love with Naruto? If that was the case, Mito could have a little fun. Kushina. Going worriedly to see Mito, how are you, Mito? Mito. I'm fine, don't worry. Kushina sighed in relief when Kakashi called her attention. Kakashi. Well, we barely survived Zabuza thanks to Naruto, but it's very likely that next time it won't be the same, so let's train. Sakura. But why, Kakashi-sensei? Zabuza is dead thanks to that Anbu. Menma. What did that Anbu attack Zabuza with? Sakura. With Senbon needles, duh. Why are you asking such a stupid question? Menma. But where did the Anbu attack? Sakura. In the neck. What does that have to do with anything? Menma. Because the Anbu hit Zabuza's neck specifically in one spot. Sakura. I don't understand. Naruto. Irritated, what Menma means is that Zabuza is alive and the Anbu is working with him, you idiot. Kakashi. That's right, the Anbu is working with Zabuza. Kushina. Surprised, how do you know that? Menma. Naruto. Human anatomy. That left everyone speechless and implied that Menma and Naruto had studied human anatomy. Naruto. Irritated, and I still can't get used to how idiotic he is, even in one of the resets he thought it would be a good idea to combine fire and water, and in the end, it had no effect and only generated steam, although his stupidity made me create water fire myself. That left everyone speechless but very shocked to hear that Naruto possessed fire combined with water. Sakura. Ha. Be grateful I gave you the idea. Naruto. I actually improved your stupidity. Sakura glared at him angrily. Mito, still in Naruto's arms, remained lost in thought. She had always been trained, but now she saw that it wasn't just about power, but also about knowledge. Kyuubi M, Insider Seal, heard Mito's thoughts and growled. For her, power was better than knowledge. Kyuubi M equals Kyuubi to Mito. Upon hearing Kyuubi M's thoughts, Naruto's Kyuubi could only shake her head. She knew from experience that power and knowledge were a very potent combination. Even Naruto was a prime example. Then, several lights appeared and everyone was shocked to see 10 Bijk, numbered 1 through 8, and the 2 halves of number 9. Kyuubi M and Kyuubi, respectively. The Bijks were converted into their chibi form to be sent with their respective Jinchuriki, although Naruto threw his Biju from his legs, which did nothing about it. Author's note. At first I thought the characters would appear little by little, but now that I think about it, imagine that all the villages are there and the story will be revealed little by little. Time skip. Team 7 could now be seen in a part of the forest. Kakashi. Alright, it's time for training. Mito. On a rock, and what kind of training is that? Kakashi. You're going to climb the tree. Sakura. But Kakashi-sensei, we already know how to do that. Kushina. But without using extra hands. Sakura. That's impossible. Kushina and Kakashi started climbing the tree using only their feet. Sasuke, Sakura and Mito were amazed to see this. Naruto. Annoyed, and they send us on another high-ranking mission without us learning anything, why am I not surprised? Upon hearing that, Kushina and Kakashi lowered their gaze in shame, while the rest watched them with a bead of sweat and disbelief. Would they really do that in the future? Both senseis jumped down to the ground to throw kunai at the genin's feet. Kushina. Smiling, now you do it. She knew that Menma had no chakra, so this would be a good opportunity to make him look bad and have a new excuse to remove him from the shinobi ranks. Naruto. I don't ask for or expect anything, and yet it still disappoints me. Kushina only felt herself being hit by several arrows. She told herself she was doing the right thing, but it seems her son doesn't see it that way. Naruto. I see, but 3 of us won't be able to train. Kushina. Why not 3? Naruto. Well, 1, I already know how to do that, I can even walk on water. 2, Menma can't because he doesn't have chakra, although he can use friction to simulate climbing, and 3, Mito isn't 100% recovered yet. After hearing that, the senseis had to agree with Naruto because it was true. Everyone in the room agreed that Naruto was right, although Menma was surprised to learn that he could use friction to climb walls. If so, he would put it into practice. Naruto. Alright, let's do this. Mito will stay at Mr. Tezuna's house until she recovers, while Menma and I protect him. Sasuke. And who put you in charge? Besides, you don't have the authority to order me around, an elite Uchiha. Sakura nodded in agreement with Sasuke. Naruto just let out a groan of frustration. Naruto. Kami, give me patience because if you give me more strength I'll kill them. Meanwhile, Mito saw this and then noticed Naruto and Menma, who were clearly annoyed. After arguing for a while, Mito was sent to rest while Naruto and Menma went to the bridge to protect Tezuna. That boy would make a good shinobi. The people of Kumo agreed with him since they saw that the boy hated Minato, so it was better to have him as an ally. Naruto, on the other hand, just glanced at him blankly. On bridge. Menma and Naruto were sitting on the edge of the bridge watching the workers go about their business. Suddenly, Naruto's tie started to move. Naruto. Akumu, détente. But the tie ignored him and continued moving until it separated and transformed into Akumu. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Akumu didn't usually behave like that unless it was something serious. Menma is surprised to see that. Menma. Surprised, what is that? Naruto. Defeated its Akumu, my battle partner. But they saw that Akumu started gargling. That caught everyone's attention again, but even more so Naruto's. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. Naruto. Spit it out, come on Akumu, spit it out. Akumu gargled some more and then spat something out. When Naruto saw the object, he couldn't believe it. It was Harbinger in its idle mode. Naruto remained silent upon seeing Harbinger. Naruto. Uncle Crow. That caught everyone's attention in the room. For some reason, Menma felt the need to go to Naruto and sat down next to him. Naruto trembled as he knelt down to take the object in his hands. Naruto. Uncle Crow. El Noir began to remember that drunk but loyal gentleman who was his uncle in one of his resets as Ruby Rose. Upon hearing the name of another of his past lives, many were going to make fun of Naruto for being a woman, but upon seeing him and the screen, something told them not to. But it didn't end there. Akumu gargled some more and released other objects. Upon seeing them, Naruto recognized them. They were Ember Celica in their bracelet mode. And Floating Array in its swords mode. Naruto began to shed tears upon seeing those objects. In the room, Naruto also began to shed tears. Naruto. Yang ni Penny-chan. This caught everyone's attention and at the same time surprised them to learn that in one of his resets, Naruto had a sister and that he apparently cared for her a lot. Naruto. Yang ni Penny-chan. With tears in his eyes, he gazed at his sister and friend's weapons in his reset where he lived in Remnant. Menma was surprised to see Naruto in a weakened state and could only manage to approach and hug the dreamer. Menma was also surprised, but he also understood the reason for his feeling and hugged Naruto, who didn't even push him away. In fact, he decided to accept the hug. When Naruto felt that, he didn't push him away. Instead, he returned the hug. He remembered how they were the only ones who didn't betray him, the ones who were there for him, and how they died right in front of his eyes. That made many people choke up. Inari watched in surprise, believing he had suffered greatly, but here was someone who had endured hell itself. For a moment her eyes turned silver. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. For a moment, Naruto's eyes in the room turned silver. After a few more gargles, Naruto collapsed into tears. Standing before him was Sundered Rose in her short rifle mode. Summer Rose's weapon, her mother in Remnant. In the living room, Naruto also collapsed and hugged Menma tightly. Seeing this, Menma simply removed the armrest to hug Naruto back. The rest could only hear Naruto's sobs, which were clearly in pain. But someone wasn't happy. Kushina was practically breaking her armrests, knowing that a bitch had taken her son, or in this case, daughter. After Naruto calmed down, they continued watching the screen, although Naruto and Menma were sitting a little closer together, which annoyed Mito for no apparent reason. Menma didn't know what was happening, but she could see that those objects were very important to Naruto. For the moment, she decided to comfort Noir Dreamer. The other workers saw this and felt a lump in their throats. Naruto's crying made them feel as if he had lost loved ones, yet he was still standing. This filled them with determination to continue with the bridge. If a 13-year-old boy could do it, why couldn't they? Upon hearing that, Tazuna was surprised but smiled. It seems some workers will continue with the bridge construction. Inari was watching the scene from afar and wondered if he had suffered more, since Naruto's crying indicated that the black-haired boy had suffered a lot. Tsunami and Tazuna were surprised but pleased to learn that Inari was going to reconsider her beliefs. Inari saw this and also began to re-evaluate her ideals. Time skip. It was night and at Tazuna's house Tsunami was seen making dinner with Inari, which surprised his mother. In the Tsunami room, she was just as surprised. In the living room, Sasuke and Sakura were relaxing with Kakashi and Kushina sitting on a sofa while Mito watched them. Suddenly, the door opened. Tazuna. We're back. Everyone saw Tazuna enter, followed by Menma and finally Naruto. But there was something different about Noir. The boy had crescent rose on his hip, floating array on his legs, ember celica on his wrists, and harbinger and sundered rose on his back, in addition to carrying a small backpack. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Everyone looked at it with curiosity, though most of all at the backpack. Naruto could only smile when he saw it. That object had always helped him when he needed it most. Kushina. What are those things you have besides the red one, Naruto? Naruto. Serious, just objects that important people left me before they died. Kushina said nothing and just remained silent alongside the rest of Team 7 and Tsunami. Inari. Why? That caught everyone's attention. Inari. You said they died, so why are you still fighting? Naruto was surprised to hear that. It was always Inari who exploded, talking about fake heroes and all that, but this timeline was different. Naruto was also surprised, but when he remembered that Inari was there when he collapsed, he understood. Naruto. Because they wouldn't like to see me surrendered, lying on the ground doing nothing. They would like me to keep fighting. Death will come to us sooner or later, but it's better to live bravely or die like a coward. The decision is yours. That had left everyone in the room speechless. They were very wise words. That silenced everyone, and then Naruto opened the door. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm not hungry, but I'll keep watch, you never know. Without further ado, he leaves, abandoning everyone. Time skip. It was midnight, and everyone in Tazuna's house was asleep. Well, not everyone. In one room, Inari was looking at a photograph of her family with a man. That man was Kaiza, his adoptive father. Upon seeing Kaiza, the Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari watched with sadness. Naruto could only think that perhaps he could give Kaiza a second chance to be happy with his family. Inari looked at the photo while remembering Naruto's words. Inari. Dad. Inari stood up, raising her gaze with a determined look. For a moment, a gray heart appeared beside her, which then turned orange. Now Inari was full of courage and would not let anything bad happen to his family. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone surprised, but especially Naruto. Naruto. He did it. Smiles. He managed to recover his trait. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 6. Everyone was eating and resting after the somewhat sentimental episode. Many, when the episode ended, didn't wait any longer and started mocking Naruto for being a woman in a reboot, though they eventually shut up when Crescent Rose, in rifle mode, pointed it at their heads. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Mission. Nami no Kuni Part 6. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention. It was daytime and Naruto could be seen asleep in the forest, leaning against a tree. He had practiced a bit with Ember Celica, Floating Array, Harbinger and Sundered Rose, although of course he had put the weapons away. Kushina. Worried. You should be careful, you might get sick. Naruto. And since when have you cared about me? Because for as long as I can remember, and that includes resets, you never took care of me and left me to my own devices, you even ordered me to kill you or tried to kill me. That left everyone speechless, but especially the Uzumaki Namika's family. Jiraiya. Serious. Listen, kid, you're acting very rebellious. Apologize to your mother. Naruto. Somewhat annoyed. Her, my mother. Don't make me laugh. Serious. She was never there for me. I took care of myself. Besides, you have no right to call me kid, since I'm much older than all of you. Jiraiya was angry about what Naruto said, but he thought that in the end, the Uzumaki would realize his mistake. Just then, someone approaches him with murderous intent, but he brushes them aside and instead pokes the other person's cheek. Upon feeling this, Naruto opens one eye to see who is responsible. Naruto. Haku, good morning. Upon seeing and hearing that, everyone was surprised, and then the Anbu removed his mask, revealing his face. Naruto. With a small smile, you finally show your face, Haku. Haku returns the smile. Haku. Good morning, kid. What are you doing here? You could get sick. Naruto. Sitting down it's very unlikely I'll get sick. Naruto nodded, confirming it was true and not with the help of that cheap fox. Kyuubi could hear his thoughts and said nothing. She knew perfectly well that he had earned it. Haku nods, steps back a little, and begins gathering plants. Seeing this, Naruto recognizes what he's doing but pretends not to notice. Naruto. Why are you collecting those plants? Haku. A friend of mine is hurt. Naruto. Okay, I'll help. I know about botany, so I can help you. Haku. With a small smile, thanks. With that, they both began to pick the healing herbs. MMH, the kid's really good at hiding his true self. Naruto. I had to learn that when I was little, kid. He didn't say anything to her because he knew that in war everyone was a child. When Haku finishes, he gets up with a basket full of the herbs. Haku. Turning around, well, I have to go. Naruto. Smiling and watching her leave, sure, say hi to Zabuza for me. Upon hearing that, the girl quickly turns around with senbon needles between her fingers. Naruto could only smile while the rest just stared at the screen. Haku. Serious, how do you know that? Naruto. Smiling, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Serious, listen, I have to warn you about something. Haku. Curious, and what would that be? Naruto. Don't trust Gatm. When you least expect it, he'll betray you. Haku. How can what you're saying be true? Naruto. Smiling innocently, because if it weren't true, I would have killed you already. Naruto. Jake, mate. The rest. I left her me on Jake. That left Haku speechless. He could sense that Naruto was telling the truth. Haku. Lowering his guard, okay, I'll trust you. Naruto nodded with a small smile, then Haku took the basket and turned around. Haku. By the way, I'm a man. Naruto. Yeah right, and I'm a retard. I know you're a woman, Haku, you can't fool me. Haku let out a small huff when he realized he couldn't fool Naruto. In the room, Haku also let out a snort upon seeing the scene, but he understood. Naruto. Well, I'm leaving. Tell Zabuza what I told you. See you later. With that, Naruto walked away, watched by Haku. Haku waited for some sign of betrayal, but seeing nothing, he simply turned around and left. Naruto. Very serious, I would never betray someone, that's not my style and it never will be. That left everyone speechless, but many decided to dismiss it. With Naruto. Noir was walking along, observing the state of Nami no Kuni, which caused the boy to frown. Just then, Naruto had an idea. He smiled and started running in a certain direction, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto also had a frown, but when they saw that Naruto had an idea, everyone became curious, but Naruto smiled, already knowing what the idea was. All the inhabitants of Nami no Kuni watched Naruto create clones on a plot of land so that all the Narutos could begin preparing the ground for something. When he finished, Naruto went towards the entrance of a fence that one of his clones had made. Naruto. Placing his hands on the ground, I hope it works. Demeterican vegetation. Everyone saw the ground begin to glow a pale green, leaving them all in shock. They saw various plants sprouting from the earth, which, as they grew, gradually bore fruit and some vegetables. Everyone was expectant about Naruto's idea, but when they saw the result, everyone except Noir, who was smiling, was left with their jaws on the floor. When Naruto finishes, he gets up and turns to look at the inhabitants of Nami no Kuni with a smile. Naruto. Enjoy it, it's for you. And as if it were an order, the villagers went to the new vegetable patch to start eating. Even the children ate the fruit there because they were hungry. Naruto watched this with a smile. Naruto. Vegetables, done, now I just need to get rid of Gatman, problem solved. Izuna and his family saw Naruto, who saw them. Naruto. Once we get back I'm going straight to Nami no Kuni and I'll kill Gatman, they already suffered once, they won't suffer again. The family smiled as Kushina plotted how to stop Naruto from doing that so that, according to her, he wouldn't get hurt. In the distance, Izuna and his family, along with the rest of Team 7, including Mito, watched what Naruto had done. They were all stunned by what they saw. Naruto had literally made plants grow out of thin air. Seeing the reaction, they didn't pay it any mind, but the civil council members were thinking about how to force Naruto to give them that jutsu that belongs to them. Time skip. 2 weeks had already passed and in that time some things happened. Naruto helped the inhabitants as well as helping on the bridge. Izuna was pleased to hear that. Mito recovered and joined the training. Mito silently expressed his gratitude for having been able to train a little. Naruto, knowing that a fight between Zabuza and Haku against Team 7 was approaching, trained Menma a little in Taijutsu and Kinjutsu, discovering that Menma was a prodigy in those areas. Naruto was even tempted to teach him soul magic, but he dismissed it for the time being. Upon hearing that, everyone, especially Menma, was surprised. Naruto. Thoughtful. Teaching Menma soul magic. It wasn't in my plans, but it's not a bad idea. I'll think about that later. Menma understood, but the power-hungry were already plotting how to force Naruto to give them soul magic. Naruto also trained with the weapons of Yang Xiaolong, Summer Rose, Crow Branwen, and Penny Polendina, his sister mother-uncle friend in Remnant. Upon hearing that, Naruto saw Akumu in his Tai form. Naruto. We'll see if we can recover those weapons, okay Akumu. The Tai made a few sounds, indicating that it was true. Of course, upon hearing that, many were already plotting how to take the weapons for themselves. Now Team 7, minus Naruto, was seen heading towards the bridge with Tazuna. Noir had decided to stay at the house to take care of Tazuna's family. Upon hearing that, Tazuna thanked Naruto, who simply nodded. With Naruto. The boy was upstairs putting on Ember Celica and preparing Sundered Rose and Harbinger on his back, Crescent Rose on his rear hips and Floating Array on his sides of his legs. Naruto. Serious, here they come. Suddenly he hears noises and goes outside to look up the stairs. Everyone paid attention to see what would happen. There, he saw two men trying to take Tsunami away, but Inari intervened. The dreamer saw how, despite his size, Inari stood his ground and was brave, even though his opponent was bigger and stronger. When Inari fell to the ground wounded, Naruto appeared, and without giving the men time to react, the Noir severed their heads with his floating array. Tsunami and Inari watched as blood began to flow, drenching Naruto in the red liquid as the bodies fell to the ground. Seeing what happened, many were disappointed by the short fight, but understood that it had to be quick. After the small rain of blood ends, Naruto, with one movement, removes the blood from floating array to store it where he had it before. Naruto. Smiling a little, you did well, Inari. Inari smiled, then watched Naruto come out of the house. Naruto. I'm going to the bridge to check on my team, you guys stay here and hide. They both nodded, and then Naruto ran off towards the bridge. Nobody said anything, but they were surprised to see Naruto running so fast and assumed he was using his gravity and weight seals, which they were not wrong about. On bridge. The place was shrouded in fog and it looked as if a massive fight had taken place. Kunai and shuriken were scattered about and the clang of metal against metal filled the air. The source of the noise was the ongoing battle between Zabuza, Kakashi and Kushina, where they were relatively evenly matched. Everyone was surprised to see the state of the bridge. Kakashi and Kushina were even more surprised to learn that Zabuza could match them. In the distance, a dome of ice mirrors could be seen, which held a wounded Sasuke and Mito trapped inside, along with Menma, who had the Chakatma in his hands, with slight scratches. The trio was fighting against the Anbu, who was a user of Hyoten. Seeing the three of them there, the Uzumaki Namika's family and the Uchiha sycophants were worried about them. Well, they were worried about Mito and Sasuke, they would let Menma die. In the distance, Tazuna was hiding, and Sakura was trembling with fear, holding a kunai with a very loose grip. Many Kunoichi felt ashamed for Sakura, who only thought that this was how she could impress her Sasuke-kun. At that moment the fog dissipated and everyone saw Naruto on one knee with his hands outstretched. He was the one who dispelled the fog and also washed off the blood. Naruto. Smiling, your savior has arrived. Of course, that had annoyed Sasuke and Mito since they didn't want to be saved, although Mito was also secretly grateful for that. Everyone saw Naruto get up to watch both fights. Naruto. Stop this. We're not enemies. Sakura. Hysterical, what are you saying, you idiot? You're the enemy, can't you see? But Naruto ignored him and calmly walked towards Zabuza. When they arrived, they looked into each other's eyes. Naruto. Did you get my message? Zabuza. Yes, I'm surprised you didn't attack Haku. Naruto. Heh, I didn't have to, I just sent a message. Zabuza just laughed a little. Kushina. Wait, I don't understand anything, what's happening? Naruto. It's simple, they're not the enemy, points to a place it's them. Upon seeing the place, they saw a short man with an army of 200 men behind him. The man was Gatm. Seeing Gatm there, everyone understood that Naruto was right. Zabuza and Haku saw this and agreed that they had to trust the Noir. Zabuza. Gatm. What does this mean? Gatm. Arrogantly, well Zabuza, you charge a lot, so with the money I was going to pay you, I decided to hire these men. Upon hearing that, Zabuza growled as the Anbu emerged from a mirror, followed by the entire dome dissolving into water. Gatm. Arrogantly, kill everyone and leave the women alive, we can have fun with them. Upon hearing that, the army began to laugh in agreement. Many women viewed that with distaste. Then Naruto starts walking, positioning himself between the army and the rest of the group. Seeing this, the men begin to laugh and mock Naruto. Kushina. Worried, wait son, don't go to the fight, it's very dangerous. Kushina. That's right, Naruto, it's very dangerous. But Naruto doesn't even pay attention to him. Naruto. Turning his back, first of all, I'm not your son, and second, they don't know who they're messing with. Naruto nodded with a somewhat sadistic look. At that moment, Naruto moves his arm slightly, activating Ember Celica, which enters its gauntlet launcher mode. Upon seeing what Ember Celica looked like, many were amazed, while a certain emo was thinking about how to take War's weapons away. Without hesitation, Naruto lunged at one of the men and punched him in the face. But he didn't stop there. He also activated the trigger, causing a small explosion that shattered the man's skull. Seeing this, everyone was astonished, while the power-hungry were already plotting how to take Naruto's weapons. Seeing this, all the men of the army rushed towards Naruto, who repelled the attacks and sometimes counterattacked using explosions. Naruto continued like this until he realized that Ember Celica had run out of ammunition. He could have continued without it, but he decided to use his other weapons. Menma. Why would you use other weapons? Although I have an idea. Naruto. So I'm not dependent on just one type of weapon. Menma nodded, thinking she could increase her arsenal of weapons. With that in mind, Naruto leaps away to deactivate Ember Celica. Then he pulls Sundered Rose from his back in short rifle mode and Harbinger, transforming him into sword mode. Upon seeing Harbinger in his sword mode, many power-hungry individuals already wanted those weapons for themselves. Without further ado, he begins attacking, firing Sundered Rose and slashing his opponents with Harbinger. At one point, one of them tried to attack him from behind, but Naruto quickly switched Harbinger to shotgun mode. And shoot the guy straight in the head. Naruto. Heat shot. Naruto. Smiling heat shot. Of course, the power-hungry have already decided to take Naruto's weapons away. Harbinger returns to his sword mode so that Naruto can continue attacking. With the rest. Everyone was speechless with shock as they watched Naruto literally massacre an army. Some watched with hatred, others with jealousy. Sasuke. With hatred, that damn dope, how dare he be better than me, and elite Uchiha. Mito. Jealous, I should feel hatred seeing that he surpasses me, but I only feel jealousy, why? Something about that caught their attention. Upon hearing Sasuke and Mito's thoughts, the Noir group was filled with annoyance, but also curiosity about Mito's thoughts. When they heard that something had caught their attention, they all. With Naruto. He had already exhausted Gaten by taking down 55% of the army. Seeing this, Naruto deactivated Sundered Rose and Harbinger, storing them on his back. Then, Naruto summoned Floating Array, transforming them into gun mode. Naruto smiled, already knowing what would happen, and of course he didn't have to be a genius to know what would happen. With that, he launched himself at the army, shooting each opponent in the chest or head, killing them instantly. Naruto then switched Floating Array into sword mode to continue attacking and dodging the men's attacks. Naruto. This is taking a while. Nobody understood, but Naruto took another leap while putting away Floating Array. Naruto understood what would happen and prepared himself, while the rest were equally confused. With that, Naruto grabbed Crescent Rose by the hip. Before he could do anything, the man charged at him with murderous intent, but Naruto managed to activate rifle mode on his current weapon and began firing at the demonic powers. Naruto dodged another attack, falling to the ground and backing away as he forced Crescent Rose into her scythe mode. Upon seeing Crescent Rose's scythe mode, everyone was amazed, while Naruto smiled. Naruto. This is going to get good, now you'll know why I was Ruby Rose in one of my resets. That caught the attention of everyone who saw the screen. With that, Naruto began to attack, but this time with such speed that it seemed the weapon was leaving a red trail. Naruto continued like this until he plunged the tip of Crescent Rose into the ground, its fiery muzzle pointed directly at Gaten's face, who was trembling with fear. Behind Naruto were the mutilated or riddled bodies of Gaten's army. That left everyone speechless, while Naruto just smiled. Gaten. Terrified, wait, I can give you whatever you want, money, women, drugs, whatever you want. Naruto stared at him for several seconds before pulling the trigger. The bullet fired, blowing Gaten's head off and splattering the minion's brains. Everyone watched as Gaten's headless body fell backward, Naruto remaining completely unfazed. Seeing Naruto's expression along with the scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. It was clear that Naruto wasn't one to take things lightly. War simply lifted Crescent Rose and with a few movements, wiped away the blood, transforming her into her compact form before placing her on his hip. Without further ado, Naruto began walking toward the village, observed by everyone who remained silent. No one in the room said anything, but many had to admit that the scene looked great. Time skip. 1 week had passed since the Battle of the Bridge, and now Team 7 was seen with Zabuza and Haku. Naruto gave them the opportunity to start their lives over in Konoha, and they accepted, at the entrance of the bridge, saying goodbye to Tazuna and the rest of the people. Upon hearing what Naruto had done, everyone was surprised, but Zabuza and Haku looked at him with gratitude. Sasuke, however, was thinking of acquiring Haku to have powerful offspring. Naruto. Well, it was nice being here. Tazuna. I'm glad, and thanks for helping Nami no Kuni, everyone appreciates it. Naruto. Heh, no problem. Inari was almost in tears, but Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Naruto. With a small smile, don't cry, this isn't goodbye, it's see you later. Inari wiped away her tears and smiled. Inari smiled at Naruto, who smiled back at me. With that, the group leaves, having been seen by everyone. Tsunami. And what shall we call the bridge? Tazuna. Smiling, the Great Naruto Bridge, that will be its name. Everyone agreed. Upon hearing this, Naruto was a little surprised, as the same thing had happened in the previous resets. On the other hand, everyone was shocked to hear that Naruto would have a bridge named after him. Of course, Sasuke viewed this with hatred and felt that the bridge was rightfully his. But the group. They were walking, but something was wrong. Naruto seemed a little nervous. Naruto. Why am I nervous? That's a bad sign. Then a shadow begins to follow and surround them. Brah. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look up at the sky, barely managing to dodge the attack. As they fell to the ground, they all saw a large bird watching them. Everyone was on high alert, but only one recognized it. Naruto. In shock, it's a Grim. The ending left everyone with several questions, but Naruto was very surprised. A Grim had arrived through the singularity. Shinobi vs Grim Part 1. Everyone was sitting eating while Naruto sat thinking about what to do next against that Grim. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Shinobi vs Grim Part 1. Upon seeing the title, everyone was surprised to understand that it would be a rather long fight. The group stood motionless, watching the Grim. This Grim was a Nevermore. Upon seeing the Nevermore, everyone except Naruto was surprised and frightened, although the power-hungry wanted to see how to make the Grim their weapon. Kushina. What do you mean, a Grim? What's a Grim? Naruto. Serious and nervous Grims are monsters, also described as creatures of destruction. These things don't possess a soul. These creatures are attracted to jealousy, pain, loneliness, hatred, and fear. Sasuke. Arrogantly, if I can control this thing, I can kill it. Naruto. That's impossible, since they don't possess a soul and chakra they can't be controlled, and they're also very dangerous. Sasuke clicked his tongue but ignored it, thinking he just said it for no reason. Naruto. Alright, be careful, we have to kill this Nevermore. The rest. Kill it. Naruto. Serious, yes, we must kill it. Imagine what this Nevermore would do if it attacked other villages. This thing must be eliminated. That had left everyone speechless. No one besides Naruto knew about the Grim. Inoki. How much for the Grim information? Naruto saw it and returned to the screen. Naruto. For now I won't give anything, we'll see about that later. That angered Inoki, but he had to reluctantly accept it. That silenced everyone, but they couldn't do anything else, as they had to dodge several feathers launched by the Nevermore. Naruto drew crescent rows and began firing, attracting the Nevermore's attention, which then began chasing Naruto as he moved away from the team. Seeing that, many were worried about Naruto, but others had complete confidence in War. Sakura. Trembling with fear, he's distracting him, let's get out of here. Kakashi. Serious, we're not leaving Naruto. Sakura. But sensei, it's obvious he's going to die. But everyone, except Sasuke and Mito, looks at her with angry faces, making her tremble even more with fear. In the room, many looked at Sakura angrily, making the girl tremble with fear. Menma. Serious, we're not going to abandon Naruto. If you want to do it, go ahead, but you'll be considered a coward. Smiles mockingly, but hey, you're an expert at that, you always run away. That had left everyone silent, but Sakura was looking at Menma angrily, tears wanting to come out. She didn't want to accept reality. Menma. Mockingly, that other me is right. Of course, he received the same reaction from Sakura, while Naruto gave Menma a thumbs up. Menma. Turning around, I don't know how to finish off that Grim guy, but I'm not going to abandon Naruto, not again. But that said, Menma runs off towards where Naruto and the Nevermore had gone. Upon hearing that, everyone in the room fell silent, while Naruto glanced sideways at Menma with a small smile. The group remained silent, watching where Menma had gone. Sakura. Walking away, they're crazy, let's go, Sasuke-kun. But she realizes something. She was alone. The rest had gone to where Naruto and Menma were to help, although one of them did it out of jealousy. Sakura. Running towards the place and crying, Sasuke-kun. Everyone rolled their eyes. It was obvious from miles away that Sakura was a fangirl. In the fight. Naruto and the Nevermore were seen in a part of the forest which hid a crag and several mounds of earth. Naruto. Firing crescent rose alright, you bird brain, you're going to die today, you bastard. The Nevermore lunges at Naruto, who skillfully avoids it. Everyone had to accept that Naruto was very good, although some did so reluctantly. Then he saw the Nevermore sailing away, which confused him. Naruto. What will he do? Then he sees that he is surrounded by several Grimm, who were Beowulf, Orbitisk, Wyersa. Upon seeing those Grimm, everyone was surprised, but those who cared for Naruto were worried about him. War was serious. He hoped his other self would realize the singularity, though he knew that would be very difficult. Upon seeing the Grimm, Naruto's eyes changed to silver. Imagine it's Naruto. Seeing the silver eyes, everyone, especially those hungry for power, looked at it with curiosity. In the distance the group had arrived, with Sakura being the last, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Many Kunoichi felt embarrassed when they saw Sakura. That's how they see the situation. Sakura. Catching her breath, see? That idiot is going to die, let's get out of here. Kushina glares at Sakura angrily, causing the girl to become frightened. The action was repeated in the room, but this time with more people, making Sakura tremble with fear and almost wet herself. But before he could do anything, Naruto's eyes glowed, releasing a great light. Imagine it's Naruto. After the light dissipated, everyone was stunned to see the Grimms petrified. Seeing the silver eyes in action, everyone in the room was equally astonished. Naruto. Smiling so I can still use silver eyes. Heh, I'm glad. Everyone looked at him, surprised to see his silver eyes. They quickly turned their attention back to the screen as Naruto's eyes returned to normal. Upon seeing the Grimm like this, Naruto summons Harbinger, which then enters its War Scythe mode. With that, Naruto makes some movements to destroy the statues of the Grimm. Everyone was impressed to see Harbinger in his War Scythe mode and at the same time to see Naruto take down the Grimm with very few moves. Seeing this, the group goes down to join Naruto, who returns Harbinger to its inactive mode and stores the weapon. Menma. Worried Naruto, are you okay? The named man turns to look at Menma with his now normal eyes. Naruto. Smiling a little, yes, don't worry, I'm fine. Naruto saw that with a small smile, while Menma blushed a little as he didn't know what was happening to his heart. Brah. Upon hearing that croak, everyone turned to watch as the Nevermore returned. Suddenly, Menma's ear twitched, detecting a sound. When they saw Menma's ear move, everyone became alarmed. Everyone saw a new Grimm emerge from the forest. He was a Death Stalker. Naruto. Annoyed, damn, a Death Stalker. Naruto nodded in agreement with his other self, while the rest were surprised to see the Death Stalker. Without further delay, the Nevermore and the Death Stalker launched themselves at the shinobi, who dodged their attacks. Once they are far enough away, Sakura hides behind a rock, but it is destroyed by the Death Stalker's stinger. Kunoichis. Angry coward. Sakura just lowered her gaze as small tears tried to escape her eyes. Upon seeing this, Naruto uses a string of patience on his left arm to save Sakura from receiving the Death Stalker's attack. Naruto catches Sakura by wrapping his arm around her waist. Upon seeing the scene, Sakura stared at the screen in surprise. Naruto watched with surprise but dismissed it. He knew that as his partner, he had to keep her safe, even if he didn't want to. Naruto. Get out of the way. Upon hearing that, they all ventured a little deeper into the woods, followed by the Grimms. Fortunately, they managed to get far enough away. Seeing that, everyone sighed with relief. Upon arriving at the place, Naruto releases Sakura, who walks away trembling. Sakura. Trembling with fear, what were those things? Naruto. Serious, like I said, those things are called Grimm. Sasuke. Angry, and how do you know that, dope? Naruto. Serious because I've dealt with these things before. I won't say when or how, but I've dealt with the Grimm. Mito. If that's the case, what do we do now? Naruto. Serious fight. That surprised the rest. That surprised those in the room, but they understood that it was fight or die. Sakura. Upset, what are you saying? Fight. How are we supposed to fight those things? They outnumber us. Naruto. And we outnumber them. Sakura could only see Naruto as if he were crazy. For her, the Grimm were going to kill them. Naruto. Analytical, they might kill us, but there are more of us, and that gives us the advantage, so we would divide into teams, one for the Nevermore and the other for the Death Stalker. Many agreed with Naruto, while others simply wished to possess one of those Grimm. Naruto. Serious, alright, we'll split up. Kakashi-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Zabuza and Sakura will take on the Death Stalker, while Menma, Mito, Sasuke, Haku, and I will handle the Nevermore. Sakura. Scared, are you going to make me fight that thing? Naruto just nods, causing Haruno even more fear. Many Kunoichis just felt too much shame for Sakura, who just watched it scared. At that moment, Naruto's tie comes apart and then Akumu makes his appearance by gargling. Seeing that, everyone paid attention because Akumu was gargling again. Kakashi. On guard, what is that? Naruto. It's Akumu, my partner. Akumu then vomited up what he wanted to expel. Naruto saw that the objects Akumu spat out were Milo in short sword mode. The Akao. Naruto. Purr. Upon seeing Milo and Akao, Naruto was shocked to see those weapons. They all managed to hear Naruto's whisper as he looked at the weapons of one of his former friends before she died in front of his eyes in an invasion of Beacon at the hands of his former enemy, Cinder. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent while Naruto's gaze darkened. Menma. Worried and jealous. Naruto, who is Purr? Naruto. Purr is the name of an old friend of mine, she died in front of me, being disintegrated. Flashback. End of flashback. Naruto just stared blankly while the rest were horrified by what they heard. Everyone in the room was equally horrified by the scene. They couldn't believe that Purr had died in that way and so young. At that moment, Naruto blinked several times to regain his senses. Naruto. I have Milo and Akao, that means Purr would never betray me, serious, very well, I know what to do, creates a shadow clone, this clone will use the weapons on the ground and will accompany the team that will fight against the Death Stalker. Upon hearing this thought, Naruto looked up and smiled slightly. Purr wouldn't betray him. The more experienced among them, hearing and seeing what Naruto said, nodded in approval at the swift change of plans, which didn't affect anything. The clone takes Milo and Akao and then walks away with Zabuza, Kakashi and Kushina, the latter dragging Sakura, who was screaming in fear. Upon seeing Sakura, no one said anything, but many already thought that she should be removed from the shinobi ranks. Naruto. Serious, let's go. He is then followed by Mito, Menma, Haku and Sasuke, the latter reluctantly and eager to have Nevermore under his control. With that, the screen went black, everyone waiting to see what would happen next, while Naruto looked at Sasuke with disappointment. If he continued like this, he would have no choice but to kill him. Shinobi vs Grim Part 2, Death Stalker. Everyone in the room was relaxing a bit but still alert to what might happen. Naruto was off to the side with Akumu, trying to see if he could retrieve any of the other weapons that kept appearing, and so far he'd only managed to get Ember Celica. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention, while Naruto returned to his seat. Shinobi vs Grim Part 2, Death Stalker. Upon reading the title, everyone understood that they would first see the fight against the Death Stalker. The group consisting of Kakashi Haddock, Kushina Uzumaki, Zabuza Momoshiki, Sakura Haruno, and a clone of Naruto Noir Dreamer were seen heading towards the grim Death Stalker's location, though Sakura was being dragged along by the clone because she was a coward. Many were already sighing upon hearing about Sakura. Hiruzen. Minato, when you return I want you to remove Sakura Haruno from the shinobi ranks until she stops being such a fangirl. Minato. Third, he read my mind. Sakura only saw them as traitors for wanting to take her away from her Sasuke-kun. After running, they reached the Death Stalker, who forced the clone to drop Sakura to the ground. Upon feeling the ground, Sakura fled to hide. Clone. Indifferent, leave her alone, that way the coward won't interrupt. Everyone except the Haruno family nodded. She'd better hide like a coward. Sakura just glared angrily at Naruto. Now everyone was against her because of the noir, according to her. Zabuza. I'd say something, but from what little I've seen, I've noticed that girl doesn't have what it takes to be a kunoichi. Kushina. Annoyed, hey, I know she has what it takes to be a good kunoichi. Zabuza. Mockingly, yeah right, and I'm an Uzumaki. Kushina glared at him angrily but said nothing. Sakura just felt terrible knowing that not even a rogue ninja saw her as having what it takes to be a kunoichi. The clone just sighed in annoyance. Clone. Serious, concentrate, here it comes. Upon hearing that, everyone turns their attention to the screen. But that said, the Death Stalker leaves the forest, knocking down trees in the process. Upon seeing the grim, Zabuza prepares Kubikarabjim, Kakashi a kunai in each hand, Kushina a katana, and the clone Milo and Akao. Sakura was hiding behind a rock, trembling with fear, when she sees Akumu pass by and reach the clone's side. Upon seeing Akumu, Naruto was filled with curiosity, but understood that he was going to help them. Clone. Akumu, what are you doing here? In response, Akumu goes into attack mode. Clone. I understand. And with that, Noir confirmed it. At that moment, the Grim lunges at the team, who dodged the attack. While still in the air, Kakashi throws his kunai to form hand seals. Kakashi. Kunai. Shadow clones. With that, the kunai multiplied, managing to hit the Death Stalker. But it was no use, and the Grim was still standing. That surprised everyone except Naruto. The Grim was very resilient. The power-hungry were plotting how to capture a Grim and make it their weapon. Zabuza. Making hand seals suit in powerful water jet. Zabuza expels a jet of water from his mouth which hits the Death Stalker in the eye, angering the Grim. Zabuza. Somewhat nervous. Oh, he's angry. Using its pincers, the Grim begins attacking and destroying everything in its path. On the ground, Sakura had to dodge an attack from the Death Stalker before going out to hide among the trees. Lenny. Angry coward. Sakura just hid between her legs trying not to cry. Kushina lunged at the Death Stalker with her katana, unleashing a flurry of slashes, but they barely did any damage. The Death Stalker raised its claw, intending to crush Kushina, but the Grim was struck by several direct hits. Turning around, they saw the clone on one knee, Akao in a defensive stance, and Milo in rifle mode. Everyone watched Milo in rifle mode with rapt attention. Even with the objects in the same position, the clone gets up to continue firing as it approaches, causing the Grim to retreat. Clone. I have an idea. Upon hearing the scream, everyone paid attention, while Naruto already had an idea of what they were going to do. Then the clone realizes something. Sakura had fled. Clone. Annoyed, I hope the boss tells Gigi or that idiot Minato because I'm sure they'll tell him about the Grim. Hiruzen. There's no need, Naruto-kun, we already know what he would do. Naruto nodded in response to what Sarutobi said. Then the clone notices the adults arriving with him. Kakashi. And Sakura. Clone. Firing she escaped, but there's no time for that, Kakashi. I want you to stun the Death Stalker with lightning release. But hurry, I won't be able to keep him like that for long. The experienced ones approved the quick plan devised by Naruto's clone. On the other hand, Kakashi felt somewhat annoyed seeing that the clone was giving him orders, but he couldn't do anything. Noir was the most experienced at that moment. Kakashi was about to say something, but seeing the situation, he had to accept it since he realized it was true. Kakashi ran as fast as he could to jump while forming hand seals. Kakashi. Rate an electric palm. With precision, Kakashi places his palms on the Death Stalker's head and then the Grim receives a large amount of electricity, leaving him stunned. Clone. Saving Milo it will only be temporary so we must move quickly, Kushina, use your chains to immobilize the Death Stalker. Kushina saw that and in her mind she told herself that her son already trusted her, although everyone found it curious that Naruto only kept Milo safe. Kushina nods and pulls her diamond chains from her back. Once they were outside, Kushina threw her chains, managing to immobilize the Grim, who had already recovered. Clone. Keep it like that. Kushina nodded with effort as the Grim tried to escape. Seeing Kushina's efforts to prevent the Grim from escaping, everyone understood that the thing was very strong. Upon seeing this, the clone throws Akao at the Death Stalker's tail, cutting the stinger which falls onto the Grim's head. When they saw why the clone had only saved Milo, everyone understood. Clone. Zabuza, I need your help with Kubikarabjm. The ninja nodded to prepare Kubikarabjm. Seeing this, the clone climbed onto the flat part of the sword. Clone. I need you to throw me into the sky with all your might, I'll do the rest. Upon hearing the plan, everyone's eyes widened, now understanding what the clone was going to do. Meanwhile, Naruto was thinking about how he would have to surround his fist with some kind of energy, but then he remembered something. Akuma was there. Zabuza nods to prepare, but Kakashi arrives to assist him. Seeing this, the clone nods as well, and the two ninjas, using Kubikarabjm, launch the clone into the air, where it reaches a height of several meters above the Death Stalker. Clone. With a small smile, it's been a while since I said that phrase turbo action. With that, the clone is surrounded by a fluorescent green energy. It was turbo energy. Seeing the scene, everyone was surprised, while Naruto was smiling. He had wanted to say that phrase and now he was able to fulfill that dream, well, in the future. At that moment the clone sees Akumu coming towards him, so he grabs the creature which turns into a mace surrounded by turbo energy. Naruto smiled slightly, now understanding his clone's plan. With that, the clone prepares himself as he falls from the sky, surrounded by his turbo energy. The clone then sees that he only has a few meters left, so he readies his hammer to strike. Naruto. Smiling, see you later, baby. Clone. See you later, baby. And with that, being left only with feelings, the clone gives a strong blow with the mallet to the stinger, generating a large shockwave of green color. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was shocked by the power of the blow, while Naruto just smiled. Many, however, found it somewhat amusing to see that Naruto had said the same thing as his clone on the screen. As they dissipated, they saw the clone still powered by turbo energy and floating thanks to its murder drone wings. But what shocked everyone was seeing the Death Stalker turn into black dust. Seeing how the Grim dissolved into black dust, everyone except Naruto was surprised. Clone. Descending and deactivating turbo energy, it's over. After saying that, everyone sees the clone who puts away his wings and drops the mace, returning to being Akumu. Clone. Pointing to a spot, go that way and you'll reach the boss and the others. Kushina. And what will you do? Clone. I'm a clone, I'll just dissipate, that's all. Sees Akumu, lead them. Akumu nods and begins walking towards the other team, followed by the rest. Once they are out of sight, the clone dissipates, sending the memories back to the original. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone to rest, while Naruto went to the side to train. He may be extremely powerful, but that didn't mean he was going to let his guard down. Shinobi vs Grimm 2.5, Nevermore. Everyone was eating, waiting for the next episode, while Naruto trained a bit. After a while, they finished eating as Naruto returned, showered and without sweat. Then the screen lit up. Shinobi vs Grimm 2.5, Nevermore. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, as they would see what happened simultaneously with the previous chapter. Simultaneously. The group consisting of Menma, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Hakuyuki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto War Dreamer was seen running toward the location of the Nevermore. Naruto. We need to go fast. Menma. How are we going to defeat that thing? We don't know. Naruto. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just follow my orders. Upon seeing the scene, many had to admit that they should follow Naruto's orders, but some were angry because they thought they shouldn't follow orders from a being inferior to them. Cough civil cancel cough cough. We have to cough. Then they reached the base of a cliff. Naruto. With crescent rows and scythe mode, be alert. Upon hearing that, the rest prepare themselves with kunai. Brah. Upon hearing the croak, everyone turns up to see the Grimm charge at them, causing them all to separate and dodge the Nevermore, who manages to recover before hitting the ground. Many almost had their heart stop, but they had faith that with Naruto's help, they would get out of that situation. Naruto plunges the tip of crescent rose into the ground to begin firing at the Nevermore, who takes the shots directly, but also sees Naruto. Hiruzen. It's to prevent backlash, right Naruto-kun? War nods as the rest listen attentively. In the distance, a gay cobra-faced pedophile watches Naruto with interest. Could the dreamer be his new body? The Nevermore lets out another croak as it lunges at Naruto, who leaps forward, slashing the mouth of his scythe to the ground and firing. The force of the blast sends Naruto flying, still holding crescent rose, and he dodges the Grimm, who crashes into some trees. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto's action and how he avoided the Nevermore. Now they understood what the retreat was all about. Seeing the Grimm stunned, Naruto makes Crescent Rose switch to rifle mode to fire, recoiling from the force of the shot, and the projectile hits the Nevermore squarely. Naruto. Falls to the ground. Sasuke, I want you to throw a fireball at the Grimm. Sasuke growls in anger but performs the hand seals. Sasuke. Kaiten Grand Bola de Fuego. With that, he launches the Kaiten Jutsu which directly impacts the Nevermore, causing a small explosion. Seeing what had happened, many had already given up on Grimm, but Naruto knew that it wasn't over yet. The five of them watched intently as the flames blazed, then saw the Grimm attack. Seeing this, they all dodged, but in midair, the Nevermore caught Mito and lifted her into the sky. Seeing Mito trapped, the Uzumaki Namikaze family became worried about the girl who was just watching the scene with wide eyes. Mito. Hitting the Nevermore's backside with a kunai. Let me go, you super developed bird. But the Grimm throws Mito into the air and she rises a few meters. Then Mito begins to fall, only to see the Nevermore open its beak. It wanted to eat her. Mito could only watch everything in slow motion, seeing her imminent end. The scene left many speechless. Mito was about to be devoured. Just like her counterpart, Mito saw her life flash before her eyes. It seemed that this time she was truly going to die. But just a few meters from being eaten, a green trail caught her, causing the Nevermore to close its beak. Mito felt herself being held in someone's arms and then opened her eyes. What she saw was Naruto carrying her in his arms, while the Noir was surrounded by a fluorescent green energy. Naruto had saved her using turbo energy. Imagine you are Naruto and Mito, it is daytime, and Naruto is surrounded by turbo energy. Mito couldn't utter a single word. He had saved her twice and she didn't know what to think. The Uzumaki Namikaze family sighed in relief while Mito watched the scene without being able to say anything. Kushina. Realizing, wait a minute, that scene is the same one where Minato saved me. And now that I looked at it closely, his assumptions were correct. At that moment, Naruto falls onto a tree as the turbo energy deactivates. Naruto. Looking at her, are you okay? Mito could only nod, unable to utter a word. Naruto lowered himself to the ground with Mito in his arms, setting her down on the floor. Menma. Arriving, are you alright? Naruto. Yes, we're fine. Mito simply nodded, looking at both of them. Did I do something wrong? Upon hearing Mito's thoughts, many did not understand, but others did. The girl was questioning her actions. Then they hear the croaking to see how the Nevermore was dodging Sasuke and Haku's Kaiten and Hyoten attacks. Haku. Launching attacks, what now? Naruto was thinking until he saw his right arm. Naruto. There's no other way. This caught everyone's attention, while Naruto was already getting an idea. With that in mind, Naruto takes out ninja thread from his travel scroll. Naruto. Unfurling the scroll Menma, I want you to make a kind of slingshot with Mito's help, using the earth towers I'll create. Menma takes the thread so that he and Mito can watch as Naruto creates 2 small earthen towers. Everyone wondered what Naruto was going to do, but he knew immediately what he would do. Upon seeing that, they both looked at each other, nodded and ran, obeying War's order. Naruto. Haku, Sasuke. Both turn around, I want you to keep attacking, but this time prevent the Grim from escaping. Don't hit him, just keep him distracted. Haku nodded while Sasuke only grunted, but they both still began attacking the Grim with kunai with explosive paper, preventing it from getting away. Nobody understood why distract him and not kill him. It was easier. Upon seeing this, Naruto looked at his arm and began to concentrate. Protrusions appeared on his arm, then the skin exploded, causing the remains to fall to the ground as they vanished. Upon seeing what happened to Naruto's arm, many stifled a gasp of surprise. Menma. Worried to Naruto, are you crazy? Naruto. No, well, maybe, but I have an idea of what's going to happen. Everyone looked back at the screen. Naruto sighs a little to look at his arm, which is a completely different one. Upon seeing Naruto's new arm, many were surprised by the new appearance, while Noir already knew what his counterpart was going to do. Upon seeing that, Noir retracts his hand so that a missile launcher can emerge from the hole. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of certain mummies. With the missile launcher extended, Naruto aimed at the Grim. Once he had it in his sights, Noir began firing missiles, hitting the Nevermore and forcing it back against the cliff face. The action surprised everyone, as the power-hungry wanted to possess those powers or control Naruto. Menma. It's ready. Naruto sees that Menma and Mito already had the slingshot ready. Naruto. With his arm back to normal, okay, Haku. The named one sees him freeze the Nevermore's tail, don't freeze everything, just the tail to buy time. Haku nods to draw hand seals and unleash an icy wind which froze the tail of the Nevermore who tried to escape. Everyone paid attention, as few now understood a little of what Naruto was going to do. Upon seeing this, Naruto runs to stand in front of the makeshift slingshot and leaps into the string with crescent rows inside the moat. In midair, Naruto places the scythe's blade against the string, causing it to stretch under the combined weight and momentum of crescent rows and Naruto. The resulting effect was that the string stretched, but to keep it taut, Naruto used the absolute solver move option. Seeing the scene, everyone's minds clicked and now they knew what Naruto was going to do. Naruto saw this while remembering a certain scene. He never thought he would repeat it, but now he was sure that in some things he would have to repeat actions from his past lives. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the move option in the absolute solver. Naruto saw the Nevermore as Haku and Sasuke arrived at his sides. Haku? Do you think it'll work, Naruto-kun? Naruto. I'm about 75% sure. I already did it once, but I hope it works again. Sasuke. I think we should just control that thing. Naruto. Believe me, I already tried, but I couldn't because the Grim don't have chakra. Sasuke just clicked his tongue in frustration. Naruto just rolled his eyes in annoyance. He was already getting tired of the emo's attitude. Naruto put on a serious face as he looked at the Grim and changed the Crescent Rose ammunition for Gravity Dust ammunition. Everyone was intrigued by Crescent Rose's Gravity Dust charger. With the new magazine ready, Naruto reloaded his weapon and then deactivated the absolute solver. The reaction was as expected and Naruto was launched toward the Grim, using Crescent Rose as a platform. Unfortunately, the Grim broke free and attempted to take flight. Seeing how the Grim was freed, many were worried, but others had faith that Naruto would succeed. Of course, Naruto wasn't going to make it easy for him, so he started firing. Thanks to the recoil, Naruto was able to reach Nevermore and grab him by the neck with the sharp edge of his scythe as Noir braced his feet against the wall. Once in position, Naruto channeled chakra into his feet to keep them pressed against the wall while he loaded another round into the magazine. With that, Naruto began to run, firing as he went, increasing the Noir's speed and strength. Naruto. Running ahhhhh. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, Naruto is suspended in the air too, with a precise movement, cut off the head of the Nevermore. Imagine it's Naruto and the pedals are missing. Naruto falls to the ground at the top of the cliff as his head falls behind him and the rest of his body tumbles down the slope. Naruto gets up, turns his side, and sees his companion smiling slightly. The scene surprised everyone, especially the other villages. It was clear that Konoha had a great shinobi. However, there was no shortage of power-hungry individuals who wanted to possess what the dreamer had. At the base of the cliff, Menma and Mito could still be seen on the earthen towers, smiling, while on the ground Haku was smiling with a thumbs up and Sasuke just snorted in anger. For him, it was better to have controlled the Grim. Those who supported the emo nodded. It was better to keep the grim under control. Naruto was growing increasingly desperate. If Sasuke continued like this, he was going to kill him immediately. At that point, Menma gets confused because he swore he saw the image of a silver-eyed little Red Riding Hood girl on Naruto. Menma didn't know it, but the person he managed to see was Ruby Rose, Naruto's former avatar and remnant. Upon seeing the scene and Ruby's appearance, everyone was surprised. It was clear from afar that Ruby Rose was a beautiful girl. Of course, several men couldn't help but blush at Rose's beauty. Meanwhile, Naruto looked at his former appearance and then at himself. Naruto. Will it be possible to become Ruby Rose again and one of my other past lives? I'll find out later. With that, he decided to continue watching the screen. With that, Naruto decides to descend, generating several absolute solver symbols in the air and using them as platforms. It wasn't time to reveal all his powers yet. Naruto nodded. It was better that they didn't know all his powers, although he felt that wouldn't happen thanks to the screen. Upon reaching the ground, he begins to walk towards his companions. Naruto. It's over, we won. Everyone except Sasuke smiled when they heard something. Turning around, they saw Sakura arrive, looking tired, and then they saw Sasuke. Sakura. Running towards Sasuke-kun. With that, he hugged her while the Uchiha tried to get Haruno off him. Naruto. And there's the most irritating fangirl of all time. Sakura glared at Naruto. At that moment, Naruto's memories of his clone come back to him, pointing in a certain direction. Naruto. Here they come. Upon hearing that, everyone turns to look in that direction, and a few seconds later, Akumu arrives, followed by Kakashi, Zabuza, and Kushina. Akumu reaches Naruto and opens his mouth, revealing Milo and Akuo inside, which brings a small smile to Naruto's face. Naruto smiled slightly as he saw how Akumu had stored Milo and Akao inside him. Kushina. Approaching worriedly, are you alright? Although she was really only worried about Mito and Naruto. Menma. Ironic, why am I not surprised? Naruto shrugged with amusement. He knew perfectly well why Kushina's thought didn't surprise him. Myth. Yes, Mom, we're fine. Kushina sighed in relief as Kakashi approached Sakura with a serious look. Kakashi. Serious, what you did to us was very wrong, Sakura, and that will be reported to the Hokage. Upon hearing that, Sakura became frightened, thinking that they would take her away from her Sasuke-kun. Minato. Calmly, calm down, Kakashi, it's not necessary, serious, and you miss Haruno, you will leave the shinobi program until you prove that you are worthy of being a Kunoichi, until then you will not graduate from the ninja academy. Upon hearing that, Sakura felt like her world was collapsing. All that effort for nothing. Naruto. You know what? I want to go back to Konoha already. Everyone had to agree with him in order to begin their journey to Konoha. Naruto. I was able to use my turbo energy, will I also be able to get the nano cubes? I'll see when I get there. Without further ado, he put those thoughts aside and continued on his way to Konoha. Now he felt like resting and eating a chocolate cake or the ramen from Ichiraku Ramen. But that, the screen went dark while Naruto thought about the chocolate cake. He was already craving it. Naruto information part 2. Everyone in the room was chatting or stretching. Naruto was enjoying the chocolate cake he had made. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto information part 2. Upon seeing that, everyone paid close attention, as they would now know how Naruto's information was managed. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Special eyes. Absolute Solver Eye. Sharingan. Byakugan. Silver eyes. Everyone saw that, remembering the times Noir had used those jutsus. Of course, Sasuke was angry to see Naruto possess the Sharingan, while Hiashi was thinking about how to get Naruto to marry Hinata and have children. States. Amabilis, trait of kindness. Seraphim. Shogun. Divine. Everyone remembered Naruto's states, although it still gave them chills to know that Noir had the divine state. Floating hands. No trait. Patience. Protection. Creativity. Kindness. Purity. Many wanted to know how Naruto made his floating hands appear, although they attributed it to soul magic. Special weapons. Crescent Rose. Degrees Compact. Bowed Rifle. Bowed Sword Mode. Scythe Mode. Samurai Sword. Fire Smasher. Harbinger. Idle Mode. Sword Mode. Shotgun Mode. Boar Scythe Mode. Ember Celica. Bracelet Mode. Gauntlet Launcher Mode. Floating Array. Sword Mode. Pistol Mode. Sundered Rose. Short Rifle Mode. Milo. Short Sword Mode. Rifle Mode. Akao, Shield. Upon seeing the weapons, many made notes. The power-hungry wanted those weapons for themselves. Naruto saw this and made a mental note to protect his weapons at all costs. Energies. Turbo Energy. Everyone remembered turbo energy, and let's just say many were already wanting to get their daughters engaged in war. Extras. Order drone tail. Absolute solver, rotate. Blue bones. Order drone wings. Aster blaster. Red bones. Orange bones. Absolute solver, elemental. Absolute solver, edit. Order drone arm. Degrees missile launcher. Absolute solver, move. That clearly made the power-hungry even more eager to have Naruto under their control. Affiliations. All the skeleton, probably. Menma. Hizuna. Tsunami. Inari. Zabuza Mamachi. Akuyuki. Those who wanted to have Naruto under their control were already planning to use those people to manipulate him. Note. Naruto information updates will not include previous information. They will only contain new information that has been released since the last update. That note left everyone speechless, but they didn't say anything. Naruto just saw it and made a mental note to find everyone's notes and destroy them. Mission. Nami no Kuni completed. Everyone was relaxing while Naruto meditated. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Mission. Nami no Kuni completed. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but especially Team 7. They wanted to know what would happen next. Team 7, along with Zabuza and Haku, could be seen walking directly towards Konoha. Upon arriving, they saw the legendary guards taking a little nap. Upon seeing that, everyone broke out in a sweat while those appearing on the screen looked nervous. Naruto. Believe me, even though there have been several resets, I still wonder why they haven't fired them. Zabuza. With a drop of sweat, how come they haven't been invaded by these? Menma. Believe me, that's what I'm wondering too. Without further ado, they decide to sign their admission and then head towards the Hokage Tower. They all nodded. It was best to ignore them. Hokage Tower. Inside the building, Hiruzen could be seen watching with amusement as Minato fought against his worst enemy, paperwork. Upon seeing the scene, Minato lowered his head with a depressed cloud over his face, only begging Kami to have mercy on him. Minato. Kami, please give me some space to rest. But the gods. Kami was watching Minato suffering in order to keep sending him more paperwork. Kami. No way, dog, suffer for everything you did to him and for what happened to Naruto, suffer. Kami starts laughing like crazy, while Amaterasu and Shinigami watch her with a drop of sweat on their faces. Upon seeing the scene, everyone stared blankly, while Naruto had a bead of sweat on his brow. Was she really the great Kami-sama? Amaterasu. Do you know that Naruto is already arriving? Kami. I know, just let me enjoy the suffering of this mortal. Amaterasu and Shinigami looked at each other and sighed. Sometimes they didn't know what Kami had in her head, while Kami was just laughing like crazy, sending more paperwork to Namikaze. Minato curled up into a ball, a heavy cloud of depression rising in his eyes. Now he knew Kami truly hated him. The other cages could only pity Namikaze. In the Hokage Tower. Minato just sighed heavily, then there was a knock at the door. Minato. Go ahead. The door is opened, letting Team 7 in along with Zabuza and Haku. Kushina. Team 7 reporting in. Minato. Good, tell me what happened. Naruto frowned slightly. He knew this was going to happen. Naruto frowned as well. On the other hand, Kushina began to recount absolutely everything that happened, supported by Kakashi who filled in some details that the Uzumaki had forgotten. Upon seeing that, Naruto began to unleash his divine power, frightening everyone. It was clear that Naruto was angry. Minato and Hiruzen were surprised by what the Jonin were saying. Hiruzen might know a little thanks to the memories Naruto gave him, but that didn't stop him from being surprised by the information. Minato. Wow, this is very hard to digest. But they saw Naruto looking at them with a less than friendly expression. It was clear he was annoyed that they had revealed that information. Seeing Naruto on the screen and noticing that Naruto in the room was also upset, everyone swallowed hard. Minato. Naruto. Naruto. Annoyed, be quiet Namikaze, I won't say it twice, I'm very angry about the revelation of this information, and believe me I'm about to explode and cause a massacre. That made many people swallow hard, since they knew what Naruto was like. Just like on screen, everyone in the room swallowed hard. On the other hand, the Anbu, upon hearing that, came out of their hiding places to point their katanas at Naruto. Seeing that, everyone panicked. They knew Naruto was incredibly powerful, and doing that to him only meant an imminent war they couldn't win. Of course, others, like a certain mummy and emo of dubious sexuality, considered themselves more powerful than Noir. But Noir doesn't even flinch. Minato. Anbus, withdraw. The Anbu saw him for a moment, then sheathed their katanas and retreated to their hiding places. That made everyone sigh with relief, while Naruto remained serious. Naruto. As I was saying, I'm very upset about the disclosure of this information, but get this through your brains, this information is a Z-rank secret, if you decide to reveal it, I'll kill you. They all felt a great chill run down their spines but nodded. It was clear that Naruto was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the room felt a chill, but they accepted it anyway. That information was of rank Z. Minato. I understand, rank Z. Naruto nods, still annoyed with Kushina and Kakashi. That information was very sensitive. Minato. Well, now let's talk about Zabuza Momoshiki and his partner. Naruto. Serious, I was the one who suggested they come with us, Zabuza, a swordsman with the legendary Kubikura, and Haku, a user of Hyoten. Minato thought about it for a while. Those were good reasons to bring them into the shinobi ranks. Minato also analyzed these. They were good reasons to bring them into the shinobi ranks. On the other hand, a certain one-eyed mummy watched Yuki intently. If he captured her and turned her into a breeding machine, he would have very powerful soldiers, although first he would have to deal with Noir. Minato. I could let them stay, but on the condition that they are each monitored for 6 months. Zabuza. I accept. Haku. I have no problem with that. Zabuza and Haku nodded as Minato was grateful to have chosen the best option that benefited everyone. Minato nodded, then looked at Sakura. Minato. Serious, okay, now let's talk about Sakura Haruno. The girl gets nervous while Naruto leans back against the wall. Now he is neutral. Upon hearing that, Sakura became nervous. She hoped they wouldn't separate her from her Sasuke-kun. Minato. Serious, from what I've heard, you didn't help at all during the mission. You literally left them to their fate. Sakura. You have to understand, Hokage-sama, those things were terrifying. Minato. Serious, I don't know what those grim people are like, but from what I heard, even the rest of your comrades fought while you ran away with your tail between your legs. Sakura just watched everyone while Hiruzen and Minato talked amongst themselves before separating. Hiruzen. We have made a decision and concluded that you, Sakura Haruno, are not suitable to be a kunoichi, so from now on you will no longer be part of the shinobi ranks. Upon hearing that, Sakura felt her world crumble. She would no longer be a ninja. Sakura. But why? Hiruzen. Serious, because of your inability to follow orders, to support your comrades, because of your fangirl complex, your lack of training, because of everything, you are not fit to be a kunoichi. Sakura was holding back tears when she heard that. In the room, Haruno was also holding back tears. Minato. Serious, so, if you want to remain a kunoichi, you must train until you are on par with a true kunoichi. Until then, extends his hand over your headband and retire. Officially, you are off duty. Sakura let her tears flow as she looked at the rest of Team 7, only to cry even harder when she saw that no one was paying attention to her, not even her Sasuke-kun. Sakura simply gave her headband to Minato and then left, tears streaming down her face. Sakura simply collapsed. She had nothing left to be with her Sasuke-kun. The Uchiha was simply in her mind, celebrating no longer having another fangirl chasing after him. Ino saw this and wondered, was it worth joining the shinobi program for Sasuke? Minato. Well, you can all leave, except you, Naruto. The entire Team 7 leaves, leaving Naruto in the office. Naruto was curious why they asked him to stay. Naruto. What now? Minato. Well, the third Hokage has something to tell you. Naruto raises an eyebrow to look at Sarutobi. Similarly, in the room Naruto raised an eyebrow while the rest watched expectantly. Hiruzen. I want you to accompany me to the Sarutobi compound, there is something I want to show you. This piqued Naruto's curiosity even more, and he nodded. Then Noir and Sarutobi left the office. It also filled Noir and the rest with curiosity. Just then the secretary arrived with more papers to sign, making Minato depressed. Naruto and Menma shared amused smiles. Sarutobi enclosure. Hiruzen and Naruto were entering the place with Noir still confused. Naruto. And what was it you wanted to show me, Gigi? Hiruzen smiled and gestured with his hands toward a specific spot. Turning around, Naruto saw a girl with an animal coming out of the kitchen. Naruto. In shock, it can't be. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone, especially Naruto, intrigued to know what Hiruzen showed Naruto. Make up for lost time. Everyone was sitting waiting for the new episode, but Naruto seemed impatient. He wanted to know what had shocked him. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Make up for lost time. That caught everyone's attention, but then they saw 2 lights appear. When they faded, they revealed a girl and a dog that no one recognized, except for one of them. Naruto. Contento Olivia, too. Upon hearing their names, they both turn around so that Sway can jump into Naruto's arms while Olivia hugs him. Olivia, happy, I'm so glad to see you again, Ben. At that moment, a lightning bolt strikes Olivia and Sway on the heads of the two, who then receive the information. Olivia. Oh well, now Naruto, he. Naruto smiles as he sits down with Olivia beside him and Zwei on his lap. Naruto looked shocked by what he was seeing. Standing before him was a girl in a white suit with black and green accents. Who was carrying a dog in his arms. The girl was Olivia, a name given by Naruto, and the dog was Zwei. Olivia. Our debut. Naruto nodded with a smile as Zwei barked with happiness. Naruto. In shock, Olivia too. Zwei barked as he jumped out of Olivia's arms and began spinning around the noir. The girl, smiling, approached Naruto to hug him, which the dreamer returned. Naruto. Hugging Olivia, I thought I'd never see you again. Olivia, hugging Naruto, I thought I'd never see you again too, Ben. Or should I call you Naruto? Naruto let out a small laugh, while Olivia had a small smile. In the living room, Olivia and Naruto exchanged amused smiles. Those kinds of jokes were quite common between them. Kushina looked at Olivia and shook her head. Kushina. No, she's not suitable for me, Hinata is better. They both separate and then Hiruzen tells them to sit down, which they both do. Once seated, Zwei sits on the floor next to Naruto. Naruto. But how are you here? Olivia. Well, the last thing I remember is that after returning the Big Bang to Multiverse, you died in his last desperate attack and I couldn't save you with lifesaver mode. I decided to remain inactive due to depression and because I didn't feel anyone else was capable of using my power. Naruto smiled with a touch of tenderness. He and Olivia were a great team and always looked out for each other, that's why they were such a great team. Naruto smiled tenderly, while Olivia looked somewhat embarrassed. Meanwhile, the rest were astonished to learn that Naruto had stopped a Big Bang and hurled it at his enemy, though he died in the process. Olivia. Then a week passed before I woke up in Mr. Hiruzen's living room, looking like my prototype. Naruto. I see. Out of curiosity, do you still have all the aliens we obtained? Olivia. Smiling slightly, fortunately, yes, I still have all the samples. Upon hearing that, Olivia checks her insides. Olivia. My other self is right, Naruto. I still have all the DNA samples. Naruto. Smiling, that's great. On the other hand, Danzo heard that and thought about turning Olivia into a breeding machine and having powerful soldiers. Naruto smiles, nods, and looks its way. Naruto. And I suppose you showed up around here after you saved me from that grim, right Zwei? The dog barked in affirmation, to which Naruto smiled and stroked its head. Naruto stroked Zwei's head, who was enjoying the affection of his former owner, now his new master. Hiruzen. Naruto-kun, I know you have the day off now, why don't you make up for lost time with Olivia-chan and Zwei? Naruto thought about it, then smiled and nodded. Naruto. Claro Jiji. The old Hokage nodded with a smile as he watched Naruto, Olivia, and Zwei get up and leave the Sarutobi compound. Naruto. We should do that. Olivia. We already are. Naruto. I know, but back to Konoha. Olivia. Done. Zwei barked, implying that he too would accompany them. On the streets. The trio of boy, dog, and girl could be seen walking. Naruto and Olivia were having a conversation that, thankfully, no one could hear. Olivia. Looking around, so this place is Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto. That's right. Olivia. And why are you staying here if you have enough power to destroy the village? From what you told me, you hate Konoha. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, especially those from Konoha who were somewhat afraid, knowing that Naruto hated them. Naruto. And it's true, I hate it. I hate how corrupt it is. Almost everyone here is a damn hypocrite. The moment they see someone they hurt become important, they praise them. Believe me, many times I've wanted to destroy this damn town, not just in this one, but in the old resets too. Olivia. If that's the case, why haven't you? Naruto. Simple. I wouldn't stoop to their level. They made my life a living hell several times, but I won't do anything to them. Karma will take its course. It always does. I'm not vengeful. That had left everyone speechless, especially those from Konoha. Olivia. But the day will come when you'll have to give in to the feeling of revenge. Naruto. I know, but until then I won't do anything to them. That last part left Naruto speechless as he looked at his hand. He knew the day would come when he would have to use revenge, but until then he wasn't going to worry about it. Olivia nodded but decided to change the subject. Olivia. And tell me, what have you done in this reset or in the ones that followed ours? Naruto. You see. Elsewhere. Themes 8 and 10 could be seen together with Sakura gathered at the Akimichi barbecue. Upon seeing the change of scene, many were surprised and paid close attention. Ino. Surprised, so they kicked you out of the shinobi ranks. Sakura. Tearfully, yes, they kicked me out. I won't be able to be near Sasuke-kun anymore. Ino. Arrogantly, ha. See, forehead. I'll keep Sasuke-kun for myself. Sakura just looked at her angrily. Sakura also saw Ino in the room looking angry, while Ino didn't know whether to continue with her love for the Uchiha or not. Shikamaru. Bored, so what did you do? Sakura. Well. Kiba. Pointing, hey guys, isn't that Naruto? Upon hearing that, everyone turned towards where Kiba was pointing, seeing Naruto walking alongside a girl in a white, black, and green outfit, accompanied by a black and white dog. Upon hearing and seeing the scene, everyone paid attention, as it seemed their paths would cross. Upon seeing that, Hinata frowns upon seeing her man with a slut. This angered Naruto, while Hinata agreed with her counterpart. Joji. Eating, who is she? Kiba. I don't know, I can't see her face because of the hat she's wearing. Shino. What if she's Naruto's girlfriend? Upon hearing that, Naruto and Olivia blushed, while Hinata glared at Shino with a murderous look. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look at him while Hinata was angry. Ino. Annoyed, what are you saying, Shino? You know perfectly well that Hinata is a better match for Naruto. Hinata smiled when she heard that. Hinata smiled at that, while Naruto just rolled his eyes in annoyance. Menma had noticed this and realized that Naruto wasn't interested in getting back together with Hinata. Shino. If that were the case, wouldn't Hinata have gone after Naruto by now? Hinata. MMPH, my Naruto-kun will come to me eventually. Shino. But he hasn't come. I can even say he doesn't want to see you at all because of what we did to him. Hinata growled angrily. She believed Naruto would eventually come to her and they would be happy again. Naruto. In your dreams. Kiba. Hey, what if we follow him? Sakura. But we're talking about what happened to me, not that idiot Naruto. But upon hearing that, everyone agreed and left, leaving the bill to Sakura, who could only cry as she watched her last savings disappear. Sakura only looked at her friends to cry. On the other hand, Naruto was annoyed because he had a feeling what they were going to do. Ha Naruto, Olivia wise way. The trio was seen walking towards a building. Olivia. So, where do we go now? Naruto. Smiling slightly to the first place I could call home. Olivia. Okay, notices something, we're being followed. Naruto. I know, and unfortunately, I know who they are. Olivia. Should we fight them? Naruto. Nah, just ignore them. They'll be the ones who lose anyway. Seeing the scene and hearing what Naruto and Olivia said made them understand the Team 8 and Team 10 were going to have a bad time. With that, the trio continued walking until they reached a building. Olivia. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto. Smiling a little, yes, this was the first place I could call home. Upon hearing that, the staff at Ichiraku Ramen smiled, flattered. Meanwhile, Kushina felt a bucket of cold water poured over her when she heard that Naruto didn't consider her house his home. The three were about to enter but were stopped. Stop right there. Upon hearing that, Naruto sighed heavily and turned around, followed by Olivia and Zwei. Teams 8 and 10 stood before them. Everyone paid attention, but Hiashi felt that his daughter was going to do something crazy. Naruto. Neutral, what do you want? Hinata. I want to know why you brought this slut to our establishment where we had dates. That annoyed Naruto. First strike. Naruto. Annoyed, first of all, don't talk to Olivia like that, and second, our. Sounds like a pact to me. This place isn't yours or mine. Hinata. I don't care, I want to know why you're with her. Naruto. I'm not obligated to tell you. Hinata. Of course you are. I'm your girlfriend. Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance. Second strike. Naruto. You're not my girlfriend. You dumped me for no reason, and now that you can't get what you want me back. Hinata. Hysterical, of course I'm your girlfriend. Does what we went through together mean nothing to you? And a third strike for Hyuga. Naruto. The truth is that I should be the one asking that question, but I'm over you, you mean nothing to me anymore, now go live your life because I don't want anything to do with you anymore. That annoyed Hinata, who gave a look full of madness. Naruto turns around and starts walking away, followed by Olivia, who doesn't know what to say. Seeing this, Hinata goes into a frenzy and lunges forward, attempting to use the gentle fist technique on Naruto. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Hiashi. Annoyed, are you crazy, Hinata? Hinata was simply terrified as she watched her counterpart do something crazy. Seeing this, everyone panicked and tried to stop Hinata, but she was blinded by madness and ran quickly. Sensing this, Naruto was about to stop her using Ember Celica, but a wall of Tatanite formed between Hinata and Naruto, causing the Hyuga's attack to crash into the structure, surprising the teams and spectators when they saw that the attack did nothing to her. Upon seeing the wall of Tatanite and how the gentle fist had no effect on it, everyone except two was shocked. The wall began to return to the ground, revealing Olivia standing in front of Hinata and protecting Naruto. Everyone was surprised to see that it was Olivia who created the wall. On the other hand, the power-hungry wanted Olivia to use as a breeding machine and have more powerful soldiers, among them Sasuke, who wanted the girl to have powerful offspring. Hinata. And who do you think you are, you damn thing? Say your name. Olivia. Serious, my name is Olivia Tennyson, and I am a friend and ally of Naruto. Upon hearing the surname Naruto, he was surprised but smiled, remembering how in one of his resets, he was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson or just Ben Tennyson. Hinata. Getting into a fighting stance, well, now I know which bitch to kill for wanting to keep what's mine. Olivia also got into a fighting stance, but Naruto stopped her. Naruto. Stop, Olive, it's not worth it, after all, now everyone saw that the princess of the Byakugan is capable of attacking treacherously just because of a tantrum. That made everyone open their eyes, well many thought that Naruto had set a trap for them. Upon hearing that, the teams turned to look around, noticing that they were the center of attention. Ino. Annoyed, did you set a trap for Hinata? Naruto. Calm, no, I didn't set anything for her, everything that's happening was done by her own hand, she literally dug her own grave. That made Hinata swallow hard, she went crazy, and now everyone will see her as what they saw her, a crazy woman. Hinata became nervous, and then some Anbu surrounded her. Anbu Nico. Hinata Hyuga will come with us. Before she could do anything, Hinata was grabbed by two Anbu and then taken away while screaming for help. The Ashi sighed in annoyance at the mess his daughter had created. Hinata, on the other hand, simply lowered her head, realizing that her recklessness had made her a danger to everyone. Upon seeing this, the teams rushed to their friend's aid, leaving Naruto and Olivia watching on. Naruto. I apologize for making you see that. Olivia. Smiling slightly, don't worry about it. Naruto. With a hint of teasing, so, Tennyson, huh? Olivia. Embarrassed, don't make fun of me, it was the first thing that came to mind. Naruto. It doesn't matter, I'm glad you chose that last name. Naruto smiled at Olivia, who smiled back. Now she would be Olivia Tennyson. Olivia smiles, then turns towards Ichiraku. Olivia. Walking, there's still a place you must show me. Naruto smiled and followed Olivia, but something was on his mind. How Olivia and Zwei had arrived in this timeline. For now, however, he ignored it and enjoyed his new company. With that, the screen went dark, and Naruto knew he wouldn't have to search any further, since he knew how Olivia and Zwei had arrived. But he decided to do the same as his counterpart. Enjoy his new company. Olivia and Haku's test. Naruto and Olivia could be seen with Zwei on Naruto's lap. The others were watching them, though some were observing them analytically, trying to figure out how to get hold of one of them and bring them under their control. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Olivia and Haku's test. Upon reading the title, everyone, especially those from Konoha, paid attention. 1 week had passed since Olivia and Zwei arrived in the shinobi world, and some things happened during that week. Hinata was taken to a Yamanaka who was traumatized upon seeing the Hyuga's mind. Upon hearing that, everyone looked at Hinata with fear, a Yamanaka traumatized by having his mind entered. Naruto. Sarcastically, why am I not surprised? Olivia learned a little more about the shinobi world and the elements that existed. Olivia. Naruto chuckled when he heard that. Naruto and Zwei used to spend time together since they couldn't anymore after their reset as Ruby Rose. But now we'll sit somewhere else. Naruto smiled as Zwei barked happily. He could make up for lost time with his owner Ruby, now owned by Naruto. Naruto's Choza. In that straw house, Naruto could be seen in the kitchen making breakfast with Zwei on a cushion next to him. Naruto saw that and thought about getting Zwei a cushion too. At that moment, Olivia enters the room without her usual outfit as she was wearing pajamas. Upon seeing Olivia in pajamas, many admitted that she looked cute, especially Naruto, who had a slight blush. Olivia. Good morning. Naruto, putting breakfast on the table. Good morning, Olivia. Olivia sits down at the table to have a cup of coffee. Across from her, Naruto sits down to have a chocolate milkshake. Olivia. You should stop drinking so many chocolate milkshakes, it can make you sick. Naruto. Okay, only if you stop drinking so much coffee. Olivia decided to stay quiet. She loves coffee like Naruto loves chocolate milkshakes. Naruto. It'll be today. Olivia. I know. Naruto. And how did you manage to get them to let you take the test to join the shinobi ranks? Olivia. I have my methods. Naruto. With a bead of sweat. If by methods you mean threatening to cut off his balls, well, that's certainly effective. Olivia. Amused. You know me well. Naruto smiles with amusement as he remembers that Olivia was always like this. Upon seeing the scene, many broke out in a sweat, but several men covered their private parts with a shiver. With that, they both continued with their breakfast while Naruto gave Zwei a can of food. Sometimes he wondered what his dog's stomach was like that allowed him to eat only metals. It would remain a mystery. Naruto. Olivia looked at Zwei with some surprise. The rest were silent, unable to believe that a dog could eat metal and walk like nothing. Zwei would remain a mystery. Time skip. Olivia, Naruto, and Zwei were seen walking toward Training Ground 7 for Olivia's test. Upon arriving, they saw Hiruzen with Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, the rest of Team 7, and Asuma Sarutobi. Yuhi Kurenai. Milk Guy. And Anko. Asuma. Happy we finally appear. Kurenai and Mito nodded with a smile. Upon seeing Anko, the noir approaches. Naruto. Hi Anko. Anko. Hugging Naruto's shoulder. Hey kid, how are you? Naruto. I'm fine. Olivia. Arriving is she the Anko Mitarashi you told me about? Naruto. That's right, Anko, this is Olivia. Olivia, this is Anko. Olivia. Nice to meet you. Anko. Nice to see you too, brat. Olivia. Annoyed, what do you mean, brat? Anko stuck her tongue out mockingly. Olivia. Annoyed, what do you mean, brat? Upon hearing that, everyone started laughing while Olivia just looked embarrassed. Naruto. Relax Olivia, that's just how he tells people he likes them. Olivia just looked at Anko with an annoyed expression and then sighed. Olivia. Okay. Olivia also had to sigh in resignation. Naruto. Okay, with that settled, points to Team 7, what are they doing here? Minato. I thought it only fair that their teammates meet their new teammates. Naruto. Getting an idea teammates. Naruto probably had an idea and it was quite logical who they were talking about, he even said so in the title. Sakura. Who will be your new classmates? Everyone looked at her as if she were an idiot cough, but they didn't care about her or her existence. At that moment, Haku and Zabuza arrive. Minato. Yes, teammates, I managed to convince Miss Haku to join Team 7. Naruto. I see. With that, Tennyson and Yuki stand in the middle, and then the 5 senseis and Anko stand in front of them. Naruto. It's still kind of funny to see that you decided to use the surname Tennyson, but it still makes me happy. Olivia smiled as she continued watching the screen. Minato. Alright, it's time to start the test of Olivia Tennyson and Haku Yuki. The opponents get into fighting positions. Olivia. It's good that Naruto taught me how to fight this week. I don't want to rely solely on my DNA samples, although I know I'll have to use them. Upon hearing that, everyone, especially the power-hungry, paid attention. Olivia saw Naruto, and he understood. Noir was going to teach Tennyson how to fight. The teams looked at each other with serious expressions. Minato. Begin. Mito was the first to attack, launching himself at Olivia with incredible speed. Seeing this, the girl narrowly dodged the attack and then performed a somersault, evading a kick from the sensei. The scene surprised many, especially seeing Olivia's quick reaction. Olivia walks away, followed by Mito, Kakashi, and Anko, leaving Haku to face Kushina, Kurenai, and Asuma. Naruto. Somewhat worried, Olivia against the bushy-browed one, the Cyclops, and Anko, I hope she does well. Naruto knew Olivia could defend herself, but that didn't stop him from worrying about her. With Olivia. The girl was among the trees, dodging the attacks of the 3 adults. She fell to the ground and was then surrounded by her 3 attackers. Tennyson looked at them with an analytical expression before the fight began. Seeing his expression, many were reminded of Naruto because of how he analyzed the scene. Mito attacked with a punch which was deflected by Olivia, who had to duck to avoid a kick from Kakashi and then jump to avoid Anko's snakes. Olivia. Let's see if they can stand against someone who can use multiple types of DNA. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power-hungry. No one managed to hear her before they saw Olivia sink into the earth. She was using Florana DNA. Naruto saw that, remembering Wilvine. Anko. Serious, be careful, from what Naruto told me she has several abilities, don't be overconfident. They both nodded, preparing to stand guard. Upon hearing what Anko said, everyone, but especially Mito and Kakashi, paid attention. On search. Yuki was having a hand-to-hand fight against Kushina and Asuma while having to dodge kunai thrown by Kurenai. This angered many, as they wanted to see Olivia's abilities but resigned themselves to seeing Haku's instead. Haku? Let's see if it works. That made everyone curious. At that moment, Kushina and Asuma launched a simultaneous attack, only to see Haku leap back while leaving behind a fragile sculpture of herself which shattered upon contact with the blows. Haku? Happy, it worked. Everyone was surprised, but especially Naruto, since he recognized that movement. Haku decided to attack Kurenai because she was the weakest in hand-to-hand combat. Kurenai frowned slightly. She knew she was weak in Taijutsu, and Haku was taking advantage of that. Yuhi thought she would have to train more. With Olivia. The 3 adults could be seen dodging roots and some explosive seeds launched by them. Upon seeing the scene, everyone realized that Olivia had everything under control, although they shouldn't let their guard down. Then a flower emerges from the ground and opens slightly, revealing Olivia. Olivia. Mockingly, what's wrong? Is it difficult for you? Naruto smiled slightly, remembering how he used to crack jokes in the middle of a fight. It seems Olivia picked it up. Kakashi uses hand seals to unleash a fireball that incinerates the roots. Seeing this, Olivia dodges the attack and gets stuck to a tree using Arachnochimpanzee DNA. Olivia. Phew, that was close. Olivia was also relieved that her other self had dodged the attack. On the other hand, many were filled with curiosity upon hearing about Arachnochimpanzee DNA. At that moment Mido lunged towards her, so Olivia decided to use Tetraman DNA to stop the blow and send it back to the man. That caught the attention of those who practiced Taijutsu more. Olivia dodged some of Anko's snakes and then fell to the ground. Olivia. Alright, it's time to get serious. The three adults stood on guard, knowing that they were facing the human form of one of the most powerful artifacts in the universe. Many were excited by what Olivia said, but everyone fell silent upon learning the truth about Olivia. She was the human form of one of the most powerful artifacts in the universe. The power-hungry already wanted Olivia as their breeding machine and weapon. On search. The area looked full of pieces of ice. The power-hungry grunted at the change of scenery but said nothing. Haku was fighting Asuma and Kushina using kunai. In the distance, Kurenai was encased in ice with her head exposed. Kurenai clicked her tongue in frustration. She needs to improve her taijutsu. Haku leaps into the air to throw senbon needles at the adults, who expertly dodge them. Haku lands on the ground and forms hand seals. Haku. Hyoten.ice dragons. Two dragons emerge from the nearby lake, freezing to reveal themselves as ice dragons who then attack. That had surprised everyone. Upon seeing this, Asuma formed hand seals and unleashed a burst of fire that struck the dragons, creating a cloud of cold smoke. The cloud was then dispersed by a powerful wind, allowing Mido, Kakashi and Anko to reach the other senseis. They all saw Olivia with her hand outstretched. She had used the Geochalonario DNA technique. Naruto remembered Tortutornado, while the power-hungry watched that intently. Mido. Cheerfully hahaha, your flames of youth are very big, young Olivia. Olivia felt a little uncomfortable at Mido's great enthusiasm. Olivia. Thanks. Mido. Hahaha, how about we finish this with one last punch? Olivia. Sure. Mido nods and crosses his arms. Mido. Shimon, open. Gate of pain. Upon seeing that, Olivia became defensive and serious. Thanks to Naruto, she knew what that technique was. Upon seeing that, everyone's eyes widened. Mido was using the inner gates. Olivia surrounds her fist with a Tomosapiens DNA to see Mido. Naruto opened his eyes suddenly to see Olivia. Naruto. Agitated Olivia, I forbid you from using a Tomosapiens DNA unless it is absolutely necessary. Olivia was a little startled by Naruto's scream but nodded. It seems she got carried away and didn't analyze the situation. Olivia and Mido glared at each other before launching themselves forward, Mido using the power of Shimon and Olivia using Kinoceleran DNA. Seeing this, Naruto moved swiftly between them, stopping them in their tracks with his bare hands. Everyone in the room was very surprised to see how Naruto had stopped them both in their tracks with his bare hands. Seeing this, everyone was surprised, but Naruto simply flicked his fingers to use their combined kinetic energy against them, hurling them into the trees and breaking several in the process. This left everyone in shock. Everyone in the room was equally shocked, while the power-hungry wanted Naruto under their command. Naruto. Don't do that again. You could have killed us all. Although nothing bad would have happened to me. Olivia and Mido felt like children when they heard Naruto scolding them. Mido and Olivia emerge from among the trees, injured. Olivia. Ah, that hurt. Naruto. Scolding well, you deserved it. Can you imagine what that attack would have caused? Olivia. Looking down sorry. Olivia also lowered her gaze. Seeing this, Naruto sighed and hugged the girl, who smiled. She knew that Noir was doing it for her. Mido. Laughing nervously I apologize too, I got emotional. Naruto just nodded without looking at his face. Only Olivia could see Noir's face, and she saw that Naruto didn't like Mido, and she deduced why. Mido had also betrayed him. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the last part. Mido had also betrayed Naruto. No one could believe it, not even Mido guy himself. Minato. Well, we've seen enough and I'll just say, Hakuyuki, Olivia Tennyson, you are officially ninjas of Konoha. They both nod and take their ninja headbands. With that, everyone leaves while Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, Olivia and Zwei decide to go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate with a nice bowl of ramen. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in silence. Olivia. She gets up, followed by Naruto and Zwei, to go get something to eat. The others watch them, and then Menma shrugs. He was hungry too. Ifrong. Everyone was eating peacefully, though some were still shocked by what they'd seen during Olivia and Haku's test. Sakura just stared at the girls, thinking they were trying to steal her Sasuke-kun. Sasuke gazed at Olivia, contemplating making her his own to create a powerful offspring. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Ifrong. Nobody understood except for one person who recognized that name, her surname. It has been 1 month since Olivia and Haku joined Team 7 and it was recognized as the largest team. Almost no one was surprised by that since there were, literally, 8 members on the team. That month Naruto and Olivia started working on a project that Noir had and was related to one of his best friends from the old resets, Roberto Martinez, or as he affectionately called him, Birdo. Many wanted to know what project he was talking about, but Naruto understood instantly. It was the Nano Cubes. Shikamaru, however, felt jealous upon learning that this Birdo guy was one of Naruto's best friends. Naruto also viewed his team with an analytical eye and decided to do something with Menma, deciding to make him the new avatar. Upon hearing this, many were confused and surprised. Naruto was going to train Menma. Menma was pleased to hear it. Naruto hesitated, unsure whether to do it or not. He didn't want to use him as a weapon. Training Camp Number 7. Menma could be seen there training in Taijutsu and Kinjutsu using a training dummy. He walked away, breathing heavily, and then heard someone approaching. Turning around, he saw it was Naruto. Menma. Smiling, "Hi Naruto." Naruto. Smiling slightly, "Hi Menma, I see you're training." Menma. "Yeah, I decided to train today even though they told us we had the day off." Naruto. "I see, I'm glad you decided to improve your skills, but also remember that you need to rest." Menma nodded. Menma made a mental note of that while the experienced ones nodded in agreement with what Naruto said. Naruto. "Listen, Menma, I've been watching our team and I've come to a conclusion." Menma. "What is it?" Naruto. "I've decided to train one of you." Menma was surprised but slowly looked away. Menma. "Somewhat sad, I suppose you look for the others." Naruto understood Menma's attitude, so he just gave him a little hug. Menma smiled slightly, a little blush creeping across his face. Naruto. "Why should I go looking for the person I'm going to train if he's right in front of me?" That surprised Menma, who turned to look at him. Menma. "What? Why me?" Naruto. "Well, I didn't choose Haku and Olivia because they're already experienced and strong, Sasuke is mentally unstable, and I don't trust Mito yet, so that's why I chose you over the others." Upon hearing the reasons, many agreed with Noir, while Sasuke glared angrily, growling. He wasn't mentally unstable. Mito, for some reason, felt saddened to learn that Naruto didn't trust her. Menma remained silent, watching Naruto. Noir was going to train him, but what did he have that the others didn't? Menma. "You flatter me, Naruto, really, but what do I have that others don't?" "I mean," looks down sadly, "they can use chakra." Naruto. That's true, they can use chakra and you can't, but what I'm going to teach you doesn't require the use of chakra." Upon hearing that, everyone, especially those hungry for power, paid attention. Menma saw Naruto, who had a smile on his face. Naruto. "What I'm going to teach you is the bending arts." Menma. "Curious, bending arts?" Everyone, except Naruto, was curious to know what the control arts were. Naruto. "That's right, bending arts." Menma. "What are bending arts?" Naruto. "Bending arts are those that allow you to manipulate the elements of water, fire, earth, and air. These elemental arts are called waterbending, firebending, earthbending, and airbending." Menma was impressed by what Naruto was saying. Everyone was equally impressed. For a moment, Olivia thought it was something similar to what she did with her DNA samples. Menma. "Are you sure you want to show it to me?" Naruto. Nods, totally sure. Menma could only look at Naruto and then tears began to form. His brother was going to train him and this time not because of a stupid prophecy. The scene moved many, while those from Konoha, plus the Uzumaki Namikaze family, remained silent upon learning of the prophecy. Naruto saw that and just hugged Menma, who returned the hug. Naruto. Separating well, are you ready? Menma. Smiling slightly, absolutely. But then they see how they were, Menma had his hands around Naruto's neck, who had his hands on Menma's hips. Upon seeing that, Naruto and Menma blushed slightly, while some females thought of yaoi. Upon seeing that, they both separated with a slight blush. Naruto. Sadly, well, it's time to start. Menma. Sadly, oh okay, anyway, I've recovered my energy. Naruto nodded while mentally scolding himself. Sometimes he hated being Behexual. Kushina. What does Behexual mean, son? But Naruto doesn't answer her, making Uzumaki angry at Naruto's rebellion. Inari. What does Behexual mean, Naruto? Naruto. With a slight blush, it means you're attracted to both men and women. That left everyone speechless as Menma blushed, understanding what Noir meant. Naruto. Now calm, okay, let's start with the theory. Menma nodded, paying attention as they both looked at the center of the training field. Upon hearing that, everyone, especially those hungry for power, paid attention. Naruto. The fighting style of waterbending is primarily about elegant fluids acting in concert with the environment. Remember, water is the element of change. Menma. Okay, fluid and elegant. That caught Hinata's attention. Naruto. Earthbending is about being stubborn and standing your ground. Earth is firm and unyielding, which is why it's the hardest element to control. Earth is the element of solidity. Menma. Being stubborn and standing your ground. Rock Lee was drawn to earthbending. Naruto nods. Naruto. Firebending is characterized by its intense attack style and a general lack of adequate defensive moves. Fire is the element of power. Menma. Being intense. That caught Sasuke's attention. He wanted to possess that art of control. Naruto. Airbending is characterized as being almost purely defensive, as well as the most dynamic of the 4 bending arts. The key to airbending is flexibility, finding and following the path of least resistance. Air is the element of freedom. Menma. To be free, flexible, to find and follow the path of least resistance. That had confused everyone. How could a calm control art sound so powerful? Naruto. That's right, that's the theory behind the control arts. Menma was analyzing everything she had heard. It all sounded great. Then a doubt entered her mind. Menma. Naruto, well, we both know that sometimes elements are capable of evolving and combining. My question is, could the control arts also combine and/or evolve? That had caught everyone's attention since they had the same question. Naruto could only smile slightly. Naruto. Smiles a little. I'm glad you asked, and the answer is yes, but also no. That confused Menma. That confused everyone too. Naruto. You see, from one control art, 3 others are derived which are called sub-controls, and those combinations are known as control combinations. Menma nodded, still surprised by the information. Everyone was equally surprised by the information, while the power-hungry took notes. Naruto. Alright, I'm going to teach you the 4 bending arts. Menma. Not to be rude, but why not all of them? Naruto. You see, I know you're very resourceful, so I'll only train you in waterbending, firebending, earthbending, and airbending, so you can try to learn the other bending arts yourself. I believe in you. Menma thought about it and nodded with a smile. Menma smiled, eager to listen, as did Naruto. He wanted to know how his little brother was doing. The others were also paying attention, but especially those hungry for power. With that, they both began practicing, first with Naruto showing Menma the movements of waterbending. The movements were fluid and elegant. Menma could tell it was easy. Naruto, watching Menma perform the movements, swore he saw his former teammate Katara. Many watched Menma's movements with undue attention, especially those hungry for power. Upon seeing Katara, many acknowledged her as a true waterbender. Naruto simply gazed longingly at his friend. After that, Naruto changed his movements, making them more abrupt. They were the movements of earthbending. While doing so, Naruto was able to see his old friend Toph Bifong. Watching the earthbending movements, Rock Lee paid closer attention. He wanted to replicate them. Many were surprised to see Toph as an earthbender, though everyone was even more astonished to hear her last name. It was the same as the title. Naruto. With some mockery fun fact, she's blind. That left everyone even more shocked to learn that Toph was blind and, not only that, an earthbender. After Menma mastered both arts, his movements began to become more intense. Now he was learning firebending. Naruto could see his former rival friend Zuko. Even Naruto had shed a few tears. Upon seeing the firebending movements, Sasuke tried to copy them with his Sharingan, but he couldn't, which frustrated him. Seeing Zuko sent chills down many spines with his gaze. Naruto, like his counterpart, shed a single tear. Naruto wasn't sure if what he was doing was right or wrong. He wanted the memories of the old Team Avatar to live on by making Menma the new Avatar, but he also wanted to train Menma like the brothers they were. After thinking it over, Naruto concluded that the memories would live on in his own mind and that he was doing this for his little brother, which put him at ease. Naruto pondered it and came to the same conclusion. Upon hearing this, Menma broke into a wide smile, realizing it wasn't about a prophecy or a weapon. It was about being brothers. Present. Now Naruto could be seen watching Menma use the 3 control arts he had learned. Naruto. Smiling. Very good Menma, you're doing very well, it's only been 1 week and you already control water, fire and earthbending. Upon hearing that, everyone was in shock. Naruto. To Menma, do you want to become stronger to protect the innocent? Menma. Serious, yes. Naruto. Serious, then I will be your teacher. Menma smiled and Naruto smiled back. Menma smiled as she caught her breath. Naruto. Alright, now I'm going to teach you airbending. Menma. Okay, but first, isn't there a map where we can see the bending arts, sub-bending, and bending combinations? Naruto smiled upon hearing that. He had found a very prodigious and curious student, just what it takes to be a good avatar. Naruto. MMH. Yes, it exists. When you finish learning the 4 control arts, I'll teach it to you. Menma nods to get into position to learn the last bending art, airbending. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. With that, Menma begins his airbending training, noticing that it was complicated, not because of the movements, but because of him. He noticed that his body had adapted so much to the previous bending arts that it was difficult for him. Many saw that and made a mental note to try to eliminate that weakness. Menma was frustrated, but then she remembered what airbending was like. With that, she tried to learn airbending again, and it was a little easier this time. Naruto watched this with a smile as he remembered Aang, his former avatar in the 4 nations. Watching the airbending movements, many saw them as relaxed and simple, yet incredibly powerful. But when they saw Aang, Naruto's former avatar, everyone fell silent. His eyes reflected the experience he possessed. Time skip. Now Menma was seen training his bending arts while having a fight against Naruto, who was also using bending arts. Upon seeing Naruto use the control arts, everyone had to admit that he was an expert at it, although some did so reluctantly. Naruto. Okay, we're done. Menma stopped while breathing heavily. Menma. Thank you for training me, Naruto. I really appreciate it, even though I still feel like I didn't deserve it. Naruto. Don't worry, Menma. I did it because I see a lot of potential in you. Menma smiled slightly with a small blush. Menma smiled when he heard his brother see a lot of potential in him. Minato and Kushina saw this and wondered if abandoning Menma had been a good idea, since from what they saw and what Naruto said, the boy had a lot of potential. Naruto. Okay, now you must continue alone. If you need help, I'll be there, but first, take this. Menma recovered and picked up a scroll Naruto had given him. Upon opening it, he noticed a rather strange map. Upon seeing the map, everyone immediately understood. It was the map of the bending arts. The power-hungry wanted that map for themselves and to teach their soldiers the bending arts. Menma looked to see Naruto, who was handing him a list. Menma took it to see what was on it. Water control. Water. Plant control. Fire. Ice control. Ice. Blood control. Blood. Fire control. Fire. Steam control. Fire. Lightning control. Lightning. Explosion control. Earth control. Earth control. Sand control. Sand control. Sand control. Metal control. Metal control. Crystal control. Crystal. Control. Air control. Air. Control gas control. Gas control. Sound control. Sound. Control void control. Void control energy control. Energy. Control combination control. Cloud control. Cloud control lava control. Lava control smoke control. Smoke control dust control. Dust. Control. Healing master. Healing master. Combustion master. Combustion master. Seismic master. Seismic master. Projector master. Seismic master. The boy is surprised and a little dizzy, but he understands that there were a lot of controls. Everyone was equally surprised and overwhelmed by what they read, but now they knew what the control arts were. Of course, Sakura was lying there, foaming at the mouth, overwhelmed by so much information for her tiny brain. Naruto. As promised, this map shows the bending arts, sub-bending, bending combinations, and, as the cherry on top, an extra bending art and bending masters. Menma. Surprised. Oh, wow, that's a lot. Naruto. Yes, once you've mastered them all, I'll teach you the final bending art and help you become a bending master. I didn't do it now because they're very complicated. Even I found them difficult. Upon hearing that, everyone understood why Naruto only trained him in 4 control arts, although they were surprised to learn that Naruto had difficulty learning the last control art. Menma nodded as Naruto watched. Naruto. You know what? I've thought about it for a long time, and well, I'm going to ask you something. Menma is filled with curiosity. Menma is equally curious. Naruto. Listen, a while ago I met a girl who was a very good friend, her name was Toph Bifrong, I wanted to know, looks at Menma, would you accept taking the surname Bifrong? Menma is surprised. That surprised everyone, especially Menma, and now they understood the reason for the title. Menma. That is too much seriously I don't know what to say you trained me you used your free time for that and now you're giving me a last name I don't know. Naruto. Menma, I insist, you're the most suitable to continue the Bifrong family legacy. Menma just stared into Naruto's eyes, unsure whether to accept or not. He didn't feel like the most suitable person, but seeing Naruto's gaze, he knew that the noir trusted him. Menma. Oh okay, now I'll be Menma Bifrong. Naruto. Smiles I'm glad, I trust you'll make the new clan, the Bifrong clan, proud. Menma smiled as she nodded. Now she had a new goal, one that would make her brother proud. That day marked the birth of Menma Bifrong. But the screen turns off, then Naruto grabs Menma by the wrist and takes him away. Naruto. As my other self said, Menma Bifrong will be born today. Menma remained silent as Naruto dragged him away. Everyone else just stood there in silence, watching what had happened. The Princess Rescue Part 1. Everyone seemed to be relaxing or chatting amongst themselves to pass the time. Minato and Kushina were talking with Jiraiya about whether it had been right to abandon Menma, since, thanks to Naruto, they had discovered that the now Bifrong had a lot of potential. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing Naruto and Menma, who were already showered and wearing only t-shirts. This caused many girls to gasp and blush at Naruto's impressive physique, while Menma was in decent shape. Seeing them, Hinata began to wonder if it had been a good idea to leave them. Just then, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Rescue of the Princess Part 1. Upon reading the title, many were confused, but Naruto immediately knew what it was about. Then, a light appeared, revealing Koyuki Kazuhana. She was about to say something when a beam of light struck her head, delivering the information before she was ordered to sit down. She could only remain silent, glancing sideways at Naruto, overwhelmed by the information she had received. The scene could be seen of a woman named Princess Fuyun facing her nemesis Mao, who had an army of zombies. Upon seeing the scene, Koyuki immediately knew what they were watching. It was one of her movies. The princess gave a speech to her followers Shishimaru, Brit and Tsukiyaku before beginning to release rainbow-colored chakra. After that, both sides launched themselves into an epic battle. That had fascinated all the young people except Naruto, who watched the movie as if it were something commonplace. In reality, all of the above took place on a screen in the movie theater where on the ceiling were Sasuke, Mito, Haku and Naruto using chakra, Menma using earth control and Olivia using Arachna chimpanzee DNA. Everyone was surprised to see them, but even more so to see Menma using earthbending to get onto the roof. Naruto just watched with a proud smile. Although the first three mentioned were surprised to see Menma there, who only said that he had found a way to be on the roof with them, he did not plan to reveal that Naruto had trained him to prevent him from getting stressed. Upon hearing the last part, Naruto smiled slightly, thanking Menma for relieving him of that stress. Naruto. Sigh, I've seen this movie way too many times already. Even during the resets when I don't watch it, I have to put up with my old teams bragging about it. Although, now that I think about it, that aura does look like me using the 7 human soul state. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Koyuki's, who wondered how many times Naruto had seen his movie. However, what really caught everyone's eye was the 7 human soul state. Flashback. You could see a blonde Naruto with blue eyes. In front of a gray girl with black eyes. It was Core Frisk, a friend of Naruto. Everyone was shocked to see Naruto looking like that. He was a carbon copy of Minato, except for the marks on his cheek. While everyone was surprised and curious about Core Frisk, the girls were clearly depressed by Core Frisk's large chest. Naruto just stared at Core Frisk's appearance with pain. Naruto. Core Frisk. Okay Naruto, ready? Naruto. Ready. With that, Naruto focuses, and then a light appears, causing Core Frisk to close their eyes slightly. As it dissipates, Core Frisk opens their eyes to see Naruto with a new form and aura surrounding his body. It was their state of 7 human souls. Upon seeing the 7 human soul state, everyone was astonished and felt the power it emanated. Koyuki saw this and had to accept that it resembled her own scene. Core Frisk. How do you feel, Naruto? Naruto. Looking at his hands I feel the power coursing through my balls. Core Frisk smiled amusedly upon hearing Naruto say that. End of flashback. That also made many smile with amusement as Naruto watched it with nostalgia. Naruto stared blankly, remembering Core Frisk, one of the people who truly captivated his heart and never betrayed him. He remembered her constantly, and right now he felt his eyes welling up. Naruto. I wish I had confessed my feelings to you before the war, Core. He wanted to do it but didn't. His curse prevented him. That's why he tried not to fall in love so he wouldn't suffer, but now he suffered even more because of Core Frisk, since he never confessed his feelings to her, and now she was gone forever. That left everyone speechless, many with a lump in their throats. Naruto's gaze was somber as he tried to hold back his tears. He still missed his beloved Core, but now she was gone forever. Then War remembered something. The singularity. Naruto. If I manage to use the singularity, I'll be able to see Core and the others again. Now he was determined to use the singularity to bring back his beloved Core and her friends from the Underverse. Naruto was about to shed a tear when. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Upon hearing the scream, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at a man who was glaring at the ninjas. That made many people grateful, as they were still hurting from that revelation about Naruto. Upon seeing that, Naruto jumps up to stand in front of him. Naruto. I apologize sir, we're just practicing, takes out his ticket and to avoid problems I'm showing my ticket here, my classmates have theirs too. The man looks at the ticket, nods, and leaves. Naruto could only sigh somewhat amused, remembering that. Time skip. Team 7 was seen leaving the movie theater. Menma. Excited wow, that movie was fantastic. Sasuke. For once, I agree with you, dope. Naruto. Yeah fantastic. Upon hearing Noir's tone of voice, Koyuki was annoyed but had to reluctantly accept that the boy had the right to speak like that. Then they see a woman riding a horse being chased by some bandits. Upon seeing Koyuki, everyone paid attention, but especially the aforementioned one. Everyone recognized the woman immediately, who managed to continue riding while being pursued. Naruto. We have to follow her. Everyone nods in agreement to start running and try to rescue the woman. Naruto. Serious, alright Koyuki, I know you don't want to, but it's time you accepted your position, it's better you do it before that bastard does his thing. Upon hearing Naruto's thoughts, many were left in doubt, but Koyuki immediately knew what he meant and could only feel fear. He kept running when he noticed a shadow on the ground. Looking up, he saw Menma in a glider. Seeing Menma with a glider surprised everyone, while Menma watched with an excited smile, and Naruto smiled a little. Naruto. I see you've got it down. Menma. Almost, I'm not as much of an expert as you yet. Naruto smiles as he takes a great leap and pulls out his own glider. With that, they both began to fly in the sky while watching the chase. Upon seeing the scene, many agreed that they looked good. Then they both saw Olivia begin to fly beside them using wings made of necrophrygian DNA. Olivia. This is weird. Why are they chasing her if she's on their team? Naruto. Lying I don't know, but it looks like the woman is trying to escape. Menma. And why is she running away? Naruto. Sometimes it's out of fear, pain, or family issues. Menma. I see looks at Olivia I still find it hard to believe that your Kekkei Genkai is the ability to transform parts of your body into whatever you want. Olivia. Lying yeah, when I awakened it, it surprised me too. Upon hearing what Olivia said, many had to accept that it was a believable lie. They continued with that until they saw the woman still riding but alone. Naruto. I'll take care of it. Before saying anything, Naruto closed his glider, leaving it on a BM and falling while putting the weapon on his back. Upon seeing that, many opened their eyes, while others were already getting used to his max steel side. Kushina. Worried that's very dangerous, Naruto. I forbid you from ever doing that again. Naruto. Serious you have neither the right nor the power to force me to do anything. You're not my mother. Those words clearly hurt Kushina, who cried a little. On the other hand, Minato and Jiraiya looked at him angrily, since, according to them, Naruto was being very rebellious. Naruto quickly takes out Crescent Rose and puts it into bat mode. Upon seeing the new mode of Crescent Rose, many considered it somewhat simple. Using the small protruding tip, Naruto began to use it to dampen gravity a little with some objects. But now they saw that it was simple and effective. More and more, Naruto showed them that he was very creative when it came to doing certain things. IBM. Interested, MMH, this boy, oh god, is better than that useless Mito, yes, he's better, I'm going to try to convince him to be my Jinchuriki. Ayubi, for some reason, felt the need to protect Naruto. He knew that even with that, he wouldn't gain the Noir's trust, or only a little, but he felt he had to keep him away from his other half. Thanks to the memories, he was now aware of everything. At that moment, and with perfect precision, Naruto falls onto the horse in front of the woman. Naruto. Smiling first, good afternoon, miss, turns around and second pulls the rope hey horse. The horse stopped while standing on its hind legs, causing the woman to hold onto the Noir's waist. The scene surprised everyone as it looked somewhat epic, although some felt jealous of Naruto, or perhaps Koyuki. Yes, many no longer knew where to direct their feelings. When the horse fell, the rest of Team 7 arrived, causing the woman to try to flee, only to be stopped by strings of patience that came from Naruto. Moving let me go now, kid. Naruto. Approaching nope, I want, sweet dreams. Before saying anything, Naruto hits the woman on the back of the neck, knocking her unconscious. Koyuki said nothing and could only curse in her mind at what was about to happen. With that, she takes it like a sack of potatoes until the senseis arrive. Although she had a poker face when she saw Naruto carrying her like that. Kushina. Ah, it's good that they managed to catch her, she had escaped, and we don't know how. The genin nodded, but Menma found it strange that Naruto correctly guessed that the woman had escaped. Kakashi. Well, now let's go back to the ship and take Miss Yuki for our mission. The genin nod and then begin walking towards the place the senseis indicated. With that, the screen turns off, letting everyone rest. The Princess Rescue Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the next episode, doing whatever they could to keep themselves occupied. Naruto, Menma, and, surprisingly, Mito were playing cards with bets. Noir was winning, though Uzumaki and Bifong weren't doing too badly. Kushina and Minato were watching, thinking that this might be the way they could be a family again. How naive. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Rescue of the Princess Part 2. Upon seeing the title, everyone understood as they paid attention. It was a new day, and Naruto was lying on the bed in one of the ship's cabins. He was fiddling with a pencil, moving it around and slightly altering it with the time option in the Absolute Solver. Upon seeing the time option in the Absolute Solver, everyone paid attention, but something told them that, as its name suggests, it had something to do with the time of an object. Naruto was bored. He knew this moment already and was very sure that in a few minutes Koyuki, who for the moment will be called Yuki, was going to wake up. Many only felt some pity for him upon learning that he would have to wait for something that had already happened to him several times. Lying on the same bed beside them were Olivia, reading one of the books written by Naruto, and Menma, who was eating some chips. Elsewhere in the same room were Kakashi, reading his Ichiha, Kushina, glaring at him, Sasuke, plotting his revenge, Mito, reading a psychology book. Her near-death experience and time spent with her team had made her reflect on whether she was doing the right thing, so she decided to read psychology books to learn how to act, and Haku, checking her senbon needles. Seeing what the rest of Team 7 were doing, everyone knew, but they were surprised to see Mito reading about psychology. She thought she'd be better off doing that, while Kyubi growled angrily. To her, it was stupid. Naruto. 3, 2, 1 and that's it. Then they hear a scream, making Naruto smile a little. Naruto smiled a little with amusement at what was happening. Naruto. You guys go ahead, I have to look for something, I'll catch up with you later. They nodded and left the room, leaving Naruto alone. Everyone paid attention, wanting to know what Naruto was going to look for. Seeing that he was alone, Noir takes out his travel kit to look for something. After finding it, he takes out an object that most likely no one would recognize. When everyone saw that object, they were all confused, but Naruto recognized it instantly. With that, he takes the object and places it on his back. With the object on his back, he rolls up the roll and places it at the back of his waist. Time skip. Now Team 7 could be seen sitting and watching as makeup artists prepared Yuki for filming the scenes. Menma. I don't know, something tells me I won't be able to tolerate that little woman. Naruto smiled, slightly amused. He had said the same thing. Naruto smiled too, since he had said that as well. Koyuki's eye twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. She knew she wasn't a saint. Naruto. That may be, but we were hired to protect her. Kakashi. He's right, it's an important mission, being an air rank. That caught the attention of the entire Team 7. Sasuke. Arrogantly, I don't think being a babysitter for that actress would be complicated, even a kid could do it. Naruto. Calmly, you're wrong about that, big celebrities are always under scrutiny. Sasuke just ignored him. Naruto just let out a sigh of annoyance. He was already getting tired of Sasuke's attitude. Then Menma realizes something. Menma. Hey Naruto, what's that on your back? Naruto. Smiles a little. You'll have to find that out later. Menma made a small pout of anger but said nothing. Seeing Menma pout in anger, Noir had to control himself because Bifong looked cute. With that, they begin watching the recordings with Yuki sporting a new look. All the genin, except Naruto, were amazed by Yuki's and his partner's great acting. Though they were also somewhat annoyed by Yuki's behavior during filming. Everyone had a poker face when they saw that, while Koyuki blushed a little from embarrassment. Naruto. Somewhat amused, you haven't changed at all, Koyuki. Naruto nodded with amusement. Time skip. The next day. The ship they were all on was stopped because an iceberg was in front of it. After a few minutes, they decided that's where they would film the next scene. That made many people break out in a sweat. Now everyone on the iceberg was trying to warm up, although of course some were sleepy. Nobody said anything, that was normal. After a while, they were filming the scene. Suddenly, an explosion happened behind one of the actors. Actor. Looking back, is that part of the scene? Everyone knew that wasn't part of the scene. Everyone saw Kushina, Kakashi and Naruto standing in the center, each with one hand extended towards where the explosion occurred. Hammerman. Angry. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Naruto. Everyone back. Then a man comes out of the explosion. That man was Naruto. Upon seeing Nader, everyone was on alert. A fight was brewing. Nader. Welcome to Yuki no Kuni. That made everyone serious, but especially Naruto, who reached for the object on his back. At that moment, Kakashi turned to look elsewhere, causing everyone to do the same, and they spotted a woman on a small snow-covered mound. It was Fubuki Kakyoku. Many young people blushed a little when they saw Fubuki, but cursed a little when they realized she was an enemy. Fubuki. Mockingly. Hail, Princess Koyuki, I hope you bring the hexagonal crystal with you. That surprised Kakashi, who saw Yuki. Kakashi. Princess Koyuki. Everyone was equally shocked except for Naruto, who was already ready for action. Everyone understood the reaction of those involved, but everyone except Naruto was a little surprised to learn that Koyuki was a princess. At that moment, Kushina turns to look in a certain direction, and then a robust man emerges from the snow. It was Mr. Fuyakuma. Mr. You're as clever as they say, Kakashi, though not clever enough for me. Upon seeing that, Naruto takes the object out of his back to have it ready. Seeing Naruto's actions, everyone understood that a fight was coming. Naruto. Sasuke, Mito, Menma, protect Princess Koyuki. Olivia, Haku, you're coming with me. Everyone else, get on the ship. It's time to fight ice against ice. Natter. Fubuki, Mr. I'm entrusting the princess to you. Fubuki. Of course. But that they jumped towards the group, separating with Kakashi fighting Natter, Kushina against Fubuki, Naruto, Haku and Olivia against Mr. Everyone paid close attention, but Sasuke growled angrily at the sight of a useless person fighting a powerful enemy instead of him, an elite Uchiha. Mr. then pulls out a snowboard and starts moving towards Koyuki. Seeing this, Naruto puts his item out, revealing it to be Crescent Rose 2.0 in its compact snowboard mode. When they saw what the object was, everyone was surprised. It was Crescent Rose version 2.0. The power-hungry wanted that weapon for themselves. With that, Naruto climbed aboard and began pursuing Mr., using airbending to move. Jutsus were unleashed immediately, flying back and forth. Some were fire release, water release, and Dragon Ball from Naruto, but the Yukinon seemed invincible in their chakra armor. Everyone was surprised, but many were shocked to learn that Naruto had created the Kodogan. This sparked jealousy in a certain emo kid, and the power-hungry among them wanted the element for themselves. Seeing that, Menma thought about something until she came up with something, so she began to concentrate. Seeing Menma act like this confused many, but Naruto understood instantly and smiled a little. Upon seeing that, Naruto immediately knew what Menma wanted to do, so he stood in front of him with the intention of protecting him. Naruto. Taking the snowboard, I'll cover you, Menma. Menma nodded gratefully, then Naruto switched Crescent Rose 2.0 to rifle mode. Everyone was fascinated by the rifle mode of Crescent Rose 2.0, although of course some wanted that weapon for themselves. Naruto surrounded his feet with ice control to prevent recoil, since he had no fire dust bullets. Many had to approve of Naruto's actions. Haku wondered if Naruto could teach him ice bending, though he knew he would first have to learn waterbending. The projectiles hit the enemies, making Naruto realize that they could only cover 50%. Naruto. Well, this is both good and bad. Good because they don't possess an aura, and bad because it could accidentally hit an ally. Upon learning this fact, everyone was surprised, although some mummies were thinking about trying to get dust. He kept firing until ice passed over him. When he turned around, he saw that Menma had mastered ice bending. Naruto. Smiling very good, Menma. Menma smiled as he continued launching ice control attacks, with Naruto firing gravity dust projectiles. Everyone was surprised to see Menma use ice bending. Naruto could only watch with a proud smile. They both saw Olivia flying using the wings of Necrophrygian DNA while carrying Haku, who was launching Hyutin attacks. Mito and Sasuke were launching Kaiten attacks, while the senseis fought against the Yukinon. This surprised everyone, especially Koyuki, to see that they were risking even their lives for her. After a long battle, the Yukinon escape, leaving everyone except Naruto exhausted. Everyone understood, but Sasuke thought it was because they saw an elite Uchiha like him. Naruto. Gather at the ship. Everyone had to agree and they went to the ship while Naruto dragged a shocked Koyuki along, as one of Fubuki's abilities had left her in shock. With that, the screen goes black, leaving many wondering what Koyuki saw, although Naruto already had an idea. The Princess Rescue Part 3. Everyone looked on, waiting to see what would happen in the next episode. Koyuki was thinking about what she saw. Should she go back or not? She didn't know. But her thoughts were interrupted when she saw the movie start playing. The Rescue of the Princess Part 3. Seeing that, everyone paid attention, but Naruto had a feeling. Everyone on the ship was gathered around a table. They were all there wanting to know what was happening, so a man named Sandak-sama. He decided to explain what was happening in Yuki no Kuni. Upon seeing Sandak, Denwar remembered that this gentleman was a good guy. He hoped he could save him. Koyuki? Annoyed, are you kidding me? There's no way to defeat Dom. Naruto. That's right, it's impossible to stop him. That surprised everyone in the room. That surprised everyone, and Koyuki was smiling a little, knowing that someone agreed with her. Naruto. It's not possible to stop him if you don't try. That relieved many and made them smile, although Koyuki was expectant. That made everyone smile, but Koyuki got annoyed. Koyuki? Annoyed? Absurd, that's absurd. I already tried and couldn't do it. If I couldn't do it, you can't either. Naruto. You say the same thing every time you reset and you always end up eating your words. That caught Koyuki's attention. Seeing what was happening, Naruto decided to intervene. Naruto. You know what? We should probably go to sleep. They all nodded and retired to their rooms to sleep. Many expected a small fight to break out, but they were disappointed. Time skip. In one room, Naruto was facing Akumu. Next to him was Olivia in bed, asleep in her cold pajamas. Although she didn't need them, she liked the feeling. Naruto. Smiling, I still find it cute to see you sleeping like that. Olivia blushed with embarrassment as she tried to hide with her hat. Naruto. Alright Akumu, give me that box, we know what will happen tomorrow. Akumu obeys and begins to gargle gently to avoid waking the girl. That caught everyone's attention. After a while, Akumu managed to spit out a box. Many were confused when they saw the box, but Naruto recognized it instantly. It was the miraculous box that he obtained as their guardian in his reset, being Marinette du Pain Cheng. When Naruto gets it, he opens it, revealing various types of jewelry. Naruto looked at the miraculous to take one and then closed the box. Sakura. Jewelry. They're cute, but what would she want that for? Many had to agree with him, although they were confused when they heard him call them miraculous. The next day. Everyone was looking for Koyuki, who had disappeared. Many saw Koyuki, who simply looked away. Naruto watched this while leaning against a wall, smiling slightly. Hey Naruto, when will it be my turn to go out? Naruto. Don't worry Kalki, your debut will be soon. The brief conversation caught everyone's attention as they wondered who Kalki was. At that moment, Kakashi arrives with him. Kakashi. Slightly annoyed Princess Koyuki escaped, we're looking for her and you're not doing anything. Naruto. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I was using my sensory abilities and I already found her. Kakashi. Alright, go after her. Naruto nods to use Crescent Rose 2.0 in snowboard mode and head towards Koyuki's location using air control. Menma. I still enjoy watching how you managed to use air control for that thing they call snowboarding. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that. Time skip. Naruto was seen arriving at a tunnel where he knew perfectly well that Koyuki was. Koyuki thought about maybe changing her hiding place. Noir started walking, putting the snowboard on his back until he reached where Koyuki was. Naruto. I finally found you, picks her up now let's go. With that, he starts walking while Koyuki tries to break free until Noir starts running. Koyuki understood her counterpart, but everyone was confused when they saw Naruto running. Koyuki. Confused, why are you running? Naruto. Serious, something is chasing us. When they turned around, they saw a vehicle start to follow them. Koyuki. Worried it's Dom. That made Koyuki jump in fear. Meanwhile, many watched the vehicle with curiosity, while certain mummies plotted how to acquire them. Naruto. There is a way to escape, but I'll only use it if you agree not to say anything. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already knew what was going to happen and just sighed somewhat resignedly, but oh well, they won't be able to obtain the miraculous without his permission. Koyuki looked at Naruto and then at the vehicle. Koyuki. Oh okay. Naruto. Nods alright, Kalki, full gallop. The light emanates from his sweater and goes to the glasses that Noir was wearing, causing the object to change. With that, Naruto is surrounded by a light and then obtains a horse-themed outfit. This surprised everyone and now they saw that the jewelry was magical. The power-hungry wanted to possess the miraculous, especially Sasuke, who thought it would help him with his revenge. Upon seeing him, Koyuki is surprised, but Naruto doesn't give her time to say anything. Naruto. Teleportation. With that, remove one hand and then a blue ring appears on the wrist of that hand. Upon receiving it, Naruto throws it, creating a portal. Without hesitation, Noir steps through the portal with Koyuki in his arms and the ability cancels just before the tunnel's ceiling collapses. Everyone was amazed to see the power of the horse miraculous, causing the power-hungry to seek ways to obtain the jewels and, if possible, replicate them. Elsewhere. Far from where the rest were, a portal appears from which Naruto emerges carrying Koyuki in his arms and then the portal closes. Everyone was still fascinated by the power of the horse miraculous. That ability would be very useful. Naruto leaves Koyuki standing in the snow. Naruto. Kalki out. With that, the light once again enveloped Naruto, returning him to his original form, while a small creature emerged from the glasses. It was Kalki, the Kwami of migration. Everyone was surprised to see who Naruto had spoken to. Mito. Okay, I admit it, she looks cute. Kyubi. Meh, I see her as food. That clearly angered Naruto, who wanted to rip Kyubi's soul out. Kalki. It feels so good to be back in action. Naruto. I'll say that again, friend. Gives her a macaron here, Kalki, get well soon. Kalki nods to take the food and begin eating. That caught everyone's attention. It seemed the Quemis regained energy just like them, by eating. Although many only saw Kalki as a source of power they had to control. Noir turns to look at Koyuki who was in shock. Naruto. Serious, don't tell anyone about this. Koyuki simply nods, then Naruto touches her ear. Naruto. Looking at a spot, I have her here with me, we're about 500 meters from the ship, understood, I'm on my way. Koyuki. What's happening? Naruto. A massacre, takes off his glasses. Kalki, go back to the miraculous, I won't risk anything happening to you. Kalki. I understand, Naruto. With that, the miraculous returns, which then takes its normal form. Hearing and seeing what was happening, they paid close attention. The Kumu appears and presents the box, which Naruto opens and places the horse miraculous inside. With that done, the Noir closes the box, and then Akumu swallows it. Upon seeing this, many believed that the miraculous box was stored inside Akumu. The power-hungry saw this and plotted how to obtain Akumu. Naruto. Okoyuki 2v Al Barco, Akumu 2v ins Kanmigo. Akumu nods and transforms into a Tai, while Naruto jumps off using his snowboard. Seeing this, Koyuki starts running toward the ship. Everyone knew it would happen, so they paid attention. But Naruto. Noir, upon reaching the area, exited, then jumped, grabbed Crescent Rose 2.0, transformed it, and fired using gravity dust bullets to create a small jump. Upon arriving, everyone saw Naruto holding Crescent Rose 2.0 in its Scythe mode. Upon seeing Crescent Rose 2.0 in Scythe mode, everyone was surprised, although a little confused to see that the attack and shooting design was different. El Noir raises his gaze, looking at his enemies. Naruto. Mockingly, hello Motherfuckers. With that, he literally began to carry out a massacre. Team 7 and the rest of the group as well as Sandak watched as Naruto eliminated enemies left and right. Everyone fell silent like Naruto during a massacre, though they wondered what hello Motherfuckers meant. At one moment several Beowulf began to leave, landing everyone except Naruto. Upon seeing that, Naruto became serious. Natter. Do you like our new pets? We don't know what they are, but you won't be able to beat them. Naruto. Putting away Crescent Rose 2.0, maybe they won't take out Crescent Rose, but I will. The Yukonin laughed as the Beals prepared to attack. Naruto simply had Crescent Rose switch to Scythe mode. Everyone knew immediately what Naruto would do. Kushina. Worried you wouldn't dare. But Naruto doesn't see her and just stares at the screen. Without waiting any longer, the Yukonin and Ursa launched their attack, making Naruto smile a little. Imagine it's Naruto and their Yukonin and Beowulf. Everyone fell silent because of, literally, the massacre that Naruto carried out in just seconds. Everyone in the room fell silent as they watched Naruto wipe them all out in seconds. A certain emo Uchiha, however, was growling with jealousy and hatred, while Mito began to look at Naruto with admiration. Many. Mental note, do not be enemies of Naruto. Naruto gets up to return Crescent Rose to its compact mode and store it away. Naruto. Serious, we have to get back to the ship quickly, Koyuki is there. They all nodded and started running towards the ship. Kushina. Now that I think about it, looks at Menma, how did you manage to throw those elements if you don't have chakra? Menma. I found a way to do it, that's all I'll say. Naruto saw Menma wink at him, implying he wouldn't say anything, and Naruto nodded slightly with a small smile. Without another word, they continued running toward the ship. With that, the screen went black, but nobody said anything. They were still amazed at how Naruto single-handedly took down an army. Sasuke. With hatred, that damn useless bastard, that power should be mine by right. The Rescue of the Princess Part 1. Many were patiently awaiting the new episode. The power-hungry were devising countless ways to strip Noir of his power. Naruto was pondering what to do when they returned. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The Rescue of the Princess Part Final. Upon hearing that, absolutely everyone paid attention, but especially Koyuki, knowing what was going to happen. They saw everyone running, trying to reach Koyuki, only to see a hot air balloon rise. Not only that, they also saw Koyuki being kidnapped by those inside the balloon. Everyone who saw that knew immediately that all was lost, although some thought that Naruto would have an idea. He always does. Seeing that, Naruto knew what to do, but it was very risky. Naruto. Resigned, screw it, serious Akumu, appear. Naruto's tie separates to reveal Akumu. Everyone paid attention because they knew that Naruto didn't show Akumu just for the sake of it. Upon seeing this, Naruto thrust his hands into Akumu's mouth, who remained unresponsive, all under the watchful eyes of everyone who was unaware of what Noir was doing. After a few seconds, Naruto pulled out a red cloak. It was her cape from when she was Ruby Rose. Everyone saw the cloak and wondered why he needed it. Kyuubi was thinking until he remembered something. Naruto Ruby's semblance. Naruto. Menma, help me by holding this cape. Menma nods to take the cloak. After that, Naruto searches further in Akumu's mouth to pull out a ring, which he puts on, causing a new Kwami to emerge. It was Plague, the Kwami of destruction. Everyone was amazed by Plague's power. The power-hungry set their sights on him, wanting to use him as a weapon. Everyone was surprised to see Plague. Plague. Stretching off, it feels so good to be out, I want Camembert. Upon hearing that, Naruto just laughed a little. Plague always had an appetite for cheese, especially Camembert. Naruto. You'll get Camembert later if you help me. Plague. Suppressed okay. Naruto. Alright, Plague, claws out. Plague is absorbed by the ring, which changes shape. With that, everyone sees a glow surrounding Naruto, and then he gets a black cat-themed outfit. Everyone was intrigued by the outfit, but many blushed when they saw how tight it was on Naruto's toned body, and unconsciously they thought of things that were anything but holy. Everyone was surprised, but especially Team 7, since they didn't know about that. Naruto. Serious, listen carefully, this is an S-rank secret, if you say anything, I'll kill you. That made everyone swallow hard in agreement. Everyone made a mental note not to say anything since it's an S-rank secret. Naruto goes with Menma to get the cloak and put it on. Naruto. Okay, points to one side, you guys go that way, I'll destroy the balloon. Sandik. A little nervous, but how will you do that, kid? Naruto. I have my methods. Without further ado, Naruto decides to use his semblance to go towards the balloon. Imagine that instead of petals they are small flames. That had surprised everyone again, while the younger Uchiha felt very jealous seeing that Naruto had much more power than him, an elite Uchiha. Everyone had the same reaction when they saw Naruto use his semblance while he was in Remnant. With Naruto. He continued using his appearance until he reached the inside of the balloon, attracting attention. Naruto. Good afternoon everyone, the one you've all been waiting for has arrived. Olivia. Now that I think about it, I thought you'd stop making jokes in the middle of the fight. Naruto. Don't ask me to stop being myself, darling. Olivia blushed when she heard that, but it also caused jealousy in some people. Upon seeing him, the Yukonin rush at Naruto, who pulls an object from his lower back. Just by thinking about it, the object turns into a staff so that Noir can start using it to repel jutsus or counterattack. Everyone saw Naruto use the staff and had to admit that he was very good at using it. Then someone comes out to see what's happening. Ira and Kazuhana. Upon seeing and Koyuki, she became nervous while the rest became serious. Upon seeing and Koyuki, he becomes frightened while Naruto becomes serious. What is this? A kid in a suit. Naruto. This kid is capable of many things, Cataclysm. But that, his hand is surrounded by a strange bubbling energy. Before he can do anything, Naruto touches the bottom of the balloon, which then begins to rot until it is destroyed, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Seeing the power of the Cataclysm, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry were already plotting to take everything from Naruto. Naruto went to Koyuki, grabbed her arms, and used his semblance to safely reach the ground. Upon landing, Naruto and Koyuki watched as the balloon fell, destroyed. Koyuki. Is it over yet? Naruto. Serious no. Then they see Dotm emerge from the snow wearing his chakra armor. Upon seeing Dotm in his armor, many became serious and nervous, while Naruto knew what would happen. Seeing that, Naruto gets serious and leaves Koyuki in the snow. Naruto. Stay here. Dotm and Naruto looked at each other seriously before starting to walk towards one another. Upon seeing the scene, many felt it looked somewhat epic. They continued like this until suddenly they started running. Naruto. That armor repels chakra and a little aura, but not soul magic. Upon hearing that, everyone was surprised, but Koyuki was the most surprised to learn that by using the soul magic, Noir could defeat Dotm. They continued running until their fists began to clash. The battle between Dotm and Naruto had started with fists. Dotm began using jutsus, trying to kill Naruto, but the Noir was flexible, made even more so by his current outfit. The detail about the suit caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power. Dotm was about to launch another attack when he was sent flying several meters away by Menma, who had arrived and used air control. Naruto. What are you doing here, Menma? Menma. Helping you, and I won't accept your refusal. Naruto looked at him, smiled slightly, and nodded. Noir smiled slightly at that. Without further ado, the duo Noir Dreamer Bifrong saw Dotm getting up. Dotm glared at them and lunged at the boys, who did the same, starting a fight with punches and kicks. Dotm. Annoyed, I won't let you stop me from getting that weapon, you damn brats. Upon hearing about the weapon, everyone, but especially those hungry for power, wanted to know more. With that, he begins to unleash a flurry of attacks, trying to kill Naruto and Menma. At one point, Naruto manages to trap Dotm in blue bones, and then Naruto and Menma leap away. Naruto. Extending his hand, come on Menma, let's finish this. Menma smiles and extends her hand. Everyone was confused because it looked like they were going to create a Rasengan. Together they began to generate a sphere of air and determination magic. They had created their own version of the Rasengan. This surprised everyone, while Menma and Naruto looked at each other and smiled as they wanted to try it. Having done that, they both run towards Daten, who managed to free himself from the bones despite the pain. Daten was about to attack the boys, but was surprised to see them right in front of him. Naruto Menma. Red Wind Rasengan. With that, they hit Daten, who tried to withstand it with his chakra armor, only to find that it was not enough and he received the impact, causing him to be sent flying. Everyone was amazed by the power of Naruto and Menma's version of the Rasengan, making many power-hungry individuals want it for themselves. Upon seeing this, Koyuki was impressed by what she saw. They both separated their hands and then looked at Koyuki. Time skip. Everyone was seen in a hidden place in front of a machine. Seeing that, everyone paid attention to find out how to use that weapon. Naruto, now without his outfit, was next to Koyuki. Naruto. Ready to take your place? Koyuki nodded, Daten was gone, and now he was free, it was time to take his place as daimyo of Yuki no Kuni. That silenced everyone as Koyuki looked at Naruto and asked if he would help her. Noir understood and nodded, making Koyuki happy. With that, he inserted the hexagonal crystal, and the machine turned on, revealing that it was actually a weather machine. Everyone could see that it was spring for the first time in Yuki no Kuni. Everyone was fascinated by the view. Just like those on the screen in the room, many were fascinated by the view. Koyuki. Harem no Kuni. Everyone but one was confused. Koyuki. This place will now be called Harem no Kuni. Everyone understood as Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto smiled a little too. Koyuki saw Team 7, but mostly Naruto. Koyuki. Smiling a little, thank you so much for helping me come back, especially you, Naruto. Everyone nodded as Naruto wore a small smile. Without further ado, they all left, bidding farewell to Koyuki, who could only thank Naruto, who in the end had opened her eyes. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone to relax and wait for the next chapter. Remodeling. Everyone could be seen eating and resting. Naruto decided to talk to Team Konohamaru, realizing that these children were just like their counterparts from the previous resets loyal. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Remodeling. That caught everyone's attention because they didn't understand. 2 weeks had passed since the Yuki no Kuni mission, now Harem no Kuni, and at this time we will focus on another place. Naruto's lands. On the grounds, Naruto could be seen in front of his hut with all his things outside, with Olivia and Zwei on either side of him. That caught everyone's attention, but Naruto had an idea of what was going to happen. Olivia. So today's the day for the remodeling. Naruto. Nods, that's right. Olivia. Well, I think we could do it in a day. I mean, you'll use your shadow clones while I use Splixen DNA. Naruto. Yeah, though I think we'll have some help. That confused Olivia, and she instinctively turned around to look behind her. That confused everyone, but Naruto felt that someone was coming, or rather, some people. As he did so, he saw 3 children arriving. They were Team Konohamaru, consisting of Konohamaru Sarutobi, Yuden Ice, and Mogi Kazamatsuri. Many were surprised to see the children, but Team Konohamaru was the most surprised. Upon seeing the children, Olivia turns to look at Naruto. Olivia. Reproachfully, you told some kids where we lived without telling me. Naruto. They're not just any kids, smiles slightly, they're Team Konohamaru. Upon hearing that, Olivia remained silent as she remembered from Naruto who Team Konohamaru was. Olivia saw Team Konohamaru in the room. Maybe she'll give them a chance to get to know them. Konohamaru. Excited, well boss, here we are, what are we going to play? Sakura. Arrogantly, him playing with children. Ha. What a stupid thing to say. But nobody paid any attention to her, which makes her angry. Naruto. We're not going to play right now. I called you guys to help us with the remodeling of our house. If there's time we'll play, but if not we'll do it tomorrow. Konohamaru. His friends nodded in agreement with what their leader said. Team Konohamaru nodded, as it was only fair. Olivia. Wait, are you telling me these kids have already been here? Naruto. Yes, they've already been here, but don't worry, they're trustworthy. And it was true, after investigating the children Naruto discovered that they were the same as his old resets. Naruto nodded as the children smiled, knowing they were the same as their previous versions from the old resets. Olivia. Okay, I'll trust your judgment and theirs. Naruto nodded and then looked at Team Konohamaru. Naruto. Alright kids, it's time to begin. Team Konohamaru. Yes. With that, the 5 of them begin working, first removing the roof and walls of the house, leaving only the outline of what the house would look like. Once they have that, they all start looking for more sticks to reshape and add to the structure, changing the design of the new house. Many were bored because for them that was absurd. They wanted action. With his new form ready, everyone gave their approval, and then Naruto placed his hands on the ground. Naruto. Mokuten. With just that word, the wood began to grow in the empty sections of the model. And everyone choked. Those who were drinking anything spat it out. Everyone was in shock. Naruto had just used wood release. Seeing this, some old guys wanted Naruto to have wood release, while a certain emo watched with anger. Having that ready, Naruto approached a bush to remove it, revealing several things there. Naruto. With this, we'll make something called cement and concrete. Nogi. What's cement used for? Olivia. You see, little one, concrete is a building material that has a higher durability than wood. That surprised the three children. That surprised everyone, while the builders were thinking about how to get Naruto to sell them or explain how to make concrete. Yuden. But if that's the case, why did we build the house first and not just build it all at once? That caught the attention of the builders. Naruto. Because it doesn't work like that. Concrete needs something to adhere to. If we wanted to do it all at once, it wouldn't work. We would need something called a block. That's why we started like this. We're going to spread the concrete on the walls to strengthen the house. Everyone, including the builders, understood. The children understood and began making concrete, which only required 4 materials. Cement, gravel, sand, and water. At that moment, Naruto was grateful to possess the Suiton, Suniton, Geratin, and Onmuton techniques, the latter being necessary for creating the cement. The builders were writing down everything they knew. Naruto. 50% profit. Upon hearing that, the builders were shocked, but they saw Naruto smiling with amusement. The builders glared at him angrily, but said nothing, since it had only been a joke. They were still making the concrete when Konohamaru arrived. Konohamaru. Hey boss, look what I found. When Naruto turned around, he saw Konohamaru with a rock. It was a gravity dust crystal. Upon seeing the crystal, Naruto opened his eyes in surprise, while the rest, especially those hungry for power, stared at the crystal with interest. Upon seeing the crystal, Naruto opened his eyes to take the object. Naruto. Surprised, where did you find this crystal? Konohamaru began guiding Naruto until they reached a certain place. Upon arriving, Konohamaru moved a loose rock, revealing a dust mine. Upon seeing the dust mine, Naruto opened his eyes, while the power-hungry sought a way to find Naruto's land to steal his dust. Upon seeing the mine, Naruto opened his eyes to put his head inside, looking around. Naruto. This is a dust mine. Peeks out to look at Konohamaru. You found a dust mine, and a big one at that, smiles a little. Congratulations little Kono, and thanks for showing it to me. Konohamaru smiled and nodded, since thanks to Naruto he knew a little about the dust and knew perfectly well that Naruto would need them, so he didn't mind that the Noir kept the mine. That made Konohamaru thoughtful, and he decided to give the dust to Naruto. Then Naruto puts the crystal in Konohamaru's hand. Naruto. I know you won't want the mine and that you'll give it to me, but at least accept this gravity dust, you found it, and I want you to keep it. That silenced everyone as Naruto looked at Konohamaru with a smile, which was returned by the little Sarutobi. Konohamaru looked at the crystal, then at Naruto, nodding with a smile. Naruto returned the smile with a small one, and then the younger Sarutobi walked away to continue helping. Seeing this, Naruto looked at the mine again, reached in, and pulled out another crystal. It was the dust of combustion. Upon seeing the dust of combustion, Noir couldn't help but remember Bumblebee, his sister Yang's motorcycle. Upon seeing this, Naruto put the crystal away to close the mine and return to the others. When he arrived, he saw everyone already ready to start pouring the concrete for the walls of the new house. Time skip. They all had cement stains all over their bodies. In front of them stood the new house with a different design. Olivia. Looking at the new house, it turned out well. Everyone nodded, as the house looked good. In the room, everyone nodded in agreement, as the house had turned out well. Naruto. Alright, it's time to put things away. Everyone nodded to start packing things. There weren't that many, but there were enough for Naruto, Olivia, and Zwei. This led Naruto and Olivia to decide to exchange a few more things. Kushina overheard this and thought that if she gave Naruto some things, he would forgive her. In one of those moments, Naruto and Olivia, with the help of the children, smuggled something into a room. That something was the nano compressor. An object created to store Naruto's weapons in something Noir calls a nano cube. Upon hearing about the nano compressor, everyone paid attention, especially those hungry for power. Naruto and Olivia exchanged a glance and nodded. They would try to recreate the nano compressor. Olivia. Do you think it will work? Naruto. There's only one way to find out. At that moment, Akumu appears and opens his mouth. Everyone paid attention. Naruto reaches in to pull out a weapon. It was a railgun, the weapon created by Uzi Dorman in his reset, being the murder drone V. Upon seeing the railgun, Naruto was reminded of Uzi and wondered if he too possessed the weapon. Meanwhile, the power-hungry and a certain emo eyed the weapon with intense interest and a strong desire to own it. Naruto stared at the railgun while remembering Uzi, or as he called him, Violetita. When everyone saw Uzi, they were surprised to find it was a mechanical object. Olivia saw Uzi and found it curious to see a drone, as the worker drone race was called. Naruto simply smiled as he inhaled and exhaled. Without further ado, he inserted the weapon into the nano compressor through the slot on the side. After that, he took something small from a nearby box. It was an empty nano cube. Many saw the empty nano cube. Naruto inhaled and exhaled again, inserting the empty nano cube through the top slot. Noir and Tennyson watched as the nano compressor activated, then the external parts began to be inserted. Afterward, those parts emerged from the machine and the nano cube popped out through the bottom slot. Upon taking it, they both examined the nano cube, noticing that it had changed slightly. Now it was a nano cube railgun. Everyone noticed that there weren't many changes, just the addition of the symbol. Naruto couldn't help but remember that symbol. It was from a brooch his old friend Anne owned. Naruto saw the nano cube and opened it, generating a small green light which transformed into the railgun. Naruto smiled at Olivia. "Naruto. It worked." Tennyson could see the joy in Noir's eyes and smile. "Olivia. You did it." Naruto. "No, we did it." Naruto left the railgun against the wall to hug Olivia, who was surprised but returned the hug. She knew that since Naruto arrived at that reset, he wanted to recreate some things of his loved ones from the resets, so she helped him with the nano compressor. Naruto smiled when he saw the nano compressor working, and he was filled with determination to build the machine, with Olivia's help, of course. Although no one noticed, some people watched Olivia and Naruto's hug with envy. They continued hugging until they separated. Naruto. Smiling, let's continue with the house remodeling. Olivia nodded with a smile, turned off the nano compressor, and left the room, closing the door behind her. Many sighed sadly upon realizing they would never see the nano compressor in action again. However, the power-hungry were already searching for ways to obtain the machine. Once outside, they decided to continue helping the children, who were resting. Noir and Tennyson said nothing and simply continued with the remodeling, leaving the children to rest. Nobody said anything, but many had to admit that both knew how to act in certain situations, even with children. Time skip. After several hours it was night and the five of them were seen eating sandwiches with milk while Zwei ate some metal. Many still wondered how Zwei could eat metal, but they expected to get used to it. The remodeling was finished and they played with the children for a while. After a few minutes, Naruto dropped the children off at their houses and returned to his own, checking out the finished result. Instinctively, he looked for Dust's cave and retrieved the item he had in his pocket. Naruto. A dust mine, I must prevent them from finding out about this place, I have to extract all the crystals. Naruto nodded while the power-hungry ones grew angry. For them, the mine already belonged to them by right. But that, he arrives home to find Olivia asleep on a sofa, as is Zwei, but in her bed. Naruto smiles as he stores the combustion dust in a metal container. Carefully, Naruto picks up Olivia and carries her to her room, laying her on her bed. Seeing her asleep, Naruto takes a book from his clothes and places it on Olivia's nightstand. It was the book of a new clan, the Tennyson clan. Everyone was surprised to see the book, but it appeared in Olivia's hands. The girl decided to hide it in her clothes to prevent anyone from taking it. Without making a sound, he leaves to close the girl's bedroom door. Naruto walks through the hallways of the new house, turning off the lights. When he reaches his room, Naruto opens the door, closes it, and goes to sleep. With that, the screen turns off, causing many to start stretching, but something told them that things were about to get very interesting. Chunin exams. Start. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves to pass the time. Kushina watched from afar as Naruto and Olivia drew up the plans for the house renovation. She thought it was wrong and was going to find a way to get hold of those plans and destroy them, so Naruto would come back with them. Just then, a screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Chunin exams. Start. Upon reading the title, everyone's eyes widened in surprise upon learning that they would now be watching the Chunin exams, so they decided to pay attention. Naruto could be seen in his room making a new outfit. He decided to change his clothes, but of course he's going to keep his old outfit. Upon hearing that, Naruto was surprised but remained analytical. He could change his clothes. He didn't think about it much, but he paid attention. Naruto was making some arrangements while his seinen mercenary outfit lay beside him. Upon seeing the seinen suit, many felt a chill. That suit was truly frightening. Upon seeing his suit, he remembered everything that happened and what he experienced during his reset as Izuku Midoriya and how he died at the end of the war against the villains to save everyone. Everyone fell silent upon learning the news of the new reset that was discussed, Izuku Midoriya, and that he died saving everyone. That left them speechless. He decided to put that aside to take his suit and saw what he was doing. He would make a combination of both suits. Naruto made a mental note of that. Naruto. Wearing the suit Tiki, please pass me the threads. Then a Kwami appears with thread in her little hands. It was Tiki, the Kwami of creation. Upon seeing Tiki, many women squealed but were surprised to learn that Tiki's power was creation. Those hungry for power plotted to seize Tiki to create weapons. Tiki. Here you go, Naruto. Naruto, thanks Tiki. Naruto continued with his work when someone knocked on the door. Olivia, Naruto, it's me Olivia. We need to meet up with the team at the bridge. Naruto. I'm coming. With that, he leaves the suit on the bed to retire, but not before leaving food for his Kwami friends. Naruto. See you later, you're in charge Tiki. The Kwami nodded as the rest of the Kwemis emerged from their hiding places, which were more like their small rooms. At that moment, Naruto was grateful that the rooms had been enlarged. Without another word, Naruto left. Upon hearing the information about the room, Naruto continued with his plans to improve his home. Kushina saw this as a danger. She had to obtain those plans and destroy them for what she considered the best. Time skip. Naruto and Olivia were seen walking towards the meeting point when they felt they were being followed. Naruto just smiled slightly while Olivia had a small bead of sweat on her brow. Naruto. Konohamaru, rocks aren't square. Naruto smiled slightly, remembering those moments, while the others had beads of sweat on their faces but said nothing. They were just children. Sakura, though, did want to say something intelligent, but her mother silenced her. Then smoke came out of the box, and then 3 children came out coughing. Yuden. Coughing I told you we shouldn't use so much gunpowder. Konohamaru. Coughing sorry, but I used the combustion dust. Upon hearing about the combustion dust, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power. Mogi. Coughing well, you shouldn't have done that. As they finished coughing, they were about to introduce themselves, but Naruto stopped them. Naruto. That was kind of fun, but let's get down to business. You know the enemy won't give you time to react. Konohamaru. That's understandable. Well, boss, how about we play ninjas? Ha, a ninja playing at being a ninja. How stupid. Upon hearing that, the 5 of them looked at Sakura. Sakura smiled, thinking her other self had said something intelligent, but then she saw that everyone did the following. All. She didn't know what was wrong with them. She said something intelligent, according to her tiny brain. Naruto. You have no right to have an opinion about what we do, besides, remember that you stopped being a ninja. Sakura glared at him angrily as it reminded her of the moment when she was taken away from her Sasuke-kun. Sakura also got angry when she remembered that. Konohamaru. Hey, you ironing board, don't get involved if you're not a ninja. Olivia let out a small laugh when she heard Konohamaru call Sakura flat-chested. She may be a little smaller, but Olivia was better developed than Sakura. What Konohamaru said enraged Sakura. But everyone remained silent after learning about Olivia, then seeing her and then Sakura, and realizing it was true. They sensed an aura of anger rising around them as they looked at Sakura, who was glaring angrily at Konohamaru. Instinctively, Konohamaru began to run, pursued by Sakura, who could barely keep up due to her lack of training. Upon learning that Sakura could barely keep up with Konohamaru, Mabuyuki felt embarrassed. Minato. Serious Miss Haruno, I ask that you do not do that, or we will arrest you for attempting to assault the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. That made Sakura tremble with fear. Seeing that, the rest started to follow them, but Naruto was serious because he knew what would happen next. Upon learning that fact, everyone paid attention. Upon arriving, they saw Konohamaru being held by a ninja in a cat suit while Sakura stood at a distance trembling with fear. That alerted the Suna people because they recognized them. Hey, that really hurt. Leave him alone, Kankurm, or he might see us. Kankurm. Relax, Temari, it'll be quick. Upon seeing them, Naruto recognized them instantly. They were Kankurm Sabaku no. And her sister Temari Sabaku no. Although upon seeing Temari, Noir couldn't help but feel anger, since that damned woman not only betrayed him, but also betrayed his brothers just for fame and money in the old resets. Kankurm and Temari were about to celebrate their debut, but everyone fell silent upon learning what Temari had done. She had betrayed them for fame and money. Everyone looked at her, and she was shocked by what she had discovered. Naruto decided to calm down to watch as Kankurm was about to strike Konohamaru. Seeing this, Naruto moved quickly to place a knife against the Sabaku no's neck. Everyone was still amazed by Naruto's speed. Naruto. You don't want to start a war over hitting the 3rd Hokage's son, do you? Kankurm and Temari were silent, surprised by Naruto's speed, as the boy released Konohamaru. Temari. She got past Kankurm's defense, it's surprising, but he's still handsome. Naruto glanced sideways at Temari, his expression serious and angry. The same reaction happened in the room as Temari felt intimidated by Noir's gaze. "Naruto. Get out of there already." Then Sasuke emerged from the branches, wearing an arrogant smile. "Sakura. Happy Sasuke-kun." Sasuke. Arrogantly, "Wow, dope, I'm surprised you figured me out." Upon hearing that, Sasuke smiled arrogantly. "Naruto. Walking away from Kankurum, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the other boy." Upon hearing that, everyone saw a boy who was next to Sasuke but upside down. Upon seeing that, the Uchiha in the room was surprised but filled with jealousy and anger as he glared at the dreamer with hatred. At that moment, the boy vanished in a sand shunshin, appearing before Naruto. They stared at each other seriously, but Naruto could only look with sorrow at his friend who had been reset multiple times. Upon hearing the term friend, everyone, especially Gaara, was surprised. Sabaku didn't see Noir, who looked at him with a small smile, which, surprisingly, Gaara returned. "Number?" "Naruto. Naruto Noir Dreamer." "Gaara Sabaku no." Yes, facing Naruto was Gaara Sabaku no. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Both of them seemed to be unleashing murderous instincts. "Gaara. You're interesting. You'll prove my existence." Naruto. "We'll see about that." "Gaara. Kankurum, Temari, let's go. Don't do anything stupid or I'll kill you." They both nodded and the three of them withdrew in a shunshin. Nobody said anything, but Gaara looked at Naruto with a feeling he thought he would never feel again. Hope. Upon seeing that, Naruto seized Team Konohamaru. "Naruto. Go back to your homes, we'll talk later." They nodded and left. Then Naruto took Olivia by the hip and they both disappeared in a water shunshin. Olivia blushed at what she saw, but certain people viewed it with jealousy. Sasuke just grunted and skipped away, leaving Sakura alone. Sakura just lowered her gaze when she saw that not even her Sasuke-kun was paying attention to her. Naruto just sighed a little at the emo's attitude. Meeting point. Kushina and Kakashi were seen waiting, with the latter reading Ichiha, which angered Kushina. Kushina had a vein throbbing in her head, while Kakashi felt fear for what might happen to his precious. A little ways off, Menma, Haku and Mito were chatting. The girl saw her mistakes and wanted to change. That surprised everyone. While Mito thought about doing what she did if another self, she already saw that her attitude led her to nothing but death. Although she didn't know that this provoked the wrath of Kyuubi, who was already planning to betray her in order to try to convince Naruto to become her Jinchuriki. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent while Naruto remained serious. "Naruto. MPH, as if I'd want to be the Jinchuriki of that other cheap boar. Kyuubi, you should be grateful she chose you as her Jinchuriki." Naruto. Sarcastically, "Yeah, right. Kyuubi, you'll see, you'll want it in the end." Naruto. "In your dreams." With that, they ended the discussion while the rest were just there as spectators. At that moment, they saw a water shunshin appear to see Naruto and Olivia, who quickly separated to avoid any misunderstandings. Naruto and Olivia gave a thumbs up at the quick reaction of their other selves. Sasuke arrived after a few minutes. Kushina. "Well, we've gathered you all here to give you some news." Menma. "And what is that news?" Kakashi. "We've nominated you for the Chunin exams." Kushina. Annoyed, I didn't want Menma to participate, but oh well, he could die here. Upon hearing Kushina's last thought, Noir let out a great sigh. Naruto. "I still don't expect anything and you still disappoint me too much." That made Kushina feel a pain in her chest. The six of them met to see the senseis and nodded in agreement to take the Chunin exams. Kushina. "Okay, but since there are 6 of you, you'll have to split into 2 teams." Naruto. "If that's the case, I choose Olivia and Menma." Kakashi. "Curious why those two?" Everyone was curious, although they already had an idea. Naruto. "Well, Olivia and I already know each other and we know how we are and how to understand each other. Well, I choose Menma because I get along better with him and I have more confidence in him." Everyone had to accept that they were good arguments. Everyone in the room agreed that they were good arguments. Without further ado, the 2 teams were formed. Team 7A, consisting of Menma Bifrong, Naruto Noir Dreamer and Olivia Tennyson. And Team 7B, made up of Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha and Haku Yuki. Both teams then left with their introduction sheets and Naruto, with one thought in mind, was eager to show off his new outfit. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone, especially Naruto, intrigued to know what Noir's new outfit would look like. Chunin exams. Written test. Everyone was waiting to see Naruto's new outfit as he was thinking about what it would look like and even sketching some designs. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Chunin exams. Written test. Seeing that, everyone paid attention. Naruto was seen in his room looking at his new outfit while the Quemas were all around him. Naruto. "Well, it turned out well. Tiki." I'll say so, Naruto. Plague, and are you going to bring any of us? Upon hearing Plague say that, everyone paid attention, but especially those hungry for power to see if they could take those Quemis from Noir. Naruto. I was thinking about it and decided yes, the Chunin exams are starting now and in the second test Badafumaru will appear and I will need to protect my team. Upon hearing about Badafumaru, Anko started off strong, causing everyone to sweat drop. But knowing that Naruto would be carrying Quemis, the power-hungry hoped to seize a miraculous. Who will you take, master? Naruto. I'll take you, Waze, and Duusu. Upon hearing that, both named Quemis nodded, with the green Kwami Waze being the Kwami of protection. And the deep blue Kwami Duusu, the Kwami of emotion. Upon seeing the Quemis, the woman agreed they looked cute. However, the power-hungry ones paid more attention to Waze, as he possessed the power of protection. They considered Duusu's power worthless. Naruto goes to the miraculous box to take the turtle and peacock miraculous. As he's about to close the box, Naruto stops to think for a moment and takes the ladybug miraculous. Naruto. I'd better take Tiki too, the lucky charm might come in handy. Upon hearing that, everyone remembered Tiki since she was the ladybug-themed Kwami. The Quemis said nothing about the guardian of the Miraculous's decision as they had complete trust in him. Upon hearing that, Naruto smiled slightly while the power-hungry ones clicked their tongues, hoping the Quemis would see that they were better than Naruto. Without further ado, Naruto puts on his new outfit, then dons the miraculous and packs away his weapons. Upon leaving his room, he encounters Olivia. Olivia. MMH, it looks good on you. Upon hearing what Olivia said, many were already eager to see Naruto's new outfit. Naruto. Thanks. Olivia. Ready. Naruto nods and leaves the house. Once outside, they start walking, but Naruto begins to feel discomfort in his hand. That caught everyone's attention, while now Naruto was starting to feel that annoyance. Olivia. Noticing that what's wrong, Naruto. Naruto. No, nothing, let's go quickly. He decided to put that aside and take Olivia by the hip to start leading them both to where his team was using his semblance. Seeing that, everyone started to think that semblance was Naruto's favorite thing. But Team 7A and 7B. Menma Bifrong, the last member of Team 7B, was seen with Team 7B waiting for Naruto and Olivia. Sasuke. Growling, when are those two going to arrive? Naruto just rolled his eyes when he heard that. Haku. Calmly, they'll be here soon. Mito. Curious, how are you sure? Menma. Detecting a noise because here they come. Upon hearing that, Sasuke and Mito turned around to see a red object in the sky that they instantly recognized. Naruto gave Menma a thumbs up, who smiled a little. As they descended, they saw the blob twist, revealing Olivia, and then rise slightly, revealing Naruto, who fell to the ground. Upon seeing him, they noticed Naruto's new outfit. Mito, Haku, and Menma admitted that Noir looked good, but Sasuke didn't even pay attention to it, thinking that even with that, he wouldn't be as strong as him, an elite Uchiha. In the room, many agreed with Mito, Menma, and Haku, while the Uchiha's bootlickers agreed with him. Naruto. Smiling, we're here. Olivia. A little dizzy, I'm still not used to this. Naruto smiled slightly, signaling them to enter, and everyone nodded, although Sasuke did so to gain more power. Naruto. Annoyed, Kami, seriously, give me more patience, because if you give me more power I'll kill him. At the academy. Upon entering, Team 7A and 7B began walking towards the second floor. When they arrived, they saw a group of applicants trying to enter a classroom that had 301 seats. Naruto. Esan Jinjutsu. Mito, Haku, Menma, and Olivia nodded and began walking to the next floor, but Sasuke. Arrogant, remove that Jinjutsu, it won't work against me, an elite Uchiha. Naruto just slapped his face. Naruto. Just as idiotic as in all the resets. Upon hearing that, the Uchiha, his bootlickers, and his fangirls glared at him angrily. Upon hearing that, Team 7A and their teammates looked at him angrily. Menma. Angry, congratulations, many congratulations, idiot, now we will have more competition. But that they begin to leave, leaving Sasuke alone, who glared at them angrily for calling him an idiot. The Uchiha now looked at his team with anger. To him, everyone on his team was an idiot. Third floor. The two teams were now walking somewhat hurriedly, as Naruto had told them they needed to get there quickly. The truth was, Naruto didn't want Sasuke to copy Rock Lee's moves, and besides, it wasn't time to meet with the bushy-browed one, as he affectionately called him. Rock Lee had never betrayed him, just like Tenten and Neji, though he hoped to bring Neji back to the path of good, as he had done in the previous resets. Upon hearing that, those mentioned were surprised to see Naruto, who smiled at them. Tenten and Rock Lee smiled back, while Neji watched him with some caution, but also felt he should trust him. He put that aside when he saw that they had arrived at the classroom door, seeing Kakashi and Kushina. Kakashi. Smiling, I'm glad everyone came. Mito. And why would I be glad? Kushina. Half happy because if even one of you didn't come, the team wouldn't participate. Of course she was angry because Menma had participated. Naruto Menma Mito. Neutral. Why am I not surprised? Upon hearing Mito, they both looked at her in surprise but smiled as she smiled back slightly, implying that she was changing. Kushina thought that with Mito doing this, Naruto would return home, though no one noticed Kyuubi M looking annoyed at this. Kakashi. Well, it's time for you to go in. By the way, Naruto, I like your new look. Naruto nods, and then both teams entered the classroom. Inside. When Team 7 entered, they drew everyone's attention, triggering a surge of killer instinct. Seeing this, Naruto smiled slightly, unleashing his own killer instinct, causing fear in everyone and forcing some teams to retreat. That surprised everyone, but they said nothing. Although a certain Uchiha watched it with hatred. Seeing this, everyone looked at Naruto in surprise, but the Uchiha glared at him with hatred. Just then, Naruto saw Team 10 and, surprisingly, Team 8 approaching, so he decided to lean against the wall to rest, ignoring everything, knowing that Olivia would be by his side just in case. Seeing Naruto's actions, no one said anything, but Hinata was annoyed that her boyfriend was ignoring her, especially when she saw Olivia standing next to Naruto. Naruto was completely oblivious to everything around him when something amazing happened. One for all, more specifically the hazard sensor quirk. It had activated, causing Naruto to open his eyes in surprise. This surprised Naruto, as he thought he had lost one for all. Naruto. I thought I had lost one for all, but it seems not. But what could have activated it? Many were curious about what one for all was, but the power-hungry hoped it was power to take from Naruto or turn him into a semen sack and have more powerful soldiers. Naruto looked around to see someone, a boy with glasses whom Naruto recognized instantly. Irakubuto Yakushi, ninja de Atagakure wa Aliado de Orochimaru. Upon hearing that, everyone in Konoha was surprised, while Orochimaru and Kabuto were annoyed to see it. The noir was more dangerous than they thought. Naruto did nothing and watched as everything proceeded normally with the Yakushi providing information about the participants. That alerted everyone, while Orochimaru watched his plans crumble. But just as he was about to give his information, Olivia, the noir, with remarkable ease and speed, snatched the cards from Kabuto and incinerated them with fire release. This clearly angered Sasuke, as he wanted to know more in order to try and defeat Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a mocking smile, causing the Uchiha to look at him with anger and hatred. Before anything happens, several Chunin appear along with another one with scars. It was Ibiki Marino. Upon seeing him, Naruto was neutral. He had never betrayed him, but they weren't friends either, so he had nothing against him. Ibiki and Naruto looked at each other, nodded, and returned to the screen. If that was true, then they could continue like this or move forward and become friends. Ibiki. Alright, brats, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. Naruto just ignored it a little since he already knew the rules of this exam, although he still felt that discomfort in his hand. Naruto. What is this nuisance? Ibiki was a little annoyed, but said nothing since what Noir said was true, although everyone was curious to know what that annoyance was. He then hears that they're about to assign seats, so he leaves his comfort zone to approach and take his number. Number in hand, he heads over, noticing that he's between Hinata and Olivia. Naruto resigns himself to sitting next to Hinata, but at least he's next to Olivia. Hinata smiled when she saw that she would be with her Naruto-kun, but got angry when she saw that she would have to share him with Olivia. After Ibiki gave the rules, everyone began taking the exam. Naruto. Alright, let's finish this exam quickly, my hand is already bothering me. With that, he begins to take the exam, which was always the same one he had taken during his 3000 years of resets. Naruto. And it's still very annoying having to do the same thing for 3000 years, the good thing is that this will be the last time I do it. As he did so, he could see that everything was proceeding normally. He even noticed that Hyuga, in an attempt to get his attention, was telling him to copy things that Dreamer ignored because he was tired of the same old thing. He finished his exam quickly, but just in case, he started pretending to still be working on it so as not to attract anyone's attention. Seeing what Hinata did, Naruto sighed in frustration, while Hinata thought she'd won him over. However, when it all ended and she decided to pretend, many approved of what Naruto was doing. Time skip. Minutes had passed and Naruto was resting a little, but he knew that the exam was about to be interrupted by Ibiki. Menma. You seem to be resting a lot, don't you think? Naruto. Yeah, I've noticed, I'll look into that later. And sure enough, the exam was interrupted by the aforementioned individual. Naruto simply continued listening to everything, as it was exactly as he remembered it, and frankly, he was rather bored of hearing the same thing over and over. Many already felt sorry for him. Upon hearing the key question, Naruto decided to remain silent while giving the entire Team 7 a look, telling them to trust him and not say anything, which they complied with since they trusted Naruto, their leader, although one did so reluctantly but with details. Upon hearing that Naruto was the leader, no one said anything since he has too much experience, although a certain Uchiha viewed this with great anger since, for him, he should be the leader. After a few minutes the window is broken by a kunai, then a sign is shown that read the amazing and Hexi Anko Midarashi, then the aforementioned is shown, causing many to stare at her with a blush, but Naruto had a small smile, remembering that this always happened. Naruto smiled amusedly, while Anko smiled enthusiastically. Ibiki. Stepping out from behind the sign, you got ahead of me again. Anko. Well, Ibiki, it's clear you've softened up. Ibiki. No, it's just that in this generation there are genin with enough guts to stay. Anko. Glancing at him sideways, if you only knew there's a god among them, smile sadistically, never mind, no more than half will make it through my test. Now everyone, head to training ground number 44. But that, he disappears in a puff of smoke, causing everyone to start leaving. Ibiki saw Anko, who made a movement implying that she would not say anything. Naruto was holding hands when he heard something. Kyuubi. What are you doing here, super developed lizard? Kyuubi's scream startled everyone, but Naruto got an idea of who it was and why he was so upset. Upon hearing Kyuubi's scream, Noir froze, examining his left arm and hand, which was the one that hurt. Having formed a theory, he turned to look at the rest of Team 7. Naruto. Go ahead, I have something to do, I'll catch up later. They nodded to leave, although the Uchiha hoped Naruto would take too long and get rid of a nuisance. Naruto was getting tired of the Uchiha's attitude. When Naruto was left alone, he leaned against a wall to enter his mental space. Mental space. Upon entering, Naruto found himself in the same drain. Looking through the grate, he saw Kyuubi, but also a being that filled him with hatred. Naruto. With hatred you. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone intrigued, but Naruto already had an idea of who it was. The XD reunion. They were all talking amongst themselves, wondering who Naruto had encountered in his mindscape. Noir was looking at his hand, already having an idea, as was Kyuubi. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The XD reunion. That caught everyone's attention, but Naruto and Kyuubi opened their eyes when they understood the title. Then something appeared on Naruto's legs. It was a baby dragon. Everyone admitted the dragon looked cute, but they were shocked to see Naruto grab it by the tail and throw it while glaring at it. Before he could say or do anything, two lights appeared, revealing two girls, which left Naruto in shock. Naruto. Kaneko, Ravel. Upon hearing their names, the girls see Naruto, and then a lightning bolt strikes them on the head, restoring their memories. Knowing everything, they both smile and rush to Naruto, hugging him tightly, leaving everyone silent, though some feel a pang of jealousy. Wanting to keep a low profile, the three of them sit down to watch the screen. Naruto could be seen in his mind's eye, glaring with hatred at what was in front of him. What the Noir was seeing was a red dragon. It was Drag, the dragon of domination from his reset being a Seihaidu. Upon seeing the dragon, everyone noticed the Drag in the room, who was trying to talk to Naruto, but Naruto didn't want anything to do with him, even kicking him. Kaneko and Ravel did nothing, since in the afterlife they had seen the dragon betray Noir, and they regarded him with hatred. Naruto clenched his fists as he remembered that the wretch in front of him betrayed him right when they were fighting against Trihixa, 666, also known as the Beast of the Apocalypse. That caught everyone's attention, but especially the power-hungry ones when they heard about Trihixa, 666. Naruto. With hatred you. Drag. Hello, partner. Naruto. Angrily, you have no right to call me a partner. You stopped being one when you betrayed me. Drag simply lowered his head, acknowledging the truth. After betraying Issei Naruto for the man he believed would be a better Sekiryu, he found the opposite to be true. That bastard began using him as a weapon, and he watched as he destroyed the entire world. In the end, only the faction leaders were able to kill the wretch along with him, and then he found Naruto, saw his memories, and was deeply remorseful for what he had done, having learned the whole truth. When they learned why she betrayed Naruto, everyone was surprised, while Naruto, Kaneko, and Ravel huffed in anger. But he couldn't think any longer as chains bound his limbs and a collar around his neck, then he was pulled inside the cage, which closed after he entered. That surprised everyone, but the DXD and Naruto fans smiled when they saw what the latter did to Drag. Drag. Issei, what are you doing? But Naruto ignored him, as he had his back to him. This continued for a few seconds before both of them saw the Noir turn slightly to look at them, only to discover that the dreamer's eyes were red with black sclera. That sent chills through everyone. Naruto. Don't talk to me, insect. Although he hated the traitor Vegeta, Noir had to admit that the word was good and had style. Naruto nodded in agreement with what was said. He hated Vegeta, but he couldn't deny that the phrase had style. Of course he saw how Drake shivered upon hearing that. The dragon already knew beforehand that Naruto was extremely powerful, perhaps more so than Trihexa, 666, or Office. Upon hearing Drake's thoughts, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that Naruto was far more powerful. The power-hungry saw Naruto as a weapon, while Sasuke regarded him with hatred for possessing such power. Without saying a word, Naruto leaves his mental space, leaving both being sad, one for seeing the hatred towards him and the other for not having taken advantage of the opportunity. This caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the Bijk, who saw Kyuubi and Drake. Kyuubi M, however, regarded his counterpart with a hint of mockery. Outside of mental space. Naruto opened his eyes only to find a girl staring at him. He was speechless, taking in her appearance. Short white hair, hazel eyes, porcelain skin, a cat-shaped hair clip, and a school uniform. Upon hearing that, everyone looked at Kaneko, noticing her features. Kaneko didn't say anything but smiled slightly at her debut. It was. It's good to see you again, Issei-senpai, or should I call you Naruto-senpai? Naruto could only start to shed tears as he looked at the girl, who smiled a little. Naruto. I'm glad to see you too, Kaneko-chan. Facing him was Kaneko Taoju, one of his partners from his past resets. Everyone fell silent upon hearing the news about the couple. Some viewed it with jealousy and sadness, but something told them not to lose faith. Kushina looked at Kaneko and shook her head. Kushina. No, she's not the right one, Hinata is better. They looked at each other and then pressed their foreheads together, grateful to be reunited. Many had to admit that the scene looked tender and beautiful. But suddenly Naruto pulled her into a hug and began to sob. He remembered that Kaneko wasn't just his girlfriend, she was also going to be his future wife, and that she was pregnant. But what was painful for him was that she had been murdered, along with her best friend Ravel Phoenix, by Rias Gremory, Asia Argento, Akeno Himejima, Zenobia Quarta, and Arina Shido, after Issei Naruto stopped feeling anything for them and found true love with his beloved Kaneko. The memories of the lifeless bodies of his beloved and his friend's sister still haunted him, tearing him apart because that day he hadn't just lost his beloved and sister, he had also lost his unborn child. Upon hearing what happened, most of them felt a lump in their throats upon learning that detail. Naruto had truly suffered. Naruto began to clench his fists, and then Kaneko hugged him, letting him know not to be angry and that she was there for him. Kaneko could only comfort her beloved, for she understood the pain he felt. Naruto saw Kaneko, her eyes still filled with tears, her mouth trembling. Kaneko smiled a little when she saw that and knew what her boyfriend wanted. Seeing that, Kaneko smiled slightly as she approached, and they kissed, missing the warmth they gave each other. This caused some jealousy among some, while Kushina and Hinata watched angrily. For them, Naruto should only kiss Hinata. After a minute, which for them felt like 1,000 years, they both separated, looking into each other's eyes, connected by a thread of saliva, but with a smile. Ugh, so much love is going to make me sick. Upon hearing that, Kaneko and Naruto laughed a little since that was normal for their friend, although it didn't bother them since they knew she was joking. Upon hearing that, they both turned to see a blonde girl who was feigning displeasure, but was actually happy for them both. Imagine that it has its wings and tail hidden. She was Ravel Phoenix, Kaneko's friend rival and Issei Naruto's best friend's sister. Upon learning what Ravel meant to the couple, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto Kaneko. Happy Ravel. The girl sees them, smiles, and the three of them hug each other. They had missed each other a lot. Everyone could feel the same sentiment as the other three, since the same thing was happening in the room. As they separate, Naruto sees them both. Naruto. With a smile, I really missed you guys a lot, but how are you alive? I saw you die. Ravel. Well, actually, we did die and we saw your end. Upon hearing that, the atmosphere became tense, but Ravel decided to continue. Ravel. As I was saying, after your death a deity called us and explained everything that happened to you and that you had to live through. Upon hearing that, Naruto remained silent as he watched Kaneko and Ravel. Ravel. When we found that out, we were shocked, but when we heard that he was proposing to revive us right at the last reset, we immediately accepted. Naruto was silent while showing a small smile. Since Naruto showed his true self as Issei, the three of them became very close. Naruto smiled wistfully as he thanked the deity who gave his friend and girlfriend a second chance. Naruto. Well, I'm glad to see you all again. Kaneko. With a small smile, us too, senpai. Kaneko and Ravel nodded with a smile. Ravel. I hate to ruin the reunion, but Naruto has to take an exam to advance in rank. We're going to hide. Naruto. If that's the case, here you go. He gives them both a scroll, which they open to find is a map of all of Konoha with a marked point. That caught everyone's attention. Naruto. This is a map of all of Konoha, and the dot is where my house is, go there, and when I get back I'll explain everything about here. Oh, and one thing, be careful because Sway, my dog, is there. Upon hearing about the map, everyone was surprised, but they all wanted it to get hold of Naruto and his belongings. Naruto frowned, realizing what the others wanted. Kaneko, however, remained tense about Sway. Upon hearing that, Kaneko stiffens, as her Imkai side doesn't get along well with dogs. That caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. How'd you put that aside to nod alongside Ravel? Seeing this, Naruto smiled, nodded, and left through a window using his semblance. As he walked away, Kaneko took an object from her pocket. It was the engagement ring that Issei Naruto gave her. That surprised everyone. Naruto sees Kaneko take out the ring, which makes Naruto smile. Kaneko could only look at the ring with longing and sadness since they were both determined to get married, but the bitches from her reset prevented it. Kaneko also viewed this with sadness and longing, but now they could get married. Naruto shared the same thought as her. Ravel. Looking at the ring, I know you want to marry him, and I don't blame you. They took away both of your happiness. Kaneko. Looking at the ring, I know. Ravel. When will you tell him? Kaneko. Touches her belly soon, when the second phase is over. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while Naruto was about to jump for joy. Certain mummies and gay cobras watched this, waiting for the baby's birth so they could seize the offspring, unaware that this would be a death sentence. Kaneko remembered how that deity not only gave her the opportunity to see her beloved again, but also gave her the opportunity to finally see her baby born and hold him in her arms. Kaneko clutched her belly longingly. She already wanted her kitten with her. Both of them took out their demon and phoenix wings to jump out the window and start flying towards Naruto's home. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone in shock upon learning that Kaneko and Ravel were a demon and a phoenix, respectively. Kushina saw this and began to devise numerous plans to separate Naruto from those girls in order to protect him. Nin exams. Survival test part 1. Everyone was eating after what they had seen. Kushina looked at Kaneko and Ravel, thinking they would be an obstacle, especially with the baby Kaneko was carrying, so she planned to see if she could get rid of the fetus. For some reason, Naruto felt he had to protect Kaneko from Kushina. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Nin exams. Survival test part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone pays attention, but Team 7 pays the most attention, except for Naruto. Naruto was seen flying using his semblance as he went to training ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Upon hearing the other name by which training camp number 44 Kaneko is known, Ravel and Olivia were surprised, and the latter even more so upon learning that she would be participating. At that moment Naruto stops using his semblance and begins to fall while taking out the Nano Cube, Ember Celica. Seeing Naruto fall, those on his side sighed in defeat. It always happened that way. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the Nano Cube, Ember Celica. Upon receiving it, he opens it, revealing both bracelets, which he puts on even as he falls. Once they are ready, he switches them to gauntlet launcher mode, which begins to release small explosions, cushioning his fall. At that moment, his danger sensor activates, confusing Naruto. That confused everyone too. As he was near the ground, he could see Menma appear, surprising Naruto, who was unable to activate his other quirk and ended up falling on top of the Bifrong and rolling around. Some winced in pain, while Kushina was somewhere between happy and worried, happy that Menma was hurt and worried that Naruto was hurt. Everyone saw a curtain of dust that prevented them from seeing what was happening inside. Inside the curtain, Naruto and Menma looked at each other in surprise at what they were doing. They were accidentally kissing. Everyone fell silent as Naruto and Menma blushed intensely. Kaneko. Ara, I knew there was some Hexwell tension with Gasper, senpai. Naruto blushed deeply, but everyone looked at Kaneko in surprise. Mito. Doesn't it bother you that this is happening? Kaneko. I already knew that Naruto is bihexual, that's why it doesn't bother me, I just want him to love me the same way. That left everyone speechless. They both pull apart, blushing deeply, grateful for the curtain of dust. Naruto. Blushing I'm sorry, I was distracted. And it was true, since he was distracted by the news that his beloved kitten was back with him. Now Kaneko blushed upon hearing that nickname given to her by Naruto, who was looking at her with a smile. Naruto. Hugging Kaneko, my kitty. Kaneko blushed even more but smiled and purred softly. Everyone saw this, and Hinata glared at Kaneko, wanting to kill her. Menma. Blushing no, don't worry. They both stood up, their blushes fading as the curtain fell. Seeing that they were the center of attention, they went to their companion, while a certain Uchiha simply clicked his tongue, pleased that the Noir had arrived on time. Now Naruto sighed wearily at what he had thought about Sasuke. He was getting fed up but was holding back to do something about a certain part of the reset that he knew was going to happen no matter what. Enko. Alright, brats, listen carefully because I won't repeat myself. With that, Madarashi began to explain everything related to the test, while Naruto didn't pay much attention since he knew everything inside and out. Naruto nodded with an expressionless face. Of course Anko saw that but didn't say or do anything because she understood Noir. Anko smiled at Naruto, who smiled back at me. Then Kiba mocked him only to receive a cut on his cheek, causing Naruto to give a small, amused smile. The same reaction occurred in the room as Kiba was embarrassed by what happened. At that moment, Anko and Naruto turned around to see a girl giving Anko the kunai using a long tongue. Naruto Anko. Serios, Orochimaru. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, but the person named was angry to see his plans falling apart. After some time and giving the instructions, Anko had now given the scrolls where Team Nam, Naruto, Olivia, Menma, had obtained the Sky Scroll. Upon seeing it, Naruto smiled slightly and winked at his companions. That action caught everyone's attention. Naruto. We got the Sky Scroll. Upon hearing that, his team looked at him in surprise, while the rest and Sasuke looked at him like an idiot. Sasuke. Arrogantly ha. Idiot. His bootlickers and fangirls agreed with the Uchiha. Mito. Why did he shout what scroll he has? Haku. To eliminate the competition and make those who have the Earth Scroll go after them. That surprised Mito when she saw Naruto's literally intelligent move. That surprised everyone as Sasuke growled with anger upon learning that it was just a move to eliminate the competition. Anko watched the scene with Naruto and just smiled with a touch of sadism. Ever since he recovered his memories from the old resets, Naruto always used that technique and it always worked for him. This surprised everyone, especially Anko, who learned that she had regained her memories. Suddenly, a fall fell on her head, restoring her memories and causing Madarashi to smile sadistically. Time skip. After a few minutes, everyone was in their positions, but we'll focus on Team Nam. The three of them were standing there, with Naruto preparing Ember Celica, Menma preparing his chakram, and Olivia preparing some of her DNA samples. Naruto. Alright, we need to be fast, silent, and lethal. We need to meet up with Team HMS, Haku, Mito, and Sasuke so we can go together. And don't worry about the Earth Scroll. With the scream I gave, those who possess that scroll will come after us. Everyone nodded, and then the second phase began. The experienced ones nodded in agreement with Naruto's plan. Sasuke just glared at him with hatred. He believed he could do it all on his own. Nam team. They were leaping through the trees when they dodged a Suiton attack, revealing a team from Takigakure no Sato. Taki's team looked at them arrogantly, while Team Nam regarded them with seriousness. Enko. That sent chills down the spines of most, but especially those of Taki. Naruto transformed Ember Celica into her gauntlet launcher mode, while Menma drew his chakram, and Olivia activated Pyronite DNA on her hands. The trio nodded and prepared to fight one opponent from each team. Naruto saw Menma and Olivia with cheerful smiles, which made them both smile. The three of them inhaled sharply. Naruto, Menma, Olivia. That amused most of them, but they realized they would make a good team together. But then Noir. Naruto was standing in front of a girl named Taki who was looking at him arrogantly. Girl. Arrogantly, well, look who I'm looking at, a handsome boy. Kaneko began to growl. Kaneko. Growing her nails, stay away from my man, bitch. Naruto smiled as he hugged Kaneko and stroked her, calming her down. Naruto simply stared at Takinen with a neutral expression before assuming a fighting stance. The girl, still smiling, took her fighting stance and swiftly launched water release jutsus, which Naruto dodged using his semblance. He then approached her and struck her with Ember Celica. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto dodge masterfully using his semblance. But the Bifrong. He was dodging Takinen's constant attacks before starting a Kinjutsu fight. Takinen began attacking with Suiton Jutsu, but he hadn't counted on Menma being able to use waterbending and reflecting the attacks back at Takinen, who dodged them all. Everyone was amazed by Menma's skill, while Kushina just hoped that Bifrong would die. Boy. Wow, you're a good kid. Menma. I had a good teacher, but let's not drag this out. After saying that, Bifrong uses earth control to throw pieces of earth at Takinen, then begins to attack with his chakram. Naruto smiled with pride upon hearing that, while the rest of the senseis felt somewhat embarrassed to hear that Noir was a better sensei than them. But the Tennyson. She was throwing punches and flames at Takinen, as well as dodging attacks or using Octonurite DNA to make the attacks pass through her body. Upon hearing about Octonurite DNA, everyone, especially the power-hungry, paid attention. Boy. Annoyed, stop moving, you damn girl. Olivia. Let me think about it, nah. But that he attacks again but with more intensity, making things difficult for Takinen. Naruto smiled when he heard Olivia make a small joke. Olivia could only curse Naruto a little for passing on his habit of making jokes in the middle of fights. But then Noir. He was using his Ember Celicas and also launching small explosions when he ran out of ammunition. Seeing this, Takinen smiled arrogantly. "Girl. What will you do now, boy?" Naruto already knew what his counterpart would do, so he smiled a little. Naruto does nothing and only takes out the electricity dust ammunition from Ember Celica. That confused the girl as Naruto made the next moves. Imagine it's Naruto, the ammunition is electricity dust, and the empty cartridges disappear upon contact with the ground. For some reason the girl stepped back a little as Naruto smiled at her slightly, revealing his pink eyes and using his fierce soul magic. Upon seeing Naruto's eyes, Takinen backed away a little more, feeling fear. The whole scene left everyone speechless, but the ending sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. "Naruto. You're going to have a bad time." Takinen felt terror upon hearing those words as Naruto lunged at her. Those words caused terror in everyone in the room, while Naruto remained with a smile. But the Bifrong. The boy was fighting against a Takinen, demonstrating that he had improved in his use of the Chokin. Naruto gave a thumbs up when he saw that. The enemy backed away and began throwing several kunai, which Bifrong deflected and dodged. Takinen continued throwing kunai, now generating shadow clones. Bifrong began to struggle when he closed his eyes and extended his hand. Kushina smiled, revealing her excitement at seeing Menma die. This caused many to frown. Opening one eye, he saw the kunai suspended in the air as Takinen recoiled slightly in shock. That surprised everyone, but Naruto smiled. "Naruto. Metal control." Menma saw the kunai while feeling something in his being that he knew immediately was a control art, more specifically metal control. That silenced everyone as Kushina clenched her fists in anger upon seeing that Menma had not died. Bifrong looked at his opponent and smiled as the kunai whizzed around him and he moved his Chokin. Takinen only began to back away in fear as he watched Menma approach him. The scene looked epic to many, but to others it caused fear upon seeing Menma's pose and gaze. But the Tennyson. She was fighting against a Takinen using her natural flexibility and the flexibility she acquired through Naruto's training. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, as it was clear that anyone who trained with Naruto grew stronger. Of course, the last part caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power. Takinen was frustrated as Olivia dodged and counterattacked with a small smile. "Boy. Annoyed you damn dwarf, just let yourself be killed." Naruto. "Shit." Olivia stopped, causing Takinen to smile as she realized she had listened to him. That caught everyone's attention, thinking that just by saying shorty Olivia would pay attention to them. But his smile vanished as he felt an immense murderous instinct directed at him. That startled everyone, especially when they felt Olivia exude the same murderous instinct. Upon searching for the source, he saw it was Olivia, whose gaze was darkened. When he looked up, Takinen was startled to see Olivia's red eyes. That also scared those who were in the room. Naruto. "She's furious, she hates being called shorty." Olivia. "Furious nobody calls me dwarf." This causes a small explosion where Olivia activates the Celestial Sapien DNA while looking at the Takinen with a furious expression. That frightened everyone. But the power-hungry paid attention when they heard about Celestial Sapien DNA. But the three Takinen. The three of them were backing away in fear until they bumped into each other's backs. This caused them to look at Team Nam, who were watching them. Two with smiles and one with a furious glare. Naruto. "Ha, they think they're the hunters, but we're the hunters." They went to attack them thinking they were the predators and also to get the scroll, but it turned out that Team Nam was the real predator. The three Takinen. Shit. Without further ado, Team Nam launches an attack against Team Taki. 5 minutes later. Now Team Nam was seen watching the dying Takinen. That made everyone swallow it and many also had a thought. Not to be enemies of Team Nam. Without saying anything, Menma approaches the three and, after 2 minutes, pulls out the Earth Scroll. Menma, with a small smile, gets up while throwing and catching the scroll. "Menma. We have the scroll." Naruto. "Good, now let's go after Team HMS." Menma and Olivia nod and then Team Nam begins to walk. That didn't attract much attention from those who were watching. Naruto knew where Team HMS would be, but to pretend he didn't, he took out his scroll tablet. After that, pressed the yellow button to activate it. That had caught the attention of his colleagues. That had caught everyone's attention. Menma. "Curious what's that?" Naruto. "It's a scroll, it allows me to communicate and locate anyone I want." That surprised them both as Olivia remembered the GPS. This surprised everyone and they wondered what the GPS was. The power-hungry viewed it with greed, longing to possess that scroll. Naruto started doing something on the scroll and then showed a map of the entire Forest of Death. Naruto. "Very well, I already have the map of the Forest of Death, although I don't need it." Everyone paid attention since the scroll had caught their attention, especially those hungry for power. Although Naruto chuckled a little with tenderness when he saw Olivia and Menma looking over his shoulders at the map as if they were small children. Naruto also laughed a little, especially when he saw the scene where the three of them appeared in their chibi versions. Then Naruto selected some options and 6 points appeared. 1 blue, Olivia. 1 purple, Menma. 1 multicolored, Naruto. 1 light blue, Haku. 1 orange with gray, Mito, and 1 black, Sasuke. Naruto. Mito is starting to regain her courage trait. That had caught everyone's attention, especially Mito's, who started thinking about everything he had done. Then he saw his colleagues watching him. Naruto. Well, the blue, purple, and multicolored dots are us, while the other 3 are Mito, Haku, and Sasuke. Menma. Confused, but how were you able to locate them? Naruto. Let's just say I had access to everyone's information thanks to the third Hokage, and I added it to my scroll, plus I applied a special location system. This surprised Menma and Olivia, the latter thinking about soul magic. When they found out where she got the information, everyone was surprised, but when they learned about the colors, they understood that it was soul magic. Naruto. Well, let's go now since it seems they're in trouble. Upon hearing that, they both looked at the screen to see a danger sign in front of the HMS team. That had caught everyone's attention, but Naruto knew exactly what it was about. Orochimaru. Without saying anything, Naruto deactivates his scroll to store it. Naruto. Serious, I know who the enemy will be, so I'll go in samurai style. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power hungry. That caught both of their attention, and then Naruto took out the Nano Cube, sword spin. Everyone paid attention to the Nano Cube, sword spinner. This caught Menma's attention even more, and he was surprised to see Naruto open the Nano Cube and a green light emerge from it, which then transforms into the spinning sword. Despite having already seen it, everyone still found the Nano Cubes incredible. The power hungry were eager to get their hands on the machine. Naruto puts the spinning sword at his side and starts running, followed by his companions, one with a normal reaction to what he saw and another with questions which he would save for later. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone wondering who will happen next. Nin exams. Survival test part 2. Everyone sat with a palpable impatience about what would happen in the next episode. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Nin exams. Survival test part 2. Everyone pays attention when they read the title. Team Nam could be seen leaping quickly through the trees in the direction of Team HMS. Menma. I know I shouldn't ask this, but what was that cube you took out and what did that thing you call a sword spinner come out of? Kushina wanted to laugh at what Menma said, but she saw Naruto smile at Bifrong and say good question, which made her angry. Naruto glanced sideways at Menma, then looked straight ahead. Naruto. It's called a Nano Cube and it helps us store anything with something that Olivia and I built. It allows us to condense the molecules and eliminate the spaces within them. Menma was surprised to hear that. Everyone now knew how to use the nano compressor, making the power hungry want it for themselves. Menma. Wow, that's incredible, although if you ask me it's better not to say it, since they would try to use it for evil. The experienced ones nodded at that thought, while the power hungry ones grew angry at seeing their plan revealed. Olivia. Why do you think Naruto told you without protesting? He trusts you to keep the secret. Menma smiles, flattered to know that she trusts him, and of course he wouldn't betray that trust. Menma smiled as Naruto nodded with a small grin. The rest watched the scene, some jealous and others resentful of Menma for having Naruto's trust. Naruto. Serious, pay attention. That made the two of them just as serious as their leader, who took out the wildcard disc to put it in the slot of his sword turner. That scene put everyone on alert. But the HMS team. The 3 wounded were visible, but the 2 girls were still standing, as the Uchiha was lying unconscious because someone had placed the cursed seal of heaven on him. Seeing Sasuke lying there, his sycophants and fangirls became worried while the Uchiha watched with anger. But someone was standing in front of the girls. It was Orochimaru, the Hibi-Sannin and renegade ninja of Konohagakure no Sato. Upon seeing Orochimaru, everyone in Konoha went on alert, while Kushina worried about her daughter, Zabuza about Haku, and Sasuke's bootlickers and fangirls. Orochimaru. Kukuku, I thought you wouldn't put up a fight, but I was wrong. Kukuku, you could make good lab rats. This caused Kushina and Zabuza to glare angrily at Orochimaru, who seemed to be thinking about doing that. That sent a shiver down both their spines, but then they gave a look of disgust as they watched Orochimaru open his mouth abnormally and then a sword emerge from it. It was the Kusanagi sword. Most made a face of disgust, but the experienced ones were worried when they saw Kusanagi. Without expecting it, the traitorous Konohanin speared the girls who were prepared with kunai to try to fight Orochimaru. This worried the people of Konoha, most of whom hoped that their Mito-sama would be saved. When they were a few meters away, a black blur appeared blocking the attack with a sword. It was Naruto. That surprised everyone as Kushina sighed with relief at seeing her son save Mito. That surprised the girls, and then Menma and Olivia appeared beside them. Menma. Taking out a first aid kit, we're going to heal them. With that, he begins to heal Mito, while Olivia does the same with Haku. Kushina. To Menma, finally you do something useful. But he regretted it when he saw Naruto give him a look of disgust. Naruto. If you thought I would give you a chance, which wasn't going to happen, now I'm even less likely to give it to you. This shocked Kushina, who realized that what she believed to be right had actually distanced her from her son. Why? Menma understood the reason for the question. Menma. Despite everything, you're still my sister. That silenced everyone in the room as Mito simply looked at Menma, who nodded. Mito lowered her gaze, trying to hold back her tears. But she couldn't. Now, not only Naruto, but Menma too was showing her that they had always been there for her, and it made her feel terrible. Just then, the sound of metal clashing against metal snapped her out of her reverie, and she looked ahead to see the fight between War and the traitorous Konoha. Just like her counterpart Mito, she came out of her trance while the rest watched the screen. But Naruto and Orochimaru. Both were fighting, having a close battle. Orochimaru. Kukuku, you're good, Naruto-kun. Naruto. Thanks, but the way you talk, well, let's just say I felt chills, you damn pedophile. Orochimaru had a vein in his head. Orochimaru. I'm not a pedophile. Naruto. Mockingly, yeah, whatever you say, pedophile. Orochimaru got even angrier while Anko laughed uncontrollably. Orochimaru grew even angrier and began attacking with more force, while Naruto blocked with a smile. Naruto. You know something, Pedophamaru. Let's level up. That made everyone pay attention as they wondered what the level increase would be like. This confused Orochimaru, who then stumbled back a few meters after being kicked by Naruto. Seeing him back, Naruto jumped back to retrieve the wildcard disc and stow it in the back of his belt. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power-hungry. Then he opens the compartment at the front of his belt, revealing a new disc. That was the shark disc. Everyone found the shark disc curious. Naruto takes it to insert it into the sword spinner, straighten it, and turn the disc. Naruto. Shark mode. With that, particles surrounded him, revealing his new appearance. His sword had transformed into the shark sword. While his appearance had not changed at all except for a red jacket. Imagine it's Naruto. The curious thing is that a kind of golden crown appeared on him with the symbol of fire, K. That surprised everyone, though they admitted Naruto looked great. Of course, the power-hungry ones coveted that disc. Orochimaru rejoins to see Naruto. Orochimaru. Mockingly, Kukuku, your outfit is cute and all, but what are you going to do with it? That's what most of the people in the room thought. Naruto smiles slightly as he moves his arm, causing the sword to grow and attack Orochimaru, who is surprised but repels the attack with Kusanagi. That surprised everyone as Sasuke watched with anger and hatred. For him, he should possess that weapon. But the rest. They were surprised by what they saw. Naruto's clothing had literally changed slightly, but they felt he had increased in power. Now that they all thought about it, except for Olivia, they wondered just how much power Noir possessed. Nobody said anything since it was logical that they would think that, although they also wondered how powerful Naruto is. Inside Mito's seal, the other half of Kyuubi looked at Naruto with interest. Kyuubi. That boy is interesting. Yes, I'll most likely make him my Jinchuriki along with my other half. Naruto looked at Kyuubi seriously as she gave him a smile. That vixen wanted Naruto as her Jinchuriki, but Naruto wouldn't let her have him, he wouldn't be that vixen's Jinchuriki. But Naruto and Orochimaru. They were still having a fierce fight when Orochimaru jumped back to bite his thumb. Orochimaru. Placing his hand on the ground summoning jutsu. That put everyone on alert, but Jiraiya thought he could give Naruto the toad summoning contract. As he finishes saying that, two large snakes appear and lunge at Naruto, who creates a metal wall using the Kinzoten element. Seeing the Kinzoten in action, everyone is amazed, while a certain emo and mummies wanted that element for themselves. Upon hearing the blow, Naruto uses his semblance to go after the rest and hide behind some bushes. That caught everyone's attention. Everyone knew Naruto wasn't one to hide, so they thought he would come up with a plan. Behind the bushes. Team Nam and Team HMS were seen hiding. Menma. What are we going to do now? Naruto. Serious fight. That surprised everyone, while Kushina watched as if her Naruto were crazy. Mito. Upset but how? We literally barely gave them any time and we hardly tired him out at all. Naruto. I understand how you feel, but keep this in mind. If we leave, he'll most likely chase us down and kill us. Now, all that's left is to fight. That left everyone who had to agree with Naruto speechless. In the room, everyone had to agree with Naruto, although a certain tomato thought that was still crazy. Noir nodded, hiding the unconscious Uchiha inside a bush. Naruto. Alright, I have a way for us to gain more power and thus fight Orochimaru. That caught everyone's attention. This caught everyone's attention, and then Naruto gave the shark sword to Olivia. Tennyson was surprised but nodded, taking the sword. Then Naruto's accessories disappeared while Olivia acquired them, now adorned with a black and green crown and a symbol that no one recognized except Naruto. It was the symbol of the Omnitrix. The symbol had caught everyone's attention while Naruto and Olivia remembered the Omnitrix. Upon seeing that, Naruto prepares himself. Naruto. Okay, Tiki, Ways, Dusu, Unify. As he said that, 3 lights red, green, and deep blue came out of Naruto's sweater and went to certain parts of the Noir's body, revealing the true form of the Ladybug Miraculous. The Turtle Miraculous. And the Peacock Miraculous. With that, a small glow covers Naruto, then reveals him wearing a suit themed around the 3 animals. That caught everyone's attention, especially the power-hungry ones who wanted to know the abilities of the 3 Miraculous. Before he could say anything, Naruto took a fan from his hip and opened it. Then take out 4 feathers to use the power of the Peacock Miraculous, Amakization. Many were curious about the power of Amakization, but Mito, Menma, Olivia and Haku felt a small chill. Having the feathers, Naruto blows on them so that they then go to his companions who entered the shark disc, Menma's Chakadam, Mito's ninja headband and Haku's Senbon needle bag amakizing the 4. The 4 are a little surprised while a symbol appears around the eyes of the 5. Naruto. Listen carefully, these are amok and they allow me to give or transform someone into a sentimenster. Now, the important thing. I give you this power so you can defeat Orochimaru's summons. I'll take care of the Hibi-Sannin. Upon learning of the power of Amakization, everyone was surprised, but especially the power-hungry, since they thought the Peacock Miraculous was worthless, but it seems that's not the case. Menma Olivia Haku Mito. Understood. With that, a black mist surrounds them. Upon seeing the mist, everyone was startled a little, while the 4 who were watching from the living room felt that chill again. Outside the bushes. The Dofamaru had managed to destroy the metal with the snakes each on its sides. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that element was interesting. Then he licks his lips, seemingly excitedly. That left everyone speechless while Naruto felt violated. Then he sees Naruto emerge from the shadows in his outfit alongside his companions, but with different appearances. Haku looked like a girl made of ice with a small bag also made of ice. Olivia looked like a female version of Alien X, but with many colors and the same shark sword. Mito looked like a humanoid fox girl with a kind of necklace. And Menma, surprisingly, looked like an old enemy of Naruto being Max Steel, X-Destroyer, but with an arm made of morphosis in the shape of a sword. The appearance of the 4 surprised everyone, but especially their counterparts in the room. Naruto was shocked to see Menma with the appearance of X-Destroyer. Orochimaru was clearly surprised as Naruto took a shield from his back. Then from her hip a yo-yo. Which begins to rotate. Everyone was confused when they saw the weapons of the Ladybug and Turtle Miraculous. Naruto. You know, Orochimaru is mine. The Sentimentsters nod as they launch themselves at the snakes, leaving Orochimaru and Naruto staring at each other. Naruto. Serious, this is between you and me now. Orochimaru smiles as he licks his lips before launching himself using Kusanagi. That made everyone pay attention, while Naruto thought about cutting the gay cobra's tongue out. They stare at each other for a few minutes before charging at one another, Orochimaru wielding Kusanagi and Naruto using his shield and yo-yo. Orochimaru throws a slash, which Naruto blocks with his shield. He then ties the yo-yo to Orochimaru's ankle, spins him around, and throws him into a tree. Orochimaru gets up and attacks, throwing slashes that are met by Naruto, who is using the yo-yo and/or shield. That surprised everyone, especially seeing how Naruto had much more experience with those miraculous. At one point Orochimaru attacks, where Naruto protects himself with his shield, resulting in a brief struggle of strength between them. Orochimaru. Kukuku, those weapons are very interesting Kukuku, I would like to study them as well as you. Naruto. Takes out his scroll phone. This caused laughter among many, especially Anko, while Orochimaru and his lover Kabuto glared angrily at Noir. Naruto. With a drop of sweat, you're a pervert and a pedophile. This clearly angered Orochimaru, who used even more force in an attempt to defeat Naruto. Then Noir saw out of the corner of his eye that his companions were already defeating Orochimaru's summons, so he punched the rogue in the face using his shield. Upon seeing the scene, everyone paid attention as they felt something was coming. Seeing him back a little, Naruto jumps up to check his yo-yo. Naruto. Please, give me something that will help and that I don't have to figure out how to use. It's a matter of life or death for them. Looks at Orochimaru and sighs lucky charm. With that, he throws the yo-yo to the ground, holding it by the string attached to Naruto's finger. Imagine it's Naruto. Then the particles come together revealing a Minecraft TNT and lighter. That caught everyone's attention, but Naruto already knew what would happen. Upon having them in his hands, Naruto saw Orochimaru, who seemed interested. Orochimaru. Kukuku, that's interesting, all the more reason I want to study everything you have, Kukuku. Naruto. Menma and Kaneko hugged him, playing along. The rest had beads of sweat on their sweat, knowing that Naruto wasn't afraid but was just playing. Then they heard a puff and turned to see that the Sentimentsters had defeated Orochimaru's summons. The Sentimentsters went to Naruto's side, who was already planning to use the power of the Turtle Miraculous. Upon learning this, everyone paid attention because they wanted to know the power of the Turtle Miraculous. Naruto. I hope you can withstand a TNT explosion, Orochimaru. Upon saying that, for some reason Orochimaru tried to leave but realized that he was trapped by something from his feet up. Naruto had used the Shuriken element. The Shuriken element had attracted everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. With that, he ignites the TNT to launch it, leaving it between Orochimaru and the group. Naruto. Shield. As he said that, Naruto slammed his shield into the ground and then he and the Sentimentsters were surrounded by a green dome. Everyone was amazed by the power of the Turtle Miraculous. Now they understood why Ways had the power of protection. Orochimaru tries to break free as he watches the TNT begin to flicker white, gradually getting faster. Naruto. I'll just say one thing, Shine. This caused a huge explosion while Naruto was protecting his teammates. Everyone was startled by the explosion. That TNT was powerful. Of course, the power-hungry wanted to recreate TNT. As the smoke cleared, they could see Orochimaru had escaped. Naruto dismissed it as unimportant, so he snapped his fingers, causing black mists to envelop the Sentimentsters and reveal his companions, who collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Mito. Breathing heavily, that felt strange. Menma. Yeah, it felt kind of dark. The last thing caught everyone's attention. They saw Naruto, who made his outfit disappear, revealing the Quemus. Naruto. Serious, he escaped, but it doesn't matter, we must move. They nodded and started walking, but not before Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the leg and carried him like a sack of potatoes, not caring if he hurt him or not. The Noir knew that later Sasuke would betray the village and this time he would show no mercy. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone waiting for the next episode. But the emo kid, his sycophants, and the fangirls glared angrily at Naruto for how he treated the Uchiha. However, knowing that Sasuke would betray Konoha, everyone fell silent. Chunin exams. Survival test part 3. Everyone was eating while they waited for the next chapter of the story. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Chunin exams. Survival test part 3. Upon reading that, everyone paid attention while Kushina waited for Menma to die. A dark area was visible, then a section broke open, letting in light and revealing Naruto and his team outside the now cave. The one responsible for this minor destruction was Naruto, who had used the destroy option on the absolute solver. Everyone was startled, but when they saw the destroy option in the absolute solver, everyone paid attention, especially the power-hungry ones. Naruto deactivates the solver to enter with the others. Upon arriving at a location, Naruto sets Sasuke down on the ground and then walks away. The bootlickers, more fangirls, and Uchiha himself were angry when they saw how Naruto had treated him. Naruto. Well, we're here now so we can rest, but first I'm going to set traps while you guys fix things. They nodded as Naruto retreated using his semblance. Olivia. You really like your appearance. Naruto chuckled a little while his friends and girlfriend shook their heads with a smile. Time skip. Everyone was seen in the cave around a campfire made by Mito, with the help of the lighter, while somewhat far away from them was an unconscious Sasuke. All the experienced ones nodded in approval of Mito's actions. Kyubi growled at the sight. To her, everyone must serve her, even her Jinchuriki. The 5 of them were watching the campfire while they watched Naruto roast some sausages. Naruto. Well, the sausages are almost ready, when we eat them we'll rest so we can go to the tower tomorrow, although I know those 3 will show up. Hearing about sausages made Choji hungry, although they wondered who they were talking about. Naruto already knew who they were. They nodded, and after a few minutes, they took the sausages and began to eat. Haku, Menma, and Mito were still eating when they noticed Naruto had a small container with something strange in it, which he and Olivia were eating from. Menma. Pointing at the can, what's that? Naruto. Eating, it's called chipotle. That piqued everyone's curiosity and made the Akamichi family pay attention. Curious, Mito smears some chipotle on his sausage before eating it. Myth. Eating it has a weird taste, but it tastes good. Upon hearing that, the other 2 put chipotle on their sausages to eat them. Everyone was curious to know what chipotle tasted like, especially the Akamichi clan. After finishing, they decided to sleep, although Naruto waited until everyone was asleep to store his spinning sword in a nano cube. When everyone saw Naruto store the giant sword in a nano cube, they were impressed, but then they remembered his gloves. Those must be the key to storing objects in a nano cube well away from the nano compressor. The next day. Naruto was seen awake and looking at the entrance of the cave. He knew what was about to happen. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. At that moment, the rest, except for Sasuke, wake up seeing Naruto standing looking at the entrance. Mito. Sleepy and curious, is something wrong? Naruto. Serious, someone's coming. That put everyone on alert and then they left while Naruto prepared the nano cube, Crescent Rose. Everyone's attention is drawn to Crescent Rose's nano cube. Come to think of it, it seems Naruto likes Crescent Rose the most. The three of them were on alert when three Otonin appeared. Upon seeing the Otonin family, everyone pays attention, but a certain pedophile gets nervous. Upon seeing them, Naruto put on a serious expression and opened his nano cube, revealing Crescent Rose in its compact mode. This surprised everyone, especially those who didn't know, but they let it go for the time being. Naruto. Serious, tell us why you're here. Girl. Relax, pretty boy, we're just here for the Uchiha. Upon hearing that, Kaneko hugged Naruto, implying that he belonged to her. Naruto chuckled a little and gently stroked Kaneko's face, eliciting a few purrs from her. Naruto. Transforming Crescent Rose into rifle mode, I don't think so. With that, he aimed at the Otonin while loading the electricity dust ammunition. When they see the ammunition, everyone pays attention, but especially those hungry for power. Both teams look serious as they launched into combat, with Naruto against a girl, Menma and Mito against the bandage boy, and Haku and Olivia against the other boy. Mito. That seems one-sided. Asuma. Well, let's remember that Naruto already went through that, so he knows how to act. Everyone paid attention to to Asuma. The fight was rather short where Mito and Menma dodged sound bursts as did Haku and Olivia, while Naruto dodged, hit and shot the girl who received the bullets charged with electricity. Many sighed sadly, seeing how short it was. Kushina clicked her tongue, relieved that Menma hadn't died. The five separated, looking at the three Otonin who were tired, but the girl felt Naruto pointing a gun at her head. Naruto. Serious, you know what to do. The girl looked at Naruto, who looked at her seriously. That scene caused so much tension that you could cut it with a knife. She clicked her tongue to pull out her scroll and tossed it to Menma, who caught it, noticing it was the one he was missing. Naruto made a move that caused the Otonin to growl and decide to leave. Then he sighed, while Naruto already knew what was coming. Seeing that no one was nearby, Naruto transformed Crescent Rose into its compact mode and placed it on his hip. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared, causing everyone to turn toward the cave from which Sasuke emerged, his body marked. That made everyone serious, while the Uchiha smiled maniacally at the thought of more power. The Uchiha was looking at his hands with a psychopathic expression. Seeing Sasuke's expression, all the experienced ones became serious. The Uchiha's lack of sanity was evident. Sasuke. Madly, yes, with this power I will be able to kill that bastard. The Uchiha saw the boys but could do nothing as a great electricity coursed through his body and then he fell unconscious. That startled everyone. Behind him was a floating hand, the hand of perseverance. Upon seeing the hand, everyone immediately knew who was responsible. Naruto. The Uchiha glared at the Noir with hatred for what he had done. The hand simply gives a thumbs up and then disappears. Naruto. Let's go to the tower to finish this. Everyone nods, then Naruto uses the solver to levitate the Uchiha. He didn't feel like carrying him. Sasuke. With hatred, you should be proud of carrying me, an elite Uchiha. Naruto. Who? Sasuke. Angrily, you. Naruto. No, who asked you? Upon hearing that, Sasuke lunged at Naruto in a frenzy, but the Noir easily stopped him, knocking him unconscious. Everyone fell silent as Naruto returned to his seat. Time skip. The group of 6 had arrived at the tower entrance and were about to open the doors. As they walked in, they saw a sign that read the following. If you do not possess heaven, you acquire the knowledge it represents. If you do not possess earth, you will run far and wide in search of strength. If you possess the scrolls of heaven and earth, the paths of perilous will become secure. This is the secret of Ichigo. You will become part of the elite who will guide others. That left everyone speechless as they began to think about what he meant, although Naruto and Olivia already knew, one because he saw it in all the resets and the other because she had already deduced it. That had confused everyone a little, but Naruto and Olivia already knew what it meant. Menma. I've already figured it out, we have to open both scrolls at the same time. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, but Kushina snorted when she saw that the useless one had discovered it. Mito and Haku nodded, then both opened the heaven scrolls, while Menma and Naruto opened the earth scrolls. This generated a glow, and then the 4 of them threw the scrolls, from which a cloud of smoke rose. When it dissipated, Kushina and Kakashi were seen watching them with smiles. Although upon seeing Menma, the Redeed was annoyed, but her smile returned. Naruto. I'm getting tired of saying the same thing, but I'll say it one last time, I'm very disappointed in Kushina Uzumaki. This left Kushina devastated to learn that she had disappointed her son. Kakashi. I'm glad to see you guys safe. Naruto. Yeah, but now you have something else to do. Without saying anything, he throws the Uchiha who is caught by Kakashi. Seeing how Naruto treated Sasuke, the Uchiha's sycophants and fangirls got angry with Noir. Paddock saw the mark of curse, became serious, and nodded. Kushina. We'll take care of it, go and rest. The five of them nodded to leave as Kushina and Kakashi took Sasuke away. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone to stretch out and wait for the next chapter. Semifinals Part 1. Everyone was eating and relaxing while chatting amongst themselves. Naruto was talking to Menma and Mito, saying that at least in this reset they should get along, unlike in the previous ones. Bifrong and Uzumaki didn't know what had happened in the old resets, but they decided to accept it. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Semifinals Part 1. Upon reading this, everyone pays attention, but especially Naruto, wanting to know if he would do anything to help Rock Lee, Tenten, and Neji. 3 days had passed and now Naruto was seen meditating while Olivia was reading and Menma was training with some weights. Seeing what the three of them were doing, they didn't pay much attention to it, although some girls blushed a little when they saw the muscles in Menma's arms. Just then, there's a knock at the door, prompting Olivia to go and see who it is. When she opens it, she finds herself face to face with Kakashi. Kakashi. Smiling hello Olivia. Olivia nods to signal her to continue. Kakashi. With a bead of sweat how antisocial. The Konoha ninja. Kakashi decided to stop talking and read his little porn book. Kakashi. Well, they're going to continue with the exams and I wanted you to come. Olivia nods and then Kakashi leaves. She turns to see her teammates getting up and starting to leave. Mito. It seems they don't need words to know what they're going to say, it's like. Kurenai. It's like they're very in sync. That caught everyone's attention, but especially Kushina's, who, although she didn't like it, planned to use Olivia and Menma to get closer to Naruto. Time skip. Team Nam had arrived when Naruto sensed some presences. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaneko and Ravel hiding in the shadows, with Phoenix holding Zwei in her arms. Naruto smiled while the rest wondered, how did they not detect them? Naruto smiled slightly as the two girls greeted him. Then he had to listen to the same boring speech about all the resets again, until he finally heard that Kabuto was leaving due to a lack of chakra. Naruto started complaining about the same speech, causing everyone to stare at him with beads of sweat. But when they heard Kabuto's comment, everyone paid attention, though Kabuto felt something was about to happen to him. Naruto knew that was impossible, so without anyone noticing, he dropped a small red light which followed Kabuto, followed by Akumu who slipped away unseen. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already knew what was going to happen. With Kabuto. He was walking while taking off his Konoha headband to put on an Oda one. Seeing this, everyone became alarmed, while Orochimaru and Kabuto were annoyed to see that the latter had been discovered. He was about to leave when he stopped dead in his tracks with a shocked look. That caught everyone's attention. Looking down, he saw a kind of pink spear piercing his chest with a heart on it. That surprised everyone, while Naruto smiled a little, already knowing what was happening. The spear is pulled back, close to the heart, and caught by a hand. It was the hand of fear. The only trait that allows Naruto to steal the soul, and specifically that heart, which was half blue and half gray. It was Kabuto's soul. That silenced everyone. Naruto had ripped Kabuto's soul out. Kabuto was in shock at the sight. At that moment, Akumu appeared beside the hand that held the floating soul. Kabuto turned around in fear. He didn't know why, but he was afraid. Kabuto in the room also began to feel afraid. The Otonin watched as the hand extended the soul to Akumu, who devoured it without hesitation. Kabuto's body transformed into dust, which fell to the ground, creating a mound. Kabuto was dead. Akumu withdrew as the hand vanished. That shocked everyone. They literally saw Kabuto die because of Akumu and the trait of fear. With Naruto. He was already in the stands waiting for the first fight when he felt something on his foot. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw Akumu arrive, then wrap her arms around Naruto's neck and enter her hidden mode. Naruto. Serious, alright, this time I'll try to prevent Tenten from getting hurt and Gaara from breaking Lee's arm and leg. Upon hearing that, everyone was surprised by what was going to happen to Tenten and Rock Lee. With that, he saw the fights, which he knew would be mostly the same. Sasuke Uchiha. Versus. Yoroi Kado. Naruto didn't pay attention to it since it was exactly the same as the old resets, and the winner was Sasuke. Upon seeing this, Sasuke growled angrily at Naruto's blasphemy. To him, the Noir should be pleased to see him fight. Shino Aburam. Versus. Zaku Abumi. Naruto watched the fight without really paying attention. It was the same old fight with the same winner, Shino. Although now he thought there might be a change. Upon hearing the last part, Naruto finally paid attention. At that moment, Judge Jackman makes an appearance. Hey. Coughing okay, the next match is between Olivia Tennyson and Ino Yamanaka. That caught Naruto's attention. There was a change in this reset. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially Naruto's. He saw Olivia coming down when Naruto stopped her. Naruto. She can enter her opponent's minds. Olivia. Smiles slightly don't worry. Naruto. Smiles slightly I'm not worried, I'm just letting you know. Olivia smiles as she uses Orthopteran DNA and leaps onto the sand. Naruto smiled at Olivia, who smiled back. Everyone, especially those hungry for power, wondered what Orthopteran DNA was. On the sand. Olivia and Ino could be seen looking at each other. Ino. Be careful girl, I'm going to win and I'll show Sasu-kun that I'm awesome. But Olivia looked at her with boredom, remembering the board with gum, as she called Sakura. Upon hearing Sakura's nickname, Noir began to laugh loudly, while Sakura glared at them with anger and hatred. Hey. Ready? Both girls nod. Hey. Alright, let's begin. With that, she moved away. Ino launched herself towards Olivia, who began dodging the attacks with ease. Olivia. Dodging, this girl is so slow, even Gwen without using her anodite power could give me a fight, glances at Naruto, although now that I think about it, I think it's time to tell Naruto that he also possesses anodite DNA, that is, he is semi-anodite. Upon hearing Olivia's thoughts, many wondered who Gwen was. Naruto grew sad remembering his cousin from the reset as Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. But upon hearing that Naruto was a half-anodite, everyone fell silent, except for Noir. Naruto. To Olivia scan please. She began to scan him while her eyes had a faint green glow. Olivia. Yes, you were semi-anodite. Naruto nodded gratefully as he planned to train his anodite power now. Olivia continued dodging, but when she grew tired of it, she used Citricaea DNA to move quickly and deliver a powerful elbow to Ino's stomach, knocking her breath away. Without giving Ino time to react, Olivia used Tetramin DNA to deliver an uppercut, knocking the Yamanaka out. Hey. The winner is Olivia. Olivia uses Orthopteran DNA to reach the stands. Everyone fell silent as they watched Olivia easily defeat Ino. In the stands. As Olivia falls, she is greeted by Naruto. Naruto. Smiling slightly you did well. Olivia. Thanks, although it was actually too easy, it's just like the chewing gum board. Naruto chuckled a little at Olivia's nickname for Sakura as they both sat down to watch the next matches. After hearing that, everyone understood. Sakura and Ino were the weakest. Sakura became angry at being considered weak, while Ino remained thoughtful. Misumi Tsurugi. Versus. Kankram Sabaku no. The fight was exactly as Naruto remembered it and Kankram won. Olivia watched Misumi, wondering how she could do that without dying, since it was abnormal. Although now that she remembered her reset, nothing was normal. The plumbers, the aliens, Vilgax nothing was normal. Olivia nodded while Danzo was curious about the name Vilgax. Shikamaru Nara. Versus. Kintsuchi. Naruto started nodding off a little because the fight was the same and that was already making him sleepy, plus he saw the same winner, Shikamaru. Many understood when they saw Naruto nodding his head in boredom, while others were somewhat annoyed. Olivia watched that intently while thinking that Kin used something similar to Echo Echo and Echo Echo Supreme. Upon hearing that, everyone wanted to know who Echo Echo was and by his name, Echo Echo Supreme. Hey. Next fight, Tamari Sabaku no against Tenten. Upon hearing that, Naruto pays attention, preparing to save Tenten from the sand bitch, as he calls her and as they ended up calling her. Upon hearing Tamari's nickname, everyone, especially Tamari herself, was surprised to learn that she had earned that nickname through her actions. She saw Tamari and Tenten. They went down to the sand. Hey. Ready? They both nod. Hey. Begin. Naruto watched intently as the fight unfolded in every way. He was preparing himself when he saw the moment. Tenten was falling from the sky and Tamari was poised to break her back with her fan. Upon seeing the scene, those from Konoha, plus Mido and his students, were surprised, while Naruto hoped that his other self would succeed. Upon seeing that, Naruto leaps high to use his quirk, Black Whip. And launch them, tying Tenten by the waist. Naruto uses his float quirk for a few brief moments. To pull Tenten and capture her bridal style. Upon seeing the quirks, everyone was surprised, while the power-hungry ones thought about how to obtain those powers. Having her in his arms, he lets himself fall to his knee. Naruto looks up with a serious expression to see Tamari, who is smiling at him, winks, and blows him a kiss, causing Naruto to feel disgusted, though he doesn't show it. Naruto made a face of disgust at the sight, while other people weren't so happy about it. On Kaneko, Ravel wise way. Ravel and Zwei were holding Kaneko so that she could not attack Tamari, Ravel from the waist and Zwei from her tail, since Kaneko was in her Nekishim form. The same scene unfolded in the living room, surprising everyone as they saw Kaneko in her Nekishim form. Upon seeing her, Kushina began planning how to lure Naruto away from the monster, as he now saw Kaneko. Kaneko. Growling, "I'll kill her, nobody does that to my man without my permission." Tamari. Arrogantly, "Try it if you can." Kaneko growled louder to break free and launch herself forward. Now Kaneko could be seen sitting down while on the ground lay a badly injured Tamari. Naruto. Amused. Without further ado, she withdraws to try and calm Kaneko, as she had felt a fetus growing in her kitten's belly. Ravel. Calm down, cat, remember that Naruto Nai-san won't leave you, you are one of the loves of his life. Kaneko calms down as it was true. Kaneko also began to calm down since what they were telling her was true. Ravel. Besides, you have to take care of yourself for the baby. Kaneko. Okay, fried chicken. Ravel laughed a little at that nickname. That's how they both get along, Kaneko was the face and Ravel the fried chicken. The DXD trio smiled amusedly, as those were the nicknames Kaneko and Ravel usually used. In the stands. Naruto had gently left Tenten with her team after explaining that he couldn't let a Kunoichi with great potential lose her ninja career just because someone broke her back. Upon hearing what Naruto said, everyone remained silent as Naruto nodded. That left everyone in silence as Tenten thanked Naruto for what he had done. Then War nodded and returned to his team. Niji Hyuga. Versus. Hinata Hyuga. Naruto watched the fight seriously, as it was now a battle between the prodigy of the Hyuga clan and the princess of the Byakugan. Naruto paid attention while Kushina and Hinata waited for the latter to win and thus win the love of the noir. The fight was the same as in the previous resets, but much more intense. Fortunately for him, Niji had won, leaving Hinata near death. It was better that the Hyuga girl didn't survive, since Noir knew perfectly well that in the future, the pearl-eyed girl would be one of the reasons the world went to hell. Hinata and Kushina were furious to see Hinata lose. But everyone was shocked to learn that Hinata would be one of the causes of the world's destruction. Kushina. That's a lie, that's a lie. Kushina wanted it to be a lie so that she would have something to trap Naruto with and prevent him from leaving her again. Naruto decided to put that aside for a moment to look at the sand. Naruto. Serious, let's see how the next fights will be. With that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone in a deathly silence. Hiashi. Serious, Hinata, we need to talk. I didn't have time to say anything before he dragged her away from the room in front of everyone. Semifinals Part 2. Everyone was waiting for the new episode when Hinata and Hiashi entered the room. But something was off. Hinata looked very downcast. What happened? Flashback. Hiashi was seen scolding Hinata for what her other self had done. She tried to excuse herself, saying it was for the best for her and Naruto, but Hiashi slapped her in anger. He told her he accepted her attempt to get Naruto back, but that she shouldn't do anything reckless, though for now there was nothing they could do. She nodded dejectedly. End of flashback. They both sit in their places when the screen turns on. Semifinals Part 2. That caught everyone's attention while Kushina eagerly awaited Menma's defeat. Naruto was sitting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, meditating. Then Kakashi touched his shoulder. Kakashi. We're going to continue with the fights now. Naruto nods to look at the arena. Everyone paid attention. Hey 8. The next fight is Menma Bifrong against Kiba and Yuzuka. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, some leaning towards Menma winning, while others leaned towards Kiba winning. Upon hearing that, Naruto paid attention as Menma came down. Naruto. Menma. The named man turns to look at Noir. Naruto. Nod slightly, good luck. Upon hearing that, Menma smiled as his cheeks turned slightly red, which made him think. Menma. Could it be that I'm falling in love with Naruto? Glances at Naruto, or have I always been? Menma smiled and nodded as he walked to the arena, ignoring Kurenai telling Kakashi and Kushina that Menma would lose. Kakashi had some hope that Menma would win, while Kushina agreed with Kurenai. Upon hearing that, Naruto sighed resignedly, while Menma glanced sideways at Kakashi. It seemed Haddock still had hope for Menma. Of course, that had angered Kushina. On the sand. Menma had arrived, seeing how Kiba looked at him with an arrogant smile. Menma. Serious, let's see, I have kunai, shuriken, my chakadm, waterbending, firebending, earthbending, airbending, icebending and metalbending, the last two of which are already perfected. I also have improved hearing, I think I can do it. Upon hearing that, Kiba paled slightly. He knew beforehand that Menma was strong, but now he would be a difficult opponent, not to mention that he was calculating and had been trained by a god. Hey 8. Are you ready? Both nod, Menma serious and Kiba arrogant. Hey 8. Alright, let's begin. With that, he walks away, leaving both opponents behind. Everyone paid attention, but Kiba had a bad feeling. Kiba. Arrogantly surrender useless, you can't beat me, an alpha. Menma didn't say anything and simply stood there. Kiba. Arrogantly, if you're not going to say anything, then I'll attack first. With that, she attacks Menma with her long nails. Naruto. In teacher's uniform first rule, don't start by attacking head-on without a plan. All the rookies took note of that while some people watched him blushing because of the suit, now doubting his sexuality. Menma was only there to step aside and surround his fist with dirt. Kiba watched this with surprise, but even more so when he saw that his guard was open, so he took a full force punch from Menma. Of course, the force of the blow was so great that Kiba spat out a little blood. That surprised everyone and proved Naruto right about not attacking without a plan. Kiba steps back a little, looking at Menma angrily. Kiba. Thanks, that was a stroke of luck, let's go Akamaru. The dog that was next to him barked in affirmation. Both dog and human prepare using their technique. Kiba. Fang over fang. Naruto. Error, Menma has good hearing, so by using the sound generated by the fang over fang, he will know how to attack. That surprised everyone, but especially Kushina, who now watched it with nervousness. Menma could see the drills heading towards him, so he drew his chakram and some shurikens and kunai. Using metal bending, he fused the shurikens and kunai with the chakram, creating a sword that looked dangerous in itself. Everyone was surprised to see the weapon fusion, but Naruto and Menma already knew it was going to happen. Using his good hearing, he began to hear the movement of the wind, rotation, and the sound of Kiba and Akamaru's attack. Kushina nervously bit her nails as she realized that her son was right and Menma seemed to have everything going for him. Knowing how they would arrive, Menma crouches down to move her sword and then slash. The drill hit the ground, revealing Akamaru. The other one had stopped abruptly, letting everyone see how Menma had plunged his sword into Kiba's shoulder, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. That surprised everyone, but especially Kiba, who touched his shoulder in fear. Menma moves his arm, causing Kiba to fall to the ground, then pulls out his sword and plunges it into Kiba's other shoulder. Menma. Serious, you give up? Kiba. Angrily, never. Menma. Okay. With that, he takes out the chakram to lift it. Kiba. What are you doing? Menma. Neutral. Before the semifinals started, they clearly stated that we could kill and there would be no problems. Everyone's eyes widened as they understood Menma's plan, causing Kiba to begin to panic. In the room, everyone opened their eyes wide as Kiba began to panic about what might happen to his other self. Menma was about to lower the chakram, but with his free hand, he stopped Akamaru by grabbing him by the neck, having detected the movement. Menma, still with his neutral expression, lowered the chakram, causing Kiba to become even more terrified. Kiba. Closing his eyes. Okay, I give up. Naruto. Good choice, it's better to live with a loss and learn from it than to die without being able to do anything. The experienced ones nodded, while the arrogant ones just looked at it, as if those words were stupid. Feeling nothing, Kiba opens his eyes, seeing the edge of the weapon centimeters from his face. Menma. Good choice. With that, Menma drops Akamaru while moving the chakram to a safe side and returning it to its original form, dropping the kunai and shuriken. Hey 8. The winner is Menma. Kushina started to leave the room angrily because Menma won. In the stands. Naruto just watched that with a small smile of pride, but then frowned as he saw Kushina retreat, extremely angry because Menma had won. Menma felt happy knowing that Naruto was proud of him, even ignoring the fact that Kushina had left the room. On the sand. Menma was retreating while putting away his chakram. Kiba saw him and felt humiliated, so in a fit of anger, he stood up to grab a kunai and throw it at Menma. That startled everyone. Zoom. Angry, don't do that, you idiot. Kiba. Scared, I haven't done it, but I assure you I won't. Zoom. Serious, I hope so. Kiba just swallowed hard. Ifrong had detected the sound, so in a swift movement, he drew his chakram to strike the kunai and send it back to Kiba. The Inyazuka fell backward, letting out a blood-curdling scream as he felt the kunai bury itself in his genitals. Everyone opened their eyes in shock as Kiba unconsciously grabbed his crotch. Hey 8. Doctors. The medics arrived to take Kiba away while Menma watched indifferently. At that moment, Zoom Inyazuka. Kiba's mother makes an appearance, extremely angry. Zoom. Why did you do that? Menma. Serious, your son was going to attack treacherously, so that means he would have to be killed. Be grateful I decided to hit him in another part of his body and not in the head. Zoom began to growl with anger and helplessness because what Menma told her was true. In the room, Zoom swallowed her anger because it was true. Kiba just watched and made a mental note not to do that. She could only watch as Menma retreated while putting away his chakram. Menma. Stops, if it's any consolation, I didn't like that it came to this. With that, he leaves, leaving Zoom alone. That left everyone speechless. Time skip. A few minutes passed after what had happened and now they were ready to continue. Hey 8. Since there are no other opponents, contestant Naruto Noir Dreamer advances to the final. That surprised everyone, but they nodded, while Naruto was somewhat grateful that he didn't have to show off any more of his skills. In the room, Naruto was equally grateful, but knew that more of his abilities would be revealed soon. Joji Akimichi vs. Osukanuda. To be honest, Naruto hadn't paid any attention to it since it was the same old fight and a very easy victory for Dosu. That left everyone speechless as Joji felt saddened to learn that his defeat had been so easy. Hey 8. Next fight, Rock Lee vs Gaara Sabaku no. Upon hearing that, Naruto pays attention while becoming serious. That action was repeated by the Noir in the room. Seeing him like that, everyone pays attention. He watched as Rock Lee jumped from the stands with excitement. Meanwhile, Gaara appeared using a sand shunshin. Seeing this, Naruto knew he would have to be very quick and save Rock Lee fast, so he decided to take out the Nano Cube, Brumi. That caught everyone's attention as Naruto remembered his old friend Ink Naruko. Upon seeing the Nano Cube, Naruto remained silent, remembering his old friend Ink Naruko. Everyone was surprised to see Ink Naruko, and they also had to admit that she was cute. Naruto ignored that and stared intently at the arena. He saw how the fight was just as epic, so awesome. Whenever he saw Rock Lee the Noir, he felt a rush of excitement. Once, they even fought for fun, and he felt the adrenaline rush. Everyone in the room was equally excited, while Rock Lee was surprised and delighted to learn that they both fought for fun and managed to make him feel the adrenaline rush. He was very absorbed in his memories but came back to himself when he saw the scene, Gaara about to crush Rock Lee's arm and leg. Naruto. Serious, it's time. With that, he jumps into the arena while opening the Nano Cube, revealing Brumi. Everyone fell silent while some mocked Brumi, seeing that he was just a big paintbrush. Naruto manages to catch Rock Lee, causing them both to fall to the ground. Using ink release and soul magic, Noir moves the large paintbrush, creating a massive wall of paint that blocks a sand attack. After successfully withstanding the attack, the wall collapses, creating a large puddle of paint. That shocked everyone. Naruto. Ha, your faces, did you think Brumi was a weapon? Partly yes, but actually he's a catalyst for Inkuten and soul magic. Many were embarrassed, others angry at Naruto for mocking them, and the power-hungry wanted Brumi, especially Danzo, who remembered one of his rude Anbu. Naruto. Serious, this fight is over, just look, Rock Lee is unconscious. They saw the named person and realized it was true. Rock Lee had already been out of action. Hey 8. Well, thanks for saving Rock Lee, the winner of this match is Gaara Sabaku no. Rock Lee sighed sadly when he saw that he lost, but the good thing is that he wasn't hurt. Gaara was serious and frustrated, but he looked at Naruto with caution. Gaara. Listen, Noir, you will prove my existence. Naruto knew that for the moment he couldn't do anything, so he nodded, and then Gaara left with a sand shunshin, while Naruto took a great leap. Naruto saw Gaara, who was looking back at me. Behind them, I could see a raccoon, in Gaara's case, and a dragon-like wolf, in Naruto's. In the stands. Noir had appeared before Team Guy to gently leave Rock Lee. As he left him, he stood up, but Tenten hugged him. Tenten. Thank you for saving Lee. He may be impulsive, but he's like family to me. Naruto nods and leaves, joining his companions. The scene left everyone in silence as Rock Lee smiled at his partner, who smiled back. On the sand. Hey 8. Okay, last fight, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze vs Hakuyuki. Upon hearing that, both girls were surprised to learn that they would be fighting each other, in addition to being on the same team, but they still decided to go down to the arena. That surprised everyone, while Naruto stood there, serious and with a bad feeling. Once there, they both looked into each other's eyes. Haku. Without resentment. Mito nodded. Hey 8. Ready? They both nod. Hey 8. Alright, let's begin. With that, she walks away, leaving both girls looking at each other. Everyone is paying attention to the fight. They remained like that for a few moments before beginning to attack using Taijutsu. Myth. Making hand seals Kaiten Fire Blast. With that, he unleashes a burst of fire which Haku dodges. Haku. Hand seals water release. Powerful water jet. She launches the jet which collides with the flame, generating steam. Naruto. Analytically MMH, not bad. Then the sounds of metal clashing against metal begin to be heard. Myth. Hand seals Futen Wind Palm. With that, the steam dissipated, revealing the two Kunoichi, who stared into each other's eyes. They both assumed fighting stances, ready to attack one another. That gradually excited those in the room. In the mental space of Myth. There, a dark Kyuubi could be seen watching the fight. It was the other half of Kyuubi. That confused everyone, but Naruto was serious. Kyuubi M. Growling, "This brat is on par with the ice girl, that's not acceptable, she must prove that she is a worthy Jinchuriki of me, the powerful Kyuubi, but it seems not," smiles evilly. "However, I can use this to my advantage, I'm going to fill her with my negative power." With that, he begins to laugh evilly as he passes his power and hatred to Mito. That shocked everyone as Naruto made his hand glow pink. "Kyuubi. To Kyuubi, some advice, don't do that unless you want to die, I'm telling you from experience." This surprised the Bijks, but even more so Kyuubi upon learning that her other self, who possessed the memories of previous resets, was offering her advice. In reality, Haku and Mito continued fighting when Mito began to be surrounded by Kyuubi's chakra. Before they could say anything, they saw Mito clutch her head in pain as her eyes turned blood red. That surprised everyone and worried Minato and Kushina, who had arrived just at that moment. "Haku? What's wrong with him?" No one could answer him, but Naruto already had an idea, so he jumped into the arena. "Hey 8. What are you doing here? This isn't your fight." Naruto. "Screw the fight, Mito is being possessed by the Kyuubi soul." That made everyone look at Kyuubi who was smiling maniacally. This surprised everyone, but they couldn't think any longer because they heard a roar. Turning around, they saw a small four-tailed fox eyeing them as if they were its next victims. Seeing that, everyone was terrified while Kyuubi laughed maniacally and Naruto remained serious, also beginning to summon a pink spear. This frightened many, while Naruto got serious and grabbed Brumi, who was hanging from his back. The creature stood there motionless until it saw Naruto and lunged at him. Then War managed to stop one of its swipes using Brumi. Everyone was surprised to see that Brumi was very resilient. Naruto pushes the creature a little to start hitting it with the paintbrush, also leaving some paint stains on it. When they saw the painting, everyone became curious. The creature makes another swipe that is dodged by Naruto who, while in the air, snaps his fingers causing the paint stains that the Kyuubi had on its body to explode. Everyone was shocked to learn that Naruto could specify what kind of paint to use. Clearly, that had caught the attention of the power-hungry. Upon landing on his feet, Naruto immediately got into a fighting stance, knowing it wouldn't be easy with his powers sealed and not wanting to reveal too many secrets. That caught everyone's attention as they became nervous upon learning that Naruto had not used his full power. At that moment, Minato and Kushina fell beside her. Kushina had calmed down, although she was still angry. "Minato. Serious, stay back, son. We'll handle this." Naruto. "First of all, I'm not your son. Second, I already know how to stop him, so stay back. You'll only be in the way." That angered both adults, while Naruto remained serious. This angered both adults, but they were powerless to stop it as Naruto had already attacked, causing the mini-fox to mimic his action. The mini-fox leaped and attempted to scratch Naruto, but he blocked it with a Geister Blaster. That caught the attention of many. It seems the Geister Blasters are not only used for attacking. Naruto. Menma, Haku, Olivia, you know what to do. The three nodded and jumped. Everyone wondered why Naruto had called them, but Nwara already had an idea. The mini-fox was on the ground preparing a tailed beast ball, but its technique was cancelled when Olivia stopped it by using the Thepkufin DNA bandages on its arms. Seeing this, Naruto used his paintbrush to throw paint splatters onto the creature's legs and tails, creating chains. The mini-fox attempted to attack with a burst of fire, but it was stopped by Haku and Menma, who used water release and ice control. Seeing the coordination, everyone was surprised while Naruto smiled proudly. "Menma. Now." Naruto nods, preparing to move and use the 5-element seal. Or so it would be if it weren't for the fact that Naruto had improved it, creating a more powerful variant that only he can cancel. The 11-element seal. This seal uses the main elements that only Naruto knows. Suiton, Kaiten, Doten, Futen, Raiten. Miiten, Hekaten, Vubuten, Gasuten, Amiten, and in the center, Iteritin. Everyone was shocked to see that Naruto had created a much more powerful form of the 5-element seal. Without waiting any longer, Naruto puts his fingers on the creature's abdomen, who roars in pain as the cloak falls away, leaving Mito with some burns and unconscious. Many were relieved, while Kyuubi growled angrily. Time skip. After that, everyone was calm and Mito had regained consciousness. She asked what had happened and Naruto explained everything in detail. Surprisingly, Mito apologized and thanked Naruto for stopping her. He just gave her a small smile and nodded. That had surprised the people of Konoha, while Kyuubi saw it as a disgrace. Now we see the finalists, which are Sasuke Uchiha, Shino Aburam, Olivia Tennyson, Kenkram Sabaku no, Shikamaru Nara, Tamari Sabaku no, Niji Hyuga, Menma Bifrong, Naruto War Dreamer, Dosu Kanuda, Gara Sabaku no, and Hakuyuki, the latter being decided by Mito, accepting that it was still somewhat weak. Everyone saw the finalists. Naruto. Don't feel bad, Mito, accepting that you are weak is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign that you know your current limits and are willing to improve. That left everyone speechless as Mito smiled gratefully and with a slight blush. Enko. With a box, alright worms, everyone come and get a slip of paper to find out who you're up against. Everyone starts walking, taking a piece of paper from the box. Hey 8. Coughing okay, now say your numbers. Everyone nods to begin saying them. Shino. 8. Bolivia. 9. Pankram. 7. Shikamaru. 11. Damari. 12. Niji. 2. Menma. 1. Naruto. 3. Osu. 4. Ara. 5. Haku. 10. Hey 8. Bien, al no estar Sasuke Uchiha el Atoka el número 6. After a few minutes Hey 8 returns. Hey 8. Bien, estos son el orden de los combates. Naruto Noir Dreamer contra Niji Hyuga. Menma Bifrong contra Dosu Kanuda. Ara Sabaku no contra Sasuke Uchiha. Pankram Sabaku no contra Shino Abiram. Bolivia Tennyson contra Hakuyuki. Shikamaru Nara contra Tamari Sabaku no. Everyone watched that intently while Niji was somewhat nervous. From the beginning he saw that Naruto was a god, now he would have to face a god. Upon hearing that, they all looked at each other, already knowing who their opponents were. Enko. Alright worms, that's all, we'll meet again in a month, but this time at the stadium, leave. With that, everyone retreated, but Naruto glanced sideways at the mummies making their moves, knowing that now they would want his power. Naruto. Those mummies think they can control me, but they can't. With that, she leaves with a small smile, already knowing how to act. With that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone in suspense, but with the elders angry at Naruto for revealing their plans. Meeting with the council. The civil council members and elders could be seen making new plans to obtain Naruto's power. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Meeting with the council. That surprised everyone, but the council smiled arrogantly, knowing that they would obtain the power they wanted. Naruto was walking with Brumi on his back. He'd found a hidden place to keep Ember Celica, but he'd decided to keep the paintbrush outside. Every time he saw the paintbrush, Naruto couldn't help but think of Ink and his friends from the Underverse, which made him sad. He missed them terribly. Naruto still felt sad when he remembered his friends from the Underverse, but he stood up with his head held high because he knew his friends wouldn't like to see him give up. Naruto. I miss you all, Ink, Air, Cory, Chara, Swap Reaper. Yes, despite having some problems, Naruto was a good friend and confidant to his old friend Reaper Mito or just Reaper. Everyone was surprised to hear that Naruto had met a variant of Mito, more specifically the one mentioned. The image of that girl had appeared in his mind. That girl was one he fell in love with, but he dismissed those feelings because of his curse. Now he cursed himself for not realizing that she was going to reciprocate his feelings. Everyone had to accept that Reaper was beautiful, but they were shocked to hear how Naruto was once in love with this Reaper. Even Mito blushed deeply upon learning that Naruto had at least fallen in love with a variant of her. But he snapped out of his thoughts when he saw an Anbu appear in front of him. Anbu Inu. Naruto Noir Dreamer, you are requested by the council. Without saying a word, he leaves. Everyone pays attention while the elders are already smiling, seeing the power already in their hands. How naive. Naruto sighed, picked up the paintbrush, and made a large splash on the ground. Without another word, he jumped into the puddle, disappearing into the paint. Comically, a small dog walked across the puddle without a second thought, implying that only Naruto had the power to decide whether or not it could be used as transportation. Many laughed at the scene with the puppy, but everyone understood one thing. Naruto decides the power of painting. Council chamber. There they saw the Shinobi Council, the Civilian Council, and Minato at his desk. They were all waiting for Naruto when they saw a paint splatter appear on the floor. Before they could do anything, they saw Naruto emerge from the splatter and land on his feet. Naruto. That annoyed some and amused others. Naruto. Bored alright, I know the Civil Council requested this meeting, so hurry up, I have to train. That surprised everyone when they saw that Naruto had guessed correctly. That surprised everyone too. Hamura. If that's the case, then I'll say it directly, you are ordered to hand over your techniques to Sasuke-sama so that he can fight in the final test. Sasuke smiled arrogantly, thinking that with this he would obtain the power he believed he deserved by right. Of course, this caused many to frown in annoyance. Naruto. I see I refuse. Hamura. You can't refuse. Naruto. Let's get something straight, his hand glows pink, you don't have any power over me, since you're only advisors and advisors can't decide, only advise. That annoyed everyone on the council, while the experienced ones smiled as they watched how he opened up, leaving the civilians in their place. Amura and her partner Kaharu Udatain. They watched this with anger while feeling hatred for the devil. Kaharu. Angry you don't get to say anything, you damn demon. You're just a weapon, and we're forcing you to give everything you have to Uchiha-sama. This angered many in the room who were already planning to kill the civil council and the mummies. This angered the shinobi council and Minato, but they saw many sharp bones whizzing around Koharu and Homura. That had surprised everyone, but they saw Naruto, whose eyes were closed. Before saying anything, Naruto opened his eyes, revealing that his left eye was different. They didn't know what was happening, but seeing that eye made them feel afraid. Everyone fell silent at the scene, but they felt a great deal of fear as they could sense Naruto's power emanating from the screen. The power-hungry saw that eye as a new jutsu and plotted to turn Naruto into a sack of semen. Naruto. Neutral listened carefully. I don't mind and I don't care if you call me a demon or whatever, but we are in a meeting where the only thing you are demonstrating is that you want to steal the power of others to give it to your beloved Uchiha. This made the elders nervous since Naruto had been right in what they were doing. They wanted to give power to Sasuke in order to keep him under control and prevent him from leaving the village. Sasuke was surprised to learn that the council only wanted to keep him under control, so he looked at them with hatred and anger. Minato. Nervous Naruto, please stop what you're doing, let's not get to that extreme. Naruto saw it to see the elders and the bones disappeared and his eye returned to normal. Everyone sighed as Minato saw it as Naruto still respecting him, unaware that Naruto didn't do it for him. That made everyone sigh with relief, but they were frightened to see a pink spear stuck between the heads of both old men. Naruto had his hand outstretched, implying that he had thrown it. That startled everyone. Naruto. I'm going to tell you something, if you do that again I won't fail. Civil Council fat guy. Angry is that a threat? Naruto. Serious no, it's a warning. Everyone remained in deathly silence as Naruto and the Civil Council looked at each other with great seriousness. Everyone fell into a deathly silence as the tension between Naruto and the Civil Council was palpable. Naruto. I guess that's all, right? Minato. Nods, that's right. Naruto nods and turns around. Naruto's danger sensor activated and he could only think of one name, Sasuke. But before he can do anything, an angry Sasuke runs out from the shadows with a kunai in his hand. That surprised everyone while Naruto just sighed. The Uchiha was still an idiot even after so many resets. Naruto had already sensed his presence, so without difficulty he grabbed Brumi, turned around, and hit Sasuke in the stomach with the tip of the paintbrush, knocking the wind out of the Uchiha and sending him flying against the wall. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's quick reaction, while the Uchiha glared at him with hatred. This had surprised the Shinobi Council and Minato, while the Civil Council and the elders were both shocked and nervous. Sasuke was slowly recovering when something pierced his side. Glancing sideways and seeing Naruto, he was met only by the serious gaze of the Noir, who was wielding a pink scythe. This surprised everyone, while Naruto grew serious, knowing what his other self was up to. Meanwhile, Sasuke, for some reason, began to feel afraid. Noir's eyes were red as he looked down at Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Naruto angrily, Naruto glared at Sasuke seriously, but everyone saw the scene which expressed one thing. Naruto's superiority over Sasuke. Upon seeing the scene, everyone agreed that it demonstrated Naruto's superiority over Sasuke. Sasuke was growling with hatred at seeing how a useless individual was stronger than him, an elite Uchiha. Naruto. Serious and looking at Sasuke, can someone explain to me how Sasuke Uchiha is in a meeting where only I should be with the Civil Council, Shinobi Council and the Hokage? But more importantly, how is the Uchiha carrying a weapon? Upon hearing Naruto's tone, everyone swallowed hard. His experience was evident even in his voice. That made the Shinobi Council and Minato serious, while the Civil Council became nervous. Sasuke. With hatred you damn dope, I order you to give me everything you have, since I can possess it, an elite Uchiha. Sasuke, his sycophants and fangirls nodded in agreement since, according to them, that power belongs to the Uchiha. But he gets scared because Naruto moved his arm, causing the edge of the scythe to be right at his neck. That frightened and startled everyone. The Uchiha looked at Naruto with fear of dying, while he saw how behind the Noir there was a dragon-like wolf that looked at him with bloodlust. Sasuke could only look at what was in front of him with fear, and that was noticeable since his body was trembling a little. Everyone in the room was trembling with fear. That dragon-like wolf displayed great power and superiority. Although certain Bijks, a dragon, and those close to animals blushed at the alpha's display. Minato. Nervous Naruto, don't do it. But Naruto continued to look at Sasuke seriously. That started to make everyone nervous, since it seemed that Naruto was going to kill Sasuke. Everyone was going to do something, but Naruto moves the scythe away. Naruto. Looking at Sasuke for the first time, I agree with you Namikaze, mockingly, we don't want the sacred blood of Uchiha-sama spilled on the ground. Upon understanding the tone, Sasuke looked at him with anger and hatred. Everyone sighed in relief, but Sasuke glared at Naruto with anger and hatred, understanding the tone of voice he used. Naruto. Serious, but let's get one thing straight, Uchiha, if you do that again and make me angry. In a swift movement, Naruto cut Sasuke's cheek. "Naruto. This time I won't fail, and the cut will be deeper and on your neck, understood?" But Sasuke said nothing and looked at him with hatred. "Naruto. Roughly I said, understood." Sasuke continued to look at him with hatred, while Naruto now looked at him with indifference. Sasuke. "Understood." Naruto. "Smiles good." The scene left everyone speechless as Sasuke glared at Naruto, wanting to kill him. "Naruto. I know we were enemies before, Titus, but seriously, thank you for telling me what you did to Makino when you were Toxin. Be a Minato." Naruto. Smiling sweetly, "I'll take my leave, Hokage-sama." Minato nods nervously as Naruto goes to the puddle of paint and the scythe turns into a kumu, which attaches itself to Naruto's neck. Everyone was surprised to see that the scythe was a kumu, while now they saw that depending on the transformation, a kumu took on a different form. Without further ado, he takes a small jump to enter the painting. Minato. "Well, it's all over, you can leave." Everyone leaves with the civil council and the angry counselors, Sasuke cursing at Naruto and the shinobi council saying nothing. Naruto just rolled his eyes at the reactions of the civil council and Sasuke. Minato was about to continue, but noticed that someone had stayed behind. It was Hiashi Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga's father and leader of the Hyuga clan. Upon seeing the scene, for some reason Naruto became serious. "Minato. What's wrong, Hiashi?" "Hiashi. When will we tell Naruto that he's engaged to Hinata?" Naruto. Furious, what the hell did I just hear? Everyone felt like Naruto was releasing too much divine power, which made them nervous. Hineko. Trying to calm Naruto down. "Calm down, senpai, don't get angry, it's not worth it." Naruto began to breathe, trying to calm himself down. Naruto. Angry, "I swear if you really do that, I'll rip the soul out of that blind bitch and destroy it so that nothing and no one can revive it." Without saying anything else, he sits down, leaving everyone very nervous. Minato. "I don't know Hiashi, but we'll tell him at some point. Remember, it's for the good of both of us, especially Naruto." Naruto. Sarcastically, "PFF, yes of course." Hiashi nods, but then they notice that Minato didn't have that much work. Minato. "Well, I'm going to take a few minutes to rest, would you like something to drink?" Hiashi nods with a small smile as they both leave. A few seconds after he's out of the puddle, the upper half of Naruto's head emerges. That surprised everyone, while Naruto smiled slightly. Naruto. "I think Olivia is right, I must accept that darkness that I haven't accepted and be completely with my soul." Naruto. "Serious, so they're going to marry me off to that blind bitch? I already know who I'll rip out the soul of." Without further ado, he lowers his head, entering the painting to withdraw. With that, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in silence, but the Hyuga family and clan were nervous. They were messing with a very powerful enemy. However, a small Hyuga girl looked at Naruto with fascination. She wouldn't mind going with him. Training month. Something surprising was happening in the room. Little Hanabi Hyuga was chatting animatedly with Naruto, who was just looking at her with a small smile. Everyone understood that she was important to him, although a certain Hyuga viewed it with hatred and jealousy. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Month of training. Seeing this, everyone paid attention, but they all knew it would be more about Naruto, so they said nothing, except for the power-hungry ones who wanted to know how to make Naruto their weapon. But before they could do anything, a light appeared, revealing a girl. Naruto Kaneko. Happy Gasper. The boy turned to see his friends with joy and rushed towards them, creating another reunion. Without another word, the trio went to sit down where Gasper and Ravel greeted each other. But before they could continue, a beam of light struck Gasper, restoring his memories. The little vampire was surprised but smiled with joy, knowing that his friend Issei Naruto hadn't given up. Here's what happened during the training month. Everyone paid attention, but they knew it would be more about Naruto. After all, he was the protagonist and the savior of the shinobi world, even though some didn't like that. On day 1. Hanako explained to Naruto that the deity had allowed them to have their baby. That day, Naruto was jumping for joy. Of course, Olivia had found out and got a little jealous, but she didn't say anything since she knew their story. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's reaction. The usually calm and collected Noir was acting like a child, though many understood. Naruto hugged Kaneko with great joy, causing the Taoju to smile fondly. Of course, the news made others jealous. Certain Uzumaki and Hyuga clans were already plotting how to get the latter pregnant with Naruto's child so they could have him close by. Day 2-7. During those days Jiraiya tried to find Naruto to train him, but he couldn't find him. Naruto looked at Jiraiya mockingly, making the old man angry, and even more so the parents of the Noir when they saw that they could not train their son. Day 8-11. Naruto had started taking all the dust out of the mine, leaving them in boxes. Of course he did not neglect his training with Kaneko. Naruto nodded, agreeing to do so. Kaneko was happy that her boyfriend was looking after her and not neglecting her training. The power-hungry were already plotting how to steal Naruto's dust and forge weapons. Day 12-14. Naruto had finished removing all the dust but accidentally broke part of the mine. He thought there would be a cave-in but was surprised to see that there was an underground mine. Knowing there was an underground mine, everyone paid closer attention, especially the power-hungry and Naruto, who felt he would find something bad. As he carefully descended, he encountered something he never expected to see again. Morphoso crystals. Naruto. In shock. Morphosos. Asper. What are morphosos? Naruto. Serious, I'll just say they're crystals that are very dangerous if used for evil purposes. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Noir knew that those crystals would be very dangerous in the wrong hands, so he took another box and began to extract all the morphosos. He was grateful that the mine was smaller than dust's. Naruto sighed in relief at the last part but made a mental note to take out all those morphosos when they returned. Day 15-17. Naruto and Kaneko had decided to get married since they wanted to do so ever since they met again. Everyone was shocked to learn that Naruto and Kaneko were getting married. They were overjoyed as they embraced. But a certain Hyuga didn't like it and glared at Kaneko with pure hatred. Perhaps she couldn't do it now, but when they returned, she would kill her. Olivia was somewhat jealous but understood the circumstances, so she watched as they both got married alongside the Kwamis, who were happy to see that their master had found a way to be happy, however they knew that there was still a long way to go. Some others were just like Olivia on the screen, but hearing that it would be a long time before Naruto was truly happy made them feel they still had a chance, especially a certain Hyuga who already thought that with just her, Naruto would be completely happy. Although Naruto eventually confessed that it was also to avoid trouble with a certain goddess who disliked those who didn't choose to be born out of wedlock. Olivia was curious until she learned who it was. Hera, the goddess of family, marriage, motherhood, and women. Everyone was surprised to learn that Naruto was also doing it to protect Kaneko from this Hera woman. Naruto looked at Hera seriously, while Kaneko looked equally serious but was also happy that her now husband was protecting her. Naruto also explained to Olivia that Hera was one of the goddesses that the Underverse couldn't stand. The other, besides being unbearable, was also a goddess that the entire Underverse hated and repudiated, and they considered her an enemy. This goddess was Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the moon, the wild, chastity, virginity, and maidens. Kaneko was surprised to learn that Artemis was the other goddess Naruto couldn't stand. While Naruto glared at Artemis with hatred, that cursed goddess not only cursed him with eternal reincarnation, but was also responsible for countless senseless deaths of men, women, children, grandparents, and even babies, simply because she didn't get what she wanted. Naruto could only pray that wherever Artemis's hunters were, that group of women would realize that to the goddess, they were nothing more than pawns, disposable weapons. Remembering Artemis, the Noir recalled how that goddess called herself a just goddess but was the most unjust goddess that existed, even possessing a corrupt soul. Naruto. With hatred, she is not a just goddess at all, she is the representation of a monster in the body of a god. That left everyone speechless, while Kaneko felt like hating Artemis for something she did to her beloved. Day 18. That day something happened that surprised Naruto, Kaneko, and Ravel. That something was that a friend of the three of them had arrived from his reset. It was Gaspar Vladi. Gaspar was thrilled to see his debut. Although everyone was shocked to learn that Gaspar was a man, a trap. Upon seeing him, Naruto looked away, as his instincts urged him to do something inappropriate, which amused his wife, since she was aware that Naruto was bisexual. She didn't mind him seeing someone else that way as long as she knew him and accepted him. Gaspar blushed so much he looked like a locomotive, while Naruto was blushing and somewhat nervous. Kaneko found it amusing, since she knew her husband's sexuality, and it didn't bother her, as long as he loved her. The rest of the group, however, were shocked to learn this. Day 19-21. During those 3 days Naruto, Ravel and Kaneko caught up with Gaspar, who was surprised and congratulated Naruto and Kaneko. Nobody said anything because the action was being repeated in the room. Naruto also learned from Kaneko, Ravel, and Olivia that he possessed other blood types. Anodite blood, dragon blood, demon blood, and, surprisingly, yokai blood. Naruto was shocked and asked where he got these blood types from. They replied that the Anodite blood came from the reset when he was Benjamin Kirby Tennyson. The dragon blood came from having Drake inside him, though they clarified that he wasn't linked to Drake and that it was an alternate version. The demon blood came from when he was revived by the evil pieces and likely from the demonic blood he acquired when he was also Meliodas. And the yokai blood was an enigma, but it probably came from when Kaneko marked him as her man. From the moment Naruto became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or from both. What was certain was that his yokai form was a combination of wolf and fox. The information left everyone speechless, especially Naruto, who saw his friend's wife nodding in agreement. Naruto could only think one thing. Naruto. I'll have to train more. Day 22 to 29. During all that time Naruto was training his new powers, and thanks to the shadow clones, the process was faster, where currently he knows how to use 70% of his new power. Naruto made a mental note to do that while the rest were surprised to learn that Naruto had gone too far using shadow clones. During all that training time he never found or helped anyone to train, that time was for personal training, although he used it more for pending things, but well, there he was training and not being inactive. Everyone now knew what happened and had to accept that it was okay. But the last day, the 30th, he had saved for something important that could help them in the future, and for that he needed a miraculous, more specifically the rabbit one. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone wondering what Naruto would do with this rabbit miraculous, while Noir already had an idea. Just then, a door appeared with the word gym on it. Naruto understood and went inside, followed by his group of friends, to begin training. The return of Inohara and Haruno. Everyone was eating when the door opened and Naruto and his friends came out. They all swallowed hard, sensing the immense increase in the group's power. Although certain tailed beasts and dragons were excited by Naruto's power, it had grown too much. Just then, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. The return of Inohara and Haruno. This caught everyone's attention, but those who knew about Inohara were wide-eyed with surprise, especially Kakashi, Minato, Kushina, and a certain hidden Akatsuki member. While many found the Haruno girl's actions curious, causing Mabuki to panic and Sakura to be astonished. Before they could do anything, lights appeared, revealing two girls. Rin Inohara and Emily Haruno. They were about to act when beams of light struck them on the head, delivering the information. They returned to their places, but Rin glared angrily and disappointedly at Minato and Kushina, which saddened them. Naruto was seen in his room looking at the open miraculous box. That had caught everyone's attention, especially the newcomers. They learned that Naruto doesn't take the miraculous unless he has a reason, although they instantly guessed that it was them. Ways. Are you sure about this, master? This will be a very serious decision. Naruto. Serious, I'm aware, Ways. Ways nodded, then Naruto went to see a Kwami who was eating a carrot. It was Fluff, the Kwami of evolution. Emily. Oh, how cute. Rin. Yes, it's very cute. The other women agreed with them, but they also knew that they shouldn't judge the Quemis now, since they had judged Usu and now knew that he was one of the powerful ones. Feeling Naruto's gaze, Fluff turns to look at him. Fluff. Do you know the risks of this, master? Naruto. As I told Ways, I'm aware of that. Fluff nods to finish her carrot and flies towards Naruto. Fluff. Okay, master, let's review. You're going to use my miraculous to go to that point in time and save those girls Rin and Emily, but there's a problem. We can't save them because their death is essential to what happens. Now they knew what Naruto would do, but they found it curious that he couldn't save them. What would Naruto do now? Naruto. I've already planned for that and we'll do this. I'll travel to that time and wait for Kakashi to kill her. After that, I'll wait for Obito to see the body and then leave. If everything goes well, I'll be able to recover Rin's soul. Following that, I'll travel to the time when Sakura's older sister was killed by someone hired by Mabuki. Everyone fell silent upon learning of Naruto's plan, but Sakura was in shock to discover that her own mother had ordered the murder of her own sister. Mabuki glared at Naruto with hatred for revealing this. However, many felt that Naruto would change his plans at the last minute. Fluff nodded, agreeing it was a good idea. Without further ado, Naruto and Fluff left the room and went to the living room. Once there, they found Olivia reading and Ravel playing with a scrolling phone. Hinata was rubbing her flat stomach with a smile, waiting for her kitten. Zwei was in the kitchen eating, keeping his distance from Kaneko to avoid any trouble with the baby. Gasper was inside a box, also playing with a scroll. In fact, he was playing a cooperative game with Ravel. Seeing Gasper and Ravel, Noir broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto. I think it was a bad idea to give them each a scroll. Naruto nodded at his other self's thought. Meanwhile, everyone was curious about the interactions in the house. A certain Hyuga girl glared at Kaneko with intense hatred for carrying Naruto's baby. In her twisted mind, only she could bear his child. But everyone shared the same thought. Those scrolls looked interesting. She decided to put that aside and walk to the center of the room, drawing the attention of the three of them, while Gasper poked his head out upon detecting the noise. Naruto chuckled a little with amusement at Gasper's actions. They were going to ask when they saw Fluff and understood. Kaneko. Senpai, are you sure about this? You don't play around with time. Naruto. I'm aware of that, Kaneko-chan, but understand, she needs another chance. That silenced everyone as Rin and Emily smiled gratefully at Naruto, who smiled back. Kaneko sighs but nods, knowing that she could not change her husband. Kaneko. Just be careful, please. Naruto smiles tenderly as he approaches and kisses Kaneko, who accepts it. Naruto. I promise you. Kaneko nods with a small smile. Kaneko hugged her husband, a hug that was returned by Noir. Some were jealous but said nothing. However, a certain Hyuga watched with intense hatred, already wanting to kill the bitch, as she now called Kaneko. With that, Naruto walks away to take out a pocket watch. Naruto. Okay, Fluff, move forward. With that, Fluff enters the clock, causing the miraculous to return to its original form. Without further ado, Naruto acquires a rabbit-themed outfit. That had caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. They wanted to possess all the miraculous to turn them into weapons. With that, Naruto extends his hand to create a kind of portal. Upon seeing her, he turns to look at the residents of the house. Upon seeing the portal, everyone, especially those hungry for power, pays attention. Naruto. I'll be back in 5 seconds. They nod in confusion, then Naruto enters the portal, which closes. Everyone was equally confused when they heard that he would return in 5 seconds. But Naruto. He was floating in a sort of blank space, but with several circles with images around him. That place was known as the Burrow, and it was the place that allowed the holder of the Rabbit Miraculous to travel to certain points in time. Everyone was fascinated by the Burrow, but the power-hungry viewed it with extreme caution, seeing it as a double-edged sword. They could be wary of future events, but since Naruto possessed it, it posed a danger to their plans. Naruto began searching for the circles he needed. He was going to revive Rin Nohara and Emily Haruno, Sakura's older sister. Everyone was paying attention, but Mibuyuki was very nervous about what was going to happen. He kept searching until he found them. Naruto. Okay, first Rin and then Emily. Without further ado, enter the first circle. Knowing that, everyone pays attention. Forest of Death. The circle appeared and then Naruto emerged from it. Naruto. Okay, I need to be quick and stealthy. Without further ado, he began leaping between the trees and hiding among the branches. He continued leaping until he found a scene. Seeing that, Kakashi approached Rin. Kakashi, dejected. I'm sorry Rin. I'm sorry for killing you. Rin. Smiling. Don't worry, Kakashi. I know you didn't want to do it. I forced you to prevent the three tails from escaping. I decided that. It's not your fault. Even so, Kakashi hugged her, full of remorse, which Rin returned. However, a certain Akatsuki member was shocked by the revelation. Upon seeing the scene, he knew immediately that it was time to act, but he had to do it quickly, since he would only have 1 minute from the moment the little Kakashi decided to leave. There they saw that Naruto had decided to change his plans at the last minute. Naruto. Closes his eyes. Come on Naruto, remember what Era told you so you can activate his power. That caught the attention of everyone who wanted to know who Era was. Flashback. Naruto was seen wearing an outfit similar to that of his avatar Ruby Rose, but a male version. Everyone gave a thumbs up to Naruto's outfit. In front of him was a boy with tears. This boy was Era Naruto or simply Era. Everyone was surprised to learn that Era was a variant of Naruto himself. Naruto. And tell me, Era, how do you get those marks on your eyes and cheeks? Era touches her tears. Era. Well, classic, I applied soul magic to my eyes while pretending to cry. Well, it seems simple, but it's harder than you think. Why do you ask? Naruto. Smiling a little. Nothing, dude, just curious. Era agrees that they can both continue to see their home, the Omega timeline. End of flashback. Now everyone knew how Naruto would do it, but they fell silent upon learning that Naruto had another home. The Omega timeline. Naruto looked at this with sadness. He remembered how that place had once been full of life, but now it was only ruins from the war. Naruto had his eyes closed and had felt Kakashi leave, so he did what Era had told him several years ago. Naruto. Come on Naruto, you can do it, you only have 40 seconds left. Naruto continued until he began to cry. When he opened his eyes, Naruto's were the same color as Era's. Naruto smiled when he realized he could use Era's power, so he set about trying, which he managed to do in 20 seconds. Naruto touches his cheeks to separate his fingers, noticing blue threads. Naruto. I did it. Well, I have 20 seconds left. Naruto quickly drew threads from his tears and threw them at Rin's wound. He began to strain, counting in his mind, realizing he only had 13 seconds left. He continued to pull with effort as it was his first time until, with 5 seconds remaining, he managed to pull out a heart. Now everyone could see Rin's soul. Naruto. A dual trait soul, very difficult to see souls, kindness and patience. That had caught everyone's attention, while Rin was surprised to learn that her soul had a dual nature. Naruto pulls the heart towards him to catch it with one hand as he falls to his knees. Olivia. Why did you fall to your knees? Naruto. Because it's the first time I've used it. She nodded. Naruto was breathing heavily when he saw Obito arrive and embrace Rin's corpse. Naruto just sighed a little as he pulled out a vessel for souls. By doing so, Naruto stores the soul in the jar, which takes on a slightly different shape. Without further ado, Naruto hangs the boat on his hip to stand up. The idea of the soul containers had caught their attention, implying that Naruto could store any soul, something that intrigued everyone, especially those hungry for power. Naruto. Okay, I already have Rin's soul, now for Emily's soul. Without further ado, he leaves, entering the burrow, but not before stating that no one saw him. Everyone paid attention, especially Emily, while Mibuyuki was nervous. Into the burrow. Naruto had left the circle and then looked at the other one. Without thinking twice, he entered the circle. Yuki no Kuni. Everyone except Emily was surprised to learn that the older Haruno sister had died in Yuki no Kuni. Naruto had appeared in the sky, but to avoid falling, he created a mana platform reinforced with a monoton element under his feet. Imagine that instead of them it's Naruto. The monoton element platform had caught everyone's attention, especially those hungry for power. Naruto looked at the snowy place from his platform until he saw a blonde girl fighting against Fubuki Kakyoku. Seeing this, everyone paid attention, while Mibuyuki was terrified because they were going to reveal her secret, but she also glared at Naruto with hatred for ruining her plans. Upon seeing that, he takes the Nano Cube, Crescent Rose 2.0, out of his pocket. Everyone had been intrigued by the Nano Cube. He waited a few minutes before jumping from the platform into the void. This startled the newcomers, while some already saw it as normal, except for Kushina, who thought her son was crazy for being surrounded by monsters. He continued descending at full speed. Well, it would be at full speed if it weren't for the fact that Naruto was standing with his arms and legs outstretched, reducing the impact of the wind. Naruto. Alright, it's time to use the Nano Cube. With that, and still in freefall, Naruto opens the Nano Cube, revealing Crescent Rose 2.0 in her compact snowboard mode. He picks her up to place her on his feet, but he can't help but start to let go and spin in midair. Naruto. Smiling Yai-ha. Naruto watched this with excitement as he liked to do extreme things from time to time. It was his hobby. Naruto kept falling when he got into position and landed on the snow, using his snowboard as a bumper. Naruto decided to use the kinetic energy to bounce a few times as he rolled down the hill until he reached a cliff. Naruto watched that with a smile. He was going to do it when they returned to their world. Upon arriving, Naruto grabbed his snowboard and slung it over his shoulder, partially concealing his features, grateful that his outfit was white and light blue. Naruto decided to use his Byakugan since a snowstorm was raging and he couldn't see clearly. Seeing that, everyone pays attention. He watched a fight between Emily and Fubuki, noticing that it was a very close one. Naruto. This girl Emily is strong, it surprises me that someone so strong has such a weak sister. Naruto nodded as Emily looked at her younger sister. She knew that the younger Haruno was not to blame, it was Mibuyuki who was at fault. He kept watching until he saw Emily being killed by Fubuki. He was about to prepare himself, but then he saw Mibuyuki Haruno. To get there, he took out his scroll tablet to activate it and record the scene. Instinctively, Sakura paid attention while Mibuyuki was already prepared to kill Naruto. Fubuki. Serious okay, now I want my payment. Mibuyuki throws a bag of Ryos which was checked by Fubuki. Fubuki. It's complete, smiles, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Mibuyuki nods, and then Fubuki leaves. Once she's out of sight, Mibuyuki turns to look at Emily's lifeless body. Mibuyuki, annoyed TSK, you're a disgrace Emily. You were supposed to make Itachi Uchiha fall in love with you, so I could have more power and money, but no, you decided against it and wanted to remain friends. You're a disgrace. He angrily kicks Emily in the face. Mibuyuki. Annoyed, at least your sister will be useful, and I'll make her achieve what you couldn't, idiot. Mibuyuki spits on Emily's body to retreat. Upon seeing the scene, Sakura looked at her mother in horror. She didn't love her and only used her to gain more power. Mibuyuki saw that she was the center of attention, but not in the way she wanted, which made her look at Naruto with hatred. Mibuyuki. Damn demon. But that she launched herself, but she didn't get very far because Emily appeared in front of her and gave her a clean cut to the throat, which killed her in a matter of seconds. Emily. Serious Hokage-sama, I want full custody of my sister Sakura Haruno. Minato nodded while Sakura remained silent after what she had seen. Naruto had seen and recorded that, and now he angrily understood Sakura's actions. She was just being used and manipulated. For the moment, Naruto decided to put that aside, put away his scroll, and leap forward, but not before drawing the weapon from the rabbit Miraculous. As Naruto jumps, he opens the umbrella to begin descending Mary Poppins style. Naruto's friends chuckled a bit as they watched him descend like Mary Poppins. The rest remained silent upon learning that the rabbit Miraculous's weapon was an umbrella. After a few seconds, he reached the ground and placed the umbrella on his back. He then touched his cheeks to draw out the blue threads and threw them at Emily's chest. Naruto began to pull, but now he was more experienced, so it was easier for him to extract the soul. Everyone saw that now, knowing that Naruto was right. Upon receiving it, Naruto is surprised to see the soul. It was a soul of determination. Naruto. Wow, this girl Emily possesses a soul of determination, not just anyone can possess one. That surprised everyone. Emily. To Naruto, is that true? Naruto. That's right, the soul of determination is a soul that not just anyone can possess. Interestingly, those who possess that soul are considered royalty. That surprised everyone, but especially Emily, who could see his soul. With that in mind, he takes out an empty soul jar to put the soul in and close it, causing the jar to acquire a new color. Naruto positioned the boat on his hip just in time, as a snowstorm had arrived and covered his tracks. Without hesitation, Naruto extended his hand to create a portal and step inside. No one said a word, still surprised to learn that Emily possessed a soul of determination. The power-hungry saw Emily as an object, intending to turn her into a breeding machine to produce offspring with souls of determination. Into the burrow. Naruto appeared in that blank space with several circles containing images. He looked at all the circles and began searching for his time until he found the exact moment he had left. Naruto waited 5 seconds before entering. Now they understood why Naruto said he would return in 5 seconds. Naruto's house. The residents of the home were there watching Naruto leave, then after 5 seconds a portal opened and Naruto came out of it. Naruto. Mission accomplished. With that, he transforms back while holding the boats with the souls in his left hand. Many liked the pose, while others just wanted the miraculous. Naruto gave Fluff a carrot, which she gladly accepted and began to eat. Without saying a word, Naruto went out to the yard, followed by the others. The scene caught everyone's attention. Outside in the yard, Naruto was seen with some storage scrolls. Ravel. What do you have in those scrolls, Naruto Nai-san? Naruto. Don't be alarmed, but they're corpses. Ravel. Ah, okay. Ravel Kaneko Olivia Gasper. Wait, what? The scene amused Naruto, who was receiving looks from everyone. They saw 2 corpses appear in a cloud of smoke. The girls felt a chill run down their spines, but they watched as Naruto removed the souls from the jars and placed one in each corpse. Seeing this, Naruto took a few steps back and placed his hand on the ground. Naruto. Ito-tensei. Upon hearing those words, everyone's eyes widened in shock at the realization that Naruto knew the Ito-tensei. A certain pedophile watched this with surprise, his eyes fixed on Naruto, perhaps wondering if he could help them with their plans. Everyone saw kanji characters appear on the ground, then move toward the corpses and cover them. After a few seconds, the corpses glowed, taking on the appearance of 2 girls who stood up and noticed cracks on their faces and bodies. This had caught the attention of those who weren't fully familiar with the Ito-tensei, while the genin were in shock at seeing that Naruto had revived the 2 girls. The girls watched this intently. Rin. Where am I? All I remember is Kakashi killing him to prevent the 3 tails from being released at my request. Emily. And all I remember is going on a mission in Yuki no Kuni and knowing that my mother, that bitch, sent me to be killed. But they both remained silent, looking at each other. Nobody said anything since they knew that was the last thing both girls remembered. At that moment, Naruto fakes a cough to get their attention. Naruto. Well, it'll be quick. I revived them because they deserve a chance. Emily. Well, thanks, I guess. Naruto nods to activate his Eternal Mangekyo Rinnegan, which was silver in color. This Jutsu was the combination of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his Rinnegan. Upon seeing the Jutsu, those familiar with the Rinnegan and Sharingan were utterly astonished to learn that Naruto possessed an extremely powerful Jutsu. A certain Emo and Akatsuki member regarded Naruto with jealousy and hatred, knowing that the Noir possessed a Jutsu more powerful than their own. Without waiting another second, use the Naraka path and summon the King of Hell. Which opens its mouth. Upon seeing that ability, the power-hungry already wanted to possess that Jutsu and all the Jutsu that Naruto possessed. Naruto. Come in and don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Both girls had their doubts, but they nodded and entered the mouth, which closed and began to chew. The rest were startled, but they did nothing since they trusted Naruto. Naruto smiled, knowing they trusted him, while those present nodded. After 1 minute, the mouth opens to stick out the tongue. Rin Nahara was the first to emerge. Who looked surprised to be alive again. Then Emily Haruno came out. Who was the same as Rin. Now they saw the new aspects of the girls, while the revived ones just saw that with a smile. They would have a second chance to live. Emily. Wow, it feels amazing, I don't know how to thank you. Naruto. Smile slightly. Don't thank me, but you should get some rest so you can adjust to your new bodies. Both girls nod, but then watch Naruto walk away. The girls nodded with a smile, but everyone was confused when they saw Naruto walk away. Kaneko. Where are you going, senpai? Naruto. I'm going somewhere. I've thought about it and I'll listen to Olivia and accept the other half of my soul. That surprised everyone, but especially Naruto, who was a little afraid knowing that he would have to accept his vengeance trait. Olivia. Are you sure? That would be too much power and too many traits. Naruto. I'm completely sure. Kaneko. Okay, honey, just be careful. Naruto smiles slightly as he approaches Kaneko and kisses her on the mouth. Naruto. Low tender Kaneko. Kaneko nods, then Naruto begins to leave. With that, the screen went black as a glow enveloped Mabuki's lifeless body before it vanished. No one paid any attention, as everyone, especially Naruto, wanted to know what would happen next. Complete. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves to pass the time. Sakura had been crying the whole time in her sister's arms. Knowing that her late mother only saw her as an object had affected her deeply. Meanwhile, Noir was nervous, as he had a feeling about this new chapter. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Complete. That caught everyone's attention since they didn't understand much, but Naruto was getting an idea, which made him even more nervous. The trail of dust could be seen moving to one side. That caught everyone's attention as they wondered if Naruto was running, although Noir had an idea. After a while, it stops, generating a large cloud of dust. After a few seconds, it's revealed that the culprit was Naruto, who was riding on top of Bumblebee. His sister Yang's motorcycle. The elemental nations were surprised and fascinated to see Bumblebee. Those who already knew Naruto and were technologically advanced said nothing, but they did admit that the motorcycle looked amazing. Naruto gazed at Bumblebee with nostalgia, remembering how his sister Yang had taught him to ride. Naruto leaves Bumblebee hidden to start walking, but not before taking out and preparing the Nano Cube, giant broadsword. Upon hearing about the new Nano Cube, many became curious, wanting to know about this giant broadsword, especially the power-hungry, and Zabuza, being the latter, wondering if it would be like his Kubikurumj. Naruto continued walking until he reached a place he recognized instantly. It was the Waterfall of Truth. The people of Kumo, plus the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, were surprised to learn that Naruto went to the Waterfall of Truth. Upon seeing the waterfall, Naruto takes off his clothes, leaving him only in his underwear, revealing his well-formed body. Upon seeing Naruto's body, many were surprised, others blushed, but those who had certain feelings for the Noir and those who were perverts began to have unholy thoughts about the Noir and him or her in bed. Naruto walked over to stand beneath the waterfall. Without saying a word, he assumed the lotus position, carefully arranging the Nano Cube so it wouldn't get lost. Once that was done, Naruto began to meditate. Seeing that, everyone, especially Naruto, pays attention. Elsewhere. Darkness, that was all that could be seen, nothing but darkness. That darkness had caught their attention and given them a slight chill. But that absolute darkness is disturbed by the appearance of someone, a boy with black hair with pink tips and brown streaks. When he appeared, everyone paid attention, especially Noir, who was already feeling extremely nervous. Naruto stood in the vast emptiness, and then 8 small lights of different colors appeared before him. Soft yellow, bright yellow, dark red, pale blue, pale purple, magenta, a shade of red, and a medium dark shade of gray. Naruto stood there, staring at the 8 lights, but his hands trembled. He wasn't afraid to accept. He was afraid of letting go and not being able to stop. Everyone found the small lights curious. But absolutely everyone was surprised to see Naruto looking afraid. That really shocked them. Naruto understood that feeling, but he decided to keep watching. Naruto. No, Naruto, you're not like that woman. You know perfectly well how to act. You're not going to give in. You're strong. You're strong. That had scared everyone a little, but it meant one thing. Naruto was much stronger than them, not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually. With that, he seized the lights with a look full of determination to start walking towards the soft yellow light and take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept youth in my soul as a sign that despite everything I am still that 13-year-old boy who began to suffer. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of youth. This caught everyone's attention, but they understood it was some kind of ritual. However, everyone was surprised to see the soul of youth appear in Naruto's hands. The Noir became nervous, but there was no turning back, so he filled himself with determination and nodded, indicating that he would accept the traits. Then he approaches the bright yellow light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept the wisdom in my soul as a sign that thanks to the curse, I acquired the knowledge to move forward. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of wisdom. The soul of wisdom appeared in Naruto's hands. Then he approaches the dark red light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept the courage in my soul as a sign that I always have the courage to do things. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of valor. The soul of valor appeared in Naruto's hands. Then he approaches the pale blue light to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept the paranoia in my soul as a sign of my distrust and suspicion of others. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of paranoia. The soul of paranoia appeared in Naruto's hands. Although everyone was surprised by the paranoia, they were now becoming somewhat nervous. Then she approaches the pale purple light to take it in her hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept the despair in my soul as a sign that sometimes I may lose my will to continue, but also that I do not give up. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of despair. The soul of despair appeared in Naruto's hands. Then she approaches the magenta light to take it in her hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept ambition in my soul as a sign that I desire many things, even if they are not for me. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of ambition. The soul of ambition appeared in Naruto's hands. Then he approaches the light, shadow of red, to take it in his hands. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept the wrath in my soul as a sign that I too can feel it and use it to help my loved ones and those in need. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of wrath. The soul of rage appeared in Naruto's hands. Finally, Naruto approached the light, a medium-sized dark gray shadow, to take it in his hands. But as he did so, Naruto's hands began to tremble. Naruto. I. Naruto knew which trait that color represented and was afraid to let himself go. That scene surprised everyone. It seemed that this trait frightened Naruto. The noir in the room was also scared since he knew what that color represented, but he felt something on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Kaneko with her friends from other resets, Menma, Team Konohamaru, Mito, and several others who were important to him. The noir shed a few tears but smiled, filling himself with determination to await this new trait. But remember something, in several of his resets he let himself go and it didn't happen to him. Naruto. Serious, that's right, only I have control. That caught everyone's attention, as they were intrigued. Naruto inhales and exhales to see the light. Naruto. I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, accept revenge in my soul as a sign that even the purest heart can possess the feeling of revenge. The light began to shine, then revealed the soul of revenge. The soul of revenge appeared in Naruto's hands. But the rest were shocked to learn of this trait, revenge, that trait that frightened Naruto, but it seemed that now he would accept it, but he would be in control. All the souls began to float and spin while a black mass was in the center. Naruto. Serious, I, Naruto Noir Dreamer, absolutely accept all the hate in my soul as a sign that I will come to feel hate and to a great extent. The scream had startled everyone. Naruto accepted all those traits and all his hatred. Absolutely everyone felt a chill. The noir saw how the mass of hatred had appeared in his hands among all the new souls. The mass began to tremble as the souls entered, then generated a great light. As it dissipated, Naruto opened his eyes to see a crystal soul. The soul descends into Naruto's hand, who watches it cautiously before making his current soul appear. Everyone saw both souls. They could feel the immense power they possessed. The souls and mass merged in Naruto's hands, revealing the new soul. Naruto saw both souls and then began to bring them together, but they repelled each other. Naruto. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, Naruto. Both souls began to emit an immense glow as it filled that entire void. The glare blinded everyone in the room, especially since Naruto did the same thing as his counterpart. When it faded, they saw that the scene had changed, and they were surprised by Naruto's transformation. It wasn't much, just his hair. Kushina believed that with red hair, her son would return and they would finally be a family. At the waterfall. Naruto was still in the lotus position with water running over his body, and his underwear was wet and very stuck to his skin, leaving a visible intimate area which was not small at all. Upon seeing Naruto's member, many were left with their mouths open, while others blushed. Kaneko. In a perverted way, fufufu, it seems Naruto Jr. has grown more, what would he be like if he were awake? That made everyone blush greatly, but especially Naruto, who looked at his wife with surprise and blushing, but then smiled and leaned closer to Kaneko's ear. Naruto. Hoarse voice, if you want, when the chapter is over, you and I can have some fun, what do you say? Kaneko was surprised and blushed, but she smiled pervertedly and nodded. This left most of them uncomfortable, some blushing, but with one Hyuga glaring at Kaneko with hatred. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up, his hair turning red with pink tips and black streaks. He stood, revealing his toned physique, but he didn't care about that now. But I do. He placed his hand on his chest, making a fist and pulling it back slightly. When he opened it, Naruto could see his soul, his new soul. Everyone looked at the soul in amazement. They could feel the great power it emanated. Noir felt the power emanating from her. It was immense, overwhelming. Naruto smiled, thinking about how to use these new abilities to protect his loved ones and those in need. Naruto nodded with a smile. Time skip. Naruto was seen already dry and wearing his suit while looking at his hair. Everyone had to accept that Naruto looked good. He knew that red represented his determination, pink his fear, and black his hate, precisely the three traits with which his adventure curse began. That silenced everyone, and now they knew the meaning behind War's hair color. Although Kushina was disappointed to learn that the color was for another reason. Wanting to test his new power, Naruto opens the nano cube he had already prepared, generating a small green light and revealing his giant broadsword. Everyone was shocked to see the giant broadsword. It was slightly larger than Kurama. Naruto takes her with his right hand to lift her over his shoulder. Naruto. It's still just as heavy even though it weighs twice as much as Kurama. Everyone was stunned to learn that detail about the weapon, especially Zabuza, who comically cried when he saw that Naruto only needed one hand to move that weapon, while he would have to use both hands and reinforce his strength with chakra. Leaving that aside, Naruto gets into position to take his sword with both hands and begin to surround it with multicolored soul magic. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto knew what his other self would do. Naruto steps forward to unleash a slash, sending a multicolored trail of energy flying from his sword. The trail travels approximately 5 kilometers, sweeping away various objects, before culminating in a massive explosion of the colors representing Naruto's soul features. That surprised everyone, while a certain pyromaniac Akatsuki member viewed it as something beautiful. Naruto. Surprised, wow, that's a huge explosion, and I only used almost a drop of my power, looks at his hands, it seems I've become 3 times more powerful. Naruto remembered how with his previous power, using that tiny amount of his power, Naruto generated an explosion similar to a fireball hitting the ground. Now that explosion was 3 times as powerful. That left everyone speechless, while Naruto had only one thought. Naruto. I have to train again. Naruto. Smiling slightly, I'll have to train again and seal my power even more, it's too much, it's a good thing that doll helped me strengthen my body, or I wouldn't have been able to withstand this power increase. That left everyone knowing how he endured it, while Naruto made a mental note to train much more and if possible, find that doll and fight together. With that, he places the great sword on his back and begins to walk towards Bumblebee, unaware that he has stirred something within him. Naruto's mind space. Kyuubi and Drake were seen watching everything in shock at the great release of power from Naruto. War, although he was a god, no, a celestial, was now much more powerful than that. Upon seeing the mental space, everyone was filled with curiosity, while Naruto was confused. But something else was happening. Their animal instincts and the desire for a strong partner were surfacing, and they couldn't help but blush and become aroused by Naruto's display of power. They both knew that Naruto, thanks to his Kekkei Genkai, had the ability to impregnate both men and women, and let's just say that neither of them would mind being the passive partner. The part about animal instincts left everyone speechless, especially those who saw the Biju and dragon, where they saw the females and Drake blushing. But learning that Naruto could impregnate both men and women left everyone in shock and speechless, while Naruto himself was equally surprised. He hadn't even known that. Outside of mental space. Naruto was seen arriving at Bumblebee and then climbing aboard after first storing his sword in a nano cube. Naruto then got on Bumblebee and turned it on, making a sound. Upon hearing the sound, everyone who was unfamiliar with motorcycles and advanced technological devices was surprised and fascinated by the sound demonstration. Naruto turned to look at the waterfall, lost in thought about what he had just done. He knew there was no going back, but honestly, he didn't care anymore. Naruto nodded in agreement. Then he notices that it was getting dark and frowns, but before he can do anything, Akumu appears. That caught everyone's attention since they knew that Akumu doesn't appear unless he is called or because he will give something, the latter being what they knew was the answer. Naruto. What's wrong, Akumu? Akumu smiles and opens his mouth. Naruto is surprised by what he sees inside, but smiles as he takes the object out and puts it on his arm. It was his biolink. Naruto was surprised to see his biolink while thinking about what his other self would do. Just as he put it on, the biolink activated, revealing how the turbo fuel began to fill using the chakra of the environment. The turbo fuel thing had caught everyone's attention. Naruto knew he didn't need the turbo fuel that much, but he didn't care since he figured he would need the 10 times stronger upgrade in the future. Upon learning the information about turbo fuel, everyone was shocked, while the power-hungry ones thought about how to recreate that fuel. Naruto. First of all, turbo fuel only works on those who possess turbo energy. This frustrated the power-hungry, but they thought about how to get a child from Naruto, unaware that this would be a death sentence. Without further ado, he started driving, but noticed that it was already night. Naruto. It's already night, I think I'll use it. With that, he smiles and prepares to say the next thing. Naruto. Turbo action. It would only have been Naruto surrounded by a fluorescent green aura, but no, thanks to the biolink, Naruto acquired a technological suit that contained his turbo energy. He had entered his turbo mode. Imagine it's Naruto and the red of his hair turns green. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto's tech suit when he used the biolink. Some even blushed when they saw how the suit accentuated Naruto's toned physique. Naruto looked at his outfit with a nostalgic smile to better hold on to Bumblebee. Naruto. Smiling, this is what I wanted to say again, turbo activated. The fluorescent energy went directly to Bumblebee, causing him to acquire a gray and green color and also making him much faster. That surprised everyone as Naruto watched the turbo activated with a smile. Naruto playfully does a wheelie, then after a few seconds returns to his original position and continues driving. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto do a wheelie, while Noir was thinking that he'd have to do that on the way back. Although no one noticed that Kaneko, Ravel, and Olivia were crying comically since it had happened to them and they were genuinely scared. Although one thing was certain, Naruto was ready for tomorrow, the final phase of the Chunin exams, and for the invasion of Suna and Oto into Konoha. But that, the screen turns off, leaving everyone with the latest. Kaneko. Okay, we'll be back later. But that, she stood up and dragged Naruto into a room. This left many uncomfortable, others jealous, and some blushing, while one Hyuga watched with hatred. Naruto Information Part 3. Everyone was asleep in their chairs when the door opened. Turning around, they saw Kaneko limping along with a radiant smile, while Naruto seemed completely relaxed. This surprised some, but others were already jealous and glared at Kaneko with hatred. They both returned to their seats, but then Olivia asked the question many had been wanting to ask. Olivia. Embarrassed, how was it and how big is it? Kaneko smiled at him somewhat mockingly but answered. Kaneko. It was great, and regarding the size, makes a ruler with her fingers, it measures 30 centimeters flaccid and 47 centimeters hard. That made several people blush, while others were in shock. But before they could say or do anything, the screen lit up. Naruto Information Part 3. That caught everyone's attention, especially that of the power-hungry. Here's some more information about Naruto Noir Dreamer. Special eyes. Eyes of fear. Eye of judge. Eyes of determination. Eternal Magicum Rinnegan. Everyone now knew the names of the other types of eyes. However, a certain Uchiha regarded Naruto with hatred for possessing ninjutsu that, according to him, he deserved by right. States modes. 7 human souls. Shark mode. Turbo mode. Without anyone noticing, Shark mode had caught the attention of a certain Akatsuki Sushi. Floating hands. Perseverance. Fear. Everyone remembered the hands and felt a chill when they recalled the hand of fear. Special weapons. Crescent Rose. Degrees Bat mode. Crescent Rose 2.0. Degrees Compact Snowboard. Mode Degrees Rifle. Mode Scythe mode. Staff, Cat Miraculous. Railgun. Spinning Sword. Degrees Shark Sword. Fan, Peacock Miraculous. Shield, Turtle Miraculous. Yo-Yo, Ladybug Miraculous. Broomy. Umbrella, Rabbit Miraculous. Fear Spear. Giant Broadsword. Many felt dizzy at all the names but nodded. Traits. Youth. Wisdom. Courage. Paranoia. Despair. Ambition. Anger. Revenge. Naruto remembered those traits. He would have to train them. Energies. Aura. Mana. That caught the attention of the power-hungry. Razas. Semi-murder drone. Semi-anadita. Semi-dragon. Semi-demonio. Semi-imkai. Everyone made a mental note of that, although Kushina was worried to learn that her son was a demon while blaming Kaneko and Ravel for it. Extras. Absolute Solver, Time. Teleportation, Horse Miraculous. Semblance. Cataclysm, Cat Miraculous. One for All, Danger Sensor. Amakization, Peacock Miraculous. Enchanted Amulet, Ladybug Miraculous. Shield, Turtle Miraculous. Absolute Solver, Destroy. One for All, Black Whip. One for All, Float. Burrow, Rabbit Miraculous. Soul Magic Threads. That caught the attention of everyone who remembered the times Naruto used those extra powers. Affiliations. Olivia Tennyson. Zwei. Menma Bifrong, Naruto's new name. Kalki, Kwami. Flag, Kwami. Koyuki Kazuhana Konohamaru Suratobi Udanai Smogi Kazamatsuri Tiki, Kwami, Waze, Quemix, Ravel Kamisa, Mito Uzumaki, Gasper Vladi Fluff, Kwami, Rin Nahara Emily Haruno. Many were surprised to see all of Naruto's affiliations, but Mito was surprised to see herself there. New Soul of Naruto. New Naruto stats. Level. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X HP. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X ATK X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X F X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone speechless as they looked at Naruto's stats. They were absolutely immense. Preparations before the invasion. Everyone was waiting for the new chapter, although they were still nervous about Naruto's new stats. They were immense. Then the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Preparations before the invasion. That caught everyone's attention, but they were still surprised to learn there would be an invasion. Orochimaru watched this with nervousness and anger, knowing his plan had been revealed. A serious Naruto was seen facing a serious Kaneko. The scene surprised everyone, especially Ravel, since it wasn't normal to see her friends like that. Hinata watched with a smile, thinking the two would go their separate ways. Naruto. Serious, I'm not taking you to the stadium today. Kaneko. Serious, I'm not asking you either. Naruto. Don't you understand? It's dangerous. Today's the invasion and I don't want to lose you. Dejected nod again. That made Kaneko and the rest of her friends sad. Now they understood the scene, and many couldn't help but feel sadness for Naruto, although a certain Hyuga thought it was better that Kaneko died so she could make her move and have Naruto all to herself. Kaneko. Grabs Naruto's face. You won't lose me again. Kaneko did that too, which made Naruto sigh. His wife was just like him, stubborn as a mule. Naruto looked Kaneko in the eyes and sighed. Naruto. Okay, but let me do something first. With that, he enters the house, leaving everyone in the yard. The scene caught everyone's attention as Hinata waited to see Kaneko die or to kill her herself. After a few minutes, Naruto returns with 3 small boxes. And 3 necklaces, 1 white, 1 yellow, and a red one. That had caught everyone's attention, but Naruto instantly deciphered the little box. They were miraculous. When Naruto arrived, he gave the necklaces to the 3 of them. The white one to Kaneko, the yellow one to Ravel, and the red one to Gasper. Naruto. These are necklaces with aura, they will prevent them from suffering harm, especially your Kaneko. The Nekish nodded so that the 3 of them could put on the necklaces, noticing that an energy covered them like a shield. Upon learning and seeing what the necklaces were, everyone was surprised. While Naruto was thinking about creating them, Hinata was upset that she couldn't hurt Kaneko, and the power-hungry wanted those necklaces. They were going to do something, but they saw how Naruto made 2 clones for each of the 3 Narutos, holding a small box in each one. Naruto. Serious Kaneko Tauju, Ravel Phoenix and Gasper Vladi, I lend you the miraculous of the tiger, the goat and the dog, respectively, to help us with the coming invasion. Once this mission is resolved, you will return the miraculous to me. Can I count on you? Everyone was surprised to learn that the little boxes were miraculous. Hinata was already furious, seeing how Kaneko would defend herself. The power-hungry eyed the boxes, hoping to learn their powers and obtain them. The 3 were surprised by the seriousness with which Naruto spoke to them, but they noticed the boxes. They looked at each other and nodded, then looked at Naruto and nodded again. Kaneko Ravel Gasper. Serious, we accept the mission. Naruto smiled slightly, signaling the 3 Narutos to each take their little box. Everyone pays attention. The 3 of them open them at the same time, causing 3 lights to emerge from the little boxes and stand in front of each of them, then revealing 3 Kwamis. Kaneko had Rower in front of her. The Kwami of Exultation. Ravel had Ziggy in front of her. The Kwami of Passion. And Gasper had Bark in front of him. The Kwami of Adoration. Upon seeing the Kwamis, everyone pays attention, especially those hungry for power, as they want to know about their powers. Rower. Excited, wow, finally I'll get some action. Ziggy. I'm at your service, Miss Ravel. Bark. I'm a little nervous, but I'm going to protect the innocent. The 3 smiled and laughed a little at the Kwamis's attitude. In the room, many laughed a little at the Kwamis's attitude, while Naruto had a small smile. Naruto. Okay, I'll explain how to use the powers of each of the miraculous. Upon hearing that, the 3 of them paid attention as Olivia retreated to the nano compressor. She wanted to check something. Upon hearing that, everyone paid attention, although they were also somewhat curious about Olivia. Naruto. Okay, Kaneko, to activate your miraculous you must say roar the stripes, to deactivate the miraculous you must say roar the stripes out, your weapon is bolas, and your special power is called influence, which allows you to charge energy in your fist and deliver a powerful punch. Kaneko nods to certain things that Rower liked. For her, those who are truly determined for many things are worthy of using their power. Upon learning about the power of the Tiger Miraculous, everyone was surprised by what they now knew, well the power hungry already wanted that miraculous. Naruto. Okay, Ravel, to activate your miraculous you must say Ziggy Bleak, to deactivate the miraculous you must say, Ziggy Bleak out, your weapon is a paintbrush, and your special power is called Genesis, which allows you to create any object you want, although unfortunately, it cannot be magical. Ravel nods with a smile as he strokes Ziggy, who laughs a little. Upon learning the power of the goat miraculous, everyone was surprised, although the power hungry clicked their tongues upon learning that they would not be able to create weapons with powers. Naruto. Okay, Gasper, to activate your miraculous you must say Bark Hunt, to deactivate the miraculous you must say, Bark Rest, your weapon is a ball, and your special power is called Recover, which allows you to mark your target and, as its name says, recover it. Gasper nods to give Bark a sweet, who gladly accepts it. Upon hearing what one gains with the dog miraculous, many already attributed it to the fact that it was useless. Naruto. Serious, but keep this in mind, once you use your special powers you will have 5 minutes until you transform back and the Quemis need to rest, until then time is unlimited. That caught everyone's attention. Gasper? And why doesn't that happen to you? Everyone was asking themselves the same question. Naruto. That's because I already have experience using the miraculous, all of the miraculous, that's why even when using special powers I don't lose my transformation. Now everyone knew why Naruto had unlimited power when using the miraculous, causing the power hungry to become frustrated. Everyone nodded when they saw Olivia return with some green and black things on her belt. Naruto. So you're going to use your Nano Cubes today? Olivia nods, remembering how she built her own weapons and created her own Nano Cubes. This surprised everyone and caught Olivia's attention, as she found it curious. The power hungry, however, wanted to know what Olivia's weapons were to see if they could acquire them for themselves. Before doing anything, Olivia gives Naruto 5 Nano Cubes in his hands. Olivia. You must use them, Naruto. I know you miss them and they were like family, but they wouldn't like to see you waste their weapons, especially the one who managed to give you a good fight despite his pride and the one who was your best friend. Naruto only saw the Nano Cubes while remembering 7 symbols. The symbols of the 7 deadly sins, his team, his friends, his family of other mothers. Everyone fell silent, especially Naruto, who saw Olivia as his confidant. Sometimes he felt he was still Ben Tennyson. Meanwhile, many were curious about what they saw, while the power hungry wanted to know what those weapons were. Naruto. Sigh, sometimes I think I'm still that inexperienced Ben Tennyson who had his trusty confidant Olivia to help him and give him advice. Olivia. Smiles slightly, you're still inexperienced, especially with your new power, but that doesn't mean you won't have your confidant for you. We're here for you when you need us most. Naruto saw his loved ones who nodded with a smile, which was returned by Noir. The scene left everyone in silence as Naruto looked at his loved ones who nodded, making Naruto smile. Ravel. Well, before we go, I want you to take this. With that, he gives each of them a small container that only Naruto and Kaneko recognized. They were Phoenix Tears. Many were confused about the Phoenix Tears, except for Naruto, Ravel, Kaneko, and Gasper, who already knew what they were. Naruto. Phoenix Tears. Ravel. Smiling, that's right, Phoenix Tears. Naruto smiles as he puts the little bottle away. He doesn't need it, but he'll look for someone who does. Naruto nods. Naruto. Well, if that's the case, I'll give each of you this. With that, out of nowhere, Naruto pulls out some small bags. Which he gives to Kaneko, Ravel, Gasper and Olivia. The little bags caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already figured out what they were. Senzu beans. Naruto. These are bags of seeds from a plant I've been improving and ingesting to test them. These are senzu beans, and they're similar to Phoenix Tears but also different. Ravel. What would those differences be? Naruto. It's complicated to explain, but what your Phoenix Tears don't have, senzu beans have more of, and what senzu beans don't have, Phoenix Tears do. Ravel. That doesn't make much sense, but I think I understand. Kaneko. I'm as confused as a fried chicken. The rest didn't understand, but they felt that Phoenix Tears and Hermit Seeds were something like a much more advanced medicine than anything they knew. Everyone was in shock, having just heard about 2 new types of medicine that, from what they'd heard, were far more advanced. Meanwhile, the power-hungry were already plotting how to obtain the Hermit Seeds and force Ravel to create Phoenix Tears so they could control those artifacts. Naruto. Okay, we're leaving now, the 3rd phase starts in half an hour, but before we go I'm going to give you something else. That caught Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper's attention, and they watched as Naruto searched for something in his Nano Cubes. That made everyone pay attention, especially those who knew Naruto. After a while, she found 3 nano cubes and gave one to each of them, who were surprised. Upon opening them, they saw that they were. For Kaneko, the Ember Celica nano cube. For Ravel, the Barracuda Blade nano cube. And for Gasper the nano cube, sword spinner. He had called everyone, especially the power-hungry ones, Barracuda Blade. The 3 of them were surprised, but they watched as Naruto gave Ravel the sushi disc. Gasper, the wild card disc and the bear disc. The records had once again attracted everyone's attention, although many were amused by the disco sushi thing. Naruto. Well, the sushi disc allows Ravel to give quick and clean attacks, while the bear disc allows Gasper to use the forest whirlwind power when used on the spinning sword, while if used on the forest spear weapon, the bear disc activates it and gives him the power. That surprised them both, but they nodded. That surprised everyone in the room as they called each other idiots for still believing that disco sushi was useless. Naruto. Alright, it's time to go to the stadium and start the final phase of the Chunin exams and the beginning of the invasion. Everyone nodded and began to leave, while Rin, Emily and Zwei stayed hidden in the house to avoid any trouble, but that didn't mean they couldn't help with their hidden identities. But that, the screen goes black, leaving everyone wondering what would happen during the invasion. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Neji. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen in the Chunin exams finals and the invasion. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Chunin exams final. Naruto vs Neji. Upon seeing the title, everyone paid attention, but a certain Hyuga was somewhat nervous since he would be fighting against a Celestial. The Konoha stadium was completely full to begin the final stage of the Chunin exams. But we'll focus on something else. Everyone pays attention when they see the beginning. With Naruto. El Noir and his group had arrived at the stadium gate. Naruto. We part ways here, have good luck and take care. Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper nodded as Naruto and Olivia entered the stadium. Once they were out of sight, the DxD trio moved away, hiding from the crowd. The scene caught everyone's attention, but a certain Hyuga watched it with a crazed fear, thinking it could kill Kaneko. On the sand. Naruto and Olivia entered the arena, drawing everyone's attention, but they didn't say anything. Upon arriving, they saw everyone who was there. Naruto Noir Dreamer, Neji Hyuga, Menma Bifrong, Gara Sabaku no, Kankram Sabaku no, Shino Abiram, Olivia Tennyson, Hakuyuki, Shikamaru Nara and Tamari Sabaku no. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was filled with curiosity at not seeing Dosu or Sasuke, but Naruto knew the truth. Naruto glanced at everyone, noticing that Dosu Kanuta and Sasuke Uchiha weren't there, and he knew very well why. Dosu was dead, and Sasuke was going to be late arriving, having been training with Kakashi Hatake. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised, but Sasuke smiled arrogantly, thinking that with Kakashi's training, he would have more power to stop Naruto. Then the third stage censor Genma Shiranui arrives. Upon seeing him, Naruto knew immediately that Hate was dead, and frankly, he didn't care much. The bastard had betrayed him in several resets even after he had saved his life. Everyone was surprised to learn that Hate had betrayed Naruto, but even more so Yugao, who couldn't believe that her beloved would have done that to, literally, a deity. Genma. Alright, now let's begin with the final battles of the Chunin exams. That made everyone start cheering enthusiastically. That caught everyone's attention in the room. In the audience. The trio of boys could be seen hiding among the crowd. When they heard the fights were about to begin, they turned their attention. In the shadows. There, 2 girls could be seen hiding, wearing black hoods they had found in the house. They were Rin and Emily, who, upon hearing that the fights were about to begin, paid close attention. The part about the girls in the shadows caught everyone's attention, especially those close to Rin and Emily. On the sand. The 10 participants could be seen there listening to what Genma would say. Genma. Alright, the fights will begin, but remember this. The winners of the first 2 fights will have to fight each other so that the other fights can continue and be fair. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Genma said. Just like everyone else in the room, they all nodded. Genma. Okay, the first match is Naruto Noir Dreamer against Neji Hyuga. Everyone is paying attention, but especially Neji and the members of the Hyuga clan. But that said, everyone started to leave, but Naruto saw Menma wink at him, implying something. He was going to give him a slightly more awesome fight. Naruto smiled sadistically, understanding what Menma was going to do. Naruto smiled sadistically, frightening many, but especially Neji, who was becoming increasingly nervous. Naruto. Do it, Menma, tell Neji. Menma stopped for a moment, standing next to Neji. Menma. Neji, listen, you're going to fight Naruto. If you want any chance against him, I advise you to fight with everything you've got. Neji. Arrogant PFFT, I don't need your advice. Destiny has already decided that I'm going to win. Menma. I'm just saying. With that, he leaves, giving a wink to Naruto. Naruto. This will be fun. Neji swallowed hard, knowing how powerful Naruto was and, to be honest, he was somewhat afraid of him. Now he cursed his arrogance and fate. War smiled at what Menma did. He knew Neji wouldn't heed Bifrong's advice, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to have fun. Now everyone from the Hyuga clan swallowed hard, although Hinata looked at Naruto with a blush. Me in the production room. Being alone, they looked into each other's eyes, Neji with an arrogant look and Naruto with a smile full of excitement. Genma. Are you ready? They both nod. Genma. Okay, let's begin. But that shout, he walks away. Everyone is paying attention to see how the fight will unfold. Neji. I'll make it easy for you, surrender now, since fate has decreed that I will emerge victorious. Naruto. Surrender isn't in my vocabulary. I know you're a Hyuga and you specialize in Taijutsu, more specifically the gentle fist, so I'm going to match this. With that, he summoned some pink gloves. They were the weaponry of the Soul of Valor, Tough Glove. The invocation of the Soul of Valor weaponry caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. Neji. Those are just simple gloves, but it doesn't matter, gets into a fighting stance it'll be easy. Naruto gets into a fighting stance. Now everyone is paying attention because now it's time for the fight between Naruto and Neji. They locked eyes before launching themselves at each other. Neji began throwing punches with his palm extended, while Naruto blocked or deflected them. The Noir had far more experience and knew how to counter the gentle fist. Naruto managed to break through Neji's guard and began landing blows. His true strength was greatly reduced, but thanks to Tough Glove, his power increased by 5 points, and the blows were painful, as the more he landed, the more powerful they became. Naruto landed an uppercut on Neji that sent him flying and knocking him to the ground, but not knocking him out. For the moment, Naruto didn't want that. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, although they assumed that Naruto would have the advantage. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by what they had seen, but Neji's companions were even more surprised. Tenten. Surprised. This is the first time I've seen Neji on the ground during a fight. Rock Lee nodded, equally surprised. But they didn't see how Midougai, their sensei, was looking at Naruto seriously. He was friendly, but he didn't like it when someone beat his students. Ai's part surprised everyone, while the aforementioned remained equally serious. Elsewhere, the participants watched the fight. Menma. I told Neji to go all out, but he didn't listen to me. Aku and Olivia nodded while the rest were surprised to learn that fact. It meant that Naruto was a tough nut to crack. Naruto nodded, somewhat flattered. He had always been a tough nut to crack. On the sand. Neji was getting up while wiping away the little blood that was coming out of his mouth. Neji. Miles per hour, it was luck. Naruto rolled his eyes but decided to level up a bit, and for that he would have to do one thing, let himself be attacked. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard Naruto's idea. Olivia. Could you stop doing reckless things? Naruto. Don't ask me to stop being myself, darling. Olivia huffed, somewhat annoyed but with a slight blush upon hearing dear. Without saying a word, Naruto lunged forward with his hands and fists, while Neji did the same with his palms outstretched. As they drew close, they began exchanging blows, dodging each other's attacks. Neji. Frustrated, damn it, that kid is good, but fate has decreed that I will win. He continued launching attacks, but Naruto expertly dodged them while returning them with even greater precision. This began to frustrate Neji even more, who decided to use a technique. Naruto. Serious, here he comes. The Hyuga dodged an attack by ducking while positioning his arms in a certain pose. Upon seeing this, Naruto instantly recognized the technique. Neji. Kaiten. The scream startled everyone, but a certain Hyuga looked at Neji with hatred, already wanting to use the caged bird seal. But that, it begins to spin, generating a dome-shaped vortex that Naruto received head-on. Hinata watched that with so much hatred that she was already about to use the caged bird seal. The truth is that Naruto didn't care about receiving the attack directly, since he knew that his def was absurdly immense, but just because he did, he activated his aura, causing his body to have a slight red flicker. Only consider the color and shape of the aura. Naruto was sent flying a few meters while falling on his back. Upon learning Naruto's thoughts, everyone saw him as if he were crazy, knowing that the Noir wouldn't take the full force of the attack. But when they saw Naruto's aura, they were all surprised, and those hungry for power wanted to possess it. In the stands. Everyone was shocked by what they had just seen. The participants were equally shocked, but Olivia remained calm. She knew that Naruto sometimes let himself be hurt by his enemies for no reason. Olivia nodded, agreeing that it was true. Naruto was prone to letting himself get hurt for no reason. His friend Wielder Lover was very reckless, but even so, he had stayed by her side. Elsewhere, Hinata was seen looking at her beloved who was hurt, but then she looked at Neji with a hateful gaze. Hinata. With hatred, "Damn you Neji Hyuga, you hurt my Naruto-kun, you're a damn bastard, I'm going to get my revenge." Without anyone noticing, Hinata made a hand seal. The scene surprised everyone, but Hinata wore a crazed grin and was about to activate the seal. But before she could do anything, a Geister blaster appeared in front of her with Naruto perched on it, glaring at the Hyuga with a hostile expression. Hinata was terrified, so she abandoned what she was about to do, causing Naruto to nod and return to his seat as the Geister blaster vanished. On the sand. Neji had stopped spinning as he watched Naruto get up with a smile. "Naruto. That's fun." Neji gets into a fighting stance as he starts screaming while holding his head. Clearly that had angered Naruto, who saw Hinata looking scared as several sharp bones spun around her. Upon seeing that, Naruto immediately knew what was happening. The caged bird seal. Without waiting any longer, Naruto ran towards Neji, who, in pain, dropped his headband, revealing the seal. Naruto knew he couldn't be Hiashi because, despite his personality and the fact that Noir didn't like him, he would never do that to his best member of the Hyuga clan. He knew Hanabi wouldn't do it either, since she still retained the kindness that the clan tried to take away from her, so he only had one option left, which was quite logical. Hinata. Everyone was surprised by Naruto's deduction, while Hinata was nervous because she saw that he had turned her Naruto-kun against her. Without saying anything, I used the edit option of the absolute solver to target Neji's forehead. That caught everyone's attention, while Naruto already knew what would happen. A few seconds passed before Naruto saw the opening and touched the seal symbol to apply chakra. Instantly, the caged bird seal was erased. Everyone in the room was astonished to see Naruto remove the caged bird seal. Neji was even more surprised, touching his forehead to see Naruto watching him out of the corner of his eye with a smile, toying with the edit symbol on the absolute solver. This filled Neji with hope. Everyone in the stadium was surprised by what Naruto did, but a certain Hyuga was startled to see how Naruto looked at her with anger and hatred. It seemed he had discovered her plan. Hinata was just as scared. At that moment, Neji stood up with a hand on his forehead. "Neji? Ugh, what happened?" "Naruto. This happened." Neji watched as Naruto conjured a mirror to show him his reflection. The Hyuga was surprised to see that he no longer had the caged bird seal. "Neji? But how?" "Naruto. I took it from you. According to you, your destiny was to win, but if you realize it, and thanks to the rules of your clan, your destiny was to be a servant. You say that no one changes destiny, but you changed your own destiny. No one decides destiny. You decide that." That surprised Neji, who hadn't noticed. That also made Neji thoughtful, because now that he looked at it and thought about it carefully, it was true. Then he sees Naruto jump back. "Naruto. Let's settle this quickly, you and me, fist fight, no jutsus, no techniques, nothing, just bare fists." Neji saw that Naruto made his tough glove disappear, so he realized that what he said was true. Everyone knew it was the end, so they paid closer attention. Neji smiled slightly as he assumed the gentle fist stance. Neji's team was surprised to see him smile. Naruto had accomplished something they couldn't. Without further ado, they launched themselves at each other, exchanging blows, Neji using the gentle fist and Naruto using turtle style. The punches flew back and forth, neither giving an inch. Both were determined to win, but at the same time, they were both enjoying themselves. Naruto smiled, while Neji smiled a little, now seeing that he had always been wrong. In the stands. Everyone was surprised by the show of strength of both opponents, causing people to start supporting them. On the sand. Neji punched Naruto in the face, who returned the blow. Then they both began throwing punches without blocking or dodging. They continued like this until Naruto landed an uppercut on Neji, who fell to the ground, on the verge of unconsciousness. That's when they learned that Naruto had won, while Mito clenched his fists in anger and glared at Naruto with hatred. "Neji. Smiling a little, thank you, I had a lot of fun, and you were right, nobody decides destiny, you decide that." Naruto smiles slightly and nods as Neji falls unconscious. Genma. Fighter Neji Hyuga is unable to continue, the winner is Naruto Noir Dreamer. That caused everyone to start winning while Naruto just retreated, but not before seeing how the doctors took Neji to the infirmary. Nobody said anything because they already knew the result, although they admitted that they liked the fight, well, everyone liked Guy better who was not happy that his student had lost. In the cage box. Their Minato could be seen alongside Hiruzen, Kushina, Jiraiya and the Kazuki Ajirasa. Who was actually Orochimaru. Everyone was surprised to learn that Orochimaru had infiltrated the group by impersonating the Kazuki Age. Orochimaru was furious that his plan had been exposed. Minato, Jiraiya and Kushina were surprised but saddened to learn that Naruto had grown strong without their help. Hiruzen, however, viewed this with indifference, knowing full well that Naruto would win after helping Neji. Orochimaru, on the other hand, watched with amazement, pondering how Naruto would possess a superior body to Sasuke's. Nobody said anything about everyone's reactions, although Orochimaru's thoughts made them uncomfortable. But Naruto. He was walking through the stands when he passed by Niji's team, noticing their reactions. Rock Lee looked at him with surprise and excitement, eager to fight together. Tenten looked at him with surprise, as she hadn't expected her teammate to lose, but she didn't say anything. And with Mito, he saw how he looked at him with hatred. Noir didn't really care about that, since he knew Mito didn't like his students to lose. He even saw in an old reset that, because his team lost, Mito forced them to train to the point of exhaustion and more. Poor Lee even cried from the pain of, literally, torture. Everyone was surprised to learn about Mito and what he had done during the previous resets, but Guy's own students looked at him with shock and now fear. Mito was surprised by his students' reactions but blamed Naruto, glaring at him with hatred. Noir didn't care what Guy was doing and focused solely on the screen. Naruto put that aside to continue walking to where the contestants were and wait for the next fight, him against Menma. With that, the screen goes dark, leaving everyone intrigued to know what the next fights would be like. Nin Exams Final. Naruto vs Menma Part 1. Everyone was talking about what they had seen, genuinely surprised by Hinata's behavior. She was watching the interaction between Naruto and Niji, where Niji thanked Naruto for freeing him from the cage bird seal, a sentiment Naruto acknowledged. Suddenly, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Nin Exams Final. Naruto vs Menma Part 1. Upon reading the title, everyone paid attention, but at the same time they were surprised that the fight was divided into parts. After the fight between Naruto and Niji, everyone was resting until Gemma appeared. Genma. Alright, it's time for the next match, Menma Bifrong vs Dosu Kanuta. Upon hearing that, Menma goes down to the arena, but they notice that Dosu has not appeared. Naruto already knew why Dosu didn't appear, so he didn't pay attention. Genma. If contestant Dosu does not appear in 5 minutes, he will be disqualified. 5 minutes passed and nothing. Dosu hadn't appeared. Naruto already knew why. Orochimaru had killed him to use the Ito Tensei. Upon learning Dosu's fate, everyone's eyes widened, while Naruto remained indifferent and Orochimaru licked his lips at the thought of the Ito Tensei. Genma. Well, since our opponent Dosu Kanuta hasn't appeared, he'll be disqualified. The next match will be Naruto Noir Dreamer against Menma Bifrong. Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. In the cage box. Upon hearing those names, everyone pays attention, but Kushina only hoped that her son would kill the useless one. Kushina nodded excitedly, thinking that her son had the same idea, but she saw how he looked at her with disappointment, which depressed her. Kushina. What am I doing wrong? I just want us to be a family again. In the stands. Upon hearing that, Naruto descended to the arena while the rest were surprised. It had already become news that Menma was strong. Naruto. It's normal that they're surprised, so I won't say anything. The rest just nodded in agreement with what Noir said. On the sand. Naruto and Menma stared intently into each other's eyes. Menma didn't know how powerful Naruto would be, but he did know that he would have to fight with everything he had. Menma nodded seriously while Naruto was analytical. Naruto was analytical. He knew that Menma would fight with everything he had, and that was what fascinated him, although that didn't mean he wasn't excited about a fight, even with his powers sealed. Naruto nodded with a smile as Menma listened attentively. Naruto. Menma. Menma. Yes. Naruto. I want you to fight with everything you've got. Menma smiled and nodded. Genma. Are you ready? Upon hearing that, everyone pays attention. Menma draws his Chocket Mendachisa katana that he had at his rear hip. While Naruto transforms Akumu into a scythe and makes some movements. Imagine that Ruby is Naruto and the scythe is Akumu. Seeing Menma's new weapon and Naruto's movements, everyone knew that this would be the beginning of a great fight. They both looked at each other with a smile and nodded. Genma. Very well, let's begin. With that, he leaped away. Bifrong and Noir looked into each other's eyes, blue and white they saw each other. The tension was palpable and in the air. Menma. Naruto, I know you're the most powerful on the team, not to mention invincible, but let me tell you something, I'm going to give it my all. Naruto. I hope so, little brother. Naruto. Smiling I hope so too, little brother. Menma nodded with a smile as he glanced sideways at Naruto, already sorting out his feelings for him. Menma nods, takes a small leap, and buries himself in the earth using earthbending. Instantly, Naruto goes on guard, using his seismic master abilities to detect Menma. The beginning surprised many while the rest paid attention. After a few seconds, Naruto leaps just as Menma appears below him with his katanas, attempting to slash him. Naruto spins his scythe to unleash a slash, which Menma blocks, sending him flying several meters. That surprised and startled everyone. Both of them were going all out with murderous intentions. In the stands. Everyone was surprised because, from the very beginning of the fight, both opponents had already displayed great skill. All the participants, except for Olivia, were amazed by what they were seeing. The fight had literally just started and it was already getting good. Menma and Naruto bumped fists. On the sand. Menma was on his knees but stood up with his katanas in his hands while looking at Naruto, who was looking at him seriously, with his scythe and in a pose. Imagine it's Naruto. As strange as it seemed, Naruto's pose sent chills down everyone's spines. Naruto just stared at the pose with nostalgia. It was his mother Betty War's pose. Upon seeing him, Menma goes on guard, knowing his brother is stronger, but he'd give it his all against Naruto. Naruto nods, so Menma begins using earthbending, airbending, firebending, and icebending against Anwar, who smiles slightly. The detachment of the four bending arts surprised everyone, causing the power-hungry to covet them for themselves. But seeing Naruto smile, many were confused, except for Anwar, who smiled slightly, already knowing what was about to happen. Naruto spins his scythe to unleash a pink soul magic attack. The attack exploded alongside Menma's attacks, causing a cloud of smoke and dust. This surprised everyone, but especially the power-hungry, who were already making plans to acquire those abilities. However, a certain Uchiha viewed everything with hatred and anger. In his opinion, only he had the right to possess such power. In the stands. Everyone was trying to see what was happening, but they couldn't because of the cloud, while others with Mjutsu or special abilities could see easily. In the cage box. Minato and Kushina were worried about Naruto, while Jiraiya tried to watch, Hiruzen was calm, and Orochimaru was excited by the power shown by the Noir. Upon learning what was happening to Orochimaru, Naruto simply looked at him with disgust before turning to the others. Naruto. Everyone nodded while Orochimaru glared at him angrily. On the sand. The cloud of smoke and dust was still visible when it was eliminated by Menma's air control and Naruto's absolute solver's spin option. Now everyone turned their attention back as the fight between the two was about to continue. They both deactivated their abilities to look each other in the eye. Without another word, they launched themselves at each other, exchanging slashes and attacks with their weapons. Menma unleashed cuts with his katanas, which Naruto dodged, counter-attacking with his scythe, which Menma also skillfully evaded. Everyone could see that Naruto and Menma were evenly matched, but something told them that Naruto was holding back a lot. Naruto leaps into the air, landing on a platform created by the move option in Absolute Solver. He immediately activates the close option in Absolute Solver. He leaps up and throws the symbol that had materialized in his hand to Menma. Upon hearing about the close option in the Absolute Solver, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, while Kushina watched with excitement, thinking that Naruto would actually listen to her and kill Menma. Instinctively, Bifrong dodged a symbol, realizing it was literally a saw. Menma became serious, using firebending on his katanas and launching himself at Naruto, who was already on the ground. Seeing that, Naruto became serious while glancing sideways at Menma. The Bifrong did have great potential. Naruto responded to the attack with his scythe in his hands, which shone with an intense pink color. The gleam of the scythe caught everyone's attention, but especially that of the power-hungry. When they were just centimeters apart, they both began to launch attacks with their weapons and, strange as it may seem, the sound of metal against metal could be heard. Everyone was surprised by the movements of both of them. In the stands. Everyone, except for a certain DXD trio, was extremely surprised by what they saw. Both teams were evenly matched. The participants were equally surprised, although Olivia pretended not to be, since she knew Naruto's power was sealed. However, she was surprised at how Menma managed to keep up with Naruto. Olivia nodded, acknowledging that Menma could be very clever when he put his mind to it. In the cage box. Everyone was surprised by the fight, although Kushina was somewhat nervous since she saw that Menma was strong. Kushina received everyone's stares, but she said nothing. According to her peanut-sized brain, she was doing the right thing. On the sand. Menma launched attacks with his katanas, while Naruto twirled his scythe, blocking each one. But Naruto noticed something. Menma's eyes occasionally held a faint purple glow. Naruto. Soul magic of perseverance. That surprised and caught the attention of absolutely everyone, but especially those hungry for power, and Naruto, in particular, already had an idea of what would happen. Naruto decided to get more serious and began attacking Menma with greater ferocity. Bifrong was finding it harder, but he decided not to give up and continued launching attacks. Seeing that, everyone was surprised, but one thing was clear. Naruto was pushing Menma to the limit and beyond. In the cage box. Kushina watched this with a smile, thinking that her son was going to kill the useless one. Naruto. In your dreams, Uzumaki. In the stands. Everyone watched the fight in amazement, but certain people knew what was really happening. Naruto's friends and acquaintances from some of the reboots and this one nodded in agreement. On the sand. Naruto continued attacking Menma, who was doing his best to stay on his feet. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared, but instinctively Menma turned around to see what was happening next. The scene caused shock and chills to everyone. That pose and look were like something out of a horror movie. The Bifrong flew away as Naruto dispersed a cloud with his scythe. Naruto. Come on Menma, you can do it, keep pushing, perseverance, you can do it, I know you can enter that state, I believe in you. Everyone's eyes widened when they learned of Naruto's plan. He was pushing Menma to the limit and into the soul state of perseverance. But he saw something that made him smile. Menma was getting up, but she had a small purple aura. Naruto smiled when he saw that. Menma was succeeding. With his full strength, Menma used firebending to launch large fireballs at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto had an idea and his hair turned completely pink. That scene piqued everyone's curiosity, though they were all surprised to see Naruto's hair turn pink. Meanwhile, the noir community knew what was coming and had only one name. Rhabdophobia. Naruto waited patiently and then, seeing the fireballs very close, used his most powerful ability, but at the same time the one that weakens him the most. Naruto had used Rhabdophobia. Everyone was shocked to learn that Naruto's most powerful ability was Rhabdophobia, even though it weakened him the most. The power-hungry were already plotting how to obtain Rhabdophobia for their own purposes. Everyone had seen how the world turned negative and then returned to normal, but with the difference that the large fireballs were around Naruto, who was looking at Menma with his pink eyes. Everyone was surprised to see what Rhabdophobia did. The power-hungry already wanted that power for themselves. Sasuke, the emo, was grinding his teeth in hatred as he watched Naruto possess that ability. Naruto. It was a good fight, Menma, but your perseverance is no match for my fear. I hope you understand. For some reason, everyone felt a chill. With that, he spins the fireballs, creating a larger one, and then launches it. Menma watched the immense fireball heading towards him, but only one word was on his mind. Menma. Perseverance, 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 perseverance. Menma's purple aura began to glow intensely as his eyes turned purple, and the horse turned purple as well. Menma gasped, and the ball collided with him. With that, the screen went black, leaving everyone in silence, while Naruto already knew what was coming. Burning versus Perseverer. Although a certain Uzumaki had hoped that Menma had died. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown in left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.